Hello friends. Welcome to Study Time. Chapter 17. Emergence of Swarajists. Socialist ideas, revolutionary activities and other new forces. Swarajists and no changes. Genesis of Congress Khilaf Swaraj Party. After Gandhi's arrest March 1922, there was disintegration, disorganization and demoralization among nationalist ranks. A debate started among congressmen on what to do during the transition period, i.e., the passive phase of the movement. One section led by C.R. Das, Motilal Nehru and Ajmal Khan wanted an end to the boycott of legislative councils so that the nationalists could enter them to expose the basic weaknesses of these assemblies and use these councils as an arena of political struggle to arouse popular enthusiasm. They wanted, in other words, to end or mend these councils, i.e., if the government did not respond to the nationalists' demands, then they would obstruct the working of these councils. Those advocating entry into legislative councils came to be known as the Swarajists, while the other school of thought led by C. Rajagopalachari, Vallabhbhai Patel, Rajendra Prasad and M. A. Ansari came to be known as the No Changes. The No Changes opposed council entry, advocated concentration on constructive work, and continuation of boycott and non-cooperation, and quiet preparation for resumption of the suspended civil disobedience program. The differences over the question of council entry between the two schools of thought resulted in the defeat of the Swarajists' proposal of ending or mending the councils at the Gaya session of the Congress, December 1922. C.R. Das and Motilal Nehru resigned from the presidentship and secretaryship respectively of the Congress and announced the formation of Congress Khilaf Swaraj Party, a simply Swarajist party, with C.R. Das as the president and Motilal Nehru as one of the secretaries. Swarajists' arguments. The Swarajists had their reasons for advocating the entry into the councils. Filled circle entering the councils would not negate the non-cooperation program, in fact, it would be like carrying on the movement through other means, opening a new front. Filled circle in a time of political vacuum, council work would serve to enthuse the masses and keep up their morale. Entry of nationalists would deter the government from stuffing the councils with undesirable elements who may be used to provide legitimacy to government measures. Filled circle, the councils could be used as an arena of political struggle. There was no intention to use the councils as organs for gradual transformation of colonial rule. No Changes arguments. The No Changes argued that parliamentary work would lead to neglect of constructive work, loss of revolutionary zeal and to political corruption. Constructive work would prepare everyone for the next phase of civil disobedience. Agree to disagree. Both sides, however, wanted to avoid a 1907 type split and kept in touch with Gandhi, who was in jail. Both sides also realized the significance of putting up a united front to get a mass movement to force the government to introduce reforms, and both sides accepted the necessity of Gandhi's leadership of a united nationalist front. Keeping these factors in mind, a compromise was reached at a meeting in Delhi in September 1923. The Swarajists were allowed to contest elections as a group within the Congress. The Swarajists accepted the Congress program with only one difference, that they would join legislative councils. The elections to the newly constituted Central Legislative Assembly and to provincial assemblies were to be held in November 1923. The Swarajist Manifesto for Elections. Released in October 1923, the Swarajist Manifesto took a strong anti-imperialist line. The points put forward were as follows. Filled circle, the guiding motive of the British in governing India lay in selfish interests of their own country. Filled circle, the so-called reforms were only a blind to further the said interests under the pretense of granting a responsible government, the real objective being to continue exploitation of the unlimited resources of the country by keeping Indians permanently in a subservient position to Britain. Filled circle, the Swarajists would present the nationalist demand of self-government in councils. Filled circle, if this demand was rejected, they would adopt a policy of uniform, continuous and consistent obstruction within the councils to make governance through councils impossible. Filled circle, councils would thus be wrecked from within by creating deadlocks on every measure. Gandhi's attitude. Gandhi was initially opposed to the Swarajist proposal of council entry. But after his release from prison on health grounds in February 1924, he gradually moved towards a reconciliation with the Swarajists. Filled circle, he felt public opposition to the program of council entry would be counterproductive. Filled circle, in the November 1923 elections, the Swarajists had managed to win 42 out of 141 elected seats in a clear majority in the Provincial Assembly of Central Provinces. In legislatures, in cooperation with the liberals and the independents like Jinnah and Malaviya, they won a majority. The courageous and uncompromising manner in which the Swarajists functioned convinced him that they would not become just another limb of colonial administration. Filled circle there was a government crackdown on revolutionary terrorists and the Swarajists towards the end of 1924. This angered Gandhi and he expressed his solidarity with the Swarajists by surrendering to their wishes. Both sides came to an agreement in 1924 endorsed at the Belgaum session of the Congress in December 1924 over which Gandhi, the only time, presided over the Congress session, that the Swarajists would work in the councils is an integral part of the Congress. Swarajist activity in councils. Gradually, the Swarajist position had weakened because of widespread communal riots, and a split among Swarajists themselves on communal and responsivist non-responsivist lines. The government strategy of dividing the Swarajists, the more militant from the moderate, the Hindus from the Muslims, was successful. The Swarajists lost the support of many Muslims when the party did not support the tenants' cause against the Zamindars in Bengal. Most of the tenants were Muslims. Communal interests also entered the party. The death of C.R. Das in 1925 weakened it further. The responsivists among Swarajists, Lala Lajpat Rai, Madan Mohan Malaviya and N.C. Kelkar, advocated cooperation with the government and holding of office wherever possible. Besides, they also wanted to protect the so-called Hindu interests. The communal elements accused leaders like Motilal Nehru, who did not favor joining the council, of being anti-Hindu even as Muslim communalists called the Swarajists anti-Muslim. Thus, the main leadership of the Swarajist party reiterated faith in mass civil disobedience and withdrew from legislatures in March 1926, while another section of Swarajists went into the 1926 elections as a party in disarray, and did not fare well on the whole. They won 40 seats in the centre and some seats in Madras but were routed in the United Provinces, the Central Provinces and Punjab. In 1930, the Swarajists finally walked out as a result of the Lahore Congress resolution on Purna Swaraj and the beginning of the civil disobedience movement. Achievements. With coalition partners, they outvoted the government several times, even on matters relating to budgetary grants, and passed adjournment motions. They agitated through powerful speeches on self-government, civil liberties and industrialization. Vithabhai Patel was elected Speaker of Central Legislative Assembly in 1925. A noteworthy achievement was the defeat of the Public Safety Bill in 1928, which was aimed at empowering the government to deport undesirable and subversive foreigners, because the government was alarmed by the spread of socialist and communist ideas and believed that a crucial role was being played by the British and other foreign activists being sent by the Comintern. By their activities, they filled the political vacuum at a time when the national movement was recouping its strength. They exposed the hollowness of the Montfort scheme. They demonstrated that the councils could be used creatively. Drawbacks. The Swarajists lacked a policy to coordinate their militancy inside legislatures with the mass struggle outside. They relied totally on newspaper reporting to communicate with the public. An obstructionist strategy had its limitations. They could not carry on with their coalition partners very far because of conflicting ideas, which further limited their effectiveness. They failed to resist the perks and privileges of power and office. They failed to support the peasants' cause in Bengal and lost support among Muslim members who were proficient. Constructive work by No Changes. The No Changes devoted themselves to constructive work that connected them to the different sections of the masses. Ashrams sprang up where young men and women worked among tribals and lower castes, especially in Kheda and Bardoli areas of Gujarat, and popularized the use of charkha and khadi. National schools and colleges were set up where students were trained in a non-colonial ideological framework. Significant work was done for Hindu-Muslim unity, removing untouchability, boycott of foreign cloth and liquor, and for flood relief. The constructive workers served as the backbone of civil disobedience as active organizers. A critique of constructive work. National education benefited the urban lower middle classes and the rich peasants only. Enthusiasm for national education surfaced in the excitement of the movement only. In passivity, the lure of degrees and jobs took the students to official schools and colleges. Popularization of khadi was an uphill task since it was costlier than the imported cloth. While campaigning about the social aspect of untouchability, no emphasis was laid on the economic grievances of the landless and agricultural laborers comprising mostly the untouchables. Although the Swarajists and the No Changes worked in their separate ways, they kept on best of terms with one another and were able to unite whenever the time was ripe for a new political struggle. Emergence of new forces. Socialistic ideas, youth power, trade unionism. The third decade of the 20th century is a watershed in modern Indian history in more ways than one. While, on the one hand, this period marked the entry of Indian masses into the national movement, on the other hand, this period saw the basic crystallization of the main political currents on the national scene. These diverse political currents owed their origin partly to the coming on the scene of the Gandhian philosophy of satyagraha based on truth and non-violence, as they embodied a positive or negative reaction to it. The international influence on Indian political thinkers during this phase was also more pronounced than before. The new forces to emerge during the 1920s included the following. Spread of Marxist and socialist ideas. Ideas of Marx and socialist thinkers inspired many groups to come into existence as socialists and communists. These ideas also resulted in the rise of a left wing within the Congress, represented by Jawaharlal Nehru and Subhash Chandra Bose. These young nationalists, inspired by the Soviet Revolution and dissatisfied with Gandhian ideas and political program, began advocating radical solutions for economic, political and social ills of the country. These younger nationalists, Filled Circle, were critical of both Swarajists and No Changes. Filled Circle advocated a more consistent anti-imperialist line in the form of a slogan for Purna Swaraj, complete independence. Filled Circle were influenced by an awareness, though still vague, of international currents. Filled Circle stressed the need to combine nationalism and anti-imperialism with social justice and simultaneously raised the question of internal class oppression by capitalists and landlords. The Communist Party of India (CPI) was formed in 1920 in Tashkent, now the capital of Uzbekistan, by M. N. Roy, Abani Mukherjee and others after the Second Congress of Comintern. M. N. Roy was also the first to be elected to the leadership of Comintern. In 1924, many communists, S.A. Dange, Muzaffar Ahmad, Shaukat Usmani, Nalini Gupta, were jailed in the Kanpur Bolshevik conspiracy case. In 1925, the Indian Communist Conference at Kanpur formalized the foundation of the CPI. In 1929, the government crackdown on communists resulted in the arrest and trial of 31 leading communists, trade unionists and left-wing leaders. They were tried at Meerut in the famous Meerut conspiracy case. Workers' and peasants' parties were organized all over the country and they propagated Marxist and communist ideas. All these communist groups and workers' and peasants' parties remained an integral part of the national movement and worked along with the Congress. Activism of Indian youth. All over, students' leagues were being established and students' conferences were being held. In 1928, Jawaharlal Nehru presided over the All Bengal Students' Conference. Peasants' agitations. In the United Provinces, peasant agitations were for revision of tenancy laws, lower rents, protection against eviction and relief from indebtedness. Similar peasant agitations took place in the Ramp region of Andhra, in Rajasthan, in Rayotwari areas of Bombay and Madras. In Gujarat, the Bardoli Satyagraha was led by Vallabhbhai Patel 1928. Growth of trade unionism. The trade union movement was led by All India Trade Union Congress, ATEC, founded in 1920. Lala Lajpat Rai was its first president and Dewan Chaman Lal its general secretary. Tilak was also one of the moving spirits. The major strikes during the 1920s included those in Kharagpur railway workshops, Tata Iron and Steel Works, Jamshedpur, Bombay textile mills. This involved 50,000 workers and went on for 5 months, and Buckingham Carnatic mills. In 1928, there were a number of strikes involving 5 lakh workers. In 1923, the first May Day was celebrated in India in Madras. Caste movements. As in earlier periods, the varied contradictions of the Indian society found expression in caste associations and movements. These movements could be divisive, conservative and at times potentially radical, and included Filled Circle Justice Party, Madras. Filled Circle Self-Respect Movement 1925 under Periyar, E.V. Ramaswamy Nikkar, Madras. Filled Circle Satyashodhak activists in Satara, Maharashtra. Filled Circle Bhaskar Rao Jadhav, Maharashtra. Filled Circle Mahaz under Ambedkar, Maharashtra. Filled Circle Radical Isivas under K. Ayappan and C. Kesavan in Kerala. Filled Circle Yadavs in Bihar for improvement in social status. Filled Circle Unionist Party under Fazl I Hussain, Punjab. Revolutionary activity with a turn towards socialism. This line was adopted by those dissatisfied with the nationalist strategy of the political struggle with its emphasis on nonviolence. Here, too, two strands developed. Phil Circle Hindustan Republican Association (HRA) in Punjab up Bihar. Phil Circle Yugantar, Anushilan groups and later Chittagong Revolt group under Surya Sen in Bengal. Revolutionary activity during the 1920s. Why attraction for revolutionary activity after non-cooperation movement? The revolutionaries had faced severe repression during the First World War. But in early 1920, many were released by the government under a general amnesty to create a harmonious environment for the Montfort reforms to work. Soon, Gandhi launched the non-cooperation movement. Under the persuasion of Gandhi and C.R. Das, many revolutionary groups either agreed to join the non-cooperation program or suspended their activities to give the non-violent non-cooperation movement a chance. The sudden withdrawal of the non-cooperation movement, however, left many of them disillusioned. They began to question the basic strategy of nationalist leadership and its emphasis on non-violence and began to look for alternatives. But since these younger nationalists were not attracted to the parliamentary work of the Swarajists or to the patient, undramatic, constructive work of the no changers, they were drawn to the idea that violent methods alone would free India. Thus, revolutionary activity was revived. Nearly all major leaders of revolutionary policies had been enthusiastic participants in the non-cooperation movement and included Jogesh Chandra Chatterjee, Surya Sen, Bhagat Singh, Sukhdev, Chandrasekhar Azad, Shiv Varma, Bhagwati Charan Vora, Jaydev Kapoor and Jatin Das. Two separate strands of revolutionary groups emerged during this period, one operating in Punjab of Bihar and the other in Bengal. Major influences. Upsurge of working-class trade unionism after the war. The revolutionaries wanted to harness the revolutionary potential of the new emergent class for nationalist revolution. Russian Revolution 1917 and the success of the young Soviet state in consolidating itself. Newly sprouting communist groups with their emphasis on Marxism, socialism and the proletariat. Journals publishing memoirs and articles extolling the self-sacrifice of revolutionaries, such as Atmasakti, Sarathi and Bijoli. Novels and books such as Bandi Jivan by Sachin Sanyal and Pather Dabi by Sharachandra Chatterjee, a government ban only enhanced its popularity. In Punjab, United Provinces, Bihar. The revolutionary activity in this region was dominated by the Hindustan Republican Association Army or HRA, later renamed Hindustan Socialist Republican Association or HSRA. The HRA was founded in October 1924 in Kanpur by Ramprasad Bismil, Jogesh Chandra Chatterjee and Sachin Sanyal, with an aim to organize an armed revolution to overthrow the colonial government and establish in its place the Federal Republic of United States of India, whose basic principle would be adult franchise. Kakori robbery, August 1925. The most important action of the HRA was the Kakori robbery. The men held up the 8-down train at Kakori, an obscure village near Lucknow, and looted its official railway cash. Government crackdown after the Kakori robbery led to arrests of many, of whom 17 were jailed, 4 transported for life and 4, Bismil, Ashfaqullah, Roshan Singh and Rajendra Lahiri, were hanged. Kakori proved to be a setback. The HSRA. Determined to overcome the Kakori setback, the younger revolutionaries, inspired by socialist ideas, set out to reorganize Hindustan Republic Association at a historic meeting in the ruins of Firoz Shah Kotla in Delhi, September 1928. Under the leadership of Chandrasekhar Azad, the name of HRA was changed to Hindustan Socialist Republican Association, HSRA. The participants included Bhagat Singh, Sukhdev, Bhagwati Charan Vora from Punjab and Bejoy Kumar Sinha, Shiv Varma and Jaydev Kapoor from the United Provinces. The HSRA decided to work under a collective leadership and adopted socialism as its official goal. Saunders murder, Lahore, December 1928. Just when the HSRA revolutionaries had begun to move away from individual heroic action, the death of Sher-e Punjab Lala Lajpat Rai due to lathi blows received during a lathi charge on an anti-Simon Commission procession, October 1928, led them once again to take to individual assassination. Bhagat Singh, Azad and Rajguru shot dead Saunders, the police official responsible for the lathi charge in Lahore. The assassination was justified with these words: the murder of a leader respected by millions of people at the unworthy hands of an ordinary police officer. Was an insult to the nation. It was the bounden duty of young men of India to efface it. We regret to have had to kill a person, but he was part and parcel of that inhuman and unjust order which has to be destroyed. Bomb in the Central Legislative Assembly, April 1929. The HSRA leadership now decided to let the people know about its changed objectives and the need for a revolution by the masses. Bhagat Singh and Batukeshwar Dutt were asked to throw a bomb in the Central Legislative Assembly on April 8, 1929 to protest against the passage of the Public Safety Bill and Trade Disputes Bill aimed at curtailing civil liberties of citizens in general and workers in particular. The bombs had been deliberately made harmless and were aimed at making the deaf hear. The objective was to get arrested and to use the trial court as a forum for propaganda so that people would become familiar with their movement and ideology. Action against the revolutionaries. Bhagat Singh, Sukhdev and Rajguru were tried in the Lahore conspiracy case. Many other revolutionaries were tried in a series of other cases. In jail, these revolutionaries protested against the horrible conditions through fasting, and demanded honorable and decent treatment as political prisoners. Jatin Das became the first martyr on the 64th day of his fast. The defense of these young revolutionaries was organized by Congress leaders. Bhagat Singh became a household name. Azad was involved in a bid to blow up Viceroy Irwin's train near Delhi in December 1929. During 1930 there were a series of violent actions in Punjab and towns of United Provinces, 26 incidents in 1930 in Punjab alone. Azad died in a police encounter in a park in Allahabad in February 1931. Bhagat Singh, Sukhdev and Rajguru were hanged on March 23, 1931. In Bengal. During the 1920s many revolutionary groups reorganized their underground activities, while many continued working under the Congress, thus getting access to the masses and providing an organizational base to the Congress in towns and villages. Many cooperated with C.R. Das in his Swarajist work. After Das' death 1925 the Bengal Congress broke up into two factions, one led by J. M. Sengupta Anushilan group joined forces with him, and the other led by Subhash Bose Yugantar group backed him. The actions of the reorganized groups included an assassination attempt on the notorious Calcutta Police Commissioner, Charles Tegart. Another man named Day got killed by Gopinath Saha in 1924. The government, armed with a new ordinance, came down heavily on revolutionaries. Many including Subhash Bose were arrested. Gopinath Saha was hanged. Because of government repression and factionalism among the revolutionaries, revolutionary activity suffered a setback, but soon many of revolutionaries started regrouping. Among the new, revolt groups the most active and famous was the Chittagong group under Surya Sen. Chittagong Armory Raid, April 1930. Surya Sen had participated in the non-cooperation movement and had become a teacher in the national school in Chittagong. He was imprisoned from 1926 to 1928 for revolutionary activity and afterwards continued working in the Congress. He was the secretary of the Chittagong District Congress Committee. He used to say, humanism is a special virtue of a revolutionary. He was a lover of poetry and an admirer of Tagore and Qazi Nazrul Islam. Surya Sen decided to organize an armed rebellion along with his associates Anand Singh, Ganesh Ghosh and Loknath Baul to show that it was possible to challenge the armed might of the mighty British Empire. They had planned to occupy two main armories in Chittagong to seize and supply arms to the revolutionaries, to destroy telephone and telegraph lines, and to dislocate the railway link of Chittagong with the rest of Bengal. The raid was conducted in April 1930 and involved 65 activists under the banner of Indian Republican Army, Chittagong branch. The raid was quite successful. Sen hoisted the national flag, took salute and proclaimed a provisional revolutionary government. Later, they dispersed into neighboring villages and raided government targets. Surya Sen was arrested in February 1933 and hanged in January 1934, but the Chittagong raid fired the imagination of the revolutionary-minded youth and recruits poured into the revolutionary groups in a steady stream. Aspects of the new phase of revolutionary movement in Bengal. Some noteworthy aspects were as follows. Filled circle. There was a large-scale participation of young women, especially under Surya Sen. These women provided shelter, carried messages and fought with guns in hand. Prominent women revolutionaries in Bengal during this phase included Pretilita Waddar, who died conducting a raid, Kalpana Dutt, who was arrested and tried along with Surya Sen and given a life sentence, Santi Ghosh and Suniti Chandheri, schoolgirls of Kamila, who shot dead the district magistrate. December 1931, and Beena Das, who fired point blank at the governor while receiving her degree at the convocation, February 1932. Filled circle. There was an emphasis on group action aimed at organs of the colonial state, instead of individual action. The objective was to set an example before the youth and to demoralize the bureaucracy. filled circle, some of the earlier tendency towards Hindu religiosity was shed, and there were no more rituals like oath-taking, and this facilitated participation by Muslims. Surya Sen had Muslims such as Star, Mir Ahmad, Fakir Ahmad Mia and Tunu Mia in his group. There were some drawbacks too. Filled circle, the movement retained some conservative elements. Filled circle, it failed to evolve broader socio-economic goals. Filled circle, those working with Swarajists failed to support the cause of Muslim peasantry against Zamindars in Bengal. Official reaction. There was panic at first and then severe government repression. Armed with 20 repressive acts, the government let loose the police on the revolutionaries. In Chittagong, several villages were burned and punitive fines imposed on many others. In 1933, Jawaharlal Nehru was arrested for sedition and given 2 years' sentence because he had condemned imperialism and praised the heroism of the revolutionaries. Ideological rethinking. A real breakthrough was made by Bhagat Singh and his comrades in terms of revolutionary ideology, forms of revolutionary struggle and the goals of revolution. The rethinking had begun in the mid-1920s. The founding council of HRA had decided to preach revolutionary and communist principles, and the HRA Manifesto of 1925 declared that the HRA stood for abolition of all systems which made exploitation of man by man possible. The HRA's main organ revolutionary had proposed nationalization of railways and other means of transport and of heavy industries such as shipbuilding and steel. The HRA had also decided to start labor and peasant organizations and work for an organized and armed revolution. During their last days, late 1920s, these revolutionaries had started moving away from individual heroic action and violence towards mass politics. Bismil, during his last days, appealed to the youth to give up pistols and revolvers, not to work in revolutionary conspiracies and instead work in an open movement. He urged the youth to strengthen Hindu-Muslim unity, unite all political groups under the leadership of the Congress. Bismil affirmed faith in communism and the principle that every human being has equal rights over the products of nature. The famous statement of the revolutionary position is contained in the book The Philosophy of the Bomb, written by Bhagwati Charan Vora. Even before his arrest, Bhagat Singh had moved away from a belief in violent and individual heroic action to Marxism and the belief that a popular broad-based movement alone could lead to a successful revolution. In other words, revolution could only be by the masses, for the masses. That is why Bhagat Singh helped establish the Punjab Naujawan Bharat Sabha 1926 as an open wing of revolutionaries to carry out political work among the youth, peasants and workers, and it was to open branches in villages. Bhagat and Sukhdev also organized the Lahore Students' Union for open, legal work among students. Bhagat and his comrades also realized that a revolution meant organization and development of a mass movement of the exploited and the suppressed sections by the revolutionary intelligentsia. Bhagat used to say, real revolutionary armies are in villages and factories. What then was the need for individual heroic action? Firstly, effective acquisition of new ideology is a prolonged and historical process, whereas the need of the time was a quick change in the way of thinking. Secondly, these young intellectuals faced the classic dilemma of how to mobilize people and recruit them. Here, they decided to opt for propaganda by deed, i.e., through individual heroic action and by using courts as a forum for revolutionary propaganda. Redefining revolution. Revolution was no longer equated with militancy and violence. Its objective was to be national liberation, imperialism was to be overthrown, but beyond that a new socialist order was to be achieved, ending exploitation of man by man. As Bhagat Singh said in the court, revolution does not necessarily involve sanguinary strife, nor is there a place in it for personal vendetta. It is not the cult of bomb and pistol. By revolution we mean the present order of things, which is based on manifest injustice, must change. Bhagat fully accepted Marxism and the class approach to society. Peasants have to free themselves not only from the foreign yoke, but also from the yoke of landlords and capitalists. He also said, the struggle in India will continue, so long as a handful of exploiters continue to exploit labor of common people to further their own interests. It matters little whether these exploiters are British capitalists, British and Indian capitalists in alliance, or even purely Indians. He defined socialism scientifically as abolition of capitalism and class domination. Bhagat was fully and consciously secular. 2 of the 6 rules drafted by Bhagat for the Punjab Naujawan Bharat Sabha were that its members would have nothing to do with communal bodies and that they would propagate a general feeling of tolerance among people, considering religion to be a matter of personal belief. Bhagat Singh also saw the importance of freeing people from the mental bondage of religion and superstition. To be a revolutionary, one required immense moral strength, but one also required criticism and independent thinking. Summary. Filled circle Swarajists and no changes. Swarajists advocated council entry after withdrawal of non-cooperation movement with an aim to end or mend the councils. No changes advocated constructive work during transition period. Filled circle emergence of new forces during 1920s. 1. Spread of Marxism and socialist ideas. 2. Activism of Indian youth. 3. Peasants' agitations. 4. Growth of trade unionism. 5. Caste movement. 6. Revolutionary terrorism with a tilt towards socialism. Filled circle activities of HSRA. Established 1924. Kakori robbery 1925. Reorganized 1928. Saunders murder 1928. Bomb in Central Legislative Assembly 1929. Bid to blow up Viceroy's train 1929. Azad killed in police encounter 1931. Bhagat Singh, Rajguru, Sukhdev hanged 1931. Filled circle broadened view of HSRA. In later years, ideology moved away from individual action towards socialistic ideals. Filled circle revolutionaries in Bengal. Attempt on life of Calcutta Police Commissioner 1924. Surya Sen's Chittagong Revolt Group and Chittagong Robberies 1930. The end. Thank you for listening. Please like, share, comment and subscribe. Hello friends. Welcome to Study Time. Chapter 18. Simon Commission and the Nehru Report. Appointment of the Indian Statutory Commission. The Government of India Act 1919 had a provision that a commission would be appointed 10 years from date to study the progress of the governance scheme and suggest new steps. An all-white, 7-member Indian Statutory Commission, popularly known as the Simon Commission, after the name of its chairman, Sir John Simon, was set up by the British government under Stanley Baldwin's prime ministership on November 8, 1927. The commission was to recommend to the British government whether India was ready for further constitutional reforms and along what lines. Although constitutional reforms were due only in 1929, the Conservative government, then in power in Britain, feared defeat by the Labour Party and thus did not want to leave the question of the future of Britain's most prized colony in irresponsible Labour hands. Also by the mid-1920s, the failure of the 1919 Act to create a stable imperial power had led to several parliamentary reports and inquiries. The Lee Commission went into the Rajah's failure to recruit enough British officers, the Muddiman Commission looked into the deadlock within the Diakuk dispensation, and the Linlithgow Commission inquired into the crisis of Indian agriculture. So the British government thought it necessary to go more fully into the working of the 1919 Act. The Conservative Secretary of State for India, Lord Birkenhead, who had constantly talked of the inability of Indians to formulate a concrete scheme of constitutional reforms which had the support of wide sections of Indian political opinion, was responsible for the appointment of the Simon Commission. Indian response. The Indian response to the Simon Commission was immediate and nearly unanimous. What angered the Indians most was the exclusion of Indians from the commission and the basic notion behind the exclusion that foreigners would discuss and decide upon India's fitness for self-government. This notion was seen as a violation of the principle of self-determination, and as a deliberate insult to the self-respect of Indians. Congress response. The Congress session in Madras December 1927, meeting under the presidency of M.A. Ansari, decided to boycott the commission at every stage and in every form. Meanwhile, Nehru succeeded in getting a snap resolution passed at the session, declaring complete independence as the goal of the Congress. Other groups. Those who decided to support the Congress call of boycott of the Simon Commission included the liberals of the Hindu Mahasabha and the majority faction of the Muslim League under Jinnah. The Muslim League had two sessions in 1927, one under Jinnah at Calcutta where it was decided to oppose the Simon Commission, and another at Lahore under Muhammad Shafi, who supported the government. Some others, such as the Unionists in Punjab and the Justice Party in the South, decided not to boycott the commission. Public response. The commission landed in Bombay on February 3, 1928. On that day, a countrywide hartal was organized and mass rallies held. Wherever the commission went, there were black flag demonstrations, hartals and slogans of Simon Go Back. A significant feature of this upsurge was that a new generation of youth got their first taste of political action. Dr. Ambedkar and the Simon Commission. Dr. Ambedkar was appointed by the Bombay Legislative Council to work with the Simon Commission. In October 1928, Ambedkar went before the commission. He argued for universal adult franchise for both male and female alike, for provincial autonomy in the provinces and hierarchy at center. Significantly, universal adult franchise was at the time yet to be guaranteed in most of European countries. On behalf of the Bahishkrita Hitakarini Sabha, he submitted a memorandum on the rights and safeguards he felt were required for the depressed classes. Ambedkar said that there was no link between the depressed classes and the Hindu community, and stated that the depressed classes should be regarded as a distinct and independent minority. He asserted that the depressed classes is a minority needed far greater political protection than any other minority in British India because of its educational backwardness, its economically poor condition, its social enslavement, and for the reason that it suffered from certain grave political disabilities, from which no other community suffered. In the circumstances, Dr. Ambedkar demanded, for the political protection of the depressed classes, representation on the same basis as the Mohammedan minority. He wanted reserved seats for the depressed classes if universal adult franchise was granted. In case universal franchise was not granted, Ambedkar said he would campaign for a separate electorate for the depressed classes. He also expressed the need to have certain safeguards either in the constitution, if it was possible, or else, in the way of advice in the instrument to the governor regarding the education of the depressed classes and their entry into the public services. The report of the Simon Commission did grant reserved seats to the depressed classes, but the condition was that candidates who would take part in the elections would have, first of all, to get their competence endorsed by the governor of the province. Ambedkar was most displeased with this, but, in any case, this report remained a dead letter. They played the most active part in the protest, giving it a militant flavor. The youth leagues and conferences got a real fillip. Nehru and Subhash Bose emerged as leaders of this new wave of youth and students. Both traveled extensively, addressed and presided over conferences. This upsurge among the youth also provided a fertile ground for the germination and spread of new radical ideas of socialism reflected in the emergence of groups such as the Punjab Naujawan Bharat Sabha, Workers' and Peasants' Parties and Hindustani Seva Dal Karnataka. Police repression. The police came down heavily on demonstrators. There were lathi charges, not sparing even the senior leaders. Jawaharlal Nehru and G.B. Pant were beaten up in Lucknow. Lala Lajpat Rai received severe blows on his chest in October 1928 which proved fatal and he died on November 17, 1928. View. The blows, which fell on me today, are the last nails driven into the coffin of British imperialism. Lala Lajpat Rai. Impact of appointment of Simon Commission on the national movement. The impact of the appointment of the Simon Commission on Indian politics was twofold. It gave a stimulus to radical forces demanding not just complete independence but major socio-economic reforms on socialist lines. When the Simon Commission was announced, the Congress, which did not have any active program in hand, got an issue on which it could once again forge mass action. The challenge of Lord Birkenhead to Indian politicians to produce an agreed constitution was accepted by various political sections, and thus prospects for Indian unity seemed bright at that point of time. The Simon Commission recommendations. The Simon Commission published a 2-volume report in May 1930. It proposed the abolition of Dyaki and the establishment of representative government in the provinces which should be given autonomy. It said that the governor should have discretionary power in relation to internal security and administrative powers to protect the different communities. The number of members of provincial legislative council should be increased. The report rejected parliamentary responsibility at the centre. The Governor-General was to have complete power to appoint the members of the cabinet. And the Government of India would have complete control over the High Court. It also recommended that separate communal electorates be retained, and extended such electorates to other communities but only until tensions between Hindus and Muslims had died down. There was to be no universal franchise. It accepted the idea of federalism but not in the near future. It suggested that a consultative council of Greater India should be established which should include representatives of both the British provinces as well as princely states. It suggested that the Northwest Frontier Province and Baluchistan should get local legislatures, and both NWFP and Baluchistan should have the right to be represented at the centre. It recommended that Sindh should be separated from Bombay, and Burma should be separated from India because it was not a natural part of the Indian subcontinent. It also suggested that the Indian army should be Indianized, though British forces must be retained. India got fully equipped. But by the time the report came out, it was no longer relevant because several events overtook the importance of its recommendations. Nehru Report. As an answer to Lord Birkenhead's challenge, an all-parties conference met in February 1928 and appointed a subcommittee under the chairmanship of Motilal Nehru to draft a constitution. This was the first major attempt by the Indians to draft a constitutional framework for the country. The committee included Tej Bahadur Sapru, Subhash Bose, M.S. Ane, Mangal Singh, Ali Imam, Shwab Qureshi and G.R. Pradhan as its members. The report was finalized by August 1928. The recommendations of the Nehru Committee were unanimous except in one respect. While the majority favored the dominion status as the basis of the constitution, a section of it wanted complete independence as the basis, with the majority section giving the latter section liberty of action. Main recommendations. The Nehru Report confined itself to British India, as it envisaged the future link-up of British India with the princely states on a federal basis. For the Dominion, it recommended Dominion status on lines of self-governing dominions is the form of government desired by Indians, much to the chagrin of younger, militant section, Nehru being prominent among them. Rejection of separate electorates, which had been the basis of constitutional reforms so far. Instead, a demand for joint electorates with reservation of seats for Muslims at the center and in provinces where they were in minority, and not in those where Muslims were in majority, such as Punjab and Bengal, in proportion to the Muslim population there with right to contest additional seats. Linguistic provinces. 19 fundamental rights including equal rights for women, right to form unions, and universal adult suffrage. Responsible government at the center and in provinces. The Indian Parliament at the centre to consist of a 500-member House of Representatives elected on the basis of adult suffrage, a 200-member Senate to be elected by provincial councils, the House of Representatives to have a tenure of 5 years and the Senate, one of 7 years, the central government to be headed by a Governor-General appointed by the British government but paid out of Indian revenues, who would act on the advice of the Central Executive Council responsible to the Parliament. Provincial councils to have a 5-year tenure, headed by a governor acting on the advice of the Provincial Executive Council. Full protection to cultural and religious interests of Muslims. Complete dissociation of state from religion. The Muslim and Hindu communal responses. Though the process of drafting a constitutional framework was begun enthusiastically and unitedly by political leaders, communal differences crept in and the Nehru Report got involved in controversies over the issue of communal representation. Delhi proposals of Muslim League. Earlier, in December 1927, a large number of Muslim leaders had met at Delhi at the Muslim League session and evolved 4 proposals for their demands to be incorporated into the draft constitution. These proposals, which were accepted by the Madras session of the Congress, December 1927, came to be known as the Delhi Proposals. These were filled circle joint electorates in place of separate electorates with reserved seats for Muslims. Filled circle 1/3 representation to Muslims in Central Legislative Assembly. Filled circle representation to Muslims in Punjab and Bengal in proportion to their population. Filled circle formation of 3 new Muslim majority provinces, Sindh, Baluchistan and Northwest Frontier Province. Hindu Mahasabha demands. The Hindu Mahasabha was vehemently opposed to the proposals for creating new Muslim majority provinces and reservation of seats for Muslims majorities in Punjab and Bengal, which would ensure Muslim control over legislatures in both. It also demanded a strictly unitary structure. This attitude of the Hindu Mahasabha complicated matters. Compromises. In the course of the deliberations of the All-Parties Conference, the Muslim League dissociated itself and stuck to its demand for reservation of seats for Muslims, especially in the central legislature and in Muslim majority provinces. Thus, Motilal Nehru and other leaders drafting the report found themselves in a dilemma. If the demands of the Muslim communal opinion were accepted, the Hindu communalists would withdraw their support. If the latter were satisfied, the Muslim leaders would get estranged. The concessions made in the Nehru Report to Hindu communalists included the following. Filled circle joint electorates proposed everywhere but reservation for Muslims only where in minority. Filled circle Sindh to be detached from Bombay only after dominion status was granted and subject to weightage given to Hindu minority in Sindh. Filled circle political structure proposed broadly unitary, as residual powers rested with the centre. Amendments proposed by Jinnah. At the All Parties Conference held at Calcutta in December 1928 to consider the Nehru Report, Jinnah, on behalf of the Muslim League, proposed 3 amendments to the report. I. 1/3 representation to Muslims in the Central Legislature, each reservation to Muslims in Bengal and Punjab legislatures proportionate to their population, till adult suffrage was established, and each residual powers to provinces. These demands were not accommodated. Jinnah's 14 points. Jinnah went back to the Shafi faction of the Muslim League and in March 1929 gave 14 points which were to become the basis of all future propaganda of the Muslim League. The 14 points were as follows. 1. Federal constitution with residual powers to provinces. 2. Provincial autonomy. 3. No constitutional amendment by the centre without the concurrence of the states constituting the Indian Federation. 4. All legislatures and elected bodies to have adequate representation of Muslims in every province without reducing a majority of Muslims in a province to a minority or equality. 5. Adequate representation to Muslims in the services and in self-governing bodies. 6. 1/3 Muslim representation in the central legislature. 7. In any cabinet at the center or in the provinces, 1/3 to be Muslims. 8. Separate electorates. 9. No bill or resolution in any legislature to be passed if 3/4 of a minority community considers such a bill or resolution to be against their interests. 10. Any territorial redistribution not to affect the Muslim majority in Punjab, Bengal and NWFP. 11. Separation of Sindh from Bombay. 12. Constitutional reforms in the NWFP and Baluchistan. 13. Full religious freedom to all communities. 14. Protection of Muslim rights in religion, culture, education and language. Nehru report found unsatisfactory. Not only were the Muslim League, the Hindu Mahasabha, and the Sikh communalists unhappy about the Nehru report, but the younger section of the Congress led by Jawaharlal Nehru and Subhash Bose were also angered. The younger section regarded the idea of dominion status in the report as a step backward, and the developments at the All Parties Conference strengthened their criticism of the dominion status idea. Nehru and Subhash Bose rejected the Congress modified goal and jointly set up the Independence for India League. Summary. Filled Circle Simon Commission came in 1928 to explore possibility of further constitutional advance. Boycotted by Indians because no Indian represented in the commission. Responses of various groups. Ambedkar's Memorandum Impact of Simon Commission. Filled Circle Nehru Report 1928. First Indian effort to draft constitutional scheme. Recommended. * Dominion status. * not separate electorates, but joint electorates with reserved seats for minorities. * linguistic provinces. * 19 fundamental rights. * responsible government at center and in provinces. * responses of various groups. The end. Thank you for listening. Please like, share, comment and subscribe. Hello friends. Welcome to Study Time. Chapter 19. Civil Disobedience Movement and Roundtable Conferences. The run-up to Civil Disobedience Movement. Calcutta Session of Congress. It was at the Calcutta session of the Congress in December 1928 that the Nehru Report was approved, but the younger elements led by Jawaharlal Nehru, Subhash Bose and Satyamurthy expressed their dissatisfaction with dominion status as the goal of Congress. Instead, they demanded that the Congress adopt Purna Swaraj or complete independence as its goal. The older leaders like Gandhi and Motilal Nehru wished that the dominion status demand not be dropped in haste, as consensus over it had been developed with great difficulty over the years. They suggested that a 2-year grace period be given to the government to accept the demand for a dominion status. Later, under pressure from the younger elements, this period was reduced to 1 year. Now, the Congress decided that if the government did not accept a constitution based on dominion status by the end of the year, the Congress would not only demand complete independence but would also launch a civil disobedience movement to attain its goal. Political activity during 1929. Gandhi traveled incessantly during 1929 preparing people for direct political action, telling the youth to prepare for the fiery ordeal, helping to organize constructive work in villages and redressing specific grievances on lines of the Bardoli agitation of 1928. The Congress Working Committee (CWC) organized a foreign cloth boycott committee to propagate an aggressive program of boycotting foreign cloth and public burning of foreign cloth. Gandhi initiated the campaign in March 1929 in Calcutta and was arrested. This was followed by bonfires of foreign cloth all over the country. Other developments which kept the political temperature high during 1929 included the Meerut conspiracy case, March bomb explosion in Central Legislative Assembly by Bhagat Singh and B.K. Dutt, April, and the coming to power of the minority Labour government led by Ramsay MacDonald in England in May. And Wedgwood Ben became the Secretary of State for India. Owen's Declaration, October 31, 1929. Before the Simon Commission report came out, the declaration by Lord Irwin was made. It was the combined effort of the Labour government, always more sympathetic to Indian aspirations than the Conservatives, and a conservative viceroy. The purpose behind the declaration was to restore faith in the ultimate purpose of British policy. The declaration was made in the form of an official communiqué in the Indian Gazette on October 31, 1929. It said, in view of the doubts which have been expressed both in Great Britain and in India regarding the interpretations to be placed on the intentions of the British government in enacting the Statute of 1919, I am authorized on behalf of His Majesty's government to state clearly that in their judgment it is implicit in the Declaration of 1917 that the natural issue of India's constitutional progress as they contemplated is the attainment of dominion status. However, there was no time scale. The dominion status promised by Irwin would not be available for a long time to come. There was in reality nothing new or revolutionary in the declaration. Lord Irwin also promised a round-table conference after the Simon Commission submitted its report. Delhi Manifesto. On November 2, 1929, a conference of prominent national leaders issued a Delhi Manifesto, which put forward certain conditions for attending the round-table conference. 1. That the purpose of the Round Table Conference should be not to determine whether or when dominion status was to be reached but to formulate a constitution for implementation of the dominion status, thus acting as a constituent assembly, and the basic principle of dominion status should be immediately accepted. 2. That the Congress should have majority representation at the conference, and 3. There should be a general amnesty for political prisoners and a policy of conciliation. Gandhi, along with Motilal Nehru and other political leaders, met Lord Irwin in December 1929 after the Viceroy had narrowly escaped after a bomb was detonated meaning to hit the train he was traveling in. They asked the Viceroy for assurance that the purpose of the Round Table Conference was to draft a constitutional scheme for dominion status. That was not the purpose of the conference, said Irwin. Viceroy Irwin rejected the demands put forward in the Delhi Manifesto. The stage for confrontation was to begin now. Lahore Congress and Purna Swaraj. Jawaharlal Nehru, who had done more than anyone else to popularize the concept of Purna Swaraj, was nominated the president for the Lahore session of the Congress, December 1929, mainly due to Gandhi's backing. 15 out of 18 provincial Congress committees had opposed Nehru. Nehru was chosen because of the appositeness of the occasion, Congress acceptance of complete independence as its goal, and to acknowledge the upsurge of youth which had made the anti-Simon campaign a huge success. Nehru declared in his presidential address, "We have now an open conspiracy to free this country from foreign rule, and you, comrades, and all our countrymen and countrywomen are invited to join it." Further explaining that liberation did not mean only throwing off the foreign yoke, he said, "I must frankly confess that I am a socialist and a republican, and am no believer in kings and princes, or in the order which produces the modern kings of industry, who have greater power of the lives and fortunes of men than even the kings of old, and whose methods are as predatory as those of the old feudal aristocracy." Spelling out the methods of struggle, he said, "Any great movement for liberation today must necessarily be a mass movement, and mass movements must essentially be peaceful, except in times of organized revolt." The following major decisions were taken at the Lahore session. Fifth Circle, the Round Table Conference was to be boycotted. Fifth Circle, complete independence was declared as the aim of the Congress. Filled Circle Congress Working Committee was authorized to launch a program of civil disobedience including non-payment of taxes, and all members of legislatures were asked to resign their seats. Filled Circle January 26, 1930 was fixed as the first Independence Swaraj Day, to be celebrated everywhere. December 31, 1929. At midnight on the banks of River Ravi, the newly adopted tricolor flag of freedom was hoisted by Jawaharlal Nehru amidst slogans of Inqilab Zindabad. January 26, 1930, the Independence Pledge. Public meetings were organized all over the country in villages and towns, and the Independence Pledge was read out in local languages and the national flag was hoisted. This pledge, which is supposed to have been drafted by Gandhi, made the following points. Filled Circle: it is the inalienable right of Indians to have freedom. Filled Circle: the British government in India has not only deprived us of freedom and exploited us, but has also ruined us economically, politically, culturally, and spiritually. India must therefore sever the British connection and attain Purna Swaraj or complete independence. Filled Circle: we are being economically ruined by high revenue, destruction of village industries with no substitutions made, while customs, currency, and exchange rate are manipulated to our disadvantage. Filled Circle: no real political powers are given, rights of free association are denied to us, and all administrative talent in us is killed. Filled Circle: culturally, the system of education has torn us from our moorings. Filled Circle: spiritually, compulsory disarmament has made us unmanly. Filled Circle: we hold it a crime against man and God to submit any longer to British rule. Filled Circle: we will prepare for complete independence by withdrawing, as far as possible, all voluntary association from the British government, and will prepare for civil disobedience through non-payment of taxes. By this, an end of this inhuman rule is assured. Filled Circle: we will carry out the Congress instructions for purpose of establishing Purna Swaraj. Civil disobedience movement, the Salt Satyagraha and other upsurges. Gandhi's 11 demands. To carry forward the mandate given by the Lahore Congress, Gandhi presented 11 demands to the government and gave an ultimatum of January 31, 1930 to accept or reject these demands. The demands were as follows. Issues of general interest. 1. Reduce expenditure on army and civil services by 50%. 2. Introduce total prohibition. 3. Carry out reforms in Criminal Investigation Department (CID). 4. Change Arms Act allowing popular control of issue of firearms licenses. 5. Release political prisoners. 6. Accept Postal Reservation Bill. Specific bourgeois demands. 7. Reduce rupee sterling exchange ratio to 1:4D. 8. Introduce textile protection. 9. Reserve coastal shipping for Indians. Specific peasant demands. 10. Reduce land revenue by 50%. 11. Abolish salt tax and government's salt monopoly. With no positive response forthcoming from the government on these demands, the Congress Working Committee invested Gandhi with full powers to launch the civil disobedience movement at a time and place of his choice. By February end, Gandhi had decided to make salt the central formula for the movement. Why salt was chosen as the important theme? As Gandhi said, there is no other article like salt, outside water, by taxing which the government can reach the starving millions, the sick, the maimed, and the utterly helpless. It is the most inhuman poll tax the ingenuity of man can devise. Salt in a flash linked the ideal of Swaraj with the most concrete and universal grievance of the rural poor, and with no socially divisive implications like a no-rent campaign. Salt afforded a very small but psychologically important income, like khadi, for the poor through self-help. Like khadi, again, it offered to the urban populace the opportunity of a symbolic identification with mass suffering. Dandi March, March 12 to April 6, 1930. On March 2, 1930, Gandhi informed the Viceroy of his plan of action. According to this plan, few realized its significance when it was first announced. Gandhi, along with a band of 78 members of Sabarmati Ashram, was to march from his headquarters in Ahmedabad through the villages of Gujarat for 240 miles. On reaching the coast at Dandi, the salt law was to be violated by collecting salt from the beach. Even before the proposed march began, thousands thronged to the ashram. Gandhi gave the following directions for future action. Filled Circle: wherever possible, civil disobedience of the salt law should be started. Filled Circle: foreign liquor and cloth shops can be picketed. Filled circle, we can refuse to pay taxes if we have the requisite strength. Filled circle, lawyers can give up practice. Filled circle, public can boycott law courts by refraining from litigation. Filled circle, government servants can resign from their posts. Filled circle, all these should be subject to one condition: truth and non-violence as means to attain Swaraj should be faithfully adhered to. Filled circle, local leaders should be obeyed after Gandhi's arrest. The historic march marking the launch of the civil disobedience movement began on March 12, and Gandhi broke the salt law by picking up a lump of salt at Dandi on April 6. The violation of the law was seen as a symbol of the Indian people's resolve not to live under British-made laws and therefore under British rule. Gandhi openly asked the people to make salt from seawater in their homes and violate the salt law. The march, its progress and its impact on the people was well covered by newspapers. In Gujarat, 300 village officials resigned in answer to Gandhi's appeal. Congress workers engaged themselves in grassroots-level organizational tasks. Spread of salt law disobedience. Once the way was cleared by Gandhi's ritual at Dandi, defiance of the salt laws started all over the country. Nehru's arrest in April 1930 for defiance of the salt law evoked huge demonstrations in Madras, Calcutta and Karachi. Gandhi's arrest came on May 4, 1930, when he had announced that he would lead a raid on Dharsana salt works on the west coast. Gandhi's arrest was followed by massive protests in Bombay, Delhi, Calcutta and in Solapur, where the response was the most fierce. After Gandhi's arrest, the CWC sanctioned Filled circle, non-payment of revenue in Riotwari areas. Filled circle, no Chaukidara tax campaign in Zamindari areas, and Filled circle, violation of forest laws in the central provinces. Satyagraha at different places. A brief survey of the nature of civil disobedience movement in different parts of the subcontinent as given below. Filled circle, Tamil Nadu in April 1930, C. Rajagopalachari organized a march from Tiruchirappalli, Trichinopoly as it was called by the British, to Vedaranyam on the Tanjore or Thanjavur coast to break the salt law. The event was followed by widespread picketing of foreign cloth shops. The anti-liquor campaign gathered forceful support in interior regions of Coimbatore, Madura, Virdhanagar, etc. Although Rajaji tried to keep the movement non-violent, violent eruptions of masses and the violent repressions of the police began. To break the Chulai mill strike, police force was used. Unemployed weavers attacked liquor shops and police pickets at Gudiyatam, while the peasants, suffering from falling prices, rioted at Bodinayakanur in Madura. Filled circle, Malabar K. Kelippan, a Nair Congress leader famed for the Veka Satyagraha, organized salt marches. P. Krishna Pillai, the future founder of the Kerala Communist movement, heroically defended the national flag in the face of police lathi charge on Calicut beach in November 1930. Filled circle, Andhra region district salt marches were organized in East and West Godavari, Krishna and Guntur. A number of Sibirams, military-style camps, were set up to serve as the headquarters of the salt satyagraha. The merchants contributed to Congress funds, and the dominant caste Kamar and Raju cultivators defied repressive measures. But the mass support like that in the non-cooperation movement 1921-22 was missing in the region. Filled circle, Arisa under Gopalbandhu Chowdhury, a Gandhian leader, salt satyagraha proved effective in the coastal regions of Balasore, Cuttack and Puri districts. Filled circle, Assam, the civil disobedience failed to regain the heights attained in 1921-22 due to divisive issues, the growing conflicts between Assamese and Bengalis, Hindus and Muslims, and the tensions developing from the inflow of Muslim peasants from the densely populated East Bengal. However, a successful student strike against the Cunningham Circular, which banned students' participation in politics, was seen in May 1930. Chandraprabha Saikyani, in December 1930, incited the aboriginal Kachari villages to break forest laws, which was, however, denied by the Assam Congress leadership. Filled circle, Bengal, the Bengal Congress, divided into two factions led by Subhas Bose and J. M. Sengupta, was involved in the Calcutta Corporation election. This resulted in alienation of most of Calcutta Bhadralok leaders from the rural masses. Also, communal riots were seen in Dekcha, now Dhaka, and Kishoreganj, and there was little participation of Muslims in the movements. Despite this, Bengal provided the largest number of arrests as well as the highest amount of violence. Midnapur, Arambagh and several rural pockets witnessed powerful movements developed around salt satyagraha and chowkidari tax. During the same period, Surya Sen's Chittagong revolt group carried out a raid on two armories and declared the establishment of a provisional government. Filled Circle Bihar, Champaran and Saran were the first two districts to start salt satyagraha. In landlocked Bihar, manufacture of salt on a large scale was not practicable and at most places it was a mere gesture. In Patna, Nakhas Pond was chosen as a site to make salt and break the salt law under Ambika Kant Sinha. However, very soon, a very powerful Nochokidari tax agitation replaced the salt satyagraha owing to physical constraints in making salt. By November 1930, sale of foreign cloth and liquor dramatically declined, and administration collapsed in several parts like the Bari region of Munger. The tribal belt of Chotanagpur, now in Jharkhand, saw instances of lower class militancy. Bonga Maji and Somra Maji, influenced by Gandhism, led a movement in Hazaribagh which combined socio-religious reform along Sanskritizing lines, in which followers were asked to give up meat and liquor, and use khadi. However, the Santhas were reported to be taking up illegal distillation of liquor on a large scale under the banner of Gandhi. It was observed that while most big zamindars remained loyal to the government, small landlords and better-off tenants participated in the movement. But several times, increased lower-class militancy lowered the enthusiasm of the small landlords and better-off tenants. Peshawar here, Khan Abdul Ghaffar Khan's educational and social reform work among the Pathans had politicized them. Ghaffar Khan, also called Badshah Khan and Frontier Gandhi, had started the first Pushto political monthly Pukhtun and had organized a volunteer brigade, Khudai Khidmatgars, popularly known as the Red Shirts, who were pledged to the freedom struggle and non-violence. On April 23, 1930, the arrest of Congress leaders in the NWFP led to mass demonstrations in Peshawar, which was virtually in the hands of the crowds for more than a week till order was restored on May 4. This was followed by a reign of terror and martial law. It was here that a section of Garhwal Rifles soldiers refused to fire on an unarmed crowd. This upsurge in a province with 92% Muslim population left the British government nervous. Solapur, this industrial town of southern Maharashtra, saw the fiercest response to Gandhi's arrest. Textile workers went on a strike from May 7 and along with other residents burnt liquor shops and other symbols of government authority such as railway stations, police stations, municipal buildings, law courts, etc. The activists established a virtual parallel government which could only be dislodged with martial law after May 16. Dharsana on May 21, 1930, Sarojini Naidu, Imam Sahib and Manilal Gandhi's son, took up the unfinished task of leading a raid on the Dharsana salt works. The unarmed and peaceful crowd was met with a brutal lathi charge which left 2 dead and 320 injured. This new form of salt satyagraha was eagerly adopted by people in Vadala, Bombay, Karnataka, Saniketta salt works, Andhra, Midnapur, Balasore, Puri and Cuttack. Gujarat. The impact was felt in Anand, Borsad and Nadiyad areas in Kheda district, Bardoli in Surat district and Jambusa in Bharuch district. A determined no-tax movement was organized here which included refusal to pay land revenue. Villagers crossed the border into neighboring princely states such as Baroda with their families and belongings and camped in the open for months to await police repression. The police retaliated by destroying their property and confiscating their land. Maharashtra, Karnataka, central provinces. These areas saw defiance of forest laws such as grazing and timber restrictions and public sale of illegally acquired forest produce. United Provinces. A no revenue campaign was organized. A call was given to zamindars to refuse to pay revenue to the government. Under a no rent campaign, a call was given to tenants against zamindars. Since most of the zamindars were loyalists, the campaign became virtually a no rent campaign. The activity picked up speed in October 1930, especially in Agra and Rai Bareli. Manipur and Nagaland. These areas took a brave part in the movement. At the young age of 13, Rani Gadinliu, a Naga spiritual leader, who followed her cousin Haipo Jadonang, born in what is now the state of Manipur, raised the banner of revolt against foreign rule. "We are free people, the white men should not rule over us," she declared. She urged the people not to pay taxes or work for the British, in the tradition established by the freedom struggle. Views. Gandhiji's body is in jail but his soul is with you. India's prestige is now in your hands. You must not use any violence under any circumstances. You will be beaten, but you must not resist. You must not even raise a hand to ward off blows. Sarojini Naidu, on the eve of Dharsana Salt Satyagraha. Although everyone knew that within a few minutes he would be beaten down, and perhaps killed, I could detect no signs of wavering or fear. They marched steadily with heads up. Webb Miller, an American journalist, reporting on Dharsana Salt Satyagraha. In the rest of India, as the reformist religious movement steadily turned political, the British authorities caught Hypo Jadonang and hanged him on charges of treason in 1931. A manhunt was launched for Rani Gadanliu. She outwitted the British till October 1932 when she was finally captured. She was later sentenced to life imprisonment. It was the interim government of India set up in 1946 that finally ordered her release from Tura jail. Forms of mobilization. Mobilization of masses was also carried out through Prabhat Feris, Vanar Senas, Manjari Senas, secret patrikas and magic lantern shows. Impact of agitation. 1. Imports of foreign cloth and other items fell. 2. Government suffered a loss of income from liquor, excise and land revenue. 3. Elections to Legislative Assembly were largely boycotted. Extent of mass participation. Several sections of the population participated in the civil disobedience movement. Women. Gandhi had specially asked women to play a leading part in the movement. Soon, they became a familiar sight, picketing outside liquor shops, opium dens and shops selling foreign cloth. For Indian women, the movement was the most liberating experience and can truly be said to have marked their entry into the public sphere. Students along with women, students and youth played the most prominent part in the boycott of foreign cloth and liquor. Muslims. The Muslim participation was nowhere near the 1920-22 level because of appeals by Muslim leaders to stay away from the movement and because of active government encouragement to communal dissension. Still, some areas such as the NWFP saw an overwhelming participation. Middle-class Muslim participation was quite significant in Senatta, Tripura, Gaibandha, Bagura and Noakhali. In Dekcha, Muslim leaders, shopkeepers, lower-class people and upper-class women were active. The Muslim weaving community in Bihar, Delhi and Lucknow were also effectively mobilized. Merchants and petty traders. They were very enthusiastic. Traders, associations and commercial bodies were active in implementing the boycott, especially in Tamil Nadu and Punjab. Tribals were active participants in central provinces, Maharashtra and Karnataka. Workers. The workers participated in Bombay, Calcutta, Madras, Solapur, etc. Peasants were active in the United Provinces, Bihar and Gujarat. Government response efforts for truce. The government's attitude throughout 1930 was ambivalent as it was puzzled and perplexed. It faced the classic dilemma of, damned if you do, damned if you don't. If force was applied, the Congress cried, repression, and if little action taken, the Congress cried, victory. Either way, the government suffered an erosion of power. Even Gandhi's arrest came after much vacillation. But once the repression began, the ordinances banning civil liberties were freely used, including the press being gagged. Provincial governments were given freedom to ban civil disobedience organizations. The Congress Working Committee was, however, not declared illegal till June. There were lathi charges and firing on unarmed crowds which left several killed and wounded, while thousands of satyagrahis besides Gandhi and other Congress leaders were imprisoned. The government repression and publication of the Simon Commission report, which contained no mention of dominion status and was in other ways also a regressive document, further upset even moderate political opinion. In July 1930, the Viceroy, Lord Irwin, suggested a round-table conference and reiterated the goal of dominion status. He also accepted the suggestion that Tej Bahadur Sapru and M.R. Jayakar be allowed to explore the possibility of peace between the Congress and the government. In August 1930, Motilal and Jawaharlal Nehru were taken to Yerwada jail to meet Gandhi and discuss the possibility of a settlement. The Nehru and Gandhi unequivocally reiterated the demands of 1. Right of secession from Britain. 2. Complete national government with control over defense and finance, and 3. An independent tribunal to settle Britain's financial claims. Talks broke down at this point. Gandhi-Irwin Pact. On January 25, 1931, Gandhi and all other members of the Congress Working Committee (CWC) were released unconditionally. The CWC authorized Gandhi to initiate discussions with the Viceroy. As a result of these discussions, a pact was signed between the Viceroy, representing the British Indian government, and Gandhi, representing the Indian people, in Delhi on February 14, 1931. This Delhi Pact, also known as the Gandhi-Irvin Pact, placed the Congress on an equal footing with the government. Irvin on behalf of the government agreed on 1. Immediate release of all political prisoners not convicted of violence. 2. Remission of all fines not yet collected. 3. Return of all lands not yet sold to third parties. 4. Lenient treatment to those government servants who had resigned. 5. Right to make salt in coastal villages for personal consumption, not for sale. 6. Right to peaceful and non-aggressive picketing, and 7. Withdrawal of emergency ordinances. The Viceroy, however, turned down two of Gandhi's demands. I. Public inquiry into police excesses, and E. Commutation of Bhagat Singh and his comrades. Death sentence to life sentence. Gandhi on behalf of the Congress agreed. I. To suspend the civil disobedience movement, and E. To participate in the next round table conference on the constitutional question around the three linchpins of federation, Indian responsibility, and reservations and safeguards that may be necessary in India's interests, covering such areas as defense, external affairs, position of minorities, financial credit of India, and discharge of other obligations. Evaluation of civil disobedience movement. Was Gandhi-Irvin Pact a retreat? Gandhi's decision to suspend the civil disobedience movement is agreed under the Gandhi-Irvin Pact was not a retreat, because mass movements are necessarily short-lived. Capacity of the masses to make sacrifices, unlike that of the activists, is limited, and there were signs of exhaustion after September 1930, especially among shopkeepers and merchants who had participated so enthusiastically. No doubt, youth were disappointed. They had participated enthusiastically and wanted the world to end with a bang and not with a whimper. Peasants of Gujarat were disappointed because their lands were not restored immediately. Indeed, they were restored only during the rule of the Congress ministry in the province. But many people were jubilant that the government had been made to regard their movement as significant and treat their leader as an equal, and sign a pact with him. The political prisoners, when released from jails, were given a hero's welcome. Comparison to non-cooperation movement. There were certain aspects in which the civil disobedience movement differed from the non-cooperation movement. 1. The stated objective this time was complete independence and not just remedying two specific wrongs and a vaguely worded Swaraj. 2. The methods involved violation of law from the very beginning and not just non-cooperation with foreign rule. 3. There was a decline in forms of protests involving the intelligentsia, such as lawyers giving up practice, students giving up government schools to join national schools and colleges. 4. Muslim participation was nowhere near that in the non-cooperation movement level. Views. India is one vast prison house. I repudiate this law. M.K. Gandhi to Lord Irvin. Gandhi was the best policeman the British had in India. Ellen Wilkinson. Dandi March as the kindergarten stage of revolution. Based on the notion that King Emperor can be unseated by boiling seawater in a kettle. Brailsford, an English journalist. 5. No major labor upsurge coincided with the movement. 6. The massive participation of peasants and business groups compensated for decline of other features. 7. The number of those imprisoned was about 3 times more this time. 8. The Congress was organizationally stronger. Karachi Congress Session, 1931. In March 1931, a special session of the Congress was held at Karachi to endorse the Gandhi-Irvin Pact. 6 days before the session, which was held on March 29, Bhagat Singh, Sukhdev and Rajguru were executed. Throughout Gandhi's route to Karachi, he was greeted with black flag demonstrations by the Punjab Naujawan Bharat Sabha, in protest against his failure to secure commutation of the death sentence for Bhagat and his comrades. Congress resolutions at Karachi. Filled circle. While disapproving of and dissociating itself from political violence, the Congress admired the bravery and sacrifice of the three martyrs. Filled circle. The Delhi Pact or Gandhi-Irvin Pact was endorsed. Filled circle. The goal of Purna Swaraj was reiterated. Filled circle. 2 resolutions were adopted, one on fundamental rights and the other on national economic program, which made the session particularly memorable. The Resolution on Fundamental Rights guaranteed * free speech and free press * right to form associations * right to assemble * universal adult franchise * equal legal rights irrespective of caste, creed and sex * neutrality of state in religious matters * free and compulsory primary education * protection to culture, language, script of minorities and linguistic groups. The resolution on national economic program included * substantial reduction in rent and revenue in the case of landholders and peasants * exemption from rent for uneconomic holdings * relief from agricultural indebtedness * control of usury * better conditions of work including a living wage, limited hours of work and protection of women workers in the industrial sector * right to workers and peasants to form unions * state ownership and control of key industries, mines and means of transport. This was the first time the Congress spelt out what Swaraj would mean for the masses. In order to end exploitation of masses, political freedom must include economic freedom of starving millions. The Karachi Resolution was to remain, in essence, the basic political and economic program of the Congress in later years. The Round Table Conferences. The Viceroy of India, Lord Irwin, and the Prime Minister of Britain, Ramsay MacDonald, agreed that a round table conference should be held, as the recommendations of the Simon Commission report were clearly inadequate. First Round Table Conference. The first Round Table Conference was held in London between November 1930 and January 1931. It was opened officially by King George V on November 12, 1930 and chaired by Ramsay MacDonald. This was the first conference arranged between the British and the Indians as equals. The Congress and some prominent business leaders refused to attend, but many other groups of Indians were represented at the conference. The Indian princely states were represented by the Maharaja of Alwar, Maharaja of Baroda, Nawab of Bhopal, Maharaja of Bikaner, Rana of Dholpur, Maharaja of Jammu and Kashmir, Maharaja of Navanagar, Maharaja of Patiala, Chancellor of the Chamber of Princes, Maharaja of Rewa, Chief Sahib of Sangli, Sir Prabhashankar Pattani, Bhavnagar, Manubhai Mehta, Baroda, Sardar Sahibzada Sultan Ahmad Khan, Gwalior, Akbar Haidari, Hyderabad, Mirza Ismail, Mysore Call. Kailash Narain Huxar, Jammu and Kashmir. The Muslim League sent Aga Khan, the third leader of British Indian delegation, Maulana Muhammad Ali Johar, Muhammad Shafi, Muhammad Ali Jinnah, Muhammad Zafarullah Khan, A.K. Fazlul Haq, Hafiz Ghulam Hussain Hidayat Ullah, Dr. Shafa, At Ahmad Khan, Raja Sher Muhammad Khan of Domali and A.H. Ghuznavi. The Hindu Mahasabha and its sympathizers were represented by B.S. Munje, M.R. Jaikar and Diwan Bahadur Raja Narendra Nath. The Sikhs were represented by Sardar Ujjal Singh and Sardar Sampuran Singh. For the passes, Firoze Setna, Kovasji Jehangir and Homi Modi attended. Begum Jahanara Shanawaz and Radhabai Subbarayan represented women. The Liberals were represented by J. N. Basu, Tej Bahadur Sapru, C. Y. Chintamani, B. S. Srinivasa Sastry and Chimanlal Harilal Setalwad. The depressed classes were represented by B. R. Ambedkar and Retimalai Srinivasan. The Justice Party sent Akot Ramasamy Mudaliar, Bhaskar Rao Vittojirao Jadhav and Sir A. P. Patron. Labour was represented by N. M. Joshi and B. Shiva Rao. K. T. Paul represented the Indian Christians, while Henry Gidney represented the Anglo-Indians, and the Europeans were represented by Sir Hubert Carr, Sir Oscar de Glanville Burma, T. F. Gavin Jones, C. E. Wood Madras. There were also representatives of the landlords from Bihar, the United Provinces, and Orissa, the universities, Burma, the Sindh and some other provinces. The Government of India was represented by Narendra Nath Law, Bhupendra Nath Mitra, C.P. Ramaswamy Iyer and M. Ramachandra Rao. Outcome: nothing much was achieved at the conference. It was generally agreed that India was to develop into a federation. There were to be safeguards regarding defense and finance, while other departments were to be transferred. But little was done to implement these recommendations and civil disobedience continued in India. The British government realized that the participation of the Indian National Congress was necessary in any discussion on the future of constitutional government in India. Second Round Table Conference. Members of the Indian Liberal Party such as Tej Bahadur Sapru, C. Y. Chintamani and Srinivasa Sastry appealed to Gandhi to talk with the Viceroy. Gandhi and Irwin reached a compromise which came to be called the Gandhi-Irwin Pact, the Delhi Pact. The second round table conference was held in London from September 7, 1931 to December 1, 1931. The Indian National Congress nominated Gandhi as its sole representative. A. Rangaswamy Iyengar and Madan Mohan Malaviya were also there. There were a large number of Indian participants besides the Congress. The princely states were represented by Maharaja of Alwar, Maharaja of Baroda, Nawab of Bhopal, Maharaja of Bikaner, Maharav of Kutch, Rana of Dholpur, Maharaja of Indore, Maharaja of Jammu and Kashmir, Maharaja of Kapurthala, Maharaja of Navanagar, Maharaja of Patiala, Maharaja of Rewa, Chief Sahib of Sangli, Raja of Srila, Sir Prabhashankar Pattani, Bhavnagar, Manubhai Mehta, Baroda, Sardar Sahibzada Sultan Ahmad Khan, Gwalior, Sir Muhammad Akbar Haidari, Hyderabad, Mirza Ismail, Mysore Call. K.N. Haksar, Jammu and Kashmir, T. Raghavaiah, Travancore, Liaquat Hayat Khan, Patiala. The Muslims were represented by Aga Khan III, Maulana Shaukat Ali, Muhammad Ali Jinnah, A.K. Fazlul Haq, Muhammad Iqbal, Muhammad Shafi, Muhammad Zafarullah Khan, Sayyid Ali Imam, Maulvi Muhammad Shafi Dodi, Raja Sher Muhammad Khan of Domali, A.H. Ghuznavi, Hafiz Hidayat Hussain, Syed Muhammad Padshah Saab Bahadur, Dr. Shafa, At Ahmad Khan, Jamal Muhammad and Nawab Sahibzada Syed Muhammad Meher Shah. Hindu groups were represented by M.R. Jaikar, B.S. Munje and Diwan Bahadur Raja Narendranath. The liberals at the conference were J.N. Basu, C.Y. Chintamani Tej Bahadur Sapru, V.S. Srinivasa Sastry and Chimanlal Harilal Setalwad. The Justice Party sent Raja of Bobbili, A. Court Ramasamy Mudaliar, Sir A.P. Petrong and Bhaskar Rao Vittojirao Jadhav. The depressed classes were represented by B.R. Ambedkar and Retimalai Srinivasan. Sardar Ujjal Singh and Sardar Sampuran Singh represented the Sikhs. The Pasas were represented by Kovasji Jehangir, Homi Modi and Firoze Setna. Indian Christians were represented by Surendra Kumar Datta and A.T. Panirselvam. Industry was represented by Ghanshyam Das Birla, Sir Purushottamdas Thakurdas and Manekji Dadaboy. Labour was represented by N.M. Joshi, B. Shiva Rao and V.V. Giri. The representatives for Indian women were Sarojini Naidu, Begum Jahanara Shanawaz and Radhabai Subbarayan. The universities were represented by Syed Sultan Ahmad and Bisheshwar Dayal Seth. Representatives of Burma and from the provinces of Sindh, Assam, Central Provinces, and the NWFP also attended. The Government of India was represented by C.P. Ramaswamy Iyer, Narendra Nath Law and M. Ramachandra Rao. Not much was expected from the conference because of the following reasons. Filled circle. By this time, Lord Irwin had been replaced by Lord Willingdon as Viceroy in India. Just before the conference began, the Labour government in England had been replaced by a national government which was an uneasy coalition between Labour and Conservatives. The British were also angered by the increased revolutionary activities which had claimed many European lives in India. Filled circle. The right wing or Conservatives in Britain led by Churchill strongly objected to the British government negotiating with the Congress on an equal basis. They, instead, demanded a strong government in India. The Prime Minister, Ramsay MacDonald, headed the Conservative-dominated cabinet with a weak and reactionary Secretary of State for India, Samuel Haw. Filled circle. At the conference, Gandhi, and therefore the Congress, claimed to represent all people of India against imperialism. The other delegates, however, did not share this view. Historians point out that many of the delegates were conservative, government loyalists, and communalists, and these groups were used by the colonial government to neutralize the efforts of Gandhi. Because of the participation of a large number of groups, the British government claimed that the Congress did not represent the interests of all of India. Filled circle. Gandhi pointed out that there was a need of a partnership between Britain and India on the basis of equality. He put forward the demand for the immediate establishment of a responsible government at the centre as well as in the provinces. He also reiterated that the Congress alone represented political India. Saying that the untouchables were Hindus, and thus not to be treated as a minority, he discarded the idea of a separate electorate for them. He also said there was no need for separate electorates or special safeguards for Muslims or other minorities. Many of the other delegates disagreed with Gandhi. Filled circle. The session soon got deadlocked on the question of the minorities. Separate electorates were being demanded by the Muslims, depressed classes, Christians and Anglo-Indians. All these came together in a Minorities Pact. Gandhi fought desperately against this concerted move to make all constitutional progress conditional on the solving of this issue. Phil Circle the princes were also not too enthusiastic about a federation, especially after the possibility of the formation of a Congress government at the center had receded after the suspension of civil disobedience movement. Outcome: the lack of agreement among the many delegate groups meant that no substantial results regarding India's constitutional future would come out of the conference. The session ended with MacDonald's announcement of I2 Muslim majority provinces Northwest Frontier Province NWFP and Sindh, each the setting up of an Indian Consultative Committee, each setting up of 3 expert committees: Finance, Franchise and States, and IV the prospect of a unilateral British communal award if Indians failed to agree. The government refused to concede the basic Indian demand of freedom. Gandhi returned to India on December 28, 1931. Third Round Table Conference. The Third Round Table Conference, held between November 17, 1932 and December 24, 1932, was not attended by the Indian National Congress and Gandhi. It was ignored by most other Indian leaders. The Indian states were represented by Akbar Haidari, Dewan of Hyderabad, Mirza Ismail, Dewan of Mysore, V.T. Krishnamachari, Dewan of Baroda, Wajahat Hussain, Jammu and Kashmir, Sir Sukhdev Prasad, Udaipur, Jaipur, Jodhpur, J.A. Surve, Kolhapur, Raja Aud Narain Bisariya, Bhopal, Manubhai Mehta, Bikaner, Nawab Liaquat Hayat Khan, Patiala, Fateh Nasib Khan, Alwar State, L.F. Rishbrook Williams, Navanagar, and Raja of Srila, small states. Other Indian representatives were Aga Khan III, B.R. Ambedkar, Ramakrishna Ranga Rao of Bobili, Sir Hubert Ka, Nanak Chand Pandit, A.H. Ghuznavi, Henry Gidney, Hafiz Hidayat Hussain, Muhammad Iqbal, M.R. Jayakar, Kovasji Jehangir, N.M. Joshi, Narsimha Chintaman Kelkar, Akot Ramasamy Mudaliar, Begum Jahanara Shahnawaz, A.P. Patrong, Tej Bahadur Sapru, Dr. Shafa, At Ahmad Khan, Sir Shadi Lal, Tara Singh Malhotra, Sir Ripendra Nath Sarkar, Sir Purushottamda Thakur Das, Muhammad Zafarullah Khan. Again, like in the 2 previous conferences, little was achieved. The recommendations were published in a white paper in March 1933 and debated in the British Parliament afterwards. A joint select committee was formed to analyze the recommendations and formulate a new act for India, and that committee produced a draft bill in February 1935 which was enforced as the Government of India Act of 1935 in July 1935. Civil disobedience resumed. On the failure of the Second Round Table Conference, the Congress Working Committee decided on December 29, 1931 to resume the civil disobedience movement. During truce period March-December 1931. Some activity during the period March to December 1931 kept alive the spirit of defiance. In the United Provinces, the Congress had been leading a movement for rent reduction and against summary evictions. In the NWFP, severe repression had been unleashed against the Khudai Khidmatgars and the peasants led by them who were agitating against the brutal methods of tax collection by the government. In Bengal, draconian ordinances and mass detentions had been used in the name of fighting terrorism. In September 1931, there was a firing incident on political prisoners in Hijli jail. Changed government attitude after second RTC. The higher British officials had drawn their own lessons from the Delhi Pact which they thought had raised the political prestige of the Congress and the political morale of the people and had undermined British prestige. After the Second Round Table Conference, the British were determined to reverse this trend. There were 3 main considerations in British policy. 1. Gandhi would not be permitted to build up the tempo for a mass movement again. 2. Goodwill of the Congress was not required, but the confidence of those who supported the British against the Congress, government functionaries, loyalists, etc., was very essential. 3. The national movement would not be allowed to consolidate itself in rural areas. After the CWC decided to resume the civil disobedience movement, Viceroy Willingdon refused a meeting with Gandhi on December 31. On January 4, 1932, Gandhi was arrested. Government action. A series of repressive ordinances were issued which ushered in a virtual martial law, though under civilian control, or a civil martial law. Congress organizations at all levels were banned, arrests were made of activists, leaders, sympathizers, properties were confiscated, Gandhi ashrams were occupied. Repression was particularly harsh on women. Press was gagged and nationalist literature banned. Popular response. People responded with anger. Though unprepared, the response was massive. In the first 4 months alone, about 80,000 satyagrahis, mostly urban and rural poor, were jailed. Other forms of protest included picketing of shops selling liquor and foreign cloth, illegal gatherings, non-violent demonstrations, celebrations of national days, symbolic hoistings of national flag, non-payment of chowkidar tax, salt satyagraha, forest law violations and installation of a secret radio transmitter near Bombay. This phase of the civil disobedience movement coincided with upsurges in two princely states, Kashmir and Alwar. But this phase of the movement could not be sustained for long because Gandhi and other leaders had no time to build up the tempo, and the masses were not prepared. Finally, in April 1934, Gandhi decided to withdraw the civil disobedience movement. Though people had been cowed down by superior force, they had not lost political faith in the Congress, they had won freedom in their hearts. Communal Award and Pune Pact. The Communal Award was announced by the British Prime Minister, Ramsay MacDonald, on August 16, 1932. The Communal Award, based on the findings of the Indian Franchise Committee, also called the Lothian Committee, established separate electorates and reserved seats for minorities, including the depressed classes, which were granted 78 reserved seats. Thus, this award accorded separate electorates for Muslims, Europeans, Sikhs, Indian Christians, Anglo-Indians, depressed classes, and even to the Marathas for some seats in Bombay. The award was perceived by the national leaders led by the Congress as another manifestation of the British policy of divide and rule. It should be noted here that Dr. B.R. Ambedkar in the past, in his testimony to the Simon Commission, had stressed that the depressed classes should be treated as a distinct, independent minority separate from the caste Hindus. Even, the Bengal Depressed Classes Association had lobbied for separate electorates with seats reserved according to the proportion of depressed class members to the total population as well as for adult franchise. But the Simon Commission rejected the proposal of separate electorate for the depressed classes, however, it retained the concept of reserving seats. In the second roundtable conference held in London, Ambedkar again raised the issue of separate electorate for the depressed classes. Earlier in the conference, Ambedkar had attempted to compromise with Gandhi on reserved seats in a common electorate, but Gandhi, who had declared himself the sole representative of India's oppressed masses, rejected Ambedkar's proposal, and denounced the other delegates as unrepresentative. Further, Gandhi attempted to strike a deal with Muslims, promising to support their demands as long as the Muslims voted against separate electorates for the depressed classes. It is argued that political considerations might have motivated Gandhi to adopt such a stand. But despite such efforts, a consensus on the minority representation could not be worked out among the Indian delegates. In the wake of such a situation, Ramsay MacDonald, who had chaired the Committee on Minorities, offered to mediate on the condition that the other members of the committee supported his decision. And, the outcome of this mediation was the Communal Award. Main provisions of the Communal Award. Filled circle Muslims, Europeans, Sikhs, Indian Christians, Anglo-Indians, depressed classes, women, and even the Marathas were to get separate electorates. Such an arrangement for the depressed classes was to be made for a period of 20 years. Filled circle in the provincial legislatures, the seats were to be distributed on communal basis. Filled circle, the existing seats of the provincial legislatures were to be doubled. Filled circle, the Muslims, wherever they were in minority, were to be granted a weightage. Filled circle, except in the Northwest Frontier Province, 3% seats were to be reserved for women in all provinces. Filled circle, the depressed classes to be declared, accorded the status of minority. Filled circle, the depressed classes were to get double vote, one to be used through separate electorates and the other to be used in the general electorates. Filled circle, allocation of seats were to be made for laborers, landlords, traders and industrialists. Filled circle, in the province of Bombay, 7 seats were to be allocated for the Marathas. Congress stand. Though opposed to separate electorates, the Congress was not in favor of changing the Communal Award without the consent of the minorities. Thus, while strongly disagreeing with the Communal Award, the Congress decided neither to accept it nor to reject it. The effort to separate the depressed classes from the rest of the Hindus by treating them as separate political entities was vehemently opposed by all the nationalists. Gandhi's response. Gandhi saw the communal award as an attack on Indian unity and nationalism. He thought it was harmful to both Hinduism and to the depressed classes since it provided no answer to the socially degraded position of the depressed classes. Once the depressed classes were treated as a separate political entity, he argued, the question of abolishing untouchability would get undermined, while separate electorates would ensure that the untouchables remained untouchables in perpetuity. He said that what was required was not protection of the so-called interests of the depressed classes but root and branch eradication of untouchability. Gandhi demanded that the depressed classes be elected through joint and if possible a wider electorate through universal franchise, while expressing no objection to the demand for a larger number of reserved seats. And to press his demands, he went on an indefinite fast on September 20, 1932. Now leaders of various persuasions, including B.R. Ambedkar, M.C. Rajar and Madan Mohan Malaviya got together to hammer out a compromise contained in the Pune Pact. Pune Pact. Signed by B.R. Ambedkar on behalf of the depressed classes on September 24, 1932, the Pune Pact abandoned the idea of separate electorates for the depressed classes. But the seats reserved for the depressed classes were increased from 71 to 147 in provincial legislatures and to 18% of the total in the central legislature. The Pune Pact was accepted by the government as an amendment to the communal award. Impact of Pune Pact on Dalits. The Pune Pact, despite giving certain political rights to the depressed classes, could not achieve the desired goal of emancipation of the depressed class. It enabled the same old Hindu social order to continue and gave birth to many problems. Fifth circle. The pact made the depressed classes political tools which could be used by the majoritarian caste Hindu organizations. Fifth circle. It made the depressed classes leaderless as the true representatives of the classes were unable to win against the stooges who were chosen and supported by the caste Hindu organizations. Fifth circle. This led to the depressed classes to submit to the status quo in political, ideological and cultural fields and not being able to develop independent and genuine leadership to fight the Brahminical order. Fifth circle. It subordinated the depressed classes into being part of the Hindu social order by denying them a separate and distinct existence. Fifth circle. The Pune Pact perhaps put obstructions in the way of an ideal society based on equality, liberty, fraternity and justice. Fifth circle. By denying to recognize the Dalits as a separate and distinct element in the national life, it preempted the rights and safeguards for the Dalits in the Constitution of Independent India. Joint electorates and its impact on depressed classes. The Working Committee of the All India Scheduled Caste Federation alleged that in the last elections held under the Government of India Act, 1935, the system of joint electorates deprived the scheduled castes of the right to send true and effective representatives to the legislatures. The committee, further, said that the provisions of the joint electorate gave the Hindu majority the virtual right to nominate members of the scheduled castes who were prepared to be the tools of the Hindu majority. The Working Committee of the Federation, thus, demanded for the restoration of the system of separate electorates, and nullification of the system of joint electorates and reserved seats. Even after signing the Pune Pact, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar continued to denounce the Pune Pact till 1947. Gandhi's Harijan campaign and thoughts on caste. Determined to undo the divisive intentions of the government's divide and rule policy, Gandhi gave up all his other preoccupations and launched a whirlwind campaign against untouchability, first from jail and then, after his release in August 1933, from outside jail. While in jail, he set up the All India Anti-Untouchability League in September 1932 and started the weekly Harijan in January 1933. After his release, he shifted to the Satyagraha Ashram in Wardha, as he had vowed in 1930 not to return to Sabarmati Ashram unless Swaraj was won. Starting from Wardha, he conducted a Harijan tour of the country in the period from November 1933 to July 1934, covering 20,000 kilometers, collecting money for his newly set up Harijan Sevak Sangh, and propagating removal of untouchability in all its forms. He urged political workers to go to villages and work for social, economic, political and cultural upliftment of the Harijan. He undertook 2 fasts, on May 8 and August 16, 1934, to convince his followers of the seriousness of his effort and the importance of the issue. These fasts created consternation in nationalist ranks, throwing many into an emotional crisis. Throughout his campaign, Gandhi was attacked by orthodox and reactionary elements. These elements disrupted his meetings, held black flag demonstrations against him, and accused him of attacking Hinduism. They also offered support to the government against the Congress and the civil disobedience movement. The government obliged them by defeating the Temple Entry Bill in August 1934. Orthodox Hindu opinion in Bengal was against the acceptance of permanent caste Hindu minority status by the Pune Pact. Throughout his Harijan tour, social work and fasts, Gandhi stressed on certain themes. Filled Circle, he put forward a damning indictment of Hindu society for the kind of oppression practiced on Harijan. Filled Circle, he called for total eradication of untouchability symbolized by his plea to throw open temples to the untouchables. Filled Circle, he stressed the need for caste Hindus to do penance for untold miseries inflicted on Harijan. For this reason, he was not hostile to his critics such as Ambedkar. He said, Hinduism dies if untouchability lives, untouchability has to die if Hinduism is to live. Filled Circle, his entire campaign was based on principles of humanism and reason. He said that the Shastras do not sanction untouchability, and if they did, they should be ignored as it was against human dignity. Gandhi was not in favor of mixing up the issue of removal of untouchability with that of inter-caste marriages and inter-dining because he felt that such restrictions existed among caste Hindus and among Harijan themselves, and because the All India campaign at the time was directed against disabilities specific to Harijan. Similarly, he distinguished between abolition of untouchability and abolition of caste system as such. On this point, he differed from Ambedkar, who advocated annihilation of the caste system to remove untouchability. Gandhi felt that whatever the limitations and defects of the Varnashram system, there was nothing sinful about it, as there was about untouchability. Untouchability, Gandhi felt, was a product of distinctions of high and low and not of the caste system itself. If it could be purged of this distinction, the Varnashram could function in a such manner that each caste would be complementary to the other rather than being higher or lower. Anyway, he hoped that believers and critics of the caste system would come together in the fight against untouchability. He believed that the removal of untouchability would have a positive impact on communal and other questions, since opposition to untouchability meant opposing the notion of highness and lowness. He was opposed to using compulsion against the orthodox Hindus, whom he called Sanatanis. They were to be won over by persuasion, by appealing to their reason and their hearts. His fasts were aimed at inspiring friends and followers to redouble their work to abolish untouchability. Gandhi's Harijan campaign included a program of internal reform by Harijan covering education, cleanliness, hygiene, giving up eating of beef and carrion and consumption of liquor, and removing untouchability among themselves. Impact of the campaign. Gandhi repeatedly described the campaign as not a political movement but as being primarily meant to purify Hinduism and Hindu society. Gradually, the campaign carried the message of nationalism to Harijan, who also happened to be the agricultural laborers in most parts of the country, leading to their increasing participation in the national and peasant movements. Ideological differences and similarities between Gandhi and Ambedkar. Gandhi, the principal architect of the Indian freedom struggle, and B.R. Ambedkar, the principal architect of the Constitution of Independent India, shared many ideas, though in many ways they held different beliefs. There is a striking similarity in the symbolism involved in some of the actions of both individuals. The burning of foreign cloth by Gandhi and the burning of Manusmriti by Ambedkar are not to be seen as mere acts of sentiment. Rather, foreign cloth and Manusmriti represented the bondage and slavery for India. So too, a pinch of salt from the ocean, and a drop of water from the Mahat tank were acts of political catharsis and social philosophy. Gandhi believed that freedom was never to be bestowed but to be wrested from the authority by the people who desire it, whereas Ambedkar expected bestowing of freedom by the imperial rulers. The two leaders differed over the nature and scope of democracy as a method of government. Ambedkar advocated parliamentary system of government for independent India, but Gandhi had very little respect for the parliamentary system of governance. Gandhi believed that democracy tends to get converted into mass democracy with a propensity for domination by leaders. Ambedkar was inclined towards mass democracy as it could act as a pressure on the government with the advancement of the oppressed people. As a political and social activist, Ambedkar had certain principles which were very rigid, while Gandhi had no rigidities of ideology or principles except the uncompromising notion of non-violence. Gandhi tried to put forward simple practical alternatives to the political streams of the 20th century like liberalism, communism, and fascism. Ambedkar, on the other hand, had a natural inclination for liberal ideology and desired institutional framework and structures. Ambedkar's politics tended to highlight the aspect of Indian disunity, whereas the Gandhian politics tried to show the aspect of Indian unity. In Hind Swaraj, Gandhi tries to prove that India has always been a nation prior to the beginning of the imperial rule, and it was the British rule who broke this cultural unity. Ambedkar, on the other hand, believed in the notion that Indian unity was the byproduct of the legal system introduced by the imperial state. For Gandhi, Gramraj was Ramraj and real independence for Indians. But for Ambedkar, the status quoist nature of the Indian villages denied equality and fraternity and also liberty. As the scourge of casteism and untouchability was most dominant in the rural areas of India, Ambedkar believed that Gramraj would continue the social hierarchy based on discrimination and inequality. So he vehemently propagated that there was nothing to be proud of the Indian village system. The idea of the use of compulsion or force for social integration as well as social reforms was negated by Ambedkar. But the idea of proper education to make the individual desire for change, reform and integration was the stance where the views of two leaders were the same. The two leaders also differed in their views and approaches in respect of the context of development for deprived classes. For instance, when Gandhi named the depressed classes and the untouchables as Harijan, Ambedkar denounced it as a clever scheme. Thus, when the Depressed Classes League was renamed as Harijan Sevak Sangh by Gandhi, Ambedkar left the organization by claiming that for Gandhi removal of untouchability was only a platform, not a sincere program. Ambedkar held that the center of religion must be between man, and not between man and God alone, as preached by Gandhi. In the beginning, Ambedkar too wanted to cast away the evil practices prevalent in Hinduism in an attempt to reform and reconstruct, rather than destroy it fully. But in the later phase of his life, he left Hinduism, denouncing it as an entity which couldn't be reformed. Ambedkar denounced the Vedas and other Hindu scriptures. He believed that the Hindu scriptures do not lend themselves to a unified and coherent understanding, and reflect strong contradictions within and across sects. And the caste system and untouchability were the manifestations of the Hindu religious scriptures. On the contrary, Gandhi held that caste system in Hinduism has nothing to do with religious precepts and spirituality. For Gandhi, caste and varna are different, and caste is perversive degeneration. In political precepts, Ambedkar believed in freedom of religion, free citizenship, and separation of state and religion. Gandhi also endorsed the idea of freedom of religion, but never approved a separation of politics and religion. But religion as an agent of social change was well accepted by both leaders. Both denounced in theory and thinking anything that either decried or diminished the role of religion in the life of an individual or in the life of society. Ambedkar envisaged limited sovereign power of the state and, following from that, limited authority for the government. According to him, legal sovereign power should be limited and people should be the ultimate sovereign. Gandhi too believed in limited sovereign power of the state. According to him, absolute sovereign power of the state would annihilate the spirit and personality of an individual. Gandhi, in fact, believed in least governance being the best governance. The notions of violence and non-violence got differing explanations from Gandhi and Ambedkar. Ambedkar held absolute non-violence as an end and relative violence as a means, whereas Gandhi never made such a distinction and was an avowed opponent of violence of any kind. Ambedkar believed in purity of ends and justified means is just when the ends were just. Whereas in Gandhian perception it was purity of means that determined the end. Gandhi and Ambedkar differed greatly in their views concerning mechanization of production and utilization of heavy machinery. Gandhi was apprehensive about the dehumanizing impact of mechanization and held it responsible for the creation as well as sustaining of exploitative socio-economic orders in the world. Ambedkar, on the other hand, attributed the evil effect of machinery to wrong social organizations that gave sanctity to private property and the pursuit of personal gains. Ambedkar was of the firm belief that machinery and modern civilization were of benefit to all, and held that the slogan of a democratic society must be machinery and more machinery, civilization and more civilization. The idea of social transformation through democratic and peaceful means got support from Ambedkar as well as view. It would thus appear that Ambedkar and Gandhi had common allergy for social evil and imperial injustice. But a fundamental difference, more apparent than real, demarcated the two minds. Justice Krishna Iyer. Gandhi. They never sought a violent overthrow of any kind. Ambedkar desisted from pleading a blunt destruction of the social order, however evil it was. And like Gandhi, he wanted to solve the problem of social disharmony and disintegration through peaceful rehabilitation of the oppressed classes. The target groups of Ambedkar and Gandhi were different, even though they converged at certain points. The methods and skills of communication and mobilization of both were different. Gandhi spoke in plain local vernacular, whereas Ambedkar spoke in English. To disobey the law to make the law more just was a Gandhian principle. Its outward manifestations were non-cooperation, hartal, satyagraha and civil disobedience. Ambedkar was more inclined towards the observance of law and constitutionality in the political process. Gandhi viewed the untouchables as an integral part of the Hindu whole, whereas Ambedkar had an ambivalent stand on the issue. Ambedkar regarded the untouchables as a religious minority and not a part of the Hindu community, and preferred to call them a political minority, or minority by force. To Gandhi, untouchability was one of the many problems confronted by Indian society. To Ambedkar, untouchability was the major problem that captured his sole attention. Ambedkar made an exhaustive study of the problem from the historical angle, while Gandhi was more concerned with the problem in its contemporary situation. Ambedkar wanted to solve the problem of untouchability through laws and constitutional methods, whereas Gandhi treated untouchability as a moral stigma and wanted it to be erased by acts of atonement. Gandhi had little use of legal constitutional modes, he looked to morality and thus supported conscience to remedy the evil. Summary. Phil Circle Calcutta Congress Session, December 1928. 1-year ultimatum to government to accept dominion status or else civil disobedience to be launched for complete independence. Phil Circle Lahore Congress Session, December 1929. Congress adopted complete independence as its goal. Congress decided to launch a civil disobedience movement. January 26, 1930 celebrated as the first Independence Day all over the country. Phil Circle Dandi March, March 12 to April 6, 1930. Led by Gandhi, resulted in spread of salt satyagraha to Tamil Nadu, Malabar, Andhra, Assam, Bengal. Phil Circle spread of the movement with additional avenues of protest. Khudai Khidmatgars active in NWFP. Textile workers active in Solapur. Salt Satyagraha in Dharsana. No Chowkidara tax campaign in Bihar. Anti-Chowkidara and anti-Union Board tax in Bengal. No tax movement in Gujarat. Civil disobedience of forest laws in Maharashtra, Karnataka and central provinces. Agitation against Cunningham Circular in Assam. No rent campaign in UP. Mass participation of women, students, some sections of Muslims, merchants and petty traders, tribals, workers and peasants. Phil Circle Gandhi Irwin Pact, March 1931. Congress agreed to attend second RTC and to withdraw CDM. Phil Circle Karachi Congress Session, March 1931, endorsed Delhi Pact between Gandhi and Irwin. Passed resolutions on economic program and fundamental rights. Phil Circle the Round Table Conference. The second RTC right wing in Britain against concessions to Indians. Session got deadlocked on question of safeguards to minorities. Phil Circle December 1931 April 1934, second phase of civil disobedience movement. Phil Circle Communal Award 1932, and Pune Pact provided separate electorates to depressed classes. Nationalists felt this to be a threat to national unity. Gandhi's fast unto death, September 1932, led to Pune Pact which abandoned separate electorates for depressed classes in favor of increased reserved seats for them. Phil Circle Impact of Pune Pact on depressed classes. Phil Circle Joint Electorate and its impact on depressed classes. Phil Circle Differences and similarities between thoughts of Gandhi and Ambedkar. The end. Thank you for listening. Please like, share, comment and subscribe. Hello friends. Welcome to Study Time. Chapter 20. Debates on the Future. Strategy after Civil Disobedience Movement. Following the withdrawal of the civil disobedience movement, there was a two-stage debate on the future strategy of the nationalists. The first stage was on what course the national movement should take in the immediate future, i.e., during the phase of non-mass struggle 193,435, and the second stage, in 1937, considered the question of office acceptance in the context of provincial elections held under the autonomy provisions of the Government of India Act, 1935. The first stage debate. Three perspectives were put forward on what the nationalists should work on immediately after the end of the civil disobedience movement. The first two were traditional responses, while the third one represented the rise of a strong leftist trend within the Congress. The three perspectives were as follows. 1. There should be constructive work on Gandhian lines. 2. There should be a constitutional struggle and participation in elections to the central legislature due in 1934, as advocated by M. A. Ansari, Asaf Ali, Vallabhbhai Desai, S. Satyamurthy and B. C. Roy among others. They argued that filled circle in a period of political apathy, elections and council work could be utilized to keep up the political interest and morale of the people. Filled circle participation in elections and council work did not amount to faith in constitutional politics. Filled circle another political front would help build up Congress and prepare the masses for the next phase. Filled circle this approach would give the Congress a certain amount of prestige and confidence, and a strong presence in councils would serve as an equivalent to the movement. 3. A strong leftist trend within the Congress, represented by Nehru, was critical of both constructive work and council entry in place of the suspended civil disobedience movement, as that would sidetrack political mass action and divert attention from the main issue of the struggle against colonialism. Instead, this section favored resumption and continuation of non-constitutionalist mass struggle because the situation was still revolutionary owing to continued economic crisis and the readiness of the masses to fight. Nehru's vision. Nehru said, the basic goal before Indian people as before people of the world is abolition of capitalism and establishment of socialism. He considered the withdrawal of the civil disobedience movement and council entry a spiritual defeat, a surrender of ideals, and a retreat from revolutionary to reformist mentality. He suggested that the vested interests be revised in favor of the masses by taking up the economic and class demands of peasants and workers, and landlords and capitalists, organizing masses in their class organizations, Kisan Sabhas and trade unions. He argued that these class organizations should be allowed to affiliate with the Congress, thus influencing its policies and activities. There could be no genuine anti-imperialist struggle, he said, without incorporating the class struggle of the masses. Nehru's opposition to struggle through struggle strategy. A large number of congressmen led by Gandhi believed that a mass phase of movement struggle phase had to be followed by a phase of reprieve truce phase before the next stage of mass struggle could be taken up. The truce period, it was argued, would enable the masses to recoup their strength to fight and also give the government a chance to respond to the demands of the nationalists. The masses could not go on sacrificing indefinitely. If the government did not respond positively, the movement could be resumed again with the participation of the masses. This was the struggle through struggle or STS strategy. Criticizing the STS strategy, Nehru argued that the Indian national movement had reached a stage, after the Lahore Congress called for Purna Swaraj program, in which there should be a continuous confrontation and conflict with imperialism till it was overthrown. He advocated maintenance of a continuous direct action policy by the Congress and without the interposition of a constitutionalist phase. Real power, he said, cannot be won by 2 annas and 4 annas. Against an STS strategy, he suggested a struggle victory (SV) strategy. Finally, yes to council entry. Nationalists with apprehension and British officials with hope expected a split in the Congress on Surat lines sooner or later. But Gandhi conciliated the proponents of council entry by acceding to their basic demand of permission to enter the legislatures. He said, parliamentary politics cannot lead to freedom, but those congressmen who could not, for some reason, offer satyagraha or devote themselves to constructive work should not remain unoccupied and could express their patriotic energies through council work provided they are not sucked into constitutionalism or self-serving. Assuring the leftists, Gandhi said that the withdrawal of the civil disobedience movement did not mean bowing down before opportunists or compromising with imperialism. In May 1934, the All India Congress Committee (AICC) met at Patna to set up a parliamentary board to fight elections under the aegis of the Congress itself. Gandhi was aware that he was out of tune with powerful trends in the Congress. A large section of the intelligentsia favored parliamentary politics, with which he was in fundamental disagreement. Another section was estranged from the Congress because of Gandhi's emphasis on the spinning wheel as the second lung of the nation. The socialists led by Nehru also had differences with Gandhi. In October 1934, Gandhi announced his resignation from the Congress to serve it better in thought, word and deed. Nehru and the socialists thought that the British must first be expelled before the struggle for socialism could be waged. And in an anti-imperialist struggle, unity around the Congress, still the only anti-imperialist mass organization, was indispensable. Thus it was better, they felt, to gradually radicalize the Congress than to get isolated from the masses. The right wing was no less accommodating. In the elections to the Central Legislative Assembly held in November 1934, the Congress captured 45 out of 75 seats reserved for Indians. Government of India Act 1935. Amidst the struggle of 1932, the third RTC was held in November, again without Congress participation. The discussions led to the formulation of the Act of 1935. Main features. The Government of India Act was passed by the British Parliament in August 1935. Its main provisions were as follows. 1. An All India Federation. It was to comprise all British Indian provinces, all Chief Commissioner-s provinces and the Indian states, princely states. The Federation's formation was conditional on the fulfillment of states with allotment of 52 seats in the proposed Council of States should agree to join the Federation, and aggregate population of states in the above category should be 50% of the total population of all Indian states. Since these conditions were not fulfilled, the proposed federation never came up. The central government carried on up to 1946 as per the provisions of Government of India Act, 1919. 2. Federal level, executive field circle. The Governor-General was the pivot of the entire constitution. Field circle subjects to be administered were divided into reserved and transferred subjects. Reserved subjects, foreign affairs, defense, tribal areas and ecclesiastical affairs, were to be exclusively administered by the Governor-General on the advice of executive councillors. Executive councillors were not to be responsible to the central legislature. Transferred subjects included all other subjects and were to be administered by the Governor-General on the advice of ministers elected by the legislature. These ministers were to be responsible to the federal legislature and were to resign on losing the confidence of the body. Field Circle Governor-General could act in his individual judgment in the discharge of his special responsibilities for the security and tranquility of India. Legislature Field Circle. The bicameral legislature was to have an upper house, Council of States, and a lower house, Federal Assembly. The Council of States was to be a 260-member house, partly directly elected from British Indian provinces and partly 40% nominated by the princes. The Federal Assembly was to be a 375-member house, partly indirectly elected from British Indian provinces and partly one-third nominated by the princes. Field Circle. Oddly enough, election to the Council of States was direct and that to the Federal Assembly, indirect. Field Circle Council of States was to be a permanent body with one-third members retiring every third year. The duration of the assembly was to be 5 years. Field Circle. The three lists for legislation purposes were to be federal, provincial and concurrent. Field Circle members of Federal Assembly could move a vote of no confidence against ministers. Council of States could not move a vote of no confidence. Field Circle. The system of religion-based and class-based electorates was further extended. Field Circle. 80% of the budget was non-votable. Field Circle Governor-General had residuary powers. He could restore cuts in grants, b. certify bills rejected by the legislature, c. issue ordinances and d. exercise his veto. 3. Provincial autonomy. Field Circle provincial autonomy replaced diarchy. Field Circle provinces were granted autonomy and separate legal identity. Field Circle provinces were freed from the superintendent's direction of the Secretary of State and Governor-General. Provinces henceforth derived their legal authority directly from the British Crown. Field Circle provinces were given independent financial powers and resources. Provincial governments could borrow money on their own security. Executive Field Circle Governor was to be the Crown's nominee and representative to exercise authority on the King's behalf in a province. Fifth Circle Governor was to have special powers regarding minorities, rights of civil servants, law and order, British business interests, partially excluded areas, princely states, etc. Fifth Circle Governor could take over and indefinitely run administration. Legislature Fifth Circle separate electorates based on communal award were to be made operational. Fifth Circle all members were to be directly elected. Franchise was extended, women got the right on the same basis as men. Fifth Circle ministers were to administer all provincial subjects in a council of ministers headed by a premier. Fifth Circle ministers were made answerable to and removable by the adverse vote of the legislature. Fifth Circle provincial legislature could legislate on subjects in provincial and concurrent lists. Fifth Circle 40% of the budget was still not votable. Fifth Circle Governor could a. refuse assent to a bill, b. promulgate ordinances, c. enact Governor S. Acts. Evaluation of the Act. Fifth Circle numerous safeguards and special responsibilities of the Governor General worked as brakes in the proper functioning of the Act. Fifth Circle in provinces, the Governor still had extensive powers. Fifth Circle the Act enfranchised 14% of British Indian population. Fifth Circle the extension of the system of communal electorates. Views. We framed the Act of 1935 because we thought that was the best way of maintaining British influence in India. Lord Linlithgow, Viceroy 1936-43, we are provided with a car, all brakes and no engine. Jawaharlal Nehru. The process of constitutional advance in India is determined by the need to attract Indian collaborators to the Raj. B.R. Tomlinson. And representation of various interests promoted separatist tendencies which culminated in partition of India. Fifth Circle the Act provided a rigid constitution with no possibility of internal growth. Right of amendment was reserved with the British Parliament. The long-term British strategy Fifth Circle suppression could only be a short-term tactic. In the long run, the strategy was to weaken the national movement and integrate large segments of the movement into colonial, constitutional and administrative structure. Fifth Circle reforms would revive the political standing of constitutionalist liberals and moderates who had lost public support during the civil disobedience movement. Fifth Circle repression earlier and reforms now would convince a large section of congressmen of the ineffectiveness of an extra-legal struggle. Fifth Circle once congressmen tasted power, they would be reluctant to go back to politics of sacrifice. Fifth Circle reforms could be used to create dissensions within Congress, right wing to be placated through constitutional concessions and radical leftists to be crushed through police measures. Fifth Circle provincial autonomy would create powerful provincial leaders who would gradually become autonomous centers of political power. Congress would thus be provincialized and the central leadership would get weakened. Nationalists' response. The 1935 Act was condemned by nearly all sections and unanimously rejected by the Congress. The Hindu Mahasabha and the National Liberal Foundation, however, declared themselves in favor of the working of the 1935 Act in the central as well as at the provincial level. The Congress demanded, instead, the convening of a constituent assembly elected on the basis of adult franchise to frame a constitution for independent India. The second stage debate. In early 1937, elections to provincial assemblies were announced and once again the debate on the future strategy to be adopted by the nationalists began. Everyone in the Congress agreed that the 1935 Act was to be opposed root and branch, but it was not clear how it was to be done in a period when a mass movement was not yet possible. There was full agreement that the Congress should fight these elections on the basis of a detailed political and economic program, thus deepening the anti-imperialist consciousness of the people. But what to do after the elections was not yet clear. If the Congress got majority in a province, was it to agree to form a government? There were sharp differences over these questions among the nationalists. The two sides of the debate soon got identified with the emerging ideological divide along the left and right lines. Divided opinion. Jawaharlal Nehru, Subhash Bose, and Congress. Socialists and communists were opposed to office acceptance and thereby in the working of the 1935 Act because they argued that it would negate the rejection of the Act by the nationalists. It would be like assuming responsibility without power. Also, it would take away the revolutionary character of the movement as constitutional work would sidetrack the main issues of freedom, economic and social justice, and removal of poverty. As a counter-strategy, the leftists proposed entry into the councils with an aim to create deadlocks, thus making the working of the act impossible, older Swarajist strategy. And, as a long-term strategy, they advocated an increased reliance on workers and peasants, integration of their class organizations into the Congress, thus imparting a socialist direction to the Congress and preparing for the resumption of a mass movement. The proponents of office acceptance argued that they were equally committed to combating the 1935 Act, but work in legislatures was to be only a short-term tactic since option of a mass movement was not available at the time, and mass struggle alone was capable of winning independence. Capture or rejection of office was not a matter of socialism but of strategy. They agreed that there was a danger of being sucked in by wrong tendencies, but the answer was to fight these tendencies and not to abandon office. The administrative field should not be left open to pro-government reactionary forces. Despite limited powers, provincial ministries could be used to promote constructive work. Gandhi's position. Gandhi opposed office acceptance in the CWC meetings, but by the beginning of 1936, he was willing to give a trial to the formation of Congress ministries. In its sessions at Lucknow in early 1936 and Fasba in late 1937, the Congress decided to fight elections and postpone the decision on office acceptance to the post-election phase. The Congress resolution was not to submit to this constitution or to cooperate with it, but to combat it both inside and outside the legislatures so that it can be ended. In February 1937, elections to the provincial assemblies were held. Elections were held in 11 provinces: Madras, Central Provinces, Bihar, Orissa, United Provinces, Bombay Presidency, Assam, NWFP, Bengal, Punjab and Sindh. These elections were the first in which a larger number of Indians than ever before were eligible to participate. An estimated 30.1 million persons, including 4.25 million women, had been enfranchised, 14% of the total population, and 15.5 million of these, including 917,000 women, actually exercised their franchise, according to reports. Congress Manifesto for Elections. The Congress Manifesto reaffirmed total rejection of the 1935 Act, and promised release of prisoners, removal of disabilities on the basis of gender and caste, radical transformation of the agrarian system, substantial reduction of rent and revenue, scaling down of rural debts, cheap credit and right to form trade unions and to strike. Gandhi did not attend a single election meeting. Congress performance. The Congress won 716 out of 1,161 seats it contested. There were 1,585 seats in the legislative assemblies of the 11 provinces. It got a majority in all provinces, except in Bengal, Assam, Punjab, Sindh and the NWFP, and emerged as the largest party in Bengal, Assam and the NWFP. Because of this performance, the prestige of the Congress rose and Nehru was reconciled to the dominant strategy of STS. Summary. Filled Circle First Stage Debate on I. Constructive work on Gandhian lines. E. Constitutional struggle and participation in elections. E. Rejection of constructive work and constitutional struggle, continuation of CDM. Filled Circle Government of India Act, 1935. Proposed, an All India Federation, bicameral legislature at the center, provincial autonomy, 3 lists for legislation, federal, provincial and concurrent. At center, subjects to be administered divided into reserved and transferred categories. Provincial legislators to be directly elected. Early 1937, elections to provincial assemblies held. Congress ministries formed in Bombay, Madras, Central Provinces, United Provinces, Bihar, Orissa, Assam and NWFP. Filled Circle Second Stage Debate. Nehru, Subhas, Congress and Socialists opposed office acceptance. Leftists proposed entry into the councils with an aim to crease deadlocks. Gandhi, in the beginning opposed for office acceptance, but later gave his approval. Congress sessions at Lucknow 1936 and Fasba 1937 decided to contest elections. The end. Thank you for listening. Please like, share, comment and subscribe. Hello friends. Welcome to Study Time. Chapter 21. Congress Rule in Provinces. Congress ministries were formed in Bombay, Madras, Central Provinces, Orissa, United Provinces, Bihar and later in the NWFP and Assam also. Gandhi's advice. Gandhi advised congressmen to hold these offices lightly and not tightly. The offices were to be seen as crowns of thorns which had been accepted to see if they quickened the pace towards the nationalist goal. Gandhi advised that these offices should be used in a way not expected or intended by the British. Gandhi urged congressmen to prove that the Congress could rule with least assistance from the police and the army. Work under Congress ministries. There was great enthusiasm among the people, suppressed mass energy had got released. There was an increase in the prestige of the Congress as it had showed that it could not only lead people but could also use state power for their benefit. But the Congress ministries had some basic limitations. They could not, through their administration, change the basic imperialist character of the system and could not introduce a radical era. In the 28 months of Congress rule in the provinces, there was some efforts made for people's welfare. Civil liberties. The Congress ministries did much to ease curbs on civil liberties. Filled circle laws giving emergency powers were repealed. Filled circle ban on illegal organizations, such as the Hindustan Seva Dal and youth leagues, and on certain books and journals was lifted. Filled circle press restrictions were lifted. Filled circle newspapers were taken out of blacklists. Filled circle confiscated arms and arms licenses were restored. Filled circle police powers were curbed and the CID stopped shadowing politicians. Filled circle political prisoners and revolutionaries were released, and deportation and internment orders were revoked. Filled circle in Bombay lands confiscated by the government during the civil disobedience movement were restored. Filled circle pensions of officials associated with the civil disobedience movement were restored. But there were certain blemishes in the performance of the Congress ministries regarding civil liberties. Yusuf Meher Ali, a socialist, was arrested by the Madras government for inflammatory speeches and later released. S.S. Batliwala, a socialist, was arrested by the Madras government for seditious speech and given a 6-month sentence. Then, K.M. Munshi, the Bombay Home Minister, used the CID against communists and leftists. Agrarian reforms. There were certain basic constraints due to which the Congress ministries could not undertake a complete overhaul of the agrarian structure by completely abolishing zamindari. These constraints were: I. The ministries did not have adequate powers. E. There were inadequate financial resources as a lion's share was appropriated by the Government of India. E. Strategy of class adjustments was another hurdle since zamindars, etc., had to be conciliated and neutralized. IV. There was constraint of time since the logic of Congress politics was confrontation and not cooperation with colonialism. Wheat war clouds had started hovering around 1938. The reactionary Second Chamber Legislative Council dominated by landlords, moneylenders and capitalists in United Provinces, Bihar, Bombay, Madras and Assam had to be conciliated as its support was necessary for legislations. The agrarian structure was too complex. In spite of these constraints, the Congress ministries managed to legislate a number of laws relating to land reforms, debt relief, forest grazing fee, arrears of rent, land tenures, etc. But most of these benefits went to statutory and occupancy tenants while subtenants did not gain much. Agricultural laborers did not benefit as they had not been mobilized. Attitude towards labor. The basic approach was to advance workers' interests while promoting industrial peace. This was sought to be achieved by reducing strikes as far as possible and by advocating compulsory arbitration prior to striking before the established conciliation machinery. Goodwill was sought to be created between labor and capital with mediation of ministries, while at the same time efforts were made to improve workers' condition and secure wage increases for them. The ministries treated militant trade union protests as law and order problems, and acted as mediators as far as possible. This approach was largely successful but not so in Bombay. Also, leftist critics were not satisfied by this approach. Generally, the ministries took recourse to Section 144 and arrested the leaders. Nehru was unhappy about these repressive measures but in public supported the ministries to protect them from petty and petulant criticism. Although Gandhi was against militant and violent methods, he stood for political education of the masses. He felt that the popular base of the Congress should not erode. He appealed to congressmen against frequent resort to colonial laws and machinery. Social welfare reforms. These included the following: filled circle prohibition imposed in certain areas. Field circle measures for welfare of Harijan taken temple entry, use of public facilities, scholarships, and increase in their numbers in government service and police, etc. Field circle attention given to primary, technical and higher education and to public health and sanitation. Field circle encouragement given to khadi through subsidies and other measures. Field circle prison reforms undertaken. Field circle encouragement given to indigenous enterprises. Field circle efforts taken to develop planning through National Planning Committee set up under Congress President Subhash Bose in 1938. Extra parliamentary mass activity of Congress. Such activities included Field circle launching of mass literacy campaigns. Field circle setting up of Congress police stations and panchayats. Field circle Congress grievance committees presenting mass petitions to government, and Field circle states people's movements. Evaluation. Though by 1939 internal strifes, opportunism and hunger for power had started surfacing among congressmen, yet they were able to utilize council work to their advantage to a great extent. The 28-month Congress rule was also significant for the following reasons. Field circle. The contention that Indian self-government was necessary for radical social transformation got confirmed. Field circle congressmen demonstrated that a movement could use state power to further its ends without being co-opted. Field circle. The ministries were able to control communal riots. Field circle. The morale of the bureaucracy came down. Field circle council work helped neutralize many erstwhile hostile elements, landlords, etc. Field circle. People were able to perceive the shape of things to come if independence was won. Field circle administrative work by Indians further weakened the myth that Indians were not fit to rule. The Congress ministries resigned in October 1939 after the outbreak of the Second World War. The huge Congress victory in the elections had aroused the hopes of the industrial working class. There was increased militancy and industrial unrest in Bombay, Gujarat, the United Provinces and Bengal at a time when the Congress was drawn into a closer friendship with Indian capitalists. This resulted in what appeared to be an anti-labor shift in Congress attitudes that led to the Bombay Traders Disputes Act in 1938. The Congress leadership was also faced with another dilemma: how to react to the situation in the princely states. Should the Congress support the Prajamandal movement for greater democracy or not? In the meanwhile, the All India Muslim League, annoyed with the Congress for not sharing power with them, established the Pirpur Committee in 1938 to prepare a detailed report on the atrocities supposedly committed by the Congress ministries. In its report, the committee charged the Congress with interference in the religious rights, suppression of Urdu in favor of Hindi, denial of proper representation, and of the oppression of Muslims in the economic sphere. The Congress was forced to realize that being in power and actually running the administration was not easy, and all sections of populations had such high expectations as could not be fulfilled all at once. Summary. Field circle. Gandhi's advice to office bearers. Offices should be used in a way not expected or intended by the British. Hold offices lightly, not tightly. Field circle work under Congress ministries. Eased curbs on civil liberties. Restrictions on press lifted. Political prisoners and revolutionaries released. Lifted ban from several illegal organizations, books and journals. Restoration of pensions of officials associated with the CDM. The end. Thank you for listening. Please like, share, comment and subscribe. Hello friends. Welcome to Study Time. Chapter 22. Nationalist Response in the Wake of World War II. Congress Crisis on Method of Struggle. In the aftermath of the civil disobedience movement, there was some disarray within the Congress. In Gandhi's perception, there was rising corruption and indiscipline in the organization. He was also unhappy with the rivalries and petty squabbles among the Congress leaders. There were issues of bogus membership and unethical means employed in trying to getting into the Congress committees and controlling them. Gandhi firmly believed that the Congress should first put its house in order before the movement could again be launched. Besides, he also felt the masses were not in the mood for a struggle. There were others who felt that the struggle should continue. Haripura and Tripuri Sessions, Subhash Bose's views. Subhash Chandra Bose was president of the Bengal Provincial Congress Committee. His main area of work lay in the organization of the youth and promoting the trade union movement. Subhash Bose did not agree with Gandhi and other leaders of the Congress on many aspects of the struggle for freedom. He, along with Jawaharlal Nehru, opposed the Motilal Nehru report, which spoke for dominion status for India. Bose was all for full independence. He also announced the formation of the Independence League. When the Lahore Congress session under Jawaharlal Nehru's presidency adopted a resolution that the Congress goal would be Purna Swaraj, Bose fully endorsed the decision. He was again fully active in the Sword Satyagraha movement in 1930, forcing the government to arrest him. He was vehemently against the suspension of the civil disobedience movement and the signing of the Gandhiavan Pact in 1931, especially as the government refused to negotiate on the death sentence for Bhagat Singh and his associates. From all this we get a clear idea that Bose was a man of action and radical ideas. Haripura. At the Congress meeting in Haripura, Gujarat, in February 1938, Bose was unanimously elected president of the session. He was firm in his belief that the Congress ministries in the provinces had immense revolutionary potential, as he said in his presidential address. Bose also talked of economic development of the country through planning and was instrumental in setting up a national planning committee later. The session adopted a resolution that the Congress would give moral support to those who were agitating against the governance in the princely states. In the following months, the international situation was highly disturbed. There were clear signs that Europe was going to be embroiled in war. 1939, Subhash wins, but Congress faces internal strife. In January 1939, Subhash Bose decided to stand again for the president's post in the Congress. Gandhi was not happy with Bose's candidature. Bose said he represented the new ideas, ideologies, problems and programs that had come out of the progressive sharpening of the anti-imperialist struggle in India. However, Sardar Patel, Rajendra Prasad, J.B. Kripalani and some other members of the Congress Working Committee pointed out that it was in the various Congress bodies, such as the Working Committee, that ideologies and programs were developed. Moreover, the position of the Congress president was more of a constitutional one, representative and symbolic of the unity of the nation. They favored the candidates supported by Gandhi, namely Pattabhi Sitaramaiah. Subhash Bose won the election by 1580 votes against 1377. He got the full support of the Congress Socialist Party and the Communists. Gandhi congratulated Bose on his victory but also declared that Pattabhi's defeat is my defeat. Now it became a Gandhi versus Bose issue. Tripuri. In March 1939, the Congress session took place at Tripuri, in the central provinces near Jabalpur in present Madhya Pradesh. It was obvious that all was not well within the Congress. The Working Committee, the ruling body of the Congress, is not elected, but nominated by the President. The election of the President is thus a constitutional opportunity through which the membership expressed the nature of the leadership of the Congress. With Bose's victory, the polarization in terms of ideology and method of future struggle was clear. Thus the election of Bose, in the face of the opposition of the official machine, led to a sharp inner crisis. Subhash Bose had accused the Working Committee leaders of being ready to reach a compromise with the government on the matter of federation. Now, those leaders felt they could not work with a president who had publicly cast doubts on their nationalistic principles and resigned from the Working Committee. Bose was ill when the Tripuri session took place, but he attended it and in his presidential speech he prophesied that an imperialist war was about to take place in Europe. He declared, "In the first place, we must give clear and unequivocal expression to what I have been feeling for some time past, namely, that the time has come for us to raise the issue of Swaraj and submit our national demand to the British government in the form of an ultimatum." He was in favor of giving a 6-month ultimatum to Britain to grant the national demand of independence. If the ultimatum was rejected, he said, a mass civil disobedience movement should be launched. In his opinion, as Bose was to write later, the Congress was strong enough just as the masses were ready for such a struggle. He felt that advantage should be taken of the international crisis to strive for independence. Gandhi, on the other hand, was firm in the belief that it was not the time for such ultimatums as neither the Congress nor the masses were yet ready for struggle. He was also aware that there were communal discord and class strife and a lack of unified vision and that this would undermine any movement. A resolution was moved by Govind Ballabh Pant, reaffirming faith in Gandhian policies and asking Bose to nominate the Working Committee in accordance with the wishes of Gandhiji, and it was passed without opposition from the Socialists or the Communists. Apparently, the left was not keen on discarding Gandhi's leadership. However, Gandhi said that he would not like to impose a working committee on the president and that, Since Bose was the president, he should choose the members of the working committee and lead the Congress. Bose continued his effort to win Gandhi's confidence but did not succeed. Bose refused to nominate a new working committee. Bose wanted an immediate struggle led by Gandhi, whereas Gandhi was firm in his belief that the time was not right for struggle. The problem was that ideologically Gandhi and Bose were on different platforms. Gandhi was not willing to lead a Congress struggle based on the radical lines preferred by Bose, even as Bose was not willing to compromise on his ideas. Gandhi was of the view that he would either lead the Congress on the basis of his own strategy and style of politics or surrender the position of the leader. In his reply to a letter from Bose, Gandhi wrote, "The views you express seem to be so diametrically opposed to those of the others and my own that I do not see any possibility of bridging them." Bose had misjudged the support he had got in his election. Even the socialists and the communists for the most part were not keen on a split in the Congress. They realized that a split would reduce the left, which was not very consolidated at the time, to a splinter group. They preferred a united Congress led by Gandhi, as the national struggle was of utmost importance and the Congress was at the time the main organ of the struggle. In the circumstances, Bose saw no option but to resign. He resigned from the president's post in April 1939. This led to the election of Rajendra Prasad as president of the Congress. The crisis in the Congress had been overcome for the present. In May, Bose and his followers formed the Forward Bloc at Makur, Unnao, as a new party within the Congress. But when he gave a call for an all-India protest on July 9 against an AICC resolution, the Congress Working Committee took disciplinary action against Bose. In August 1939, he was removed from the post of president of the Bengal Provincial Congress Committee besides being debarred from holding any elective office in the Congress for a period of 3 years. Among the resolutions at Tripuri was an interesting one relating to China. The Congress sends its greetings to the people of China and its deepest sympathy in their trials and privations in their struggle against ruthless and inhuman imperialism. It congratulates them on their heroic resistance. The Congress expresses its approval of the sending of a medical mission on its behalf to the people of China and trusts that this mission will continue to receive full support, so that it may carry on its work of succor effectively and be a worthy symbol of Indian solidarity with China. Gandhi and Bose, ideological differences. Gandhi and Subhash Bose had a deep respect for one another despite their hugely differing ideologies. Each appreciated the work done by the other in the national struggle for freedom. In 1942, Gandhi called Bose the prince among the patriots. When the death of Bose was reported, Gandhi said that Netaji's patriotism is second to none. His bravery shines through all his actions. He aimed high and failed. But who has not failed? On another occasion, Gandhi said, "Netaji will remain immortal for all time to come for his service to India." Bose was fully aware of Gandhi's importance as a symbol of Indian nationalism and called him the father of our nation in a radio broadcast from Rangoon in 1944, even though in the same speech he expressed his own conviction that force was the only way to win freedom from the British. When forced to resign at the Tripuri session, Bose said he would yield to none in my respect for his, Gandhi's personality, adding that it will be a tragic thing for me if I succeed in winning the confidence of other people but fail to win the confidence of India's greatest man. Later, Bose said that the service which Mahatma Gandhi has rendered to India and to the cause of India's freedom is so unique and unparalleled that his name will be written in letters of gold in our national history, for all time. Incidentally, both men considered socialism to be the way forward in India, though in slightly different ways. Gandhi did not subscribe to the Western form of socialism which he associated with industrialization, but agreed with the kind of socialism advocated by Jayaprakash Narayan. Both Gandhi and Bose were religious men and disliked communism. Both worked against untouchability and spoke for women's emancipation. But they differed widely in their ways and methods and in their political and economic ideologies. Non-violence versus militant approach. Gandhi was a firm believer in ahimsa and satyagraha, the non-violent way to gain any goal. He believed that it was the way in which the masses could be involved. He objected to violence firstly because an unarmed masses had little chance of success in an armed rebellion, and then because he considered violence a clumsy weapon which created more problems than it solved, and left behind hatred and bitterness which could not be overcome through reconciliation. Bose believed that Gandhi's strategy based on the ideology of non-violence would be inadequate for securing India's independence. To his mind, violent resistance alone could oust the alien imperialist rule from India. He considered the Gandhian civil disobedience campaign as an effective means of paralyzing the administration, but did not think it to be efficacious unless accompanied by a movement aimed at total revolution that was prepared, if necessary, to use violence. Means and ends. Bose had his eye on the result of the action. When war clouds hung over Europe, he saw the situation as an opportunity to take advantage of the British weakness. He believed in seizing whatever opportunity was available to carry forward the struggle for freedom. He openly criticized the British for professing to fight for the freedom of the European nations under Nazi control but refusing to grant independence to its own colonies, including India. He had no compunction in taking the help of the Nazis or the fascists and later of Imperial Japan, the Axis powers as they came to be called when the war broke out, even though he believed in freedom and equality and other liberal ideals and disapproved of the arrogant racialism of the Nazis and the suppression of democratic institutions in Nazi Germany, as his writings show. However, he admired the Nazis and the fascists for their discipline. Bose's supporters point out that his association with Germany and Japan was dictated by revolutionary strategy and not by ideological kinship. In other words, he was just a pragmatist. He was against the fascist theory of racial superiority and the fascist acceptance of capitalism. Gandhi felt that the nonviolent way of protest that he propagated could not be practiced unless the means and ends were equally good. One could not just use any means to achieve an end, however desirable that end may be. It would be against the truth that should guide one in all actions. Besides, he had a deep dislike for the ideas of the fascists and the Nazis and would not think of using them to ally against the British, especially when the latter were in a difficult situation. He saw Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan not just as aggressors but as dangerous powers. Gandhi himself said, "The difference of outlook between him, Bose, and me as to the means is too well known for comment." Bose acknowledged that Gandhi's methods had their importance when he said in his speech from Tokyo, "Though personally I believe that this method will not succeed in bringing us complete independence, there is no doubt that it has greatly helped to rouse and unify the Indian people and also to keep up a movement of resistance against the foreign government." Form of government. In his early writings, Bose expressed the opinion that democracy was the acceptable political system for India. But later, he seemed to have veered towards the idea that, at least in the beginning, a democratic system would not be adequate for the process of nation rebuilding and the eradication of poverty and social inequality. In an address to students in Tokyo University in 1944, Bose is quoted as saying, "You cannot have a so-called democratic system if that system has to put through economic reforms on a socialistic basis. Therefore, we must have a political system, a state of an authoritarian character." When Bose proclaimed, on October 21, 1943, the formation of the Provisional Government of Azad Hind, Free India, he held on to his post as Supreme Commander of the Indian National Army, and also named himself Head of State, Prime Minister, and Minister for War and Foreign Affairs. He anticipated retaining the position of Head of State in a free India. This, say some scholars, indicated the authoritative streak in Bose. As early as 1930, Bose expressed the opinion that in India there should be a synthesis of what modern Europe calls socialism and fascism. We have here the justice, the equality, the love, which is the basis of socialism, and combined with that we have the efficiency and the discipline of fascism as it stands in Europe today. He called this Samyavada. Bose admired discipline and orderly approach to anything. He admired these qualities in the fascists of Italy and in the Nazis of Germany. Indeed, it is clear from his letters that, despite his dislike of colonial power and his desire to oust the alien British rule from India, he was impressed by the methodical and systematic approach of the British and their disciplined way of life. Bose, however, was not a Nazi or a fascist, for he supported empowerment of women, secularism and other liberal ideas. Neither was Bose a communist. He considered himself a socialist, but that was a very different thing from being a communist. He laughed at the idea of internationalism as espoused by the communists. He said nationalism was important before going on to internationalism. He also felt that the theoretical ideals found in Marx's writings could not be applied in India without a lot of modification. Nor did he discard religion, which was important to him. Bose was a leftist in the sense that he was an anti-imperialist and believed in attaining complete independence. After the achievement of independence, Bose considered leftism would mean socialism. The reconstruction of national life would have to be on a socialist basis. Indeed, it would appear from many of his writings that, after an initial stage of authoritarian rule, there could be formed a new India and a happy India on the basis of the eternal principles of liberty, democracy, and socialism. Gandhi's ideas on government can be found in the Hind Swaraj 1909. It was the nearest he came to producing a sustained work of political theory. Gandhi's idealized state, his Ramraja, a utopia, in fact, did not need a representative government, a constitution, an army, or a police force. Capitalism, communism, exploitation, and religious violence would be absent. Instead, the country was to be modeled on the India of the past. In many ways, Gandhi's writings call for a pre-modern, morally enlightened and apolitical Indian state. Swaraj lays stress on self-governance through individuals and community building. At the individual level, Swaraj is vitally connected with the capacity for dispassionate self-assessment, ceaseless self-purification, and growing self-reliance. Gandhi said, "I look upon an increase in the power of the state with greatest fear, because although while apparently doing good by minimizing exploitation, it does the greatest harm to mankind by destroying individuality, which is at the root of progress." He was skeptical of the party system and showed that representative democracy could not provide people with justice. He advocated a stateless society in which life becomes perfect. Gandhi was opposed to centralization. He believed in decentralization of political as well as economic power, and this could come about only by beginning from the basic unit. In his vision of Swaraj, society would be composed of innumerable, ever-widening, never-ascending village republics. The basic unit would be the village whose people will always abide by the ideals of truth and non-violence. Every village would be a self-sufficient republic or panchayat. Self-sufficiency did not mean that in times of need help could not be taken from other villages. The panchayat, the unit of local self-government, will consist of 5 persons, male and female, elected annually. It would represent the village community and be the custodian of all authority. Moreover, it would be an autonomous political institution in the context of village administration. Significantly, Gandhi said, in the ideal state, there is no political power because there is no state. But the ideal is never fully realized in life. Hence the classical statement of Thoreau that the government is best which governs the least is worthy of consideration. As Judith Brown writes, Gandhi seems to have visualized a loose linkage of independent village republics as the ideal form of the state. He can therefore properly be called an anarchist. In Gandhi's view, democracy would not be possible without high morality. It is morality that develops a sense of responsibility in human beings, and the strength of this sense of responsibility would help them to respect and protect the rights of each other. Gandhi laid more emphasis on duties than on rights. Militarism. Subhas Bose was deeply attracted to military discipline and was thankful for the basic training he received in the university unit of the India Defence Force. He volunteered to form a guard of honor during the ceremonial functions at the Calcutta session of the Congress in 1930. And it was done on a massive and grand scale. Bose, in full dress uniform, reviewed his troops. Gandhi and most of his supporters were uneasy with this display. Gandhi was against the military on the whole. His Ramraja, being built on the concept of truth and nonviolence and self-regulation, would be a perfect place and would not require either police or grandiose armies. All effort must be made to arrive at peace rather than go to war. War, said Gandhi, demoralizes those who are trained for it. It brutalizes men of naturally gentle nature. The main causes of war, according to Gandhi, were racialism, imperialism, and fascism in the context of the Second World War. He also listed economic inequality and exploitation as additional causes of war and instability in the international system. If these were eradicated, there need not be any war. He was not against defensive war. If the innocent were attacked, there was no option but to defend oneself. So, of course, the military was required for self-defense, but it was to be on minimal scale. Ideas on economy. Gandhi's concept of Swaraj had its own brand of economic vision. He wanted a decentralized economy without state control. Gandhi dismissed both capitalism and Western socialism, the former for its exploitative excesses and the latter for its connection to industrialization. Both, he believed, led human beings to crave for luxury and self-indulgence. Gandhi wanted people to get rid of greed and make do with just the bare necessities of life. He developed the idea of village sarvodaya. He advocated a back to the roots vision when production was simultaneous with consumption and distribution and the vicious circle of money economy was absent. Production was for immediate use and not for distant markets. What he wanted was the revival of ancient village communities in which agriculture prospered, industry was decentralized, business was through small-scale cooperative organizations. He also wanted the participation of people at all levels. In a letter he wrote to Henry Pollack in 1909, Gandhi expressed the view that India's salvation lay in learning what had been learned. He wanted the railways, telegraphs, hospitals, lawyers, doctors, and other modern trappings to be discarded, and the so-called upper classes to learn to live the simple life of the peasant. He was against larger-scale industrialization. He had strong objections to labor-saving machinery. Men go on saving labor, till thousands are without work and thrown on the open streets to die of starvation. He was not against instruments and machinery that saved individual labor. He wrote that mechanization is good when the hands are too few for the work intended to be accomplished. It is an evil when there are more hands than required for the work, as is the case in India. The capitalist who amassed wealth was a thief, according to Gandhi. In his opinion, if a person had inherited wealth or had made a lot of money through trade and industry, the amount was to be shared with the entire society and must be spent on the welfare of all. He put forward his theory of trusteeship under which he wanted the capitalists to be trustees, and as such would take care of not only themselves but also of others. The workers would consider the capitalists as their benefactors and would keep faith in them. So there would be mutual trust and confidence, and as a consequence the ideal of economic equality could be achieved. Bose considered economic freedom to be the essence of social and political freedom. He was all in favor of modernization which was necessarily to be brought about by industrialization. He believed that India's downfall in the political and material sphere had been brought about by the people's inordinate belief in fate and the supernatural accompanied by an indifference to modern scientific developments, especially in the field of war weapons. He felt the backward agriculture had to be modernized. The labor that was ousted from the agricultural sector as a result of such modernization could be helped only with the development of industry, which could absorb the surplus labor from agriculture. In his speech at the Haripura Congress session, Bose expressed his opinion that, for India to progress, a comprehensive scheme of industrial development under state ownership and state control would be indispensable. And he spoke about the need to set up a planning commission to advise the national government. He also spoke about abolition of landlordism and liquidation of agricultural indebtedness. He was much impressed by the success attained by the Soviet Union in economic development through rapid industrialization within a short period of time. Bose had his reasons for demanding industrialization for India. It would solve the problem of unemployment. Socialism, he said, was to be the basis of national reconstruction and socialism presupposed industrialization. Moreover, industrialization was necessary if India were to compete with foreign countries. Industrialization was also necessary for improving the standard of living of the people at large. Bose classified industry into three categories: heavy, medium, and cottage. Heavy industries, he said, form the backbone of the national economy. But he was fully aware of the great importance of cottage industries. Industrialization does not mean that we turn our back on cottage industries. It only means that we shall have to decide which industries should be developed on a cottage basis and which on a larger scale basis. Religion. Gandhi said God is truth and love, God is ethics and morality, God is fearlessness. God is the source of light and life, and yet He is above and beyond all these. God is conscience. He is even the atheism of the atheist. For in His boundless love God permits the atheist to live. Gandhi was primarily a man of religion. He had a steadfast view on religion, and his religion was the basis of all his other ideas. Truth and non-violence were the two principles that helped Gandhi in evolving a comprehensive view of religion that went beyond narrow sectarianism. For Gandhi, there is no higher way of worshipping God than serving the poor and identifying God in them. He considered different religions to be merely the different paths towards the same destination. Gandhi, out of his own experiences and readings, came to the conclusion that all religions are based on the same principles, namely, truth and love. He claimed that religion is a binding force and not a dividing force. He said that each person should follow his or her own religion freely. He would not conceive of a state without religion, for the basic tenets of his religion were at the base of his idea of state too. Subhash Bose believed in Upanishadic teachings. He revered the Bhagavad Gita and was inspired by Vivekananda. He was also inspired by the India of the past as reinterpreted by thinkers. According to many scholars, Hindu spirituality formed the essential part of his political and social thought throughout his adult life. However, he was free of bigotry or orthodoxy. He was for total non-discrimination on the basis of religion, and in context he took up the Hindus cause when he demanded that Hindu prisoners be given the right to do Durga Puja just as Muslims and Christians were allowed to celebrate their festivals. Bose motivated Indians towards freedom struggle through Hindu symbolisms as appropriate for the audience. On December 9, 1930, he called upon the women to participate in the liberation struggle, invoking the imagery of Durga, a form of Shakti, ready to vanquish evil. However, he was not a sectarian. He named his force Azad Hind Force, and there were many non-Hindus in that army and who were close to him. The ENA was to be a mixture of various religions, races, and castes with total social equality of all soldiers. They were served food cooked in the common kitchen and shared space in common barracks, breaking the age-old caste bonds and practices. Common celebrations of all religious festivals took place in the ENA. Bose was a secularist with an impartial attitude to all religions. He said that free India must have an absolutely neutral and impartial attitude towards all religions and leave it to the choice of individuals to profess or follow a particular religion of his faith. Religion is a private matter, the state has nothing to do with it. He opined that economic issues cut across communal divisions and barriers. Caste and untouchability. Gandhi's goals for society were mainly three: eradicating untouchability, maintaining the Varna distinctions of the caste system, and strengthening tolerance, modesty and religiosity in India. Gandhi believed that one way of reinvigorating India was to wipe out untouchability, which he considered to be a pernicious practice preventing millions of peasants from realizing their dreams and aspirations. It was incompatible with Swaraj. He said that if any Shastra propounded untouchability, that Shastra should be abandoned. He, however, supported the Varna system. He believed that the laws of caste were eternal, and were the base for social harmony. In the India that Gandhi visualized, each village would be organized around the fourfold divisions, with every member of society doing his or her own duty. As there would be a complete system of reciprocity, according to Gandhi, no one would be subject to feelings of differences in status. Bose looked forward to an India changed by a socialist revolution that would bring to an end the traditional social hierarchy with its caste system. In its place would come an egalitarian, casteless and classless society. Subhas Bose completely rejected social inequality and the caste system. He spoke in favor of inter-caste marriages. In his public speeches, Bose spoke vehemently against untouchability. He was inspired by Vivekananda in his belief that the progress of India would be possible only with uplift of the downtrodden and the so-called untouchables. Women. In Gandhi's words, to call women the weaker sex is a libel, it is man's injustice to women. Gandhi played an important role in uplifting the status of women in India. Gandhi was instrumental in bringing women out of their homes to take part in the struggle for freedom. It was, as scholars point out, the most radical of his ideas. It involved bringing women out of the purdah, a system that was prevalent among Hindus as well as Muslims of the time. It involved the possibility of being jailed and thus being separated from their families. These were steps that were revolutionary for those times. Apart from bringing women into the struggle for Swaraj, he vehemently opposed various social ills affecting women like child marriage, the dowry system and female infanticide, and the treatment of widows. He considered men and women to be equal and declared that men should treat women with respect and consideration. However, in the matter of the roles of men and women, Gandhi would be regarded as patriarchal and traditional by present standards. He wrote in 1937, "I do believe that woman will not make her contribution to the world by mimicking or running a race with man. She can run the race, but she will not rise to the great heights she is capable of by mimicking man. She has to be the complement of man." Again, in 1940, he wrote, "Whilst both are fundamentally one, it is also equally true that in the form there is a vital difference between the two. Hence, the vocations of the two must also be different. Her duty of motherhood requires qualities which man need not possess. She is passive, he is active. She is essentially mistress of the house. He is the breadwinner, she is the keeper and the distributor of the bread. She is the caretaker in every sense of the term. The art of bringing up the infants of the race is her special and sole prerogative. Without her care, the race must become extinct. Gandhi considered women to be the presiding deities of the home. It was their dharma to take care of the home. If they do not follow dharma, the people would be totally destroyed, said Gandhi. However, Gandhi also said that dharma did not imply brutish behavior from men treating women as chattel. Women should not tolerate ill treatment from their husbands. But he did not ask women to walk out of their homes and launch agitations, personal or public, against their plight or a satyagraha within their exploitative domestic environments. He did say in 1940 that domestic slavery of woman is a symbol of our barbarism, and she should be freed from this incubus. He also wrote, women may not look for protection to men. They must rely on their own strength and purity of character and on God, as did Draupadi of old. Clearly, his ideal woman, as Judith Brown observes, was not the modern woman, free of the restraints imposed on her physically, socially and economically by virtue of her being born female. He drew his symbol of his ideal woman from the figure of Sita, who bore patiently and bravely all the injustices heaped on her by Rama. Gandhi preached female virtues of bravery and independence, and a capacity to bear suffering. The model he offered to Indian women was the virtuous and faithful wife, says Judith Brown. Subhash Bose had a more robust view of women. Differing from the German National Socialists, Nazis, and the Italian fascists, who stressed the masculine in almost all spheres of social and political activity, Bose considered women to be the equals of men, and thus they should be prepared to fight and sacrifice for the freedom of India. He arduously campaigned to bring women more fully into the life of the nation. In his presidential address at the Maharashtra Provincial Conference in May 1928, he declared, the status of women should be raised and women should be trained to take a larger and more intelligent interest in public affairs. It is impossible for one half of the nation to win freedom without the active sympathy and support of the other half. When, as Congress president in 1938, Bose set up the Planning Commission, he insisted that there should be a separate planning commission for women. This commission was chaired by Rani Lakshmi Bhai Rajawade and was to deal with the role of women in planned economy in future India. Later, in 1943, he called on women to serve as soldiers in the Indian National Army. This was a most radical view. He formed a women's regiment in the INA in 1943, named the Rani of Jhansi Regiment. Many women were enthused to join the regiment commanded by Captain Lakshmi Swaminathan Sehgal after marriage, while those less suited to combat duties were employed as nurses and in other support roles. The majority were trained as soldiers. They were given the same treatment as the men and received no special privileges. In Bose's view, women should be given a high position in the family as well as in society. He believed in female emancipation, in liberating women from age-old bondage to customs and man-made disabilities, social, economic and political. He wanted women to get all-round education including not only literacy, but physical and vocational training. He was all for abolition of purdah and also supported widow remarriage. Women, he said, should also be made conscious of their social and legal rights as well as their duties as citizens. Education. Gandhi was against the English system of education as also against the use of English as a medium of instruction. He wanted education to be in the vernacular. He advocated free and compulsory education for all boys and girls between 7 and 14 years. In Gandhi's view, education should be an integrated approach to the full development of the personality. It should include physical training and high moral principles along with intellectual and cognitive development. He differentiated between learning and education, knowledge and wisdom, literacy and lessons of life. According to him, literacy in itself is no education. To Gandhi, morality had to be a part of education. Taking a leaf from Plato, Gandhi said that education should be a means of attaining knowledge and wisdom that ultimately place the seeker on the spiritual path. The end of education was not merely a means to make a career and achieve social status. Education should be a means to enlightenment. Gandhi also wanted the Hindu scriptures to be a part of education as they propounded discipline and self-restraint. He conceived his Nai Talim or basic education for all in 1937. Nai Talim aimed to impart education that would lead to freedom from ignorance, illiteracy, superstition, psyche of servitude, and many more taboos that inhibited free thinking of a free India. This scheme of education was to emphasize on holistic training of mind and body, so along with academics, there was to be purposeful manual labor. Handicrafts, art and drawing were the most fundamental teaching tools in Nai Talim. As Gandhi wanted to make Indian villages self-sufficient units, he emphasized on vocational education, which increases the efficiency of students in undertaking tasks in those villages and make the village a self-sufficient unit. Subhash Bose was for higher education, especially in the technical and scientific fields, as he wanted an industrial India. He said, "National reconstruction will be possible only with the aid of science and our scientists." He wanted Indian students to be sent abroad for training in accordance with a clear and definite plan so that as soon as they returned home, they may proceed straight away to build up new industries. Second World War and nationalistic response. On September 1, 1939, Germany attacked Poland, the action that led to the Second World War. On September 3, 1939, Britain declared war against Germany and the British government of India declared India's support for the war without consulting Indian opinion. Congress offer to Viceroy. Though the Congress did not like the unilateral action of the British of drawing India into the war without consulting the Indians, it decided to support the war effort conditionally. The hostility of the Congress to fascism, Nazism, militarism and imperialism had been much more consistent than the British record. The Indian offer to cooperate in the war effort had two basic conditions. 1. After the war, a constituent assembly should be convened to determine political structure of a free India. 2. Immediately, some form of a genuinely responsible government should be established at the center. The offer was rejected by Linlithgow, the viceroy. The Congress argued that these conditions were necessary to win public opinion for war. CWC meeting at Wardha. The official Congress position was adopted at the Wardha session of the Congress Working Committee, but before that different opinions were voiced on the question of Indian support to British war efforts. Gandhi, who had all sympathy for Britain in this war because of his total dislike of the fascist ideology, advocated an unconditional support to the Allied powers. He made a clear distinction between the democratic nations of Western Europe and the totalitarian Nazis and fascists. He said that he was not willing to embarrass the British government during the war. Subhas Bose and other socialists, such as Acharya Narendra Dev and Jayaprakash Narayan, who had been invited by the Congress to attend the Wardha meeting so that different opinions could be discussed, had no sympathy for either side in the war. In their opinion, the war was being fought by imperialists on both sides. Each side wanted to protect its colonial possessions and gain more territories to colonize, so neither side should be supported by the nationalists. In fact, they thought it was the ideal time to launch a civil disobedience movement, to thus take advantage of the situation and snatch freedom from Britain. Jawaharlal Nehru was not ready to accept the opinion of either Gandhi or of the socialists. He was clear in his mind about the difference between democratic values and fascism. He believed that justice was on the side of Britain, France and Poland, but he also believed that Britain and France were imperialist powers, and that the war was the result of the inner contradictions of capitalism maturing since the end of World War I. He, therefore, advocated no Indian participation till India itself was free. However, at the same time, no advantage was to be taken of Britain's difficulty by starting an immediate civil disobedience movement. Gandhi was more or less isolated in his stand. In the end, he decided to go with Nehru's position, which was adopted by the Congress Working Committee. The CWC resolution condemned fascist aggression. It said that India could not be party to a war being fought, on the face of it, for democratic freedom, while that freedom was being denied to India. If Britain was fighting for democracy and freedom, it should be proved by ending imperialism in its colonies and establishing full democracy in India. The government should declare its war aims soon and, also, as to how the principles of democracy were to be applied to India after the war. The Congress leadership wanted to give every chance to the Viceroy and the British government. Government attitude and Congress ministry's resignation. The government's response was entirely negative. Viceroy Linlithgow, in his statement made on October 17, 1939, tried to use the Muslim League and the princes against the Congress. The government. Phil Circle refused to define British war aims beyond stating that Britain was resisting aggression. Phil Circle said it would, as part of future arrangement, consult representatives of several communities, parties and interests in India, and the Indian princes as to how the Act of 1935 might be modified. Phil Circle said it would immediately set up a consultative committee whose advice could be sought whenever required. Government's hidden agenda. Linlithgow's statement was not an aberration, but a part of general British policy, to take advantage of the war to regain the lost ground from the Congress by provoking the Congress into a confrontation with the government and then using the extraordinary situation to acquire draconian powers. Even before the declaration of the war, emergency powers had been acquired for the centre in respect of provincial subjects by amending the 1935 Act. Defence of India Ordinance had been enforced the day the war was declared, thus restricting civil liberties. In May 1940, a top-secret draft revolutionary movement ordinance had been prepared, aimed at launching crippling preemptive strikes on the Congress. The government could then call upon the Allied troops stationed in India. It could also win an unusual amount of liberal and leftist sympathy all over the world by painting an aggressive Congress as being pro-Japan and pro-Germany. British Indian reactionary policies received full support from the Prime Minister of Britain, Winston Churchill, and the Secretary of State, Zetland, who branded the Congress as a purely Hindu organization. It became clear that the British government had no intention of loosening its hold, during or after the war, and was willing to treat the Congress as an enemy. Gandhi reacted sharply to the government's insensitivity to Indian public opinion. There is to be no democracy for India if Britain can prevent it. Referring to the minorities and other special interests, Gandhi said, Congress will safeguard minority rights provided they do not advance claims inconsistent with India's independence. Congress ministries decide to resign. On October 23, 1939, the CWC meeting. Phil Circle rejected the viceregal statement as a reiteration of the old imperialist policy. Phil Circle decided not to support the war, and Phil Circle called upon the Congress ministries to resign in the provinces. Debate on the question of immediate mass satyagraha. After Linlithgow's statement of October 1939, the debate on the question of immediate mass struggle began once again. Gandhi and his supporters were not in favor of an immediate struggle because they felt that Phil Circle allied cause was just. Phil Circle communal sensitiveness and lack of Hindu-Muslim unity could result in communal riots. Phil Circle Congress organization was in shambles and the atmosphere was not conducive for a mass struggle, and Phil Circle masses were not ready for a struggle. They instead advocated toning up the Congress organization, carrying on political work among the masses, and negotiating till all possibilities of a negotiated settlement were exhausted. Only then would the struggle be begun. In January 1940, Linlithgow stated, Dominion status of Westminster variety, after the war, is the goal of British policy in India. In its meeting in Allahabad in November 1939, the Congress Working Committee passed a resolution observing that the course of the war and the policy pursued by the British and the French governments, and in particular the declarations made on behalf of the British government in regard to India, seem to demonstrate that the present war, like the World War of 1914-18, is being carried on for imperialist ends, and the British imperialism is to remain entrenched in India. With such a war and with this policy, the Congress cannot associate itself, and it cannot countenance the exploitation of India's resources to this end. It was reiterated that India's independence and of the right of Indians to frame their constitution through a constituent assembly should be recognized, and that it was only through such a constituent assembly that communal and other problems could be tackled. The Ramgarh session of the Congress was held in March 1940 with Maulana Abul Kalam Azad in the president's chair. All agreed that a battle must be waged, but there was disagreement over the form. It was decided to leave the form and timing to Gandhi. But even now, Gandhi was in favor of continued cooperation at the provincial level. He said that he would offer the British moral support during the war but on a non-violent basis. However, Jawaharlal Nehru reiterated that complete independence for India must be a precondition for Congress support to the British war effort. Subhash Bose continued with his strong militant stand of direct action against the colonial government, forcing it to agree to the grant of freedom. Once again he pointed out that Britain's difficulty was to be seized as India's opportunity. The Congress finally declared at the session that the people of India would accept nothing short of complete independence. Indian freedom could not be in the form of dominion or any other status within the imperial structure. Sovereignty, said the Congress resolution, must rest with the people, whether in the states, the princely states, or the provinces. It was also decided that Congress would resort to civil disobedience as soon as the Congress organization is considered fit enough or if circumstances precipitate a crisis. Pakistan Resolution, Lahore, March 1940. The Muslim League passed a resolution calling for grouping of geographically contiguous areas where Muslims are in majority northwest, east, into independent states in which constituent units shall be autonomous and sovereign and adequate safeguards to Muslims where they are in minority. August offer. Hitler's astounding success and the fall of Belgium, Holland and France put England in a conciliatory mood. As the war in Europe had undertaken a new turn, the dominant Congress leadership was again in a dilemma. Both Gandhi and Nehru strongly opposed the idea of taking advantage of Britain's position. The Congress was ready to compromise, asking the British government to let it form an interim government during the war period, but the government was not interested. The government came up with its own offer to get the cooperation of India in the war effort. Linlithgow announced the August offer, August 1940, which proposed filled circle dominion status is the objective for India. Filled circle expansion of Viceroy's Executive Council, which would have a majority of Indians who would be drawn from major political parties. Filled circle setting up of a constituent assembly after the war where mainly Indians would decide the constitution according to their social, economic and political conceptions, subject to fulfillment of the obligation of the government regarding defense, minority rights, treaties with states, all India services, and filled circle no future constitution to be adopted without the consent of minorities. Responses. The Congress rejected the August offer. Nehru said, dominion status concept is dead as a doornail. Gandhi said that the declaration had widened the gulf between the nationalists and the British rulers. The Muslim League welcomed the veto assurance given to the League, and reiterated its position that partition was the only solution to the deadlock. Evaluation. For the first time, the inherent right of Indians to frame their constitution was recognized and the Congress demand for a constituent assembly was conceded. Dominion status was explicitly offered. In July 1941, the Viceroy's Executive Council was enlarged to give the Indians a majority of 8 out of 12 for the first time, but the British remained in charge of defense, finance and home. Also, a National Defense Council was set up with purely advisory functions. Individual Satyagraha. The government had taken the adamant position that no constitutional advance could be made till the Congress came to an agreement with the Muslim leaders. It issued ordinance after ordinance taking away the freedom of speech and that of the press and the right to organize associations. Towards the end of 1940, the Congress once again asked Gandhi to take command. Gandhi now began taking steps which would lead to a mass struggle within his broad strategic perspective. He decided to initiate a limited satyagraha on an individual basis by a few selected individuals in every locality. The aims of launching individual satyagraha were I. to show that nationalist patience was not due to weakness, E. to express people's feeling that they were not interested in the war and that they made no distinction between Nazism and the double autocracy that ruled India, and E. to give another opportunity to the government to accept Congress demands peacefully. The demand of the Satyagrahi would be the freedom of speech against the war through an anti-war declaration. If the government did not arrest the Satyagrahi, he or she would. June 1941, Germany attacks Russia and Russia is dragged into the war. December 1941, Japan attacks Pearl Harbor. March 1942, after having overrun almost the whole of Southeast Asia, Japan occupies Rangoon. Not only repeat it but move into villages and start a march towards Delhi, thus precipitating a movement which came to be known as the Delhi Chalo movement. Vinoba Bhave was the first to offer the Satyagraha and Nehru, the second. By May 1941, 25,000 people had been convicted for individual civil disobedience. Gandhi designates Nehru as his successor. The Congress leaders, released in December 1941, in the midst of Japan's aggressive actions, were anxious to defend Indian territory and go to the aid of the Allies. The CWC overrode Gandhi's and Nehru's objections and passed a resolution offering to cooperate with the government in the defense of India, if full independence was given after the war, and substance of power was transferred immediately. It was at this time that Gandhi designated Nehru as his chosen successor. Nehru and Gandhi differed in temperament and attitudes towards modernity, religion, God, state and industrialization. Nehru was indifferent to religion, Gandhi believed deeply in his own version of God. Nehru believed that industrialization was the only solution to the acute and widespread poverty of India, while Gandhi called for the reviving of the rural economy. Nehru believed in the powers of the modern state to elevate and reform society, while Gandhi was skeptical of state power, trusting instead to the conscience and willingness of individuals and communities. Despite having so many differences, Nehru revered Gandhi, and Gandhi, in turn, believed in Nehru more than his own sons. Both teacher and disciple had fundamental similarities: patriotism in an inclusive sense, i.e., they identified with India as a whole rather than with a particular caste, language, region, or religion. Both believed in non-violence and democratic form of government. Rajmohan Gandhi, in his book The Good Boatman, writes that Gandhi preferred Nehru to the alternatives because he most reliably reflected the pluralist, inclusive idea of India that the Mahatma himself stood for. The alternatives, Patel, Rajaji, Azad, Kripalani, Rajendra Prasad, had somewhat sectional interests and affiliations. But Nehru was a Hindu who could be trusted by Muslims, a North Indian who was respected in South India, and a man who was admired by women. Like Gandhi, Nehru was genuinely an all-India leader, who gave Indians hope that they could build a more prosperous and peaceful society. Cripps Mission. In March 1942, a mission headed by Stafford Cripps was sent to India with constitutional proposals to seek Indian support for the war. Stafford Cripps was a left-wing Liberite, the leader of the House of Commons and a member of the British War Cabinet who had actively supported the Indian national movement. Why Cripps' mission was sent? Filled circle. Because of the reverses suffered by Britain in Southeast Asia, the Japanese threat to invade India seemed real now and Indian support became crucial. Filled circle. There was pressure on Britain from the Allies, USA, USSR, China to seek Indian cooperation. Filled circle. Indian nationalists had agreed to support the Allied cause if substantial power was transferred immediately and complete independence given after the war. Main proposals. The main proposals of the mission were as follows. 1. An Indian Union with a dominion status would be set up. It would be free to decide its relations with the Commonwealth and free to participate in the United Nations and other international bodies. 2. After the end of the war, a Constituent Assembly would be convened to frame a new constitution. Members of this assembly would be partly elected by the provincial assemblies through proportional representation and partly nominated by the princes. 3. The British government would accept the new constitution subject to two conditions. Any province not willing to join the union could have a separate constitution and form a separate union, and the new constitution-making body and the British government would negotiate a treaty to effect the transfer of power and to safeguard racial and religious minorities. 4. In the meantime, defense of India would remain in British hands and the Governor-General's powers would remain intact. Departures from the past and implications. The proposals differed from those offered in the past in many respects. Filled circle. The making of the constitution was to be solely in Indian hands now and not mainly in Indian hands, as contained in the August offer. Filled circle. A concrete plan was provided for the Constituent Assembly. Filled circle. Option was available to any province to have a separate constitution, a blueprint for India's partition. Filled circle. Free India could withdraw from the Commonwealth. Filled circle. Indians were allowed a large share in the administration in the interim period. Why Cripps' mission failed? The Cripps mission proposals failed to satisfy Indian nationalists and turned out to be merely a propaganda device for the consumption of the US and the Chinese. Various parties and groups had objections to the proposals on different points. The Congress objected to the offer of dominion status instead of a provision for complete independence, representation of the princely states by nominees and not by elected representatives, right to provinces to secede as this went against the principle of national unity, and absence of any plan for immediate transfer of power and absence of any real share in defense. The Governor-General's supremacy had been retained, and the demand that the Governor-General be only the constitutional head had not been accepted. Nehru and Maulana Azad were the official negotiators for the Congress. The Muslim League criticized the idea of a single Indian Union. Did not like the machinery for the creation of a Constituent Assembly and the procedure to decide on the accession of provinces to the Union, and thought that the proposals denied the Muslims the right to self-determination and the creation of Pakistan. Other groups also objected to the provinces' right to secede. The liberals considered the secession proposals to be against the unity and security of India. The Hindu Mahasabha criticized the basis of the right to secede. The depressed classes thought that partition would leave them at the mercy of the caste Hindus. The Sikhs objected that partition would take away Punjab from them. The explanation that the proposals were meant not to supersede the August offer but to clothe general provisions with precision cast doubts on the British intentions. The incapacity of Cripps to go beyond the draft declaration and the adoption of a rigid take it or leave it attitude added to the deadlock. Cripps had earlier talked of cabinet and national government, but later he said that he had only meant an expansion of the Executive Council. The procedure of accession was not well defined. The decision on secession was to be taken by a resolution in the legislature by a 60% majority. If less than 60%. Views. I have not become His Majesty's First Minister to preside over the liquidation of the British Empire. Winston Churchill. The offer of Cripps really gave us nothing. If we accepted his offer, we might have cause to rue it in future. In case the British went back on their word, we should not even have the justification for launching a fresh struggle. War had given India an opportunity for achieving her freedom. We must not lose it by depending upon a mere promise. Maulana Abul Kalam Azad. Of members supported it, the decision was to be taken by a plebiscite of adult males of that province by a simple majority. This scheme weighed against the Hindus in Punjab and Bengal if they wanted accession to the Indian Union. It was not clear as to who would implement and interpret the treaty affecting the transfer of power. Churchill, the British Prime Minister, Ameri, the Secretary of State, Linlithgow, the Viceroy, and Ward, the Commander-in-Chief, consistently torpedoed Cripps' efforts. Talks broke down on the question of the Viceroy's veto. Gandhi described the scheme as a post-dated check. Nehru pointed out that the existing structure and autocratic powers would remain and a few of us will become the Viceroy's liveried camp followers and look after canteens and the like. Stafford Cripps returned home leaving behind a frustrated and embittered Indian people, who, though still sympathizing with the victims of fascist aggression, felt that the existing situation in the country had become intolerable and that the time had come for a final assault on imperialism. Summary. Filled Circle Congress stand on World War II. It would cooperate in the war effort if freedom was given after the war. Some form of genuinely responsible government was immediately set up. September 1, 1939, World War II broke out and Britain declared India's support for war. September 10 to 14, 1939, at CWC meeting at Wardha, Gandhi was for unconditional support to Britain's war efforts. Subhash Bose and leftists were for taking advantage of Britain's difficulties and starting a mass movement to dislodge colonialism. Nehru recognized the imperialist nature of the war, but was against taking advantage of Britain's difficulties, even as he was against Indian participation in the war. The CWC resolved no Indian participation unless freedom is granted. Government should declare its war aims soon. Filled Circle Linlithgow's statement, October 17, 1939, Britain's war aim is to resist aggression. All interest groups are to be consulted to modify 1935 Act for future. Immediately a consultative committee is to be formed for advising functions. Filled Circle Congress response. No Indian support to the war. Congress ministries in provinces to resign but no immediate mass struggle to be launched. Filled Circle March 1940. Pakistan resolution, passed at Lahore session of Muslim League. Filled Circle August offer, August 1940. Dominion status to be the long-term objective. After the war, Constituent Assembly to be formed comprising mainly Indians. Minorities, consent to be essential for any future settlement. Congress rejects the offer. Filled Circle October 1940. Congress launches individual satyagrah, 25,000 satyagrahis caught arrest. Filled Circle March 1942. Japan reaches Rangoon after having overrun almost the whole of Southeast Asia. Filled Circle Cripps Mission, March 1942. It offers an Indian Union with Dominion status, with right to withdraw from Commonwealth. After war, a Constituent Assembly elected by provincial assemblies to frame the constitution. Freedom to any province unwilling to join the Union to have a separate agreement with Britain. Meanwhile, defense of India to remain in British hands. The Congress objects to Dominion status. Right of provinces to secede. Asterisk no immediate transfer of power. Asterisk retention of Governor General's supremacy. The Muslim League objects to. Asterisk Pakistan not being explicitly offered. Asterisk the machinery for creation of Constituent Assembly. The end. Thank you for listening. Please like, share, comment and subscribe. Hello friends. Welcome to Study Time. Chapter 23. Quit India Movement, Demand for Pakistan, and the INA. Quit India Movement. After Cripps' departure, Gandhi framed a resolution calling for British withdrawal and a non-violent non-cooperation movement against any Japanese invasion. The CWC meeting at Wardha, July 14, 1942, accepted the idea of a struggle. Why start a struggle now? The reasons were several. 1. The failure of the Cripps mission to solve the constitutional deadlock exposed Britain's unchanged attitude on constitutional advance and made it clear that any more silence would be tantamount to accepting the British right to decide the fate of Indians without consulting them. 2. There was popular discontent because of rising prices and shortage of rice, salt, etc., and because of factors such as commandeering of boats in Bengal and Orissa. There were fears of Britain following a scorched earth policy in Assam, Bengal and Orissa against possible Japanese advance. 3. News of reverses suffered by the British in Southeast Asia and an imminent British collapse enhanced popular willingness to give expression to discontent. The Japanese troops were approaching the borders of India. Popular faith in the stability of British rule was so low that people were withdrawing deposits from banks and post offices. 4. The manner in which the British evacuated from Southeast Asia, leaving the subjects to their fate. 2 roads were provided, Black Road for Indian refugees and White Road exclusively for European refugees, and the rout of a European power by an Asian power shattered white prestige, and the British behavior towards the Indian subjects in Southeast Asia exposed the racist attitude of the rulers. 5. The leadership wanted to condition the masses for a possible Japanese invasion. The Quit India Resolution. In July 1942, the Congress Working Committee met at Wardha and resolved that it would authorize Gandhi to take charge of the nonviolent mass movement. The resolution, generally referred to as the Quit India Resolution, proposed by Jawaharlal Nehru and seconded by Sardar Patel, it was to be approved by the All India Congress Committee meeting in Bombay in August. The Quit India Resolution was ratified at the Congress meeting at Golia Tank, Bombay, on August 8, 1942. The meeting also resolved to Field Circle demand an immediate end to British rule in India. Field Circle declare commitment of Free India to defend itself against all types of fascism and imperialism. Field Circle form a provisional government of India after British withdrawal. Field Circle sanction a civil disobedience movement against British rule. Gandhi was named the leader of the struggle. Gandhi's general instructions to different sections. Gandhi's special instructions were spelled out at the Golia Tank meeting but not actually issued. They were directed at various sections of society. Field Circle government servants, do not resign but declare your allegiance to the Congress. Field Circle soldiers, do not leave the army but do not fire on compatriots. Field Circle students, if confident, leave studies. Field Circle peasants, if zamindars are anti-government, pay mutually agreed rent, and if zamindars are pro-government, do not pay rent. Field Circle princes, support the masses and accept sovereignty of your people. Field Circle princely states's people, support the ruler only if he is anti-government and declare yourselves to be a part of the Indian nation. Gandhi followed up with the now famous exhortation, here is a mantra, a short one, that I give you. You may imprint it on your hearts and let every breath of yours give expression to it. The mantra is, do or die. We shall either free India or die in the attempt. We shall not live to see the perpetuation of our slavery. Spread of the movement. Gandhi had carefully built the tempo through individual civil disobedience movements or satyagraha, organizational revamping and a consistent propaganda campaign. The government, however, was in no mood to either negotiate with the Congress or wait for the movement to be formally launched. In the early hours of August 9, 1942, in a single sweep, all the top leaders of the Congress were arrested and taken to unknown destinations. The Congress Working Committee, the All India Congress Committee and the Provincial Congress Committees were declared unlawful associations under the Criminal Law Amendment Act of 1908. The assembly of public meetings was prohibited under Rule 56 of the Defence of India Rules. The removal of established leaders left the younger and militant elements to their own initiative. With the major leaders out of the picture, young Aruna Asaf Ali, till then relatively unknown, presided over the Congress committee session on August 9 and hoisted the flag. Public on rampage. The general public attacked symbols of authority and hoisted national flags forcibly on public buildings. Satyagrahis offered themselves up to arrest, bridges were blown up, railway tracks were removed, and telegraph lines were cut. This kind of activity was most intense in eastern United Provinces and Bihar. Students responded by going on strike in schools and colleges, participating in processions, writing and distributing illegal news sheets, patrikas, and acting as couriers for underground networks. Workers went on strike in Ahmedabad, Bombay, Jamshedpur, Ahmednagar, and Pune. Underground activity. Many nationalists went underground and took to subversive activities. The participants in these activities were the socialists, forward bloc members, Gandhi Ashramites, revolutionary nationalists, and local organizations in Bombay, Pune, Satara, Baroda, and other parts of Gujarat, Karnataka, Kerala, Andhra, United Provinces, Bihar, and Delhi. The main personalities taking up underground activity were Ram Manohar Lohia, Jayaprakash Narayan, Aruna Asaf Ali, Usha Mehta, Biju Patnaik, Chotubhai Puranik, H.U. Patwardhan, Sucheta Kripalani, and R.P. Goenka. Usha Mehta started an underground radio in Bombay. This phase of underground activity was meant to keep up popular morale by continuing to provide a line of command and guidance to distribute arms and ammunition. View. Though the need for non-violence was always reiterated, Gandhi's mantra of do or die represents the militant mood of Gandhi. Sumit Sarkar. Parallel governments. Parallel governments were established at many places. Filled Circle Ballia in August 1942 for a week under Chittu Pandey. He got many Congress leaders released. Filled Circle Tamluk Midnapur from December 1942 to September 1944, Jatiya Sarkar undertook cyclone relief work, sanctioned grants to schools, supplied paddy from the rich to the poor, organized Vidyut Vahinis, etc. Filled Circle Satara mid-1943 to 1945 named Prati Sarkar was organized under leaders like Y.B. Chavan, Nana Patil, etc. Village libraries and Nyayadan Mandals were organized, prohibition campaigns were carried on, and Gandhi marriages were organized. Active help was provided by businessmen through donations, shelter and material help, students acting as couriers, simple villages by refusing information to authority, pilots and train drivers by delivering bombs and other material, and government officials including police who passed on secret information to the activists. Extent of mass participation. The participation was on many levels. Youth, especially the students of schools and colleges, remained in the forefront. Women, especially school and college girls, actively participated and included Aruna Asaf Ali, Sucheta Kripalani, and Usha Mehta. Workers went on strikes and faced repression. Peasants of all strata were at the heart of the movement. Even some zamindars participated. These peasants concentrated their offensive on symbols of authority, and there was complete absence of anti-zamindar violence. Government officials, especially those belonging to lower levels in police and administration, participated, resulting in erosion of government loyalty. Muslims helped by giving shelter to underground activists. There were no communal clashes during the movement. The communists did not join the movement. In the wake of Russia, where the communists were in power, being attacked by Nazi Germany, the communists began to support the British war against Germany, and the imperialist war became the People's War. The Muslim League opposed the movement, fearing that if the British left India at that time, the minorities would be oppressed by the Hindus. The Hindu Mahasabha boycotted the movement. The princely states showed a low-key response. Government repression. Although martial law was not applied, the repression was severe. Agitating crowds were lathi-charged, tear-gassed and fired upon. The number of those killed is estimated at 10,000. The press was muzzled. The military took over many cities, police and secret service reigned supreme. Rebellious villages were fined heavily, and in many villages, mass flogging was done. Estimate. Filled Circle left without leaders, there was no restraint and violence became common. Filled Circle main storm centers of the movement were in eastern United Provinces, Bihar, Midnapur, Maharashtra, Karnataka. Filled Circle students, workers, and peasants were the backbone of the movement, while the upper classes and the bureaucracy remained largely loyal. Filled Circle loyalty to government suffered considerable erosion. This also showed how deep nationalism had reached. Filled Circle the movement established the truth that it was no longer possible to rule India without the wishes of Indians. Filled Circle the element of spontaneity was higher than before, although a certain degree of popular initiative had been sanctioned by the leadership itself, subject to limitations of the instructions. Also, the Congress had been ideologically, politically, and organizationally preparing for the struggle for a long time. Filled Circle the great significance was that the movement placed the demand for independence on the immediate agenda of the national movement. After Quit India, there could be no retreat. Filled Circle in this struggle, the common people displayed unparalleled heroism and militancy. The repression they faced was the most brutal, and the circumstances under which resistance was offered were most adverse. Gandhi fasts. In February 1943, Gandhi started a fast as an answer to an exhortation by the government to condemn violence. The fast was directed against the violence of the state. The popular response to the news of the fast was immediate and overwhelming. Protests were organized at home and abroad through hartals, demonstrations, and strikes. 3 members of the Viceroy's Executive Council resigned. The fast achieved the following. Filled Circle public morale was raised. Filled Circle anti-British feeling was heightened. Filled Circle an opportunity was provided for political activity. Filled Circle government's high-handedness was exposed. Gandhi got the better of his opponents and refused to oblige by dying. On March 23, 1943, Pakistan Day was observed. Famine of 1943. The horror and inconveniences of war were increased by the famine of 1943. The worst affected areas were southwest Bengal, comprising the Tamluk Kante Diamond Harbour region, Dekcha, Faridpur, Tipura, and Noakhali. Around 1.5 to 3 million people perished in this basically man-made famine. The epidemics malaria, cholera, smallpox, malnutrition, and starvation. The fundamental causes of the famine were as follows. 1. The need to feed a vast army diverted foodstuffs. 2. Rice imports from Burma and Southeast Asia had been stopped. 3. The famine got aggravated by gross mismanagement and deliberate profiteering. Rationing methods were belated and were confined to big cities. Rajagopalachari formula. Meanwhile, efforts were on to solve the ongoing constitutional crisis, and some individuals also tried to come up with constitutional proposals. The formula. C. Rajagopalachari, CR, the veteran Congress leader, prepared a formula for Congress-League cooperation in 1944. It was a tacit acceptance of the League's demand for Pakistan. Gandhi supported the formula. The main points in the CR plan were: Filled Circle Muslim League to endorse Congress demand for independence. Filled Circle League to cooperate with Congress in forming a provisional government at center. Filled Circle after the end of the war, the entire population of Muslim majority areas in the northwest and northeast India to decide by a plebiscite whether or not to form a separate sovereign state. Filled Circle in case of acceptance of partition, agreement to be made jointly for safeguarding defense, commerce, communications, etc. Filled Circle the above terms to be operative only if England transferred full powers to India. Objections. Jinnah wanted the Congress to accept the two-nation theory. He wanted only the Muslims of Northwest and Northeast to vote in the plebiscite and not the entire population. He also opposed the idea of a common center. While the Congress was ready to cooperate with the League for the independence of the Indian Union, the League did not care for independence of the Union. It was only interested in a separate nation. Hindu leaders led by Veer Savarkar condemned the CR plan. Desai-Liaquat Pact. Efforts continued to end the deadlock. Bhulabhai Desai, leader of the Congress party in the Central Legislative Assembly, met Liaquat Ali Khan, deputy leader of the Muslim League in that assembly, and both of them came up with the draft proposal for the formation of an interim government at the center, consisting of Filled Circle an equal number of persons nominated by the Congress and the League in the Central Legislature. Filled Circle 20% reserved seats for minorities. No settlement could be reached between the Congress and the League on these lines, but the fact that a sort of parity between the Congress and the League was decided upon had far-reaching consequences. Wavell Plan. Although the war in Europe came to an end in May 1945, the Japanese threat still remained. The Conservative government in Britain led by Churchill was keen to reach a solution on the constitutional question in India. The Viceroy, Lord Wavell, was permitted to start negotiations with Indian leaders. Congress leaders were released from jails in June 1945. Why the government was keen on a solution now? 1. The general election in England was scheduled for mid-1945. The Conservatives wanted to be seen as sincere on reaching a solution. 2. There was pressure from the Allies to seek further Indian cooperation in the war. 3. The government wanted to divert Indian energies into channels more profitable for the British. The plan. The idea was to reconstruct the Governor-General's Executive Council pending the preparation of a new constitution. For this purpose, a conference was convened by the Viceroy, Lord Wavell, at Shimla in June 1945. The main proposals of the Wavell plan were as follows. Filled circle with the exception of the Governor-General and the Commander-in-Chief, all members of the Executive Council were to be Indians. Filled circle caste Hindus and Muslims were to have equal representation. Filled circle the reconstructed council was to function as an interim government within the framework of the 1935 Act, i.e. not responsible to the Central Assembly. Filled circle the Governor-General was to exercise his veto on the advice of ministers. Filled circle representatives of different parties were to submit a joint list to the Viceroy for nominations to the Executive Council. If a joint list was not possible, then separate lists were to be submitted. Filled circle possibilities were to be kept open for negotiations on a new constitution once the war was finally won. Muslim League's stand. The League wanted all Muslim members to be League nominees, because it feared that since the aims of other minorities, depressed classes, Sikhs, Christians, etc., were the same as those of the Congress, this arrangement would reduce the League to a one-third minority. Wavell wanted Khitsiar Hayat Khan as the Muslim representative from Western Punjab. The League claimed some kind of veto in the council with decisions opposed to Muslims needing a two-thirds majority for approval. Congress stand. The Congress objected to the plan as an attempt to reduce the Congress to the status of a purely caste Hindu party and insisted on its right to include members of all communities among its nominees. Wavell's mistake. Wavell announced a breakdown of talks, thus giving the League a virtual veto. This strengthened the League's position, as was evident from the elections in 1945-46, and boosted Jinnah's position, and exposed the real character of the conservative government of Churchill. The Indian National Army and Subhash Bose. Subhash Chandra Bose was an intrepid man. He had always shown a militant streak and reacted violently to any insult of Indians by the Europeans. He passed the Indian Civil Services examination securing fourth position but resigned from the service in 1921 to join the struggle for freedom by becoming a member of the Congress. His political guru was Chittaranjan Das. He became mayor of Calcutta in 1923. He was jailed many times by the British. Once it became clear to Subhash Chandra Bose that he could not follow Gandhi's way but that the Congress was determined to follow Gandhi, Bose decided to go his own way to fight for independence. In March 1940, Bose convened an anti-compromise conference at Ramgarh. It was a joint effort of the Forward Bloc and the Kisan Sabha. It was resolved at the conference that a worldwide struggle should be launched on April 6, the first day of the National Week, with a call to the people not to help the imperialist war with any resource, men, money or materials. He called for resistance to be offered to all forms of exploitation of Indian resources for the imperial cause. There was enthusiastic participation by the people in the struggle launched on April 6. Bose was arrested in July when he protested and tried to launch a satyagraha against a proposed monument for Holwell in Calcutta. He was released from prison and placed under house arrest in December 1940 after a hunger strike. In January 1941, it was reported that Bose had escaped. On January 26, 1941, he reached Peshawar under the pseudonym Ziauddin, helped by Bhagat Ram. Later it was heard that he had left India, to supplement from outside the struggle going on at home. He was reported to have approached Russia for help in the Indian struggle for freedom from Britain. But, in June 1941, Russia joined the Allies in the war, which disappointed Bose. He then went to Germany. Bose met Hitler under the pseudonym Orlando Mazzotta. With the help of Hitler, the Freedom Army Mukti Sena was formed, which consisted of all the prisoners of war of Indian origin captured by Germany and Italy. Dresden, Germany was made the office of the Freedom Army. Bose came to be called Netaji by the people of Germany. He gave the famous slogan, Jaya Hind, from the Free India Center, Germany. He began regular broadcasts from Berlin radio in January 1942, which enthused Indians. In early 1943, he left Germany and traveled by German and later by Japanese submarines to reach Japan and then Singapore in July of the same year. He was to take over command of the Indian independence movement from Rasbihari Bose, but that was the second phase of the Indian National Army. Origin and first phase of the Indian National Army. The idea of creating an army out of the Indian prisoners of war POWs was originally that of Mohan Singh, an Indian army officer who had decided not to join the retreating British army in Malaya. He decided to turn to the Japanese for help. The Japanese had till then encouraged Indian civilians to form anti-British organizations. Mohan Singh asked for Indian prisoners of war. The Japanese handed over the Indian prisoners of war to Mohan Singh, who tried to recruit them into an Indian national army. After the fall of Singapore, several POWs were ready to join Mohan Singh. By the end of 1942, 40,000 men were ready to join the INA. It was intended that the INA would go into action only on the invitation of the Indian National Congress and the people of India. The move to form this army has been seen by many as a check against the misconduct of the Japanese against Indians in Southeast Asia and as a bulwark against a possible future Japanese occupation of India. The INA got a boost with the outbreak of the Quit India movement in India. In September 1942, the first division of the INA was formed with 16,300 men. With the Japanese contemplating an Indian invasion, the idea of an armed wing of INA seemed more relevant to them. But soon, serious differences emerged between the Indian army officers led by Mohan Singh and the Japanese over the role to be played by the INA. Actually, the Japanese wanted a token force of 2,000 only, while Mohan Singh wanted to raise a much larger army. Mohan Singh was taken into custody by the Japanese. The second phase began with the arrival of Subhash Bose in Singapore. But before that, in June 1943, Subhash Chandra Bose, under pseudo-name Abid Hussain, reached Tokyo, met the Japanese Prime Minister, Tojo. The role of Rasbihari Bose, another great freedom fighter, should also be acknowledged here. He had fled to Japan in 1915 following the failed revolutionary activities. In Japan, Rasbihari Bose eventually became a naturalized citizen. He made a lot of effort in getting the Japanese interested in the Indian independence movement. He became active in Pan-Asian circles, founded the Indian Club of Tokyo, and gave lectures on the evils of Western imperialism. Very early itself he was impressed by Subhash Chandra Bose. When the Indian National Army was formed by Mohan Singh in Singapore, Rasbihari Bose was greatly excited and left Tokyo for Southeast Asia. It was at a conference in Bangkok, also under Japanese occupation at the time, that it was decided to place the INA under an Indian Independence League whose chairman would be Rasbihari Bose himself. He had created the league in 1942 in Tokyo. When Subhash Bose was sought by the Japanese to lead the INA, he was ready for it. He went to Singapore and met Rasbihari Bose, and the latter happily transferred the control and leadership of the Indian Independence League and the INA to Subhash in July 1943. It must be noted that it was on the organizational spadework done by Rasbihari Bose that Subhash Bose could build up the Indian National Army. Subhash Bose became Supreme Commander of the INA on August 25. In February 1944, after a collapse of the lungs, Rasbihari's health steadily deteriorated, and he died on January 21, 1945, aged 58. On October 21, 1943, Subhash Bose formed the Provisional Government for Free India at Singapore with H.C. Chatterjee, Finance Portfolio, MAIR Broadcasting, Lakshmi Swaminathan, Women Department, etc. The famous slogan, "Give me blood, I will give you freedom," was given in Malaya. This provisional government declared war on Britain and the United States, and was recognized by the Axis powers. Recruits were trained and funds collected for the INA. A women's regiment called the Rani Jhansi Regiment was also formed. The INA headquarters was shifted to Rangoon in Burma in January 1944, and the army recruits were to march from there with the war cry, "Chalo Delhi," on their lips. On November 6, 1943, Andaman and Nicobar Islands was given by the Japanese army to the INA. the islands were renamed as Shahid Dweep and Swaraj Dweep respectively. On July 6, 1944, Subhas Bose addressed Mahatma Gandhi as Father of Nation from the Azad Hind Radio, the first person to call Gandhi Father of Nation. He asked for Gandhi's blessings for India's last war of independence. One INA battalion commanded by Shah Nawaz was allowed to accompany the Japanese army to the Indo-Burma front and participate in the Imphal campaign. However, the Indians received discriminatory treatment from the Japanese, which included being denied rations and arms and being made to do menial work for the Japanese units, and this disgusted and demoralized the INA units. The Azad Hind force crossed the Burma border and stood on Indian soil on March 18, 1944. The INA units subsequently advanced up to Kohama and Imphal. On April 14, Colonel Malik of the Bahadur group hoisted the INA flag for the first time on the Indian mainland at Moirang, in Manipur, where the INA Memorial Complex stands today, to enthusiastic cries of Jaya Hind and Netaji Zindabad. For 3 months, the INA carried out military administration duties at Moirang, but then the Allied forces reclaimed the territory. The INA met the same fate as the Japanese, and all brigades began their withdrawal on July 18, 1944. The steady Japanese retreat thereafter quashed any hopes of the INA liberating the nation. The retreat continued till mid-1945. On August 15, 1945, the surrender of Japan in the Second World War took place, and with this the INA also surrendered. On August 18, 1945, reportedly, Subhash Bose died mysteriously in an air crash at Taipei, Taiwan. But when the INA POWs were brought back to India after the war to be court-martialed, a powerful movement emerged in their defense. Summary. Phil Circle Quit India Movement. Why launch a movement now? Failure of Crips offer an evidence of British lack of will to concede Indian demands. Public discontent against wartime hardships, a feeling of imminent British collapse. Indian leadership's desire to prepare masses for possible Japanese invasion. AICC meeting, Bombay, August 8, 1942. The meeting ratifies Quit India Resolution August 9, 1942. All prominent leaders arrested. Major activity. Public on rampage, especially Eastern UP, Bihar, Bengal, attacking symbols of authority. Underground activity to provide a line of command. Parallel governments in Balia, UP, Tamluk, Bengal, and Satara, Maharashtra. Sections participating included youth, women, workers, peasants, government officials, some communists. February 1943, Gandhi started a fast. March 23, 1943, Pakistan Day observed. Phil Circle C. Rajagopalachari Formula, March 1944. League should immediately support independence for India and cooperate in interim government. After war, Muslim majority areas to exercise right to self-determination. In case of partition, Common Center for Defense, Commerce, Communications, etc. Jinnah rejected the offer as he wanted Congress to accept the two-nation theory. Phil Circle Desai Liaquat Pact. Congress and League nominees to have equal representation in Central Executive. 20% of seats reserved for minorities. Phil Circle Wavell Plan, Shimla Conference, June 1945. An all-Indian Executive Council except the Governor-General and Commander-in-Chief. Equal representation for caste Hindus and Muslims. Muslim League wanted all Muslims to be its nominees and claimed a communal veto in the Executive Council. Congress objected to it being painted purely as a caste Hindu party. Phil Circle Subhash Bose and the INA origin. Of INA, Mohan Singh's role. First phase of INA. Second phase of INA. Subhash Bose takes over from Rasbihari Bose. INA achievements, flag hoisted on Indian soil. Retreat of INA with the Japanese with the end of Second World War. The end. Thank you for listening. Please like, share, comment and subscribe. Hello friends. Welcome to Study Time. Chapter 24. Post-war national scenario. Two strands of national upsurge. Two basic strands of national upsurge can be identified during the last 2 years of British rule. Tortuous negotiations involving the government, Congress and Muslim League, increasingly accompanied by communal violence and culminating in freedom and the partition. Each sporadic, localized and often extremely militant and united mass action by workers, peasants and statesmen peoples which took the form of a countrywide strike wave. This kind of activity was occasioned by the INA release movement, Royal Indian Navy, Rink Revolt, Tebhaga movement, Warli Revolt, Punjab Kisan Morchas, Travancore People's Struggle, especially the Panapra Vailar episode, and the Telangana Peasant Revolt. Change in government's attitude. When the government lifted the ban on the Congress and released the Congress leaders in June 1945, they expected to find a demoralized people. Instead, they found tumultuous crowds impatient to do something. Popular energy resurfaced after 3 years of repression. People's expectations were heightened by the release of their leaders. The Wavell plan backed by the Conservative government in Britain failed to break the constitutional deadlock. In July 1945, Labour Party formed the government in Britain. Clement Attlee took over as the new Prime Minister and Patrick Lawrence as the new Secretary of State for India. In August 1945, elections to central and provincial assemblies were announced. In September 1945, it was announced that a constituent assembly would be convened after the elections and that the government was working according to the spirit of the Cripps offer. The government's change attitude was dictated by the following factors. 1. The end of the war resulted in a change in balance of global power. The UK was no more a big power while the USA and USSR emerged as superpowers, both of which favored freedom for India. 2. The new Labour government was more sympathetic to Indian demands. 3. Throughout Europe, there was a wave of socialist radical governments. 4. British soldiers were weary and tired and the British economy lay shattered. By 1945, the British government in London owed India £1.2 billion and was being drained by the US Lend-Lease Agreement, which was finally paid off only in 2006. 5. There was an anti-imperialist wave in Southeast Asia, in Vietnam and Indonesia, resisting efforts to replant French and Dutch rule there. 6. Officials feared another Congress revolt, a revival of the 1942 situation but much more dangerous because of a likely combination of attacks on communications, agrarian revolts, labor trouble, army disaffection joined by government officials and the police in the presence of INA men with some military experience. 7. Elections were inevitable once the war ended since the last elections had been held in 1934 for the centre and in 1937 for the provinces. The British would have had to retreat, the Labour government only quickened the process somewhat. Congress election campaign and INA trials. Elections were held in the winter of 1945-46. Election campaign for nationalistic aims. The most significant feature of the election campaign was that it sought to mobilize the Indians against the British. It did not just appeal to the people for votes. The election campaign expressed the nationalist sentiments against the state repression of the 1942 Quit India upsurge. This was done by glorifying martyrs and condemning officials. The brave resistance of the leaderless people was lauded. Martyrs' memorials were set up, relief funds were collected for sufferers, the officials responsible for causing pain were condemned, and promises of inquiry and threats of punishment to guilty officials were spelt out. The government failed to check such speeches. This had a devastating effect on the morale of the services. The prospect of the return of Congress ministries, especially in those provinces where repression had been most brutal, further heightened the fears of those in government services. A gentleman's agreement with the Congress seemed necessary to the government. Mass pressure against the trial of INA POWs, sometimes described as an edge of a volcano, brought about a decisive shift in the government's policy. The British had initially decided to hold public trials of several hundreds of INA prisoners besides dismissing them from service and detaining without trial around 7,000 of them. They compounded the folly by holding the first trial at the Red Fort in Delhi in November 1945 and putting on dock together a Hindu, Prem Kumar Sehgal, a Muslim, Shah Nawaz Khan, and a Sikh, Gurbaksh Singh Dhillon. Another issue was provided by the use of Indian Army units in a bid to restore French and Dutch colonial rule in Vietnam and Indonesia. This enhanced the anti-imperialist feeling among a section of urban population and the army. Congress support for INA prisoners. Filled circle at the first post-war Congress session in September 1945 at Bombay, a strong resolution was adopted declaring Congress support for the INA cause. Filled circle defense of INA prisoners in the court was organized by Bhulabhai Desai, Tej Bahadur Sapru, Kailash Nath Katju, Jawaharlal Nehru and Asaf Ali. Filled circle INA Relief and Inquiry Committee distributed small sums of money and food, and helped arrange employment for the affected. Filled Circle Fund collection was organized. The ENA agitation, a landmark on many counts. The high pitch and intensity at which the campaign for the release of ENA prisoners was conducted was unprecedented. The agitation got wide publicity through extensive press coverage with daily editorials, distribution of pamphlets often containing threats of revenge, graffiti conveying similar messages, holding of public meetings and celebrations of ENA Day, November 12, 1945, and ENA Week, November 5 to 11. The campaign spread over a wide area of the country and witnessed the participation of diverse social groups and political parties. While the nerve centers of the agitation were Delhi, Bombay, Calcutta, Madras, United Provinces towns and Punjab, the campaign spread to distant places such as Coorg, Baluchistan and Assam. The forms of participation included fund contributions made by many people, from film stars, municipal committees, Indians living abroad and gurudwaras to Tongavallas, participation in meetings, shopkeepers closing shops, political groups demanding release of prisoners, contributing to ENA funds, student meetings and boycott of classes, organizing Kisan conferences, and All India Women's Conference demanding the release of ENA prisoners. Those who supported the ENA cause in varying degrees, apart from the Congress, included the Muslim League, Communist Party, Unionists, Akalis, Justice Party, Aras in Rawalpindi, Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh, Hindu Mahasabha, and the Sikh League. Pro-ENA sentiments surfaced in traditional bulwarks of the Raj. Government employees collected funds. The loyalists, the gentlemen with titles, appealed to the government to abandon the trials for good Indo-British relations. Men of the armed forces were unexpectedly sympathetic and attended meetings, received those released, often in uniforms, and contributed funds. The central theme became the questioning of Britain's right to decide a matter concerning Indians. Britain realized the political significance of the ENA issue, which with each day assumed more and more of an Indian versus British color. 3 upsurges, winter of 1945-46. The nationalist sentiment, which reached a crescendo around the ENA trials, developed into violent confrontations with the authority in the winter of 1945-46. There were 3 major upsurges. 1. November 21, 1945, in Calcutta over the ENA trials. 2. February 11, 1946, in Calcutta against the 7-year sentence to ENA officer Rashid Ali. 3. February 18, 1946, in Bombay, strike by the Royal Indian Navy ratings. 3-stage pattern. All 3 upsurges showed a similar 3-stage pattern. Stage 1, when a group defies authority and is repressed. In the first instance of the stage, November 21, 1945, a student procession comprising some forward bloc sympathizers, Student Federation of India, ASFI, activists and Islamia College students, who had joined up with the League and the Congress, tied flags as a symbol of anti-imperialist unity, marched to Dalhousie Square, the seat of government in Calcutta. These protesters refused to disperse and were lathi-charged. They retaliated by throwing stones and brickbats. The police resorted to firing, in which 2 persons died. In the next step, February 11, 1946, the protest was led by Muslim League students, in which some Congress and Communist students' organizations joined. Some arrests provoked the students to defy Section 144. There were more arrests and the agitating students were lathi-charged. Rebellion by naval ratings. On February 18, 1946, some 1100 Royal Indian Navy ratings of HMIS Talwar went on a strike to protest against racial discrimination, demanding equal pay for Indian and white soldiers, unpalatable food, abuse by superior officers, arrest of a rating for scrolling Quit India, on HMIS Talwar, ENA trials, use of Indian troops in Indonesia, demanding their withdrawal. The rebellious ratings hoisted the tricolor, crescent, and the hammer and sickle flags on the mast of the rebel fleet. Other ratings soon joined, and they went around Bombay in lorries holding Congress flags threatening Europeans and policemen. Crowds brought food to the ratings and shopkeepers invited them to take whatever they needed. Stage 2. When the city people join in. This phase was marked by a virulent anti-British mood resulting in the virtual paralysis of Calcutta and Bombay. There were meetings, processions, strikes, hartals, and attacks on Europeans, police stations, shops, tram depots, railway stations, banks, besides stopping of rail and road traffic by squatting on tracks and barricading of streets. Stage 3. When people in other parts of the country express sympathy and solidarity. While the students boycotted classes and organized hartals and processions to express sympathy with other students and the ratings, there were sympathetic strikes in military establishments in Karachi, Madras, Vishakhapatnam, Calcutta, Delhi, Kochi, Jamnagar, Andamans, Bahrain and Aden. There were strikes by the Royal Indian Air Force in Bombay, Pune, Calcutta, Jessore and Ambala. Patel and Jinnah persuaded the ratings to surrender on February 23 with an assurance that national parties would prevent any victimization. Evaluation of potential and impact of the three upsurges. The three upsurges were significant in many ways. Filled Circle fearless action by the masses was an expression of militancy in the popular mind. Filled Circle revolt in the armed forces had a great liberating effect on the minds of people. Filled Circle the Rind Revolt was seen as an event marking the end of British rule. Filled Circle these upsurges prompted the British to extend some concessions. On December 1, 1946, the government announced that only those INA members accused of murder or brutal treatment of fellow prisoners would be brought to trial. Imprisonment sentences passed against the first batch were remitted in January 1947. Indian soldiers were withdrawn from Indochina and Indonesia by February 1947. The decision to send a parliamentary delegation to India November 1946 was taken. The decision to send cabinet mission was taken in January 1946. But could the communal unity witnessed during these events, if built upon, have offered a way out of the communal deadlock? Or, in other words, what was the potential of these upsurges? These upsurges were in the nature of direct and violent conflict with authority, which had obvious limitations. Only the more militant sections could participate. These upsurges were short-lived and were confined to a few urban centers while the general INA agitation reached the remotest villages. Communal unity witnessed was more organizational than a unity among the people. Muslim ratings went to the League to seek advice and the rest to the Congress and the Socialists. Despite considerable erosion of the morale of the bureaucracy, the British infrastructure to repress was intact. They were soon able to control the situation. It was a Maratha battalion in Bombay that rounded up the ratings and restored them to their barracks. Congress strategy. The leftists claim that the Congress indifference to the revolutionary situation arose because of two considerations: that the situation would go out of its control and that a disciplined armed forces were vital in a free India. They also claim that if the Congress leaders had not surrendered to power play, a different path to independence would have emerged. But actually these upsurges were an extension of earlier nationalist activity fostered by the Congress through its election campaign, its advocacy of the INA cause and highlighting of the excesses of 1942. These upsurges were distinguishable from the earlier activity because of their form of articulation. These were violent challenges to the authority while the earlier activity was a peaceful demonstration of national solidarity. The Congress did not officially support these upsurges because of their tactics and timing. Negotiations had been an integral part of the Congress strategy, to be explored before a mass movement could be launched, especially when the British were seen to be preparing to leave soon. In Gandhi's opinion, the mutiny was badly advised. If they mutinied for India's freedom, they were doubly wrong. If they had any grievances, they should have waited for the guidance of leaders. Election results. Performance of the Congress. Filled Circle it got 91% of non-Muslim votes. Filled Circle it captured 57 out of 102 seats in the Central Assembly. Filled Circle in the provincial elections, it got a majority in most provinces except in Bengal, Sindh and Punjab. The Congress majority provinces included the NWFP and Assam, which were being claimed for Pakistan. Muslim League's performance. Filled Circle it got 86.6% of the Muslim votes. Filled Circle it captured the 30 reserved seats in the Central Assembly. Filled Circle in the provincial elections, it got a majority in Bengal and Sindh. Filled Circle unlike in 1937, now the League clearly established itself as the dominant party among Muslims. In Punjab, a unionist Congress Akali coalition under Khitsiar Hayat Khan assumed power. Significant features of elections. The elections witnessed communal voting in contrast to the strong anti-British unity shown in various upsurges due to 1. Separate electorates, and 2. Limited franchise for the provinces, less than 10% of the population could vote, and for the Central Assembly, less than 1% of the population was eligible. The Cabinet Mission. The Attlee government announced in February 1946 the decision to send a high-powered mission of 3 British cabinet members: Patrick Lawrence, Secretary of State for India; Stafford Cripps, President of the Board of Trade; and A.V. Alexander, First Lord of Admiralty, to India to find out ways and means for a negotiated, peaceful transfer of power to India. Patrick Lawrence was the chairman of the mission. Why British withdrawal seemed imminent now? 1. The success of nationalist forces in the struggle for hegemony was fairly evident by the end of the war. Nationalism had penetrated into hitherto untouched sections and areas. 2. There was a demonstration in favor of nationalism among the bureaucracy and the loyalist sections, because the paucity of European ICS recruits and a policy of Indianization had ended the British domination of the ICS as early as the First World War, and by 1939, there existed a British-Indian parity. The long war had caused weariness and economic worries. Now only a depleted, war-weary bureaucracy battered by the 1942 events remained. 3. The British strategy of conciliation and repression had its limitations and contradictions. Filled circle. After the Cripps offer, there was little left to offer for conciliation except full freedom. Filled circle. When nonviolent resistance was repressed with force, the naked force behind the government stood exposed, while if the government did not clamp down on sedition, or made offers for truce, it was seen to be unable to wield authority, and its prestige suffered. Filled circle. Efforts to woo the Congress dismayed the loyalists. This policy of an unclear mix presented a dilemma for the services, who nevertheless had to implement it. The prospect of Congress ministries coming to power in the provinces further compounded this dilemma. 4. Constitutionalism or Congress Raj had proved to be a big morale booster and helped in deeper penetration of patriotic sentiments among the masses. 5. Demands of leniency for INA prisoners from within the army and the revolt of the RIN ratings had raised fears that the armed forces may not be as reliable if the Congress started a 1942-type mass movement, this time aided by the provincial ministries. 6. The only alternative to an all-out repression of a mass movement was an entirely official rule, which seemed impossible now because the necessary numbers and efficient officials were not available. Views. The British cabinet saw the growing rift between the Congress and the Muslim League as their trump card. Both Linlithgow and the cabinet looked to the rivalry of the Congress and the League as their most useful weapon against the demands of either. B.R. Tomlinson. Our time in India is limited and our power to control events almost gone. We have only prestige and previous momentum to trade on, and these will not last long. Lord Wavell, October 1946. 7. The government realized that a settlement was necessary for burying the ghost of a mass movement and for good future Indo-British relations. Now the overarching aim of the British policymakers was a graceful withdrawal, after a settlement on the modalities of the transfer of power and nature of post-imperial India-Britain relations. On the eve of Cabinet Mission Plan, the Congress demanded that power be transferred to one centre and that minorities' demands be worked out in a framework ranging from autonomy to Muslim-majority provinces to self-determination or secession from the Indian Union, but only after the British left. The British bid for a united and friendly India and an active partner in defence of the Commonwealth, because a divided India would lack in defence and would be a blot on Britain's diplomacy. The British policy in 1946 clearly reflected a preference for a united India, in sharp contrast to earlier declarations. On March 15, 1946, the Prime Minister of Britain, Clement Attlee, said, though mindful of the rights of minorities, cannot allow a minority to place their veto on advance of the majority. This was a far cry from the Shimla conference where Wavell had allowed Jinnah to wreck the conference. Cabinet Mission arrives. The Cabinet Mission reached Delhi on March 24, 1946. It had prolonged discussions with Indian leaders of all parties and groups on the issues of interim government and principles and procedures for framing a new constitution giving freedom to India. As the Congress and the League could not come to any agreement on the fundamental issue of the unity or partition of India, the mission put forward its own plan for the solution of the constitutional problem in May 1946. Cabinet Mission Plan, main points. Filled circle. Rejection of the demand for a full-fledged Pakistan, because The Pakistan so formed would include a large non-Muslim population, 38% in the northwest and 48% in the northeast. The very principle of communal self-determination would claim separation of Hindu-majority Western Bengal and Sikh and Hindu-dominated Ambala and Jalandhar divisions of Punjab. Already some Sikh leaders were demanding a separate state if the country was partitioned. Deep-seated regional ties would be disturbed if Bengal and Punjab were partitioned. Partition would entail economic and administrative problems. For instance, the problem of communication between the western and eastern parts of Pakistan, and the division of the armed forces would be dangerous. Fill circle grouping of existing provincial assemblies into three sections. Section A, Madras, Bombay, Central Provinces, United Provinces, Bihar and Orissa, Hindu-majority provinces. Section B, Punjab, Northwest Frontier Province and Sindh, Muslim-majority provinces. Section C, Bengal and Assam, Muslim-majority provinces. Fill circle three-tier executive and legislature at provincial, section and union levels. Fill circle a constituent assembly was to be elected by provincial assemblies by proportional representation, voting in three groups: general, Muslims, Sikhs. This constituent assembly would be a 389-member body with provincial assemblies sending 292, chief commissioners provinces sending 4, and princely states sending 93 members. This was a good, democratic method not based on weightage. Fill circle in the Constituent Assembly, members from Groups A, B and C were to sit separately to decide the constitution for provinces and if possible, for the groups also. Then, the whole Constituent Assembly, all three sections A, B and C combined, would sit together to formulate the Union Constitution. Fill circle a common center would control defense, communication and external affairs. A federal structure was envisaged for India. Fill circle communal questions in the central legislature were to be decided by a simple majority of both communities present and voting. Fill circle provinces were to have full autonomy and residual powers. Fill circle princely states were no longer to be under paramountcy of the British government. They would be free to enter into an arrangement with successor governments or the British government. Fill circle after the first general elections, a province was to be free to come out of a group, and after 10 years, a province was to be free to call for a reconsideration of the group or the Union Constitution. Fill circle meanwhile, an interim government was to be formed from the Constituent Assembly. Different interpretations of the grouping clause. Each party or group looked at the plan from its own point of view. Congress. To the Congress, the Cabinet Mission Plan was against the creation of Pakistan since grouping was optional, one Constituent Assembly was envisaged, and the League no longer had a veto. Muslim League. The Muslim League believed Pakistan to be implied in compulsory grouping. The mission later clarified that the grouping was compulsory. Main objections. Different parties objected to the plan on different grounds. Congress filled circle provinces should not have to wait till the first general elections to come out of a group. They should have the option of not joining a group in the first place. Congress had the Congress-ruled provinces of NWFP and Assam in mind, which had been included in groups B and C respectively. Fill circle compulsory grouping contradicts the oft-repeated insistence on provincial autonomy. Fill circle absence of provision for elected members from the princely states in the Constituent Assembly, they could only be nominated by the princes, was not acceptable. League filled circle grouping should be compulsory, with sections B and C developing into solid entities with a view to future secession into Pakistan. The League had thought that the Congress would reject the plan, thus prompting the government to invite the League to form the interim government. Acceptance and rejection. The Muslim League on June 6 and the Congress on June 24, 1946 accepted the long-term plan put forward by the Cabinet Mission. July 1946 elections were held in provincial assemblies for the Constituent Assembly. July 10, 1946 Nehru stated, "We are not bound by a single thing except that we have decided to go into the Constituent Assembly," implying that the Constituent Assembly was sovereign and would decide the rules of procedure. The big probability is that there would be no grouping, as NWFP and Assam would have objections to joining sections B and C. July 29, 1946 the League withdrew its acceptance of the long-term plan in response to Nehru's statement and gave a call for direct action from August 16 to achieve Pakistan. Wavell's breakdown plan. Wavell presented his plan to the cabinet mission in May 1946. It visualized a middle course between repression and scuttle. This plan envisaged the withdrawal of the British Army and officials to the Muslim provinces of Northwest and Northeast and handing over the rest of the country to the Congress. Though superseded by the cabinet mission plan, Wavell's plan was an evidence of filled circle British recognition of the impossibility of suppressing any future Congress-led rebellion. Filled circle desire in some high official circles to make a Northern Ireland of Pakistan. Communal Holocaust and the interim government. From August 16, 1946, the Indian scene was rapidly transformed. There were communal riots on an unprecedented scale, which left around several thousands dead. The worst hit areas were Calcutta, Bombay, Noakhali, Bihar and Garmukteshwar, United Provinces. Changed government priorities. Wavell was now eager to somehow get the Congress into the interim government, even if the League stayed out, a departure from Wavell's stand during the Shimla conference. This attitude was against the League's insistence that all settlements be acceptable to it and also against earlier government postures of encouraging communal forces, of denying the legitimacy of nationalism, and of denying the representative nature of Congress. Thus, continuance of British rule had demanded one stance from Britain, and the withdrawal and post-imperial links dictated a contrary posture. Interim government. Fearing mass action by the Congress, a Congress-dominated interim government headed by Nehru was sworn in on September 2, 1946, with Nehru continuing to insist on his party's opposition to the compulsory grouping. Despite the title, the interim government was little more than a continuation of the old executive of the Viceroy. Wavell overruled the ministers on the issue of the release of INA prisoners in his very last cabinet meeting in March 1947. Wavell quietly brought the Muslim League into the interim government on October 26, 1946. The League was allowed to join Filled Circle without giving up the direct action. Filled Circle despite its rejection of the cabinet mission's long-term and short-term plans, and Filled Circle despite insistence on compulsory grouping, with decisions being taken by a majority vote by a section as a whole, which would reduce the opponents of Pakistan in Assam and NWFP to a position of helpless minority. 14 Ministers of Interim Government, September 2, 1946 to August 15, 1947. 1. Jawaharlal Nehru, Vice President of Executive Council, External Affairs and Commonwealth Relations. 2. Vallabhbhai Patel, Home, Information and Broadcasting. 3. Baldev Singh, Defense. 4. Dr. John Mathai, Industries and Supplies. 5. C. Rajagopalachari, Education. 6. C. H. Babha, Works, Mines and Power. 7. Rajendra Prasad, Agriculture and Food. 8. Jagjeevan Ram, Labor. 9. Asaf Ali, Railway. 10. Liaquat Ali Khan, Muslim League, Finance. 11. Ibrahim Ismail Chundrigar, Muslim League, Commerce. 12. Abdur Rab Nishta, Muslim League, Communications. 13. Ghazanfar Ali Khan, Muslim League, Health. 14. Jogendra Nath Mandal, Muslim League, Law. Obstructionist approach and ulterior motives of the League. The League did not attend the Constituent Assembly, which had its first meeting on December 9, 1946. Consequently, the Assembly had to confine itself to passing a General Objectives Resolution, drafted by Jawaharlal Nehru, stating the ideals of an independent sovereign republic with autonomous units, adequate minority safeguards and social, political and economic democracy. The League refused to attend informal meetings of the cabinet to take decisions. The League questioned the decisions and appointments made by the Congress members. Liaquat Ali Khan as the finance minister restricted and encumbered the efficient functioning of other ministries. The League had only sought a foothold in the government to fight for Pakistan. For them, it was a continuation of the civil war by other means. The Congress demand that the British get the League to change its attitude in the interim government or quit was voiced ever since the League joined the interim government. In February 1947, 9 Congress members of the cabinet wrote to the Viceroy demanding the resignation of League members and threatening the withdrawal of their own nominees. The last straw came with the League demanding the dissolution of the Constituent Assembly. A crisis seemed to be developing rapidly. Birth and spread of communalism in India. With the rise of nationalism, communalism appeared around the end of the 19th century. It proved to be a huge threat to the unity of the Indian people and the national movement. The legacy, unfortunately, continues. Characteristic features of Indian communalism. Communalism, more accurately sectarianism, is basically an ideology which gives more importance to one's own ethnic, religious group rather than to the wider society as a whole, evolved through three broad stages in India. Communal nationalism, the notion that since a group or a section of people belong to a particular religious community, their secular interests are the same, i.e., even those matters which have got nothing to do with religion affect all of them equally. Liberal communalism, the notion that since two religious communities have different religious interests, they have different interests in the secular sphere also, i.e., in economic, political and cultural spheres. Extreme communalism, the notion that not only do different religious communities have different interests, but also that these interests are incompatible, i.e., two communities cannot coexist because the interests of one community come into conflict with those of the other. There is nothing unique about Indian communalism. It was the result of the conditions which have, in other societies, produced similar phenomena and ideologies such as fascism, anti-Semitism, racism, the Catholic-Protestant conflict in Northern Ireland and the Christian-Muslim conflict in Lebanon. Bypassing basic economic interests, the communalists claim to protect interests which do not necessarily exist. Communalism is a modern phenomenon, rooted in the modern social, economic and political colonial structure, that emerged out of modern politics based on mass mobilization and popular participation. Modern politics made it necessary for people to have wider links and loyalties and to form established identities. This process involved the spread of modern ideas of nation, class and cultural linguistic identity. In India, religious consciousness was transformed into communal consciousness in some parts of the country and among some sections of the people. Its social roots lay in the rising middle classes who propagated imaginary communal interests to further their own economic interests. Communalism was a bourgeois question par excellence, according to the left. Communalists were backed in their communal campaign by the colonial administration. It was the channel through which colonialists expanded their social base. Communalists and colonialists were helped in their sinister motives by the fact that often socio-economic distinctions in Indian society coincided with religious distinctions. The inherent class contradictions were given a post facto communal coloring by the vested interests. Conservative social reactionary elements gave full support to communalism. Religiosity itself did not amount to communalism, but in a country where lack of education and low awareness of the outside world was a sad reality, religion had the potential of becoming, and was used as, a vehicle of communalism. Reasons for growth of communalism. Communalism grew in the modern economic, political and social institutions where new identities were emerging in a haphazard manner even as the old, pre-modern identities had not diminished. A clash of this fundamental dichotomy gave rise to a communal ideology. Socioeconomic reasons. Religion did not actually dictate the economic and political interests of the Hindus and Muslims. One community consisting of Hindus as well as Muslims differed from another, also consisting of Hindus and Muslims by language, culture, caste, social status, food and dress habits, social practices or customs and so on. Even socially and culturally, the Hindu and the Muslim masses had developed common ways of life. A Bengali Muslim has much more in common with a Bengali Hindu than with a Punjabi Muslim. Moreover, Hindus and the Muslims were equal victims of oppression and exploitation by British imperialism. Modern Western thought and scientific ideas were not absorbed by Muslim intellectuals, who remained traditional and backward. Even when, as a result of the efforts of reformers, modern education spread among Muslims, the proportion of the educated was far lower among Muslims than among Hindus, Parsis or Christians. The Muslims also lagged behind as participants in the growth of trade and industry. As the number of educated persons and men of trade and industry among the Muslims was rather small, it was easy for the reactionary big landlords and the richer classes to continue to wield influence over the Muslim masses. Landlords and zamindars, whether Hindu or Muslim, supported the British rule out of self-interest. But, among the Hindus, the modern intellectuals and the rising commercial and industrialist class had taken over the leadership from the old order of landlords. The educated Muslims found few opportunities in business or the professions. They inevitably looked for government employment. The British officials and the loyalist Muslim leaders incited the educated Muslims against the educated Hindus. Syed Ahmad Khan and others demanded special treatment for the Muslims in the matter of government service, on the one hand, and on the other told the Muslims that if the educated Muslims remained loyal to the British, the latter would reward them with government jobs and other special favors. The same arguments were used by some loyalist Hindus and Parsis with regard to their people, but they were in a small minority. As a result of the underdevelopment due to colonial policies, there was a lack of industrial development, hence, unemployment was an acute problem in India, especially for the educated, and there was an intense competition for existing jobs. In the circumstances, there were advocates of short-sighted and short-term solutions such as reservation in jobs on communal, provincial or caste lines. These persons aroused communal and religious and, later, caste and provincial passions in an attempt to get a larger share of the existing, limited employment opportunities. It was easy for those desperately searching for jobs for employment to fall prey to such ideas. Because of the economic backwardness of India and rampant unemployment, there was ample scope for the colonial government to use concessions, favors and reservations to fuel communal and separatist tendencies. Also, modern political consciousness was late in developing among the Muslims, and the dominance of traditional reactionary elements over the Muslim masses helped a communal outlook to take root. There was talk of Hindu nationalism and Muslim nationalism. Politically immature, many Hindus as well as views. There has been a difference of a generation or more in the development of the Hindu and the Muslim middle classes, and that difference continues to show itself in many directions, political, economic, and other. It is this lag which produces a psychology of fear among the Muslims. Jawaharlal Nehru in The Discovery of India: he who does what is beneficial to the people of this country, be he a Mohammedan or an Englishman, is not alien. Alienus has to do with interests. Alienus is certainly not concerned with white or black skin or religion. Bal Gangadhar Tilak. Muslims did not realize that the economic, educational and cultural difficulties they were experiencing were born out of their subjection to foreign rule and because of economic underdevelopment. British policy of divide and rule. Muslims were generally looked upon with suspicion initially, especially after the Wahhabi and 1857 revolts, and were subjected to repression and discrimination by the British government. Also, the introduction of English education had undermined Arabic and Persian learning, which added further to the economic backwardness and exclusion of the Muslims from service. After the 1870s, with signs of the emergence of Indian nationalism and growing politicization of the educated middle classes, the government reversed its policy of repression of Muslims and, instead, decided to rally them behind the government through concessions, favors and reservations, and used them against nationalist forces. The government used persons like Sir Syed Ahmad Khan to counter the growing influence of the Congress. Syed Ahmad Khan had a broad-minded and reformist outlook initially, but later he started supporting the colonial government, exhorting the Muslim masses to stay away from the Congress and not to get politicized. He also started talking of separate interests of Hindus and Muslims. Communalism in history writing. Initially suggested by imperialist historians and later adopted by some chauvinist Indian historians, the communal interpretation of Indian history portrayed the ancient phase as the Hindu phase and the medieval phase, which included the rule of the Turks, the Afghans and the Mughals, as the Muslim phase. The conflicts of ruling classes during the medieval phase were distorted and exaggerated as Hindu-Muslim conflicts. Historians ignored the fact that politics, ancient and medieval as of all times and anywhere, was based on economic and political interests and not on religious considerations. It was in the interests of the British and communal historians to refuse to acknowledge the notion of view. Communal harmony could not be permanently established in our country so long as highly distorted versions of history were taught in her schools and colleges, through the history textbooks. M. K. Gandhi. A composite culture in India. On its part, the Hindu communal view of history chose to project the view that Indian society and culture had reached ideal heights in the ancient period from which they began to decay in the medieval period because of Muslim rule. In this, there was a refusal to acknowledge how Indian economy and technology, religion and philosophy, arts and literature, culture and society had developed and been enriched in the medieval period. Side effects of socio-religious reform movements such as the Wahhabi movement among Muslims and Shuddhi among Hindus with their militant overtones made the role of religion more vulnerable to communalism. Reforms, at times, were seen as a process of insulating one community from the influence of another religious community. Side effects of militant nationalism. The early nationalists made conscious efforts to remove minority fears. Dadabhai Nauroji, presiding over the Second Congress session 1886, declared the intentions of the Congress not to raise socio-religious questions in its forums. In 1889, the Congress decided not to take up any issue opposed by the Muslims. But later, with the coming of militant nationalism, a distinct Hindu nationalist tinge was palpable in the nationalist politics. For instance, Tilak's Ganapati and Shivaji festivals and anti-cow slaughter campaigns created much suspicion. Aurobindo's vision of an Aryanized world, the Swadeshi movement with elements like dips in the Ganga and revolutionary activity with oath-taking before goddesses were hardly likely to enthuse Muslims into these campaigns in a big way. The communal element in the Lucknow Pact 1916 and the Khilafat agitation 1920-22 was too visible to be of insignificant consequences. When the Khilafat question came up, there was unease among some congressmen who felt that the issue was not really nationalistic. The fight against imperialistic Britain in this case was not about the economic and political consequences of imperialism but on the ground that the Caliph and some holy places of Islam were being threatened. The Muslims' sympathy for Turkey was on religious grounds. Even later, the heroes and myths and cultural traditions the Muslims appealed to belonged not to the history of India but to the history of West Asia. Though this tendency did not immediately clash with Indian nationalism, but in fact made its supporters anti-imperialist, in the longer term, it encouraged the habit of looking at political questions from a religious point of view. Communal reaction by majority community. The minority communalism met with a reaction from the majority community. From the 1870s itself, some Hindu zamindars, moneylenders and middle-class professionals began to give expression to anti-Muslim sentiments. They went to the extent of declaring that the British had liberated the land from Muslim tyranny and saved the Hindus from the oppression by Muslims. The cause of Hindi was given a communal color by saying that Urdu was the language of the Muslims, which was not historically quite correct. Then came organizations to promote a communal outlook. The Punjab Hindu Sabha, founded in 1909 by U.N. Mukherjee and Lal Chand, opposed the Congress for trying to unite Indians of all colors into a single nation. They argued that Hindus should side with the colonial government in their fight against Muslims. The All India Hindu Mahasabha held its first session in April 1915 with the Maharaja of Kasam Bazar as president. The Rashtriya Swayansevak Sangh (RSS) was established in 1925. However, Hindu communalism was not a strong force for a long time as the modern secular intelligentsia and middle class among Hindus wielded a greater influence. This was not the case with the Muslims. The Muslim communal elements, landlords, traditional religious leaders and bureaucrats, exercised a lot of influence on the Muslims. The one-upmanship of different versions of communal tendencies was a factor which deterred any effective counteroffensive against communalism. Evolution of the two-nation theory. The development of the two-nation theory over the years is as follows. 1887, there was a frontal attack on the Congress by Dufferin, the Viceroy, and Colwyn, the Lieutenant Governor of the United Provinces. Syed Ahmad Khan and Raja Shiv Prasad of Bhinga were propped up as an anti-Congress front by the government. Syed Ahmad Khan appealed to the educated Muslims to stay away from the Congress, although some Muslims did join the Congress. These included Badruddin Tayyabji, Mir Musharraf Hussain, A. Bimji and Hamid Ali Khan. 1906, Aga Khan led a Muslim delegation called the Shimla Delegation to the Viceroy, Lord Minto, to demand separate electorates for Muslims at all levels and that the Muslim representation should be commensurate not only with their numerical strength but also with their political importance and their contribution to the British Empire. Minto assured them of special communal representation in excess of their population for their extraordinary service to the empire. The All India Muslim League was founded by the Aga Khan, Nawab Salimullah of Dekcha, Nawab Mohsin ul Mulk and Nawab Waqar ul Mulk to preach loyalty to the British government and to keep the Muslim intelligentsia away from the Congress. 1909, separate electorates were awarded under Mauli Minto reforms. Punjab Hindu Sabha was founded by U.N. Mukherjee and Lal Chand. 1915, first session of All India Hindu Mahasabha was held under the aegis of the Maharaja of Kasam Bazar. 1912-24, during this period the Muslim League was dominated by younger Muslim nationalists, but their nationalism was inspired by a communal view of political questions. 1916, the Congress accepted the Muslim League demand of separate electorates and the Congress and the League presented joint demands to the government. But the Congress and the League came together as separate political entities and the Congress gave political legitimacy to the existence of the Muslim League. 1920-22, Muslims participated in the Rolat and Khilaf non-cooperation agitations but there was a communal element in the political outlook of the Muslims. 1920s, the shadow of communal riots loomed large over the country. The Arya Samajists started Shuddhi purification and Sangathan organization movements. The Shuddhi movement was aimed at reconverting to Hinduism those who had converted to Islam. The Muslims started the Tabligh and Tanzim movements in retaliation. Some nationalists also turned communal. The Swarajists were divided along communal lines and many of the responsivists among them joined the Hindu Mahasabha. The Ali brothers, after having put up a spectacular united front with the Congress, accused the Congress of protecting only Hindu interests. The Congress failed to evolve a suitable strategy to counter the rise of communalism. 1928, the Nehru Report on Constitutional Reforms as suggested by the Congress was opposed by Muslim hardliners and the Sikh League. Jinnah proposed 14 points demanding separate electorates and reservation for Muslims in government service and self-governing bodies. By negotiating with the Muslim League, the Congress made a number of mistakes. 1. It gave legitimacy to the politics of the League, thus giving recognition to the division of society into separate communities with separate interests. 2. It undermined the role of secular, nationalist Muslims. 3. Concessions to one community prompted other communities to demand similar concessions. 4. Launching an all-out attack on communalism became difficult. 1930-34, some Muslim groups, such as the Jamaat-e-Ulema-i-Hind, State of Kashmir and Khudai Khidmatgars participated in the civil disobedience movement but overall the participation of Muslims was nowhere near the level of the Khilafat agitation. While the Congress stayed away from 2 of the 3 round-table conferences held in London to discuss further constitutional reforms, the Communalists attended all 3 of them. 1932, the Communal Award accepted all Muslim communal demands contained in the 14 points. After 1937, after the Muslim League performed badly in the 1937 provincial elections, it decided to resort to extreme communalism. There began a tendency to project the Muslims, not as a minority but as a separate nation. In the early 1930s, this idea of a separate Muslim nation was proposed by a young Muslim intellectual Rahmat Ali and later developed further by the poet Iqbal. From now onwards, communalism was organized as a mass movement with its base among middle and upper classes. Vicious propaganda was launched against the Congress by Z.A. Suleri, F.M. Darani, Fazl-ul Haq, etc. Extreme communalism was based on fear, hatred and violence of word and deed. Till 1937 there had been liberal communalism, centered around safeguards and reservations. It was communal while upholding certain liberal, democratic, humanistic and nationalistic values and the notion that these diverse communities could be welded together into one nation in one national interest. The extreme communalism of Muslims found its echo in the militant communal nationalism of Hindus represented by organizations such as the Hindu Mahasabha and RSS and in the thoughts of leaders like Golwalkar. There were several reasons for the advent of extreme communalism. 1. With increasing radicalization, the reactionary elements searched for a social base through channels of communalism. 2. The colonial administration had exhausted all other means to divide nationalists. 3. Earlier failures to challenge communal tendencies had emboldened the communal forces. Views. The question of majority and minority community is a creation of the British government and would disappear with their withdrawal. M.K. Gandhi. We divide and they rule. Maulana Muhammad Ali. After 1940 it was clear as daylight to the Muslims that their real destiny was neither a second-class citizenship in a uni-national Hindu state, nor even the doubtful partnership in a multinational India, but a separate nationhood with a separate homeland. History of Freedom Movement of Pakistan. The independent sovereign nation of Pakistan was born in the Muslim University of Aligarh. Aga Khan. 1937-39, Jinnah blocked all avenues for conciliation by forwarding the impossible demand that the Congress should declare itself a Hindu organization and recognize the Muslim League as the sole representative of the Indian Muslims. March 24, 1940, the Pakistan Resolution was passed at the Lahore session of the Muslim League calling for grouping of all geographically contiguous Muslim-majority areas, mainly northwestern and eastern India, into independent states in which the constituent units shall be autonomous and sovereign, and adequate safeguards to Muslims in other areas where they are in a minority. During Second World War, the British India government gave a virtual veto to the League on political settlement. The League made full use of this privilege and stuck to its demand of a separate Pakistan throughout the negotiations under the August Offer, Cripps Proposals, Shimla Conference and Cabinet Mission Plan. Finally, it got what it had aspired for, an independent Pakistan comprising Muslim-majority areas of Punjab, Sindh, Baluchistan, Northwest Frontier Province and Bengal in 1947. Summary. Filled circle last 2 years of British rule. Asterisk 2 basic strands. 1. Tortuous negotiations resulting in freedom and partition, accompanied by communal violence. 2. Sporadic, localized mass action. Asterisk July 1945 Labour government comes to power in Britain. Asterisk August 1945 elections to central and provincial assemblies. Announced. Asterisk September 1945 announcement of a constituent assembly. After war. Asterisk a change in government's attitude due to change in global power equations. UK no longer a power. Labour government sympathetic to India. Tired British soldiers and shattered British economy. Anti-imperialist wave throughout Asia. Officials feared another Congress revolt. Asterisk 2 main election planks for Congress. 1. Repression of 1942. 2. Mass pressure against trial of Ina Powers. Asterisk Ina agitation. Main features. Had unprecedented high pitch and intensity, had wide geographical and social spread, penetrated traditional bulwarks of Raj, government employees and loyalists. With each day, became a purely India versus Britain issue. Asterisk 3 upsurges. 1. November 21, 1945 in Calcutta over Ina trials. 2. February 11, 1946 in Calcutta over 7-year sentence to an Ina officer. 3. February 18, 1946 in Bombay, strike by Royal Indian Navy ratings. Congress did not support these upsurges because of their timing and tactics. Asterisk election results. Congress won 57 out of 102 seats in Central Assembly, got majority in Madras, Bombay, Up, Bihar, Orissa and Central Provinces and coalition partner with Unionists and Akalis in Punjab. Muslim League won 30 reserved seats in Central Assembly, got majority in Bengal, Sindh. Asterisk why British withdrawal seemed imminent by 1946. 1. Success of nationalist forces in struggle for hegemony. 2. Demoralization among bureaucracy and the loyalist sections. 3. Limitations of British strategy of conciliation and repression. 4. Demands of leniency for Ina by Amaiman and RIN ratings, revolt. 5. An entirely official rule was impossible. Asterisk main aim of government policy now. A graceful withdrawal after settlement on modalities of transfer of power, and post-imperial Indo-British relations. Filled circle cabinet mission. Asterisk proposals. Rejection of Pakistan. Grouping of existing assemblies into 3 sections A, B, C 3-tier executive and legislature at province, princely states and union level. Provincial assemblies to elect a constituent assembly common center for defense, communications, external affairs. Provinces to have autonomy and residual powers. Princely states free to have an arrangement with the successor government or the British government. In future, a province free to come out of the section or the union. Meanwhile, an interim government to be formed from Constituent Assembly. Asterisk interpretation. Congress claimed that the grouping was optional while the League thought that the grouping was compulsory. Mission decided the matter in the League's favor. Asterisk acceptance. League, followed by Congress, accepted. Cabinet mission proposals in June 1946. Asterisk further developments. July 1946 League withdrew from the plan after Nehru's press statement, and gave a call for direct action, from August 16, 1946. September 1946 an interim government headed by Nehru sworn in. October 1946 League joins interim government and follows an obstructionist approach. February 1947 Congress members demand removal of League members, League demands dissolution of Constituent Assembly. Fifth circle, birth and spread of communalism in India. The end. Thank you for listening. Please like, share, comment and subscribe. Hello friends. Welcome to Study Time. Chapter 25. Independence with Partition. Attlee's statement of February 20, 1947. Clement Attlee, the British Prime Minister, sensing the trouble all around, made an announcement on February 20, 1947. The British House of Commons declared the British intention of leaving the Indian subcontinent. Main points of Attlee's statement. Fifth circle, a deadline of June 30, 1948 was fixed for transfer of power even if the Indian politicians had not agreed by that time on the constitution. Fifth circle, the British would relinquish power either to some form of central government or in some areas to the existing provincial governments if the Constituent Assembly was not fully representative, i.e., if the Muslim majority provinces did not join. Fifth circle, British powers and obligations vis-a-vis the princely states would lapse with transfer of power, but these would not be transferred to any successor government in British India. Fifth circle, Mountbatten would replace Wavell as the viceroy. The statement contained clear hints of partition and even balkanization of the country into numerous states and was, in essence, a reversion of the Cripps offer. Why a date fixed by government for withdrawal? Fifth circle, the government hoped that a fixed date would shock the parties into an agreement on the main question. Fifth circle, the government was keen to avert the developing constitutional crisis. Fifth circle, the government hoped to convince the Indians of British sincerity. Fifth circle, the truth in Wavell's assessment could no longer be denied, that an irreversible decline of the government's authority had taken place. Congress stand. The provision of transfer of power to more than one centre was acceptable to Congress because it meant that the existing assembly could go ahead and frame a constitution for the areas represented by it, and it offered a way out of the existing deadlock. But the illusory hopes of a settlement were soon shattered as the statement proved to be a prelude to the final showdown. The League launched a civil disobedience movement to overthrow the coalition government in Punjab, as it felt emboldened by the statement. Independence and partition. The communal riots and the unworkability of the Congress-League coalition compelled many in early 1947 to think in terms of accepting the so far unthinkable idea of partition. The most insistent demand now came from the Hindu and Sikh communal groups in Bengal and Punjab who were alarmed at the prospect of compulsory grouping which might find them in Pakistan. The Hindu Mahasabha in Bengal was assessing the feasibility of a separate Hindu province in West Bengal. On March 10, 1947, Nehru stated that the cabinet mission was the best solution if carried out. The only real alternative was the partition of Punjab and Bengal. In April 1947, the Congress President Kripalani communicated to the Viceroy. Rather than have a battle, we shall let them have their Pakistan provided you allow Bengal and Punjab to be partitioned in a fair manner. Mountbatten as the Viceroy. Mountbatten proved more firm and quick in taking decisions than his predecessors because he was informally given more powers to decide things on the spot. He also had the advantage of the firm decision of the British government to quit at the earliest. His task was to explore the options of unity and division till October 1947 and then advise the British government on the form of transfer of power. But he soon discovered that the broad contours of the scenario to emerge were discernible even before he came to India. The cabinet mission plan was a dead horse and Jinnah was obstinate about not settling for anything less than a sovereign state. But a serious attempt at unity would involve supporting those forces which wanted a unified India and countering those who opposed it. Mountbatten preferred to woo both sides. Mountbatten Plan, June 3, 1947. The freedom with partition formula was coming to be widely accepted well before Mountbatten arrived in India. One major innovation actually suggested by V.P. Menon was the immediate transfer of power on the basis of grant of dominion status with a right of secession, thus obviating the need to wait for an agreement in the Constituent Assembly on a new political structure. Main points. The important points of the plan were as follows. Fifth circle, Punjab and Bengal legislative assemblies would meet in two groups, Hindus and Muslims, to vote for partition. If a simple majority of either group voted for partition, then these provinces would be partitioned. Fifth circle, in case of partition, two dominions and two constituent assemblies would be created. Fifth circle, Sindh would take its own decision. Fifth circle, referendums in NWFP and Sylhet district of Bengal would decide the fate of these areas. view. There is, however, no basis for the claim that the civil disobedience movement directly led to independence. The campaigns of Gandhi came to an ignoble end about 14 years before India achieved independence. During the First World War, the Indian revolutionaries sought to take advantage of German help in the shape of war materials to free the country by armed revolt. But the attempt did not succeed. During the Second World War, Subhas Bose followed the same method and created the INA. In spite of brilliant planning and initial success, the violent campaigns of Subhas Bose failed. The battles for India's freedom were also being fought against Britain, though indirectly, by Hitler in Europe and Japan in Asia. None of these scored direct success, but few would deny that it was the cumulative effect of all the three that brought freedom to India. In particular, the revelations made by the INA trial, and the reaction it produced in India, made it quite plain to the British, already exhausted by the war, that they could no longer depend upon the loyalty of the sepoys for maintaining their authority in India. This had probably the greatest influence upon their final decision to quit India. R.C. Mazumdar filled circles. Since the Congress had conceded a unified India, all their other points would be met, namely I. Independence for princely states ruled out, they would join either India or Pakistan. E. Independence for Bengal ruled out. E. Accession of Hyderabad to Pakistan ruled out. Mountbatten supported the Congress on this. I. V. Freedom to come on August 15, 1947, and v. A boundary commission to be set up if partition was to be effected. Thus, the League's demand was conceded to the extent that Pakistan would be created in the Congress. Position on unity was taken into account to make Pakistan as small as possible. Mountbatten's formula was to divide India but retain maximum unity. Why Congress accepted dominion status? The Congress was willing to accept dominion status despite its being against the Lahore Congress 1929 spirit because it would ensure a peaceful and quick transfer of power. It was more important for the Congress to assume authority to check the explosive situation, and it would allow for some much needed continuity in the bureaucracy and the army. For Britain, the dominion status offered a chance to keep India in the Commonwealth, even if temporarily, considering the economic strength, defense potential, and greater value of trade and investment in India. Rationale for an early date, August 15, 1947. Britain wanted to secure Congress agreement to the dominion status. At the same time, the British could escape the responsibility for the communal situation. The plan was put into effect without the slightest delay. The legislative assemblies of Bengal and Punjab decided in favor of partition of these two provinces. Thus, East Bengal and West Punjab joined Pakistan, West Bengal and East Punjab remained with the Indian Union. The referendum in Sylhet resulted in the incorporation of that district in East Bengal. Two boundary commissions, one in respect of each province, were constituted to demarcate the boundaries of the new provinces. The referendum in NWFP decided in favor of Pakistan, the provincial congress refraining from the referendum. Baluchistan and Sindh threw in their lot with Pakistan. Indian Independence Act. On July 5, 1947, the British Parliament passed the Indian Independence Act, which was based on the Mountbatten Plan, and the Act got royal assent on July 18, 1947. The Act was implemented on August 15, 1947. The Act provided for the creation of two independent dominions of India and Pakistan with effect from August 15, 1947. Each dominion was to have a Governor-General to be responsible for the effective operation of the Act. The Constituent Assembly of the each new dominion was to exercise the powers of the legislature of that dominion, and the existing Central Legislative Assembly and the Council of States were to be automatically dissolved. Fateh Plan Balkan. Between March and May of 1947, Mountbatten decided that the Cabinet Mission Plan had become untenable and formulated an alternative plan. This plan envisaged the transfer of power to separate provinces, or to a confederation, if formed before the transfer, with Punjab and Bengal given the option to vote for partition of their provinces. The various units thus formed along with the princely states, rendered independent by lapse of paramountcy, would have the option of joining India or Pakistan or remaining separate. The plan was quickly abandoned after Nehru reacted violently to it. Transitional period, i.e., till a new constitution was adopted by each dominion, the governments of the two dominions were to be carried on in accordance with the Government of India Act, 1935. As per the provisions of the Indian Independence Act, 1947, Pakistan became independent on August 14, while India got its freedom on August 15, 1947. M.A. Jinnah became the first Governor General of Pakistan. India, however, decided to request Lord Mountbatten to continue as the Governor General of India. Problems of early withdrawal. The breakneck speed of events under Mountbatten caused anomalies in arranging the details of partition and totally failed to prevent the Punjab massacre, because filled circle there were no transitional institutional structures within which partition problems could be tackled. Filled circle Mountbatten had hoped to be the common Governor-General of India and Pakistan, thus providing the necessary link, but Jinnah wanted the position for himself in Pakistan. Filled circle there was a delay in announcing the Boundary Commission Award under Radcliffe, though the award was ready by August 12, 1947. Mountbatten decided to make it public after August 15 so that the British could escape all responsibility of disturbances. Integration of states. During 1946-47 there was a new upsurge of the state people's movement demanding political rights and elective representation in the Constituent Assembly. Nehru presided over the All India State People's Conference sessions in Udaipur 1945 and Gwalior April 1947. He declared that the states refusing to join the Constituent Assembly would be treated as hostile. In July 1947, Vallabhbhai Patel took charge of the new States Department. Under Patel, the incorporation of Indian states took place in two phases with a skillful combination of baits and threats of mass pressure in both. Phase 1. By August 15, 1947, all states except Kashmir, Hyderabad and Junagadh had signed an instrument of accession with the Indian government, acknowledging central authority over defense, external affairs and communication. The princes agreed to this fairly easily because they were surrendering only what they never had. These three functions had been a part of the British paramountcy, and there was no change in the internal political structure. Phase 2. The second phase involved a much more difficult process of integration of states with neighboring provinces or into new units like the Kathiawar Union, Vindhya and Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Himachal Pradesh, along with internal constitutional changes in states which for some years retained their old boundaries, Hyderabad, Mysore, Travancore, Kochi. This phase was accomplished within a year. The principal bait offered was a generous privy purse, while some princes were made governors and Raj Pramukhs in free India. This rapid political unification of the country after independence was Patel's greatest achievement. Inevitability of partition. Why Congress accepted partition? Filled circle. The Congress was only accepting the inevitable due to the long-term failure to draw the Muslim masses into the national movement. The partition reflects the success-failure dichotomy of the Congress-led anti-imperialist movement. The Congress had a two-fold task: structuring diverse classes, communities, groups and regions into a nation, and securing independence for this nation. While the Congress succeeded in building up sufficient national consciousness to exert pressure on the British to quit India, it failed to complete the task of welding the nation, especially in integrating the Muslims into the nation. Filled circle. Only an immediate transfer of power could forestall the spread of direct action and communal violence. The virtual collapse of the interim government also made the notion of Pakistan appear unavoidable. Views. The British were neither the foes of the Hindus nor friends of the Muslims. They set up Pakistan not as a gesture of friendship towards the Muslims, but under the compulsions of their international policies. Wali Khan. It was not so much that Britain pursued a policy of divide and rule as that the process of devolving power by stages in a politically and socially desperate country was inherently divisive. R.J. Moore. The truth is that we were tired men, and we were getting on in years too. Few of us could stand the prospect of going to prison again, and if we had stood out for a united India as we wished it, prison obviously awaited us. We saw the fires burning in the Punjab and heard every day of the killings. The plan for partition offered a way out and we took it. Jawaharlal Nehru. I felt that if we did not accept partition, India would be split into many bits and would be completely ruined. My experience of office for 1 year convinced me that the way we have been proceeding would lead us to disaster. We would not have had one Pakistan but several. We would have had Pakistan cells in every office. Sardar Patel. Congress, as well as the Muslim League, had accepted partition. The real position was, however, completely different. The acceptance was only in a resolution of the AICC of the Congress and on the register of the Muslim League. The people of India had not accepted partition with free and open minds. Some had accepted it out of sheer anger and resentment, and others out of a sense of despair. Maulana Azad. Fifth Circle. The partition plan ruled out independence for the princely states, which could have been a greater danger to Indian unity as it would have meant balkanization of the country. Fifth Circle. Acceptance of partition was only a final act of the process of step-by-step concessions to the League's championing of a separate Muslim state. During Cripps Mission 1942, autonomy of Muslim-majority provinces was accepted. During Gandhi Jinnah talks 1944, Gandhi accepted the right of self-determination of Muslim-majority provinces. After the Cabinet Mission Plan 1946, Congress conceded the possibility of Muslim-majority provinces setting up a separate constituent assembly. Later, the Congress accepted, without demur, that grouping was compulsory. December 1946. Official reference to Pakistan came in March 1947, when CWC resolution stated that Punjab, and by implication, Bengal, must be partitioned if the country was divided. With the 3rd of June plan, Congress accepted partition. Fifth Circle. While loudly asserting the sovereignty of the Constituent Assembly, the Congress quietly accepted compulsory grouping and accepted the partition most of all because it could not stop the communal riots. There was nevertheless much wishful thinking and lack of appreciation of the dynamics of communal feeling by the Congress, especially in Nehru, who stated at various times, once the British left, Hindu-Muslim differences would be patched up and a free, united India would be built up. Partition is only temporary. Partition would be peaceful. Once Pakistan was conceded, what was there to fight for? The communalism of the 1920s and the 1930s was different from that of the 1940s. Now it was an all-out effort. View. I alone, with the help of my secretary and my typewriter, won Pakistan for the Muslims. M.A. Jinnah. For an assertive Muslim nation. Congress leadership underestimated the potential of this type of communalism. Gandhi's helplessness. Gandhi felt helpless because there had been a communalization of the people. He had no option but to accept partition because the people wanted it. How could there be a movement to fight communalism involving a communalized people? He asked the congressmen, however, not to accept it in their hearts. Summary. Fifth Circle. Attlee's statement, February 20, 1947, June 30, 1948 is deadline for transfer of power. Power may be transferred to one center or in some areas to existing provincial governments. Fifth Circle. Mountbatten Plan, June 3, 1947. Punjab and Bengal assemblies to take decision on partition. Sindh to take its own decision. Referendum to be held in NWFP and Sylhet District. 2 dominions to be created if partition is to take place, with 2 constituent assemblies. Freedom to be granted on August 15, 1947. Fifth Circle. July 18, 1947. The Indian Independence Act 1947 got royal assent, and it was implemented on August 15, 1947. Fifth Circle. Why partition was seen to be inevitable. The end. Thank you for listening. Please like, share, comment and subscribe. Hello friends. Welcome to Study Time. Chapter 26. Constitutional, Administrative and Judicial Developments. The establishment of the East India Company in 1600 and its transformation into a ruling body from a trading one in 1765 had little immediate impact on Indian polity and governance. But the period between 1773 and 1858 under the company rule, and then under the British Crown till 1947, witnessed a plethora of constitutional and administrative changes. The nature and objective of these changes were to serve the British imperial ideology, but unintentionally they introduced elements of the modern state into India's political and administrative system. Constitutional development between 1773 and 1858. After the Battle of Buxar 1764, the East India Company got the Diwani, right to collect revenue, of Bengal, Bihar and Orissa. An annual subsidy was to be paid to the Mughal Emperor, Shah Alam II, and an annual pension to the Nawab of Awadh, Shuja'ud-Dawla. The company appointed 2 Indians as the deputy Diwans, Muhammad Reza Khan for Bengal and Raja Shitab Rai for Bihar. 1767. The first intervention in Indian affairs by the British government came in 1767. It demanded 10% share in the plunder amounting to £4 million annually. 1765-72 The dual system of government where the company had the authority but no responsibility and its Indian representatives had all the responsibility but no authority continued for 7 years. This period was characterized by filled circle rampant corruption among servants of the company who made full use of private trading to enrich themselves. Filled circle excessive revenue collection and oppression of peasantry. Filled circle the company's bankruptcy while the servants were flourishing. By now the British government decided to regulate the company to bring some order into its business. From now, there would be a gradual increase in controlling laws. The Regulating Act of 1773. Filled circle The 1773 Regulating Act brought about the British government's involvement in Indian affairs in the effort to control and regulate the functioning of the East India Company. It recognized that the company's role in India extended beyond mere trade to administrative and political fields, and introduced the element of centralized administration. Filled circle The directors of the company were required to submit all correspondence regarding revenue affairs and civil and military administration to the government. Thus, for the first time, the British cabinet was given the right to exercise control over Indian affairs. Filled circle In Bengal, the administration was to be carried out by Governor General and a council consisting of 4 members, representing civil and military government. They were required to function according to the majority rule. Warren Hastings and 4 others were named in the act, later ones were to be appointed by the company. Filled circle A Supreme Court of Judicature was to be established in Bengal with original and appellate jurisdictions where all subjects could seek redressal. In practice, however, the Supreme Court had a debatable jurisdiction vis-a-vis the council which created various problems. Filled circle The Governor General could exercise some powers over Bombay and Madras, again, a vague provision which created many problems. The whole scheme was based on checks and balances. Amendments 1781 Filled circle The jurisdiction of the Supreme Court was defined. Within Calcutta, it was to administer the personal law of the defendant. Filled circle The servants of the government were immune if they did anything while discharging their duties. Filled circle Social and religious usages of the subjects were to be honored. Pitt's India Act of 1784. Filled circle The Pitt's India Act gave the British government a large measure of control over the company's affairs. In fact, the company became a subordinate department of the state. The company's territories in India were termed British possessions. Filled circle The government's control over the company's affairs was greatly extended. A board of control consisting of the Chancellor of Exchequer, a Secretary of State and 4 members of the Privy Council to be appointed by the Crown were to exercise control over the company's civil, military and revenue affairs. All dispatches were to be approved by the board. Thus a dual system of control was set up. Filled circle In India, the Governor General was to have a council of 3, including the Commander-in-Chief, and the presidencies of Bombay and Madras were made subordinate to the Governor General. Filled circle A general prohibition was placed on aggressive wars and treaties breached often. The Act of 1786. Filled circle Cornwallis wanted to have the powers of both the Governor General and the Commander-in-Chief. The new act conceded this demand and also gave him the power. Filled circle Cornwallis was allowed to override the council's decision if he owned the responsibility for the decision. Later, this provision was extended to all the governors general. The Charter Act of 1793. Filled circle The act renewed the company's commercial privileges for next 20 years. Filled circle The company, after paying the necessary expenses, interest, dividends, salaries, etc., from the Indian revenues, was to pay £5 lakh annually to the British government. Filled circle The royal approval was mandated for the appointment of the Governor General, the governors, and the Commander-in-Chief. Filled circle Senior officials of the company were debarred from leaving India without permission. Doing so was treated as resignation. Filled circle The company was empowered to give licenses to individuals as well as the company's employees to trade in India. The licenses, known as privilege or country trade, paved the way for shipments of opium to China. Filled circle The revenue administration was separated from the judiciary functions and this led to disappearing of the Mal Adalats. Filled circle The home government members were to be paid out of Indian revenues which continued up to 1919. The Charter Act of 1813. In England, the business interests were pressing for an end to the company's monopoly over trade in India because of a spirit of laissez-faire in the continental system by Napoleon, by which the European ports were closed for Britain. The 1813 Act sought to redress these grievances. Full circle, the company's monopoly over trade in India ended, but the company retained the trade with China and the trade in tea. Full circle, the company's shareholders were given a 10.5% dividend on the revenue of India. Full circle, the company was to retain the possession of territories and the revenue for 20 years more, without prejudice to the sovereignty of the Crown. Thus, the constitutional position of the British territories in India was defined explicitly for the first time. Full circle, powers of the Board of Control were further enlarged. Full circle, a sum of 1 lakh rupees was to be set aside for the revival, promotion and encouragement of literature, learning and science among the natives of India, every year. This was an important statement from the point of state's responsibility for education. Full circle, the regulations made by the councils of Madras, Bombay and Calcutta were now required to be laid before the British Parliament. The constitutional position of the British territories in India was thus explicitly defined for the first time. Full circle, separate accounts were to be kept regarding commercial transactions and territorial revenues. The power of superintendence and direction of the Board of Control was not only defined but also enlarged considerably. Full circle, Christian missionaries were also permitted to come to India and preach their religion. The Charter Act of 1833. Full circle, the lease of 20 years to the company was further extended. Territories of India were to be governed in the name of the Crown. Full circle, the company's monopoly over trade with China and in tea also ended. Full circle, all restrictions on European immigration and the acquisition of property in India were lifted. Thus, the way was paved for the wholesale European colonization of India. Full circle, in India, a financial, legislative and administrative centralization of the government was envisaged. The Governor-General was given the power to superintend, control and direct all civil and military affairs of the company. Bengal, Madras, Bombay and all other territories were placed under complete control of the Governor-General. All revenues were to be raised under the authority of the Governor-General, who would have complete control over the expenditure too. The governments of Madras and Bombay were drastically deprived of their legislative powers and left with the right of proposing to the Governor-General the projects of law which they thought to be expedient. Full circle, a law member was added to the Governor-General's Council for professional advice on lawmaking. Full circle, Indian laws were to be codified and consolidated. Full circle, no Indian citizen was to be denied employment under the company on the basis of religion, color, birth, descent, etc. Although the reality was different, this declaration formed the sheet anchor of political agitation in India. Full circle, the administration was urged to take steps to ameliorate the conditions of slaves and to ultimately abolish slavery. Slavery was abolished in 1843. The Charter Act of 1853. Full circle, the company was to continue possession of territories unless the Parliament provided otherwise. Full circle, the strength of the Court of Directors was reduced to 18. Full circle, the company's patronage over the services was dissolved. The services were now thrown open to a competitive examination. Full circle, the law member became the full member of the Governor-General's Executive Council. Full circle, the separation of the executive and legislative functions of the Government of British India progressed with the inclusion of 6 additional members for legislative purposes. Full circle, local representation was introduced in the Indian legislature. The legislative wing came to be known as the Indian Legislative Council. However, a law to be promulgated needed the assent of the Governor-General, and the Governor-General could veto any bill of the Legislative Council. The Act for Better Government of India, 1858. The 1857 revolt had exposed the company's limitations in administering under a complex situation. Till then, there had not been much accountability. The 1858 Act sought to rectify this anomaly. Full circle, India was to be governed by and in the name of the Crown through a Secretary of State and a Council of 15. The initiative and the final decision was to be with the Secretary of State and the Council was to be just advisory in nature. Thus, the dual system introduced by the Pitt's India Act came to an end. Filled circle Governor General became the Viceroy, his prestige, if not authority, increased. The assumption of power by the Crown was one of formality rather than substance. It gave a decent burial to an already dead horse, the Company's administration. Developments after 1858 till independence. Indian Councils Act, 1861. Filled circle The 1861 Act marked an advance in that the principle of representatives of non-officials in legislative bodies became accepted. Laws were to be made after due deliberation, and as pieces of legislation they could be changed only by the same deliberative process. Lawmaking was thus no longer seen as the exclusive business of the executive. Filled circle The portfolio system introduced by Lord Canning laid the foundations of cabinet government in India, each branch of the administration having its official head and spokesman in the government, who was responsible for its administration. Filled circle The act by vesting legislative powers in the governments of Bombay and Madras and by making provision for the institution of similar legislative councils in other provinces laid the foundations of legislative devolution. However, the legislative councils established by the Act of 1861 possessed no real powers and had many weaknesses. The councils could not discuss important matters and no financial matters at all without previous approval of government. They had no control over budget. They could not discuss executive action. Final passing of the bill needed Viceroy's approval. Even if approved by the Viceroy, the Secretary of State could disallow a legislation. Indians associated as non-officials were members of elite sections only. Indian Councils Act, 1892. Filled circle In 1885, the Indian National Congress was founded. The Congress saw reform of the councils as the root of all other reforms. It was in response to the Congress demand that the legislative councils be expanded that the number of non-official members was increased both in the central, imperial, and provincial legislative councils by the Indian Councils Act, 1892. Filled circle The Legislative Council of the Governor-General, or the Indian Legislative Council, as it came to be known, was enlarged. Filled circle The universities, district boards, municipalities, zamindars, trade bodies and chambers of commerce were empowered to recommend members to the provincial councils. Thus was introduced the principle of representation. Filled circle Though the term election was firmly avoided in the Act, an element of indirect election was accepted in the selection of some of the non-official members. Filled circle The members of the legislatures were now entitled to express their views upon financial statements which were henceforth to be made on the floor of the legislatures. Filled circle They could also put questions within certain limits to the executive on matters of public interest after giving 6 days' notice. Indian Councils Act, 1909. Filled circle Popularly known as the Morley-Minto Reforms, the Act made the first attempt to bring in a representative and popular element in the governance of the country. Filled circle The strength of the Imperial Legislative Council was increased. Filled circle With regard to the central government, an Indian member was taken for the first time in the Executive Council of the Governor-General. Satyendra Prasad Sinha was the first Indian to join the Governor-General's or Viceroy's Executive Council as law member. Filled circle The members of the Provincial Executive Council were increased. Filled circle The powers of the legislative councils, both central and provincial, were increased. Under this act the real power remained with the government and the councils were left with no functions but criticism. The introduction of separate electorates for Muslims created new problems. Besides separate electorates for the Muslims, representation in excess of their population strength was accorded to the Muslims. Also, the income qualification for Muslim voters was kept lower than that for Hindus. The system of election was very indirect. Thus, the representation of the people at large remained remote and unreal. Government of India Act, 1919. This act was based on what are popularly known as the Montagu-Chelmsford reforms. In August 1917, the British government for the first time declared that its objective was to gradually introduce responsible government in India, but is an integral part of the British Empire. The Act of 1919 clarified that there would be only a gradual development of self-governing institutions in India and that the British Parliament, and not self-determination of the people of India, would determine the time and manner of each step along the path of constitutional progress. Filled circle. Under the 1919 Act, the Indian Legislative Council at the center was replaced by a bicameral system consisting of a Council of State, upper house, and a Legislative Assembly, lower house. Each house was to have a majority of members who were directly elected. So, direct election was introduced, though the franchise was much restricted, being based on qualifications of property, tax, or education. Filled circle. The principle of communal representation was extended with separate electorates for Sikhs, Christians, and Anglo-Indians, besides Muslims. Filled circle. The Act introduced Dyaki in the provinces, which indeed was a substantial step towards transfer of power to the Indian people. Filled circle. The provincial legislature was to consist of one house only, Legislative Council. Filled circle. The Act separated for the first time the provincial and central budgets, with provincial legislatures being authorized to make their budgets. Filled circle. A High Commissioner for India was appointed, who was to hold his office in London for 6 years and whose duty was to look after Indian trade in Europe. Some of the functions hitherto performed by the Secretary of State for India were transferred to the High Commissioner. Filled circle. The Secretary of State for India, who used to get his pay from the Indian revenue, was now to be paid by the British Exchequer, thus undoing an injustice in the Charter Act of 1793. Filled circle. Though Indian leaders for the first time got some administrative experience in a constitutional setup under this act, there was no fulfillment of the demand for responsible government. Though a measure of power devolved on the provinces with demarcation of subjects between centre and provinces, the structure continued to be unitary and centralized. Dyaki in the provincial sector failed. The central legislature, though more representative than the previous legislative councils and endowed, for the first time, with power to vote supplies, had no power to replace the government, and even its powers in the field of legislation and financial control were limited and subject to the overriding powers of the Governor-General. Besides his existing power to veto any bill passed by the legislature or to reserve the same for the signification of the British monarch's pleasure, the Governor-General was given the power to secure the enactment of laws which he considered essential for the safety, tranquility, or interests of British India, or any part of British India. The Indian legislature under the Act of 1919 was only a non-sovereign lawmaking body and was powerless before the executive in all spheres of governmental activity, as Subhash Kashyap observes. Simon Commission. The 1919 Act had provided that a royal commission would be appointed 10 years after the Act to report on its working. In November 1927, 2 years before schedule, the British government announced the appointment of such a commission, the Indian Statutory Commission. The commission submitted its report in 1930. It recommended that Dyaki be abolished, responsible government be extended in the provinces, a federation of British India and the princely states be established, and that communal electorates be continued. 3 round-table conferences were called by the British government to consider the proposals. Subsequently, a white paper on constitutional reforms was published by the British government in March 1933 containing provisions for federal setup and provincial autonomy. A joint committee of the Houses of the British Parliament was set up under Lord Linlithgow to further consider the scheme. Its report submitted in 1934 said that a federation would be set up if at least 50% of the princely states were ready to join it. The bill prepared on the basis of this report was passed by the British Parliament to become the Government of India Act of 1935. Government of India Act 1935. Filled circle. The Act, with 451 clauses and 15 schedules, contemplated the establishment of an All India Federation in which governors, provinces and the chief commissioners, provinces and those Indian states which might exceed to be united were to be included. The ruler of each princely state willing to join was to sign an instrument of accession, mentioning the extent to which authority was to be surrendered to the federal government. Filled circle. Dyaki, rejected by the Simon Commission, was provided for in the federal executive. Filled circle. The federal legislature was to have 2 chambers bicameral, the Council of States and the Federal Legislative Assembly. The Council of States, the upper house, was to be a permanent body. Filled circle. There was a provision for joint sitting in cases of deadlock between the houses. There were to be 3 subject lists: the federal legislative list, the provincial legislative list and the concurrent legislative list. Residuary legislative powers were subject to the discretion of the Governor-General. Even if a bill was passed by the federal legislature, the Governor-General could veto it, while even acts assented to by the Governor-General could be disallowed by the King in Council. Fifth circle, diarchy in the provinces was abolished and provinces were given autonomy, i.e., the distinction between reserved and transferred subjects was abolished and full responsible government was established, subject to certain safeguards. Fifth circle, provinces derived their power and authority directly from the British Crown. They were given independent financial powers and resources. Provincial governments could borrow money on their own security. Fifth circle, provincial legislatures were further expanded. Bicameral legislatures were provided in the 6 provinces of Madras, Bombay, Bengal, United Provinces, Bihar and Assam, with other 5 provinces retaining unicameral legislatures. Fifth circle, the principles of communal electorates and weightage were further extended to depressed classes, women and labor. Fifth circle, franchise was extended, with about 10% of the total population getting the right to vote. Fifth circle, the Act also provided for a federal court, which was established in 1937, with original and appellate powers, to interpret the 1935 Act and settle interstate disputes, but the Privy Council in London was to dominate this court. Fifth circle, the India Council of the Secretary of State was abolished. Fifth circle, the All India Federation as visualized in the Act never came into being because of the opposition from different parties of India. The British government decided to introduce the provincial autonomy on April 1, 1937, but the central government continued to be governed in accordance with the 1919 Act, with minor amendments. The operative part of the Act of 1935 remained in force till August 15, 1947. The 1935 Act was an endeavor to give India a written constitution, even though Indians were not involved in its creation, and it was a step towards complete responsible government in India. However, the Act provided a rigid constitution with no possibility of internal growth. Right of amendment was reserved for the British Parliament. Extension of the system of communal electorates and representation of various interests promoted separatist tendencies culminating in partition of India. The 1935 Act was condemned by nearly all sections and unanimously rejected by the Congress. The Congress demanded, instead, convening of a constituent assembly elected on basis of adult franchise to frame a constitution for independent India. Various other developments took place after the 1935 Act. There was the August Offer of 1940, the Cripps Proposals of 1942, the CR Formula of 1944 trying to seek the cooperation of the Muslim League, Wavell Plan of 1945 and the Cabinet Mission. Then came the Mountbatten Plan in 1947 and finally the Indian Independence Act, 1947. These developments have been extensively discussed in the earlier chapters. The making of the Constitution of Independent India is discussed in a later chapter. Evolution of civil services in India. The civil service system introduced in India by the East India Company for the benefit of its commercial affairs got transformed into a well-structured machinery to look after the administrative affairs of the acquired territories in India. In fact, in the beginning, the term civil service was used to distinguish the servants of the company engaged in commercial affairs from those people employed in the military and naval services. Gradually, the civil servants were bestowed with other responsibilities and authority. Cornwallis role. Cornwallis, Governor General, 1786-93, was the first to bring into existence and organize the civil services. He tried to check corruption through Fifth circle, raising the civil servants' salary. Fifth circle, strict enforcement of rules against private trade. Fifth circle, debarring civil servants from taking presents, bribes etc. Fifth circle, enforcing promotions through seniority. Wellesley's role. In 1800, Wellesley, Governor General, 1798-1805, set up the Fort William College for training of new recruits. In 1806, Wellesley's college was disapproved by the Court of Directors and instead the East India College was set up at Haileybury in England to impart 2 years' training to the recruits. Charter Act of 1853. The 1853 Charter Act ended the company's patronage, enjoining recruitment to be through an open competition henceforth. The Indians, however, were barred from high posts from the very beginning. Cornwallis thought, every native of Hindustan is corrupt. The Charter Act of 1793 had reserved all posts worth £500 per annum for the covenanted servants of the company. The reasons for exclusion of Indians were: Fifth circle, the belief that only the English could establish administrative services serving British interests. Filled circle the belief that the Indians were incapable, untrustworthy, and insensitive to the British interests. Filled circle the fact there was high competition among the Europeans themselves for lucrative posts, so why offer them to the Indians? Although the Charter Act of 1833 theoretically threw open the services to the Indians, the relevant provisions were never really implemented. After 1857, when the Indians claimed a share in higher services, the Proclamation of 1858 declared the British intention of including the Indians, freely and impartially, in offices under the civil service. Indian Civil Service Act, 1861. This act reserved certain offices for convenanted civil servants, but the examination was held in England in English language, based on classical learning of Greek and Latin. The maximum permissible age was gradually reduced from 23 in 1859 to 22 in 1860 to 21 in 1866 and to 19 1878. In 1863, Satyendranath Tagore became the first Indian to qualify for the Indian Civil Service. Statutory Civil Service. In 1878-79, Lytton introduced the statutory civil service consisting of 1/6 of covenanted posts to be filled by Indians of high families through nominations by local governments subject to approval by the Secretary of State and the Viceroy. But the system failed and was abolished. Congress demand an Atchison Committee. The Indian National Congress raised the demand, after it was set up in 1885, for filled circle lowering of age limit for recruitment, and filled circle holding the examination simultaneously in India and Britain. The Atchison Committee on Public Services 1886, set up by Dufferin, recommended filled circle dropping of the terms covenanted and uncovenanted. Filled circle classification of the civil service into Imperial Indian Civil Service examination in England, Provincial Civil Service examination in India, and Subordinate Civil Service examination in India, and filled circle raising the age limit to 23. In 1893, the House of Commons in England passed a resolution supporting holding of simultaneous examination in India and England, but the resolution was never implemented. Kimberley, the Secretary of State, said, "It is indispensable that an adequate number of members of civil service shall always be Europeans." Montford Reforms 1919. The Montford Reforms. Filled circle stated a realistic policy: if a responsible government is to be established in India, the more Indians we can employ in public service, the better. Filled circle recommended holding of simultaneous examination in India and England. Filled circle recommended that 1/3 of recruitments be made in India itself, to be raised annually by 1.5%. Lee Commission 1924. The Lee Commission recommended that filled circle the Secretary of State should continue to recruit the ICS, the irrigation branch of the Service of Engineers, the Indian Forest Service, etc. Filled circle the recruitments for the transferred fields like education and civil medical service be made by provincial governments. Filled circle direct recruitment to ICS on basis of 50-50 parity between the Europeans and the Indians be reached in 15 years. Filled circle a Public Service Commission be immediately established, as laid down in the Government of India Act, 1919. Government of India Act, 1935. The 1935 Act recommended the establishment of a Federal Public Service Commission and Provincial Public Service Commission under their spheres. But the positions of control and authority remained in British hands, and the process of Indianization of the civil service did not put effective political power in Indian hands, since the Indian bureaucrats acted as the agents of colonial rule. Evaluation of civil services under British rule. Just as Indians were systematically excluded from law and policy-making bodies, they were mostly kept out of the institutions responsible for policy implementation. European supremacy was assured in the civil services in other spheres of governance. This was done in mainly two ways. Firstly, although Indians had begun to enter the coveted ranks of the Indian Civil Services (ICS) ever since 1863, entering the civil services was still extremely difficult for the Indians. The entrance examination for the ICS was held in London in English medium only, and the subjects included classical Greek and Latin learning. Moreover, the maximum age for appearing at the examination was reduced from 23 in 1859 to 19 in 1878 under Lytton. Secondly, all key positions of power and authority, and those which were well paid, were occupied by the Europeans. Though a slow process of Indianization occurred after 1918 under nationalist pressure, important and senior positions continued to be occupied by Europeans. But gradually, the Indians came to realize that Indianization of civil service had not, in any way, transferred effective power into Indian hands. The Indian members of the civil service continued to serve the imperialist interests of their British masters. Evolution of police system in modern India. In pre-colonial India, the governments, under the Mughals and other native states, were autocratic in nature, and lacked a separate or formal police system. However, there have been watch guards since time immemorial protecting villages at night. Later, under the Mughal rule there were the Faujdars who helped in maintaining law and order, and Amils who were basically revenue collectors but had to contend with rebels, if any. The Kotwal was responsible for maintenance of law and order in the cities. Even during the dual rule in Bengal, Bihar and Orissa between 1765 and 1772, the Zamindars were expected to maintain the staff including Thanedars for law and order duties and for maintaining peace, as well as dealing with crime and criminals. But very often, the Zamindars neglected their duties. They are even said to have colluded with dacoits and shared their loot. In 1770, the institution of the Faujdar and Amils were abolished. However, in 1774, Warren Hastings restored the institution of Faujdars and asked the Zamindars to assist them in suppression of dacoits, violence and disorder. In 1775, Faujdar Thanas were established in the major towns of large districts and were assisted by several smaller police stations. An account of steady developments in the police system under the British have been given below. 1791 Cornwallis organized a regular police force to maintain law and order by going back to and modernizing the old Indian system of Thanas circles, in a district under a Daroga, an Indian, and a superintendent of police, SP, at the head of a district. He relieved the Zamindars of their police duties. 1808 Mayo appointed an SP for each division helped by a number of spies, goyendas, but these spies committed depredations on local people. 1814 By an order of the Court of Directors, the appointment of darogas and their subordinates was abolished in all possessions of the company except in Bengal. Bentinck, Governor General, 182,835, abolished the office of the SP. The collector magistrate was now to head the police force in his jurisdiction and the commissioner in each division was to act as the SP. This arrangement resulted in a badly organized police force putting a heavy burden on the collector magistrate. Presidency towns were the first to have the duties of collector magistrate separated. The recommendations of the Police Commission 1860 led to the Indian Police Act, 1861. The Commission recommended Field Circle, a system of civil constabulary maintaining the village set up in the present form, a village watchman maintained by the village, but in direct relationship with the rest of the constabulary. Field Circle Inspector General is the head in a province, Deputy Inspector General is the head in a range, and SP is the head in a district. The police gradually succeeded in curbing criminal acts, such as dacoity, thugi, etc. But, while dealing with the public, the attitude of the police was unsympathetic. The police was also used to suppress the national movement. The British did not create an all-India police. The Police Act, 1861 presented the guidelines for a police setup in the provinces. The ranks were uniformly introduced all over the country. 1902 The Police Commission recommended the establishment of CID, Criminal Investigation Department, in the provinces and a Central Intelligence Bureau at the center. Military under the British. The military was the backbone of the company's rule in India. Prior to the revolt of 1857, there were two separate sets of military forces under the British control, which operated in India. The first set of units, known as the Queen's Army, were the serving troops on duty in India. The other was the Company's troops, a mixture of European regiments of Britons and native regiments recruited locally from India but with British officers. The Queen's Army was part of Crown's military force. After 1857, there was a systematic reorganization of the army since, as Dufferin warned in December 1888, the British should always remember the lessons which were learnt with such terrible experience 30 years ago. To prevent the recurrence of another revolt was the main reason behind this reorganization. Also, the Indian Army was to be used to defend the Indian territory of the empire from other imperialist powers in the region, Russia, Germany, France, etc. The Indian branch of the army was to be used for expansion in Asia and Africa, while the British section was to be used as an army of occupation, the ultimate guarantee of British hold over India. To begin with, domination of the European branch over the Indian branches was ensured. The commissions of 1859 and 1879 insisted on the principle of a one-third white army, as against 14% before 1857. Finally, the proportion of Europeans to Indians was carefully fixed at 1 to 2 in the Bengal army and 2 to 5 in the Madras and Bombay armies. Strict European monopoly over key geographical locations and departments, such as artillery, tanks and armed corps, was maintained. Even the rifles given to Indians were of an inferior quality till 1900, and Indians were not allowed in these high-tech departments till the Second World War. No Indians were allowed in the officer rank, and the highest rank an Indian could reach till 1914 was that of a Subedar. Only from 1918 onwards were Indians allowed in the commissioned ranks. As late as 1926, the Indian Sandhurst Committee was visualizing a 50% Indianized officer cadre for 1952. The Indian branch was reorganized on basis of the policy of balance and counterpoise or divide and rule. The 1879 Army Commission had emphasized, next to the grand counterpoise of a sufficient European force comes the counterpoise of natives against natives. An ideology of martial races and non-martial races, which assumed that good soldiers could come only from some specific communities, developed particularly from the late 1880s, under Lord Roberts, the commander-in-chief from 1887 to 1892. It was used to justify a discriminatory recruitment policy directed towards Sikhs, Gurkhas and Pathans who had assisted in the suppression of the revolt and were relatively marginal social groups, therefore less likely to be affected by nationalism. The soldiers from Awadh, Bihar, Central India and South India who had participated in the revolt were declared to be non-martial. Moreover, caste and communal companies were introduced in all the regiments, and Indian regiments were made a mixture of various socio-ethnic groups so as to balance each other. Communal, caste, tribal and regional consciousness was encouraged to check the growth of nationalist feelings among soldiers. Charles Wood, the Secretary of State for India, said, "I wish to have a different and rival spirit in different regiments, so that Sikh might fire into Hindu, Gorkha into either, without any scruple in case of need." Finally, conscious efforts were made to isolate the soldiers from life and thoughts of rest of the population through measures such as preventing newspapers, journals and nationalist publications from reaching them. On the whole, the British Indian Army remained a costly military machine. Development of judiciary in British India. In the India of pre-colonial times, in the Mughal era or even prior to that, including the ancient period, the judicial system, as a whole, neither adopted proper procedures nor had proper organization of the law courts, in a regular gradation from the highest to the lowest, nor had any proper distribution of courts in proportion to the area to be served by them. The bulk of the litigation among the Hindus was decided by caste elders or village panchayats or zamindars. For Muslims, the unit of judicial administration was the Qazi, an office held by religious persons located in provincial capitals, towns and kasbahs, large villages. The Rajas and Badshahs were considered as the fountainhead of justice, and the process of dispensing justice could be arbitrary. The beginning of a common law system, based on recorded judicial precedents, can be traced to the establishment of Mayor's courts in Madras, Bombay and Calcutta in 1726 by the East India Company. With the company's transformation from a trading company into a ruling power, new elements of judicial system replaced the existing Mughal legal system. A brief survey of those changes has been discussed below. Reforms under Warren Hastings, 1770–1785. Filled Circle District Diwani Adalats were established in districts to try civil disputes. These adalats were placed under the collector and had Hindu law applicable for Hindus and the Muslim law for Muslims. The appeal from district Diwani Adalats lay to the Sadar Diwani Adalat, which functioned under a president and 2 members of the Supreme Council. Filled Circle District Fauzdari Adalats were set up to try criminal disputes and were placed under an Indian officer assisted by Qazis and Muftis. These Adalats also were under the general supervision of the collector. Muslim law was administered in Fauzdari Adalats. The approval for capital punishment and for acquisition of property lay to the Sadar Nizamat Adalat at Murshidabad, which was headed by a deputy Nizam, an Indian Muslim, assisted by Chief Qazi and Chief Mufti. Filled circle. Under the Regulating Act of 1773, a Supreme Court was established at Calcutta which was competent to try all British subjects within Calcutta and the subordinate factories, including Indians and Europeans. It had original and appellate jurisdictions. Often, the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court clashed with that of other courts. Reforms under Cornwallis 1786-1793. Separation of powers. Filled circle. The district Fauzdari courts were abolished and, instead, circuit courts were established at Calcutta, Decca, Murshidabad and Patna. These circuit courts had European judges and were to act as courts of appeal for both civil and criminal cases. Filled circle. The Sadar Nizamat Adalat was shifted to Calcutta and was put under the Governor General and members of the Supreme Council assisted by the Chief Qazi and the Chief Mufti. Filled circle. The district Diwani Adalat was now designated as the district, city or the Zilla court and placed under a district judge. The collector was now responsible only for the revenue administration with no magisterial functions. Filled circle. A gradation of civil courts was established for both Hindu and Muslim laws. Ig Mansif, escort under Indian officers, Ig Registrar, escort under European judge, Ig District Court under the district judge, IV 4 circuit courts as provincial courts of appeal, V Sadar Diwani Adalat at Calcutta, and V King in Council for appeals of £5,000 and above. Filled circle. The Cornwallis Code was laid out. There was a separation of revenue and justice administration. European subjects were also brought under jurisdiction. Government officials were answerable to the civil courts for actions done in their official capacity. The principle of sovereignty of law was established. Reforms under William Bentinck 1828-1833. Filled circle. The 4 circuit courts were abolished and their functions transferred to collectors under the supervision of the Commissioner of Revenue and Circuit. Filled circle. Sadar Diwani Adalat and a Sadar Nizamat Adalat were set up at Allahabad for the convenience of the people of upper provinces. Filled circle. Till now, Persian was the official language in courts. Now, the suitor had the option to use Persian or a vernacular language, while in the Supreme Court, English language replaced Persian. 1833, a law commission was set up under Macaulay for codification of Indian laws. As a result, a Civil Procedure Code 1859, an Indian Penal Code 1860, and a Criminal Procedure Code 1861 were prepared. Later developments. 1860, it was provided that the Europeans can claim no special privileges except in criminal cases, and no judge of an Indian origin could try them. 1865, the Supreme Court and the Sadar Adalats were merged into 3 high courts at Calcutta, Bombay and Madras. 1935, the Government of India Act provided for a federal court, set up in 1937, which could settle disputes between governments and could hear limited appeals from the high courts. Evaluation. Positive aspects of judiciary under the British. Filled circle. The rule of law was established. Filled circle. The codified laws replaced the religious and personal laws of the rulers. Filled circle. Even European subjects were brought under the jurisdiction, although in criminal cases, they could be tried by European judges only. Filled circle. Government servants were made answerable to the civil courts. The negative aspects. Filled circle. The judicial system became more and more complicated and expensive. The rich could manipulate the system. Filled circle. There was ample scope for false evidence, deceit and chicanery. Filled circle. Dragged out litigation meant delayed justice. Filled circle. Courts became overburdened as litigation increased. Filled circle. Often, the European judges were not familiar with the Indian usage and traditions. Major changes in administrative structure after 1857. Genesis of administrative changes, new stage of colonialism. The British were quick to learn from their experience of 1857, and organized mass action could pose a serious challenge to the existence of British rule in India. The ruler-subject gap was sought to be narrowed so as to reduce, if not eliminate altogether, the alienation of the masses from the administration. Also, association of natives in administration could give the rulers an opportunity to have a better idea of the customs, traditions and values of the people they were supposed to rule. This could help them handle more tactfully an 1857-like situation. The second half of the 19th century saw further spread and intensification of the Industrial Revolution. The emergence of new industrial powers, the USA, Japan, and European countries, and a cutthroat competition for colonies and sub-colonies for raw materials, markets for manufactured goods, and capital investment were the highlights of this new phenomenon. The British supremacy in the world in finance and manufactured goods trade came to an end. At this point, there were large-scale British capital investments in railways and loans to the Government of India, and to a smaller extent in tea plantations, coal mining, jute mills, shipping, trade and banking. All these factors combined to inaugurate a new stage of colonialism in India. The prime concern of the colonial authority in India was to consolidate its position here to secure British economic and commercial interests against political dangers and to extend its sphere to other parts of the world, wherever and whenever possible. There was a renewed upsurge of imperial control and imperialist ideology which was reflected in the reactionary policies during the viceroyalties of Lytton, Dufferin, Lansdowne, Elgin and, above all, Curzon. The changes in the governmental structure and policies in India were to shape the destiny of modern India in many ways. Administration, central, provincial, local. Central government. The Act for Better Government of India, 1858 transferred the power to govern from the East India Company to the British Crown. The company's limitations in administering the country in complex situations had been exposed by the revolt of 1857, besides, there was not much accountability. Now, the power to govern was to be wielded through a Secretary of State. Earlier, this power was exercised by directors of the company and the Board of Control. The Secretary of State was to be a member of the British Cabinet, and was to be assisted by a council of 15. He was answerable to the British Parliament. All initiatives and final decisions rested with the Secretary, and the council was only advisory in nature. Thus the dual system introduced by Pitt's India Act, 1784 came to an end. Also, the ultimate power over India remained with Parliament. The government in India was to be carried on, as before, by the Governor-General, whose prestige, if not authority, increased with the new title of Viceroy given to him. The Viceroy was to be assisted by an Executive Council whose members were to act as the heads of various departments, as well as Viceroy's official advisors. The concentration of the main authority in the hands of the Secretary of State based in London, on the one hand, gradually reduced the Viceroy to a subordinate status and further alienated the Indian public opinion from the government policy making. On the other hand, it had the effect of increasing the influence of British industrialists, merchants and bankers over government policy in India. This made the Indian administration even more reactionary than it had been before 1858. By the Indian Councils Act, 1861, a fifth member, who was to be a jurist, was added to Viceroy's Executive Council. For legislative purposes, the Viceroy could add 6 to 12 additional members, of whom at least half had to be non-officials who could be either Indian or English. The Legislative Council so constituted possessed no real powers and was merely advisory in nature. Its weaknesses were as follows. Filled circle, it could not discuss important matters, and no financial matters at all without previous approval of the government. Filled circle, it had no control over the budget. Filled circle, it could not discuss executive action. Filled circle, final passing of the bill needed the Viceroy's approval. Filled circle, even if approved by the Viceroy, the Secretary of State could disallow a legislation. Filled circle, Indians associated as non-officials were members of elite sections only, princes, landlords, devans, etc., and were not representative of the Indian opinion. Filled circle, the Viceroy could issue ordinances of 6 months validity in case of emergency. The only important function of the Legislative Council was to endorse official measures and give them the appearance of having been passed by a legislative body. The British government in India remained, as before, an alien despotism. Provincial government. The Indian Councils Act, 1861 returned the legislative powers to provinces of Madras and Bombay, which had been taken away in 1833. Later, legislative councils were established in other provinces. The three presidencies of Bombay, Madras and Calcutta enjoyed more rights and powers compared to other provinces. The presidencies were administered by a governor and his executive council of 3 who were appointed by the crown, while other provinces were administered by lieutenant governors and chief commissioners appointed by the governor-general. In the following decades, some steps towards financial decentralization were taken, but these were more in the nature of administrative reorganization aimed at increasing revenues and reducing expenditure, and these did not in any way indicate progress towards provincial autonomy. The granting of fixed sums out of central revenues for administration of certain services like police, jails, education, medical services, and roads to provincial governments signified the first step in the direction towards bifurcating central and provincial finances in 1870 by Lord Mayo. Now, the provincial governments were asked to administer these services as they liked. Certain other heads of expenditure like land revenue, excise, general administration, and law and justice were transferred to provinces in 1877 by Lord Lytton. Besides this, a provincial government was to receive a fixed share of the income realized within that province from sources like stamps, excise, and income tax. In 1882, all sources of revenue were divided into three groups: general, going entirely to center; provincial, going entirely to the provinces; and those to be divided between the center and the provinces. Nevertheless, the central government remained supreme and retained detailed control over provinces. This was inevitable since both the central and provincial governments were completely subordinated to the Secretary of State and the British government. Local bodies. It was decided to decentralize administration by promoting local government through municipalities and district boards, which would administer local services like education, health, sanitation, water supply, roads, and other basic amenities financed through local taxes. There were many factors which made it necessary for the British government in India to work towards establishing local bodies. Financial difficulties faced by the government, due to over-centralization, made decentralization imperative. It became necessary that modern advances in civic amenities in Europe be transplanted in India, considering India's increasing economic contacts with Europe. The rising tide of nationalism had improvement in basic facilities is a point on its agenda. A section of British policymakers saw association of Indians with the administration in some form or the other, without undermining the British supremacy in India, as an instrument to check the increasing politicization of Indians. The utilization of local taxes for local welfare could be used to counter any public criticism of British reluctance to draw upon an already overburdened treasury to tax the rich upper classes. The important stages in the evolution of local government can be identified as follows. Between 1864 and 1868, local bodies were first formed in this period, but in most cases consisted of nominated members and were headed by district magistrates. Thus, these were seen not more than as instruments of additional tax collection. Mayo's Resolution of 1870. Financial decentralization was a legislative devolution inaugurated by the Indian Councils Act of 1861. Apart from the annual grant from imperial government, the provincial governments were authorized to resort to local taxation to balance their budgets. This was done in context of transfer of certain departments of administration, such as medical services, education, and roads, to the control of provincial governments. This was the beginning of local finance. Mayo's resolution emphasized local interest, supervision, and care are necessary for success in the management of the funds devoted to education, sanitation, medical relief, and local public works. The various provincial governments, such as in Bengal, Madras, Northwest, and Provence, Punjab, passed municipal acts to implement the policy outlined. Ripon's Resolution of 1882. The government of Ripon desired the provincial governments to apply in case of local bodies the same principle of financial decentralization which Lord Mayo's government had begun towards them. For his contributions, Lord Ripon is called father of local self-government in India. The main points of the resolution were as follows. Filled circle development of local bodies advocated to improve the administration and as an instrument of political and popular education. Filled circle policy of administrating local affairs through urban and rural local bodies charged with definite duties and entrusted with suitable sources of revenues. Filled circle non-officials to be in majority in these bodies, who could be elected if the officials thought that it was possible to introduce elections. Filled circle non-officials to act as chairpersons to these bodies. Filled circle official interference to be reduced to the minimum and to be exercised to revise and check the acts of local bodies, but not to dictate policies. Fifth circle official executive sanction required in certain cases, such as raising of loans, alienation of municipal property, imposition of new taxes, undertaking works costing more than a prescribed sum, framing rules and bylaws, etc. In pursuance of this resolution, many acts were passed between 1883 and 1885 which greatly altered the constitution, powers and functions of municipal bodies in India. But, an era of effective local self-governing bodies was still a dream unfulfilled. The existing local bodies had various drawbacks. Fifth circle, the elected members were in a minority in all district boards and in many of the municipalities. Fifth circle, the franchise was very limited. Fifth circle district boards continued to be headed by district officials, though non-officials gradually came to head the municipalities. Fifth circle, the government retained strict control, and it could suspend or supersede these bodies at will. The bureaucracy, in fact, did not share the liberal views of the viceroy and thought that the Indians were unfit for self-government. The closing decades of the 19th century were a period of imperialism, and the high priest of that creed, Lord Curzon, actually took steps to increase official control over local bodies. Royal Commission on Decentralization 1908 pointing out the lack of financial resources as the great stumbling block in the effective functioning of local bodies, the Commission made the following recommendations. It emphasized that village panchayats should be entrusted with more powers like judicial jurisdiction in petty cases, incurring expenditure on minor village works, village schools, small fuel and fodder reserves, etc. The panchayats should be given adequate sources of income. It emphasized the importance of sub-district boards to be established in every taluka or tehsil, with separate spheres of duties and separate sources of revenue for sub-district boards and the district boards. It urged the withdrawal of existing restrictions on their powers of taxation, and also, the stoppage of regular grants in aid from provincial governments except for undertaking large projects. The municipalities might undertake the responsibility for primary education and, if willing, for middle vernacular schools, otherwise the government should relieve them of any charges in regard to secondary education, hospitals, relief, police, veterinary works, etc. The Government of India Resolution of 1915. This resolution contained the official views on the recommendations of the Decentralization Commission, but most of the recommendations remained on paper and the condition of local bodies continued to be as it was left by Lord Ripon. The Resolution of May 1918. This resolution reviewed the entire question of local self-government in the light of the announcement of August 20, 1917, which had declared that the future direction of constitutional advance was towards grant of responsible government to the people of India, and the first step towards the progressive realization of that ideal was to be in the sphere of local self-government. The resolution suggested that the local bodies be made as representative as possible of the people with real and not nominal authority vested in them. Under Dyaki, local self-government was made a transferred subject under popular ministerial control by Government of India Act, 1919, and each province was allowed to develop local self-institutions according to provincial needs and requirements. But, since finance was a reserved subject under the charge of an executive councillor, the Indian ministers could not do much work in the sphere of local self-government for lack of funds. The Simon Commission, May 1930, pointed out the lack of progress of village panchayats except in Up, Bengal and Madras. The Commission suggested the retrograde step of increasing provincial control over local bodies for the sake of efficiency. The Commission also adversely commented on reluctance of elected members to impose local taxes and observed that, generally speaking, the management of finances of local bodies had deteriorated since the introduction of the reforms of 1919. The Government of India Act, 1935 and after. The provincial autonomy ushered in by the Government of India Act, 1935 gave further impetus to the development of local self-governing institutions in India. Portfolio finance being under the control of popular ministries, now the funds could be made available for development of local bodies. Further, the demarcation of taxation between provincial and local finance which prevailed since the reforms of 1919 was scrapped. New acts were passed in the provinces giving more authority to local bodies. However, financial resources and power of taxation of local institutions remained more or less at the same level as in the days of Ripon. Rather, after 1935, certain new restrictions were placed on powers of local bodies to levy or enhance terminal taxes on trades, callings and professions and municipal property. The provincial governments seem to have ignored the liberal policy of granting wide powers of taxation to local institutions as recommended by the Decentralization Commission 1908. The Constitution of Free India directs the state governments to organize village panchayats as effective organs of local self-government, Article 40. The 73rd and 74th Amendments are aimed at plugging the loopholes in the structure of local self-governing institutions in rural and urban areas. The end. Thank you for listening. Please like, share, comment and subscribe. Hello friends. Welcome to Study Time. Chapter 27. Survey of British Policies in India. Administrative Policies. Contrary to their pre-1857 intentions of trying to modernize India on progressive lines, now the administration adopted blatantly reactionary policies on the pretext that Indians were not fit for self-governance and needed British presence in their lives. Divide and rule. Determined to avoid a united mass action challenging their authority, the British rulers in India decided to practice a naked policy of divide and rule, by putting princes against states, people, region against region, province against province, caste against caste and Hindus against Muslims. After an immediate spell of repression against Muslims, following the 1857 revolt, the authorities decided, after 1870, to use the middle and upper educated classes among Muslims against the rising tide of nationalism, using conflicts over scarce resources in education, administrative jobs and later political spoils, which were inherent in the very logic of colonial underdevelopment, as a tool to create a split along religious lines among educated Indians. Hostility towards educated Indians. The emerging middle-class nationalist leadership was analyzing the exploitative, colonial character of British rule and demanding Indian participation in administration. At a time. Views. All experience teaches us that where a dominant race rules another, the mildest form of government is despotism. Charles Wood, the Secretary of State for India. Systems of nomination, representation and election were all means of enlisting Indians to work for imperial ends. Anil Seal. When the nationalist movement was born, Indian National Congress was founded in 1885, the British interpreted the moves as a challenge to their authority and adopted a hostile attitude to such leadership. In fact, from then onwards, they opposed all those who stood for modern education. Attitude towards the Zamindars. In their pursuit of reactionary policies and hope to expand their social base, the British looked for alliances with the most reactionary of social groups, the princes, Zamindars, etc. The British intended to use them as a counterweight against nationalist-minded intelligentsia. Now, the Zamindars and landlords were hailed as the natural and traditional leaders of people. Lands of most of the Awadh talukdars confiscated prior to 1857 were restored to them. The interests and privileges of Zamindars and landlords were protected in opposition to those of the peasants. The former in turn saw the British as guarantors of their very existence and became their firm supporters. Attitude towards social reforms. Having decided to side with the reactionary elements of Indian society, the British withdrew support to social reforms, which they felt had aroused the wrath of orthodox sections against them. Also, by encouraging caste and communal consciousness, the British helped the reactionary forces. Underdeveloped social services. A disproportionately large expenditure on army and civil administration and the cost of wars left little to be spent on social services like education, health, sanitation, physical infrastructure, etc., a legacy which still haunts this country. And whatever facilities were established catered to the elite sections and urban areas. Labor legislations. As in the early stages of industrial revolution in Europe, the working conditions in factories and plantations in the 19th century India were miserable. Working hours were long for women and children as well as for men, and wages were low. In overcrowded, poorly ventilated and poorly lighted working places, the safety measures were practically non-existent. Ironically, the first ever demand for regulation of the condition of workers in factories in India came from the Lancashire textile capitalist lobby. Apprehending the emergence of a competitive rival in the Indian textile industry under conditions of cheap and unregulated labor, they demanded the appointment of a commission for investigation into factory conditions. The first commission was appointed in 1875, although the first Factory Act was not passed before 1881. The Indian Factory Act, 1881 dealt primarily with the problem of child labor between 7 and 12 years of age. Its significant provisions were: Field circle employment of children under 7 years of age prohibited. Field circle working hours restricted to 9 hours per day for children. Field circle children to get 4 holidays in a month. Field circle hazardous machinery to be properly fenced off. The Indian Factory Act, 1891. Field circle increased the minimum age from 7 to 9 years, and the maximum from 12 to 14 years, for children. Field circle reduced maximum working hours for children to 7 hours a day. Field circle fixed maximum working hours for women at 11 hours per day with an 1.5 hour interval. Working hours for men were left unregulated. Field circle provided weekly holiday for all. But these laws did not apply to British-owned tea and coffee plantations where the labor was exploited ruthlessly and treated like slaves. The government helped these planters by passing laws such as those which made it virtually impossible for a laborer to refuse to work once a contract was entered into. A breach of contract was a criminal offense, with a planter having the right to get the defaulting laborer arrested. Views. I am sorry to hear of the increasing friction between the Hindus and Mohammedans in the Northwest and the Punjab. One hardly knows what to wish, for unity of ideas and action could be very dangerous politically. Divergence of ideas and collision are administratively troublesome. Of the two, the latter is least risky, though it throws anxiety and responsibility upon those on the spot where the friction exists. Hamilton, Secretary of State, 1897. The English were an imperial race, we were told, with God-given right to govern us and keep us in subjection. If we protested, we were reminded of the tiger qualities of an imperial race. Jawaharlal Nehru. More labor laws were passed under nationalist pressures in the 20th century, but the overall working conditions remained deplorable as ever. Restrictions on freedom of the press. The nationalists had been quick to use new advancements in press technology to educate public opinion and influence government policies through criticism and censure, and later to arouse national consciousness. In 1835, Metcalfe had lifted restrictions imposed on the Indian press. But Lytton, fearing an increased influence of the nationalist press on public opinion, imposed restrictions on Indian language press through the infamous Vernacular Press Act, 1878. This act had to be repealed under public protest in 1882. After that, the press enjoyed relative freedom for about 2 decades, but was under repression again in the wake of Swadeshi and anti-partition movement as restrictions were imposed in 1908 and 1910. Also refer to chapter on Development of Press in India. White racism. The notion of white superiority was maintained very carefully by the colonial rulers by systematically excluding the Indians from higher grades of services, both civil and military, from railway compartments, parks, hotels, clubs, etc., and by public display of racial arrogance through beatings, blows, and even murders reported as accidents. As Elgin once wrote, we could only govern by maintaining the fact that we were the dominant race. Though Indians in services should be encouraged, there is a point at which we must reserve the control to ourselves, if we are to remain at all. British social and cultural policy in India. Till 1813, the British followed a policy of non-interference in the social, religious and cultural life of the country. After 1813, measures were taken to transform Indian society and its cultural environs because of the emergence of new interests and ideas in Britain of the 19th century in the wake of significant changes in Europe during the 18th and the 19th centuries. Some of these changes were: Industrial Revolution, which began in the 18th century and resulted in the growth of industrial capitalism. The rising industrial interests wanted to make India a big market for their goods and therefore required partial modernization and transformation of Indian society. Intellectual Revolution, which gave rise to new attitudes of mind, manners, and morals. French Revolution, which with its message of liberty, equality and fraternity, unleashed the forces of democracy and nationalism. The new trend was represented by Bacon, Locke, Voltaire, Rousseau, Kant, Adam Smith and Bentham in thought, and by Wordsworth, Byron, Shelley and Charles Dickens in literature. Characteristics of New Thought. Some of the characteristics of the new wave of thought were: rationalism, which advocated faith in reason and a scientific attitude. Humanism, which advocated the love of man, the belief that every man is an end in himself and should be respected and prized as such. No man has a right to look upon another man as a mere agent of his happiness. These ideals gave rise to liberalism, socialism, and individualism. Each doctrine of progress according to which nothing is static and all societies must change with time. Man has the capacity to remodel nature and society on just and rational lines. Schools of thought. These new currents of thought caused conflicts among administrators and produced different schools of thought. The conservatives advocated introduction of as few changes as possible. Indian civilization, they felt, was different from the European one but not necessarily inferior to it. Many of these thinkers respected Indian philosophy and culture. If at all, Western ideas and practices were to be introduced gradually and cautiously. Social stability was a must, they felt. Early representatives of this school of thought were Warren Hastings and Edmund Burke, and later ones included Monroe, Metcalfe, and Elphinstone. The conservatives remained influential throughout, and most of the British officials in India were generally of a conservative persuasion. The paternalistic imperialists became influential especially after 1800. They were sharply critical of Indian society and culture and used to justify economic and political enslavement of India. The radicals went beyond the narrow criticism and imperialistic outlook of the conservatives and the imperialists and applied advanced humanistic and rational thought to the Indian situation. They thought that India had the capacity to improve and that they must help the country do that. They wanted to make India a part of the modern progressive world of science and humanism, and therefore advocated the introduction of modern Western science, philosophy, and literature. Some of the British officials who came to India after 1820 were radicals. They were strongly supported by Raja Ram Mohan Roy and other like-minded reformers. But predominantly, the ruling elements in the British Indian administration continued to be imperialistic and exploitative. They thought that the modernization of India had to occur within broad limits imposed by the needs of an easier and more thorough exploitation of its resources. In this respect, often the radicals also towed a conservative line. They desired most of all the safety and perpetuation of the British rule in India. Every other consideration was secondary. Indian Renaissance. There were many Indians who instigated social reform and caused legislations to be brought about so as to control and eradicate social evils embedded in so-called tradition. Ram Mohan Roy, Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar, B.M. Malabari, to name a few social reformers, worked hard to get legislation passed by the government to remove social evils. These aspects have been discussed in detail in the chapter on religious and social reform. Dilemma before the government. The government feared that too much modernization might generate forces hostile to their interests. Thus it was thought to be appropriate to opt for partial modernization, introducing it in some respects and blocking it in others. In other words, a colonial modernization. Role of Christian missionaries. The missionaries regarded Christianity to be a superior religion and wanted to spread it in India through westernization, which, they believed, would destroy the faith of the natives in their own religion and culture. Towards this end, the Christian missionaries supported the radicals whose scientific approach, they believed, would undermine the native culture and beliefs. Supported the imperialists since law and order and the British supremacy were essential for their propaganda, and sought business and the capitalist support, holding out the hope to them that the Christian converts would be better customers of their goods. British retreat. After 1858, however, the policy of hesitant modernization was gradually abandoned. However, the Indians proved to be apt pupils and shifted rapidly towards modernization of their society and assertion of their culture, and demanded a rule in accordance with the modern principles of liberty, equality, and justice. Now, the British came to side with the socially orthodox and conservative elements of society. They also encouraged casteism and communalism. British policy towards princely states. Relations with princely states were to be guided by a two-point policy, using and perpetuating them as bulwark of the view. The British and the princes needed one another. India's need for either was highly doubtful. F. G. Hutchins. Empire and subordinating them completely to British authority, the policy of subordinate union. To cultivate these states as a buffer against future political unrest and to reward them for their loyalty during the revolt of 1857, the policy of annexation was abandoned. The new policy was to depose or punish but not annex. Also, territorial integrity of states was guaranteed, and it was announced that their right to adopt an heir would be respected. The subordination of princely states to British authority was completed when the fiction of Indian states standing in a status of equality with the crown as independent, sovereign states ended with the Queen adopting the title of Kaiser-i-Hind Queen Empress of India in 1876 to emphasize British sovereignty over entire India. It was later made clear by Lord Curzon that the princes ruled their states merely as agents of the British crown. With paramountcy, the British government exercised the right to interfere in the internal affairs of states through their residents or by appointing and dismissing ministers and officials. The British were helped further in their encroachment by modern developments in communication, railways, roads, telegraph, canals, post offices, etc. The motive for interference was also provided by the rise of nationalist, democratic sentiments in these states, the suppression of which, the British realized, was essential for their survival. As a positive side to these modern political movements, the British helped these states adopt modern administrative institutions. Also refer to chapter on Indian states under British rule. British foreign policy in India. The pursuance of a foreign policy, guided by interest of British imperialism, often led to India's conflicts with neighboring countries. These conflicts arose due to various reasons. Firstly, political and administrative consolidation of the country coupled with the introduction of modern means of communication impelled the government of India to reach out for natural, geographical frontiers for internal cohesion and defense, which sometimes resulted in border clashes. Secondly, the British government had as its major aims in Asia and Africa. I. Protection of the invaluable Indian Empire. E. Expansion of British commercial and economic interests. E. Keeping other European imperialist powers, whose colonial interests came in conflict with those of the British, at an arm's length in Asia and Africa. These aims led to British expansion and territorial conquests outside India's natural frontiers, and to conflicts with other imperialist European powers such as Russia and France. While the interests served were British, the money spent and the blood shed was Indian. A survey of British relations with various neighbors of India has been made in the chapter on British expansion and consolidation in India. Summary. Filled circle administrative policies. Divide and rule. Hostility to educated Indians. Zamindars and landlords propped as counterweights to the nationalists. Reversal of policy of support to social reforms. Social services ignored. Half-hearted and inadequate labor legislations introduced. Stifling of press wherever seen to be helping the nationalist upsurge. Racial arrogance. Filled circle British social and cultural policies. Filled circle foreign policy. Reach out to natural geographical frontiers for internal cohesion and defense. Keep other European powers at an arm's length. Promote British economic and commercial interests. The end. Thank you for listening. Please like, share, comment and subscribe. Hello friends. Welcome to Study Time. Chapter 28. Economic impact of British rule in India. The major difference between the British colonists in India and earlier invaders was that none of the earlier invaders made any structural changes in Indian economy or drained away India's wealth as tribute. British rule in India caused a transformation of India's economy into a colonial economy, i.e., the structure and operation of Indian economy were determined by the interests of the British economy. According to historians, at the beginning of the 18th century, India had some 23% of the world economy. This share came down to some 3% when India got independence. A detailed survey of the economic impact of British rule follows. Deindustrialization, ruin of artisans and handicraftsmen. One-way free trade. Cheap and machine-made imports flooded the Indian market after the Charter Act of 1813 allowing one-way free trade for the British citizens. On the other hand, Indian products found it more and more difficult to penetrate the European markets. Tariffs of nearly 80% were imposed on Indian views. The misery hardly finds a parallel in the history of commerce. The bones of cotton weavers are bleaching the plains of North India. William Bentinck. The armor of the isolated self-sufficient village was pierced by the steel rail, and its life blood ebbed away. D.H. Buchanan. Textiles so that Indian cloth could no longer be cheap. After 1820, European markets were virtually closed to Indian exports. Cheap British-made cloth flooded the Indian market. The newly introduced rail network helped the European products to reach the remotest corners of the country. From being a net exporter, India became a net importer. No steps towards modern industrialization. The loss of traditional livelihood was not accompanied by a process of industrialization in India, as had happened in other rapidly industrializing countries of the time. This resulted in deindustrialization of India at a time when Europe was witnessing a re-intensified industrial revolution. This happened at a time when Indian artisans and handicraftsmen were already feeling the crunch due to loss of patronage by princes and the nobility, who were now under the influence of new Western tastes and values. Ruralization. Another feature of deindustrialization was the decline of many cities and a process of ruralization of India. Many artisans, faced with diminishing returns and repressive policies in Bengal, during the company's rule, artisans were paid low wages and forced to sell their products at low prices, abandoned their professions, moved to villages and took to agriculture. This resulted in increased pressure on land. An overburdened agriculture sector was a major cause of poverty during British rule, and this upset the village economic setup. Impoverishment of peasantry. The government, only interested in maximization of rents and in securing its share of revenue, had enforced the permanent view. For most of the colonial era, the story of India manufacturing was of dispossession, displacement, and defeat. What happened to India's textiles was replicated across the board. From the great manufacturing nation described by Sunderland, India became a mere exporter of raw materials and foodstuffs, raw cotton, as well as jute, silk, coal, opium, rice, spices, and tea. With the collapse of its manufacturing and the elimination of manufactured goods from its export rosters, India's share of world manufacturing exports fell from 27% to 2% under British rule. Shashi Tharoor in an era of darkness. Settlement system in large parts. Transferability of land was one feature of the new settlement which caused great insecurity to the tenants who lost all their traditional rights in land. There was little spending by government on improvement of land productivity. The zamindars, with increased powers, resorted to summary evictions, demanded illegal dues and beggar to maximize their share in the produce and, as such, had no incentive to invest for improvement of agriculture. The overburdened peasants had to approach the moneylenders to be able to pay their dues to the zamindars. The moneylender, who was often also the village grain merchant, forced the farmer to sell the produce at low prices to clear his dues. The powerful moneylender was also able to manipulate the judiciary and law in his favor. The peasant turned out to be the ultimate sufferer under the triple burden of the government, zamindar and moneylender. His hardship increased at the time of famine and scarcity. This was as much true for the zamindari areas as for areas under Rayotwari and Mahalwari systems. The peasant became landless. Emergence of intermediaries, absentee landlordism, ruin of old zamindars. By 1815, half of the total land in Bengal had passed into new hands, merchants, moneylenders, and other moneyed classes living in towns. The new zamindars, with increased powers but with little or no avenues for new investments, resorted to land grabbing and sub-infeudation. Increase in number of intermediaries to be paid gave rise to absentee landlordism and increased the burden on the peasant. Since the demand for land was high, prices went up and so did the liabilities of the peasant. With no traditional or benevolent ties with the tenants, the zamindar had no incentive to invest in the improvement of agriculture. The interests of the zamindars lay only in the perpetuation of British rule and in opposing the national movement. Stagnation and deterioration of agriculture. The cultivator had neither the means nor any incentive to invest in agriculture. The zamindar had no roots in the villages, while the government spent little on agricultural, technical or mass education. All this, together with fragmentation of land due to sub-infeudation, made it difficult to introduce modern technology which caused a perpetually low level of productivity. Famine and poverty. Regular recurrence of famines became a common feature of daily existence in India. These famines were not just because of food grain scarcity, but were a direct result of poverty unleashed by colonial forces in India. Between 1850 and 1900, about 2.8 crore people died in famines. Commercialization of Indian agriculture. In the latter half of the 19th century, another significant trend was the emergence of the commercialization of agriculture. So far, agriculture had been a way of life rather than a business enterprise. Now agriculture began to be influenced by commercial considerations. Certain specialized crops began to be grown not for consumption in the village but for sale in the national and even international markets. Commercial crops like cotton, jute, groundnut, oilseeds, View. The servants of the company forced the natives to buy dear and sell cheap. Enormous fortunes were thus rapidly accumulated at Calcutta, while 30 millions of human beings were reduced to the extremity of wretchedness. They had never had to live under tyranny like this. Macaulay. Sugarcane, tobacco, etc. were more remunerative than food grains. Again, the cultivation of crops like condiments, spices, fruits and vegetables could cater to a wider market. Perhaps, the commercialization trend reached the highest level of development in the plantation sector, i.e., in tea, coffee, rubber, indigo, etc., which was mostly owned by Europeans and the produce was for sale in a wider market. The new market trend of commercialization and specialization was encouraged by many factors: spread of money economy, replacement of custom and tradition by competition and contract, emergence of a unified national market, growth of internal trade, improvement in communications through rail and roads, and boost to international trade given by entry of British finance capital, etc. For the Indian peasant, commercialization seemed a forced process. There was hardly any surplus for him to invest in commercial crops, given the subsistence level at which he lived, while commercialization linked Indian agriculture with international market trends and their fluctuations. For instance, the cotton of the 1860s pushed up prices, but this mostly benefited the intermediaries, and when the slump in prices came in 1866, it hit the cultivators the most, bringing in its turn heavy indebtedness, famine and agrarian riots in the Deccan in the 1870s. Thus, the cultivator hardly emerged better from the new commercialization trend. Destruction of industry and late development of modern industry. Indian industry was steadily destroyed. The destruction of textile competition of India is a glaring example of the industrialization of India. The British stopped paying for Indian textiles in pounds, choosing instead to pay from the revenue gained from Bengal and at very low rates, thus impoverishing the peasants further. A thriving shipbuilding industry was crushed. Surat and Malabar on the western coast and Bengal and Masulipatam on the eastern coast were known for their shipbuilding industries. The British ships contracted by the company were given a monopoly over trade routes, while even the Indian merchant ships plying along the coast were made to face heavy duties. In 1813, a law by the British Parliament prohibited ships below 350 tons from sailing between India to Britain. This effectively put a large proportion of Bengal-built ships out of commission on the Indo-British trade routes. In 1814, another law was passed under which Indian-built ships were refused to be considered British-registered vessels, which could trade with America and the European continent. So the decline of the Indian shipping industry was ensured. The British did not allow the Indian steel industry to grow. Industries like the Tatas, which began to produce steel after a lot of trouble getting the required permissions, were restricted by being forced to produce a higher standard of steel for British use. The firms were not able to produce the lower standard of steel at the same time, so they were left out of the larger market that demanded the lower quality of steel. As restrictions were placed by Britain on Indian steel imports, the steel could only be used in India. Obviously, the growth of the industry was hampered. Indian traders, moneylenders and bankers had amassed some wealth as junior partners of English merchant capitalists in India. Their role fitted in the British scheme of colonial exploitation. The Indian moneylender provided loans to hard-pressed agriculturists and thus facilitated the state collection of revenue. The Indian trader carried imported British products to the remotest corners and helped in the movement of Indian agricultural products for exports. The indigenous bankers helped both in the process of distribution and collection. But, the colonial situation retarded the development of a healthy and independent industrial bourgeoisie, and its development was different from other independent countries like Germany and Japan. It was only in the second half of the 19th century that modern machine-based industries started coming up in India. The first cotton textile mill was set up in 1853 in Bombay by Kovasji Ninabhoy, and the first jute mill came up in 1855 in Rishrut, Bengal. But most of the modern industries were foreign-owned and controlled by British managing agencies. There was a rush of foreign capital in India at this time due to prospects of high profits, availability of cheap labor, cheap and readily available raw material, ready market in India and the neighbors, diminishing avenues for investments at home, willingness of the administration to provide all help, and ready markets abroad for some Indian exports such as tea, jute and manganese. Indian-owned industries came up in cotton textiles and jute in the 19th century and in sugar, cement, etc. in the 20th century. Indian-owned industries suffered from many handicaps: credit problems, no tariff protection by government, unequal competition from foreign companies, and stiff opposition from British capitalist interests who were backed by sound financial and technical infrastructure at home. The colonial factor also caused certain structural and institutional changes. The industrial development was characterized by a lopsided pattern. Core and heavy industries and power generation were neglected, and some regions were favored more than the others, causing regional disparities. These regional disparities hampered the process of nation building. In the absence of careful nurturing of technical view, deindustrialization was a deliberate British policy, not an accident. British industry flourished and Indian industry did not because of systematic destruction abetted by tariffs and regulatory measures that stacked the decks in favor of British industry conquering the Indian market, rather than the other way around. Shashi Tharoor. In an era of darkness. Education, the industry lacked sufficient technical manpower. Socially, the rise of an industrial capitalist class and the working class was an important feature of this phase. Nationalist critique of colonial economy. The early intellectuals of the first half of the 19th century supported British rule under the impression that it would modernize the country based on latest technology and capitalist economic organization. After the 1860s, disillusionment started to set in among the politically conscious, and they began to probe into the reality of British rule in India. The foremost among these economic analysts was Dadabhai Naoroji, the grand old man of India, who after a brilliant analysis of the colonial economy put forward the theory of economic drain in poverty and in British rule in India. Other economic analysts included Justice Mahadev Govind Ranade, Romesh Chandra Dutt. The economic history. Economic drain. The term economic drain refers to a portion of national product of India which was not available for consumption of its peoples, but was being drained away to Britain for political reasons, and India was not getting adequate economic or material returns for it. The drain theory was put forward by Dadabhai Naoroji in his book Poverty and in British Rule in India. The major components of this drain were salaries and pensions of civil and military officials, interests on loans taken by the Indian government from abroad, profits on foreign investment in India, stores purchased in Britain for civil and military departments, payments to be made for shipping, banking and insurance services which stunted the growth of Indian enterprise in these services. The drain of wealth checked and retarded capital formation in India, while the same portion of wealth accelerated the growth of British economy. The surplus from British economy re-entered India as finance capital, further draining India of its wealth. This had immense effect on income and employment potential within India. Of India, Gopal Krishna Gokhale, G. Subramania Iyer and Prithwishchandra Ray. The essence of 19th century colonialism, they said, lay in the transformation of India into a supplier of foodstuffs and raw materials to the metropolis, a market for metropolitan manufacturers and a field for investment of British capital. These early nationalist analysts organized intellectual agitations and advocated a complete severance of India's economic subservience to Britain and the development of an independent economy based on modern industries. British policies making India poor. The basic assertion of these early intellectuals was that India was poor and growing poorer due to British imperialism, and since the causes of India's economic backwardness were man-made, they were explainable and removable. The problem of poverty was seen as a problem of raising productive capacity and energy of the people, or as a problem of national development, thus making poverty a national issue. This helped in rallying all sections of society around common economic issues. Also, development was equated with industrialization. This industrialization was to be based on Indian and not foreign capital because, according to the early nationalists, foreign capital replaced and suppressed instead of augmenting and encouraging Indian capital. This suppression caused economic drain, further strengthening British hold over India. The political consequences of foreign capital investments were equally harmful as they caused political subjugation and created vested interests which sought security for investors, thus perpetuating the foreign rule. Growth of trade and railways to help Britain. These analysts exposed the force of British arguments that the growth of foreign trade and railways implied development for India. They pointed out that the pattern of foreign trade was unfavorable to India. It relegated India to a position of importer of finished goods and exporter of raw materials and foodstuffs. The development of railways, they argued, was not coordinated with India's industrial needs, and it ushered in a commercial rather than an industrial revolution. The net views. India Reform Tract 2 p. 3 says, it is an exhausting drain upon the resources of the country, the issue of which is replaced by no reflex. It is an extraction of the life blood from the veins of national industry which no subsequent introduction of nourishment is furnished to restore. Dadabhai Naoroji quoting from Mill's History of India. Our system acts very much like a sponge, drawing up all the good things from the banks of the Ganges, and squeezing them down on the banks of the Thames. John Sullivan, President, Board of Revenue, Madras. Where foreign capital has been sunk in a country, the administration of that country becomes at once the concern of the bondholders. The Hindu, September 1889. It is not the pitiless operations of economic laws, but it is the thoughtless and pitiless action of the British policy. It is the pitiless eating of India's substance in India, and the further pitiless drain to England. In short, it is the pitiless perversion of economic laws by the sad bleeding to which India is subjected, that is destroying India. Dadabhai Naoroji. Taxes spent in the country from which they are raised are totally different in their effect from taxes raised in one country and spent in another. In the former case, the taxes collected from the population are again returned to the industrious classes. But the case is wholly different when the taxes are not spent in the country from which they are raised. They constitute an absolute loss and extinction of the whole amount withdrawn from the taxed country. The money might as well be thrown into the sea. Such is the nature of the tribute we have so long exacted from India. Sir George Wingate. Under the native despot, the people keep and enjoy what they produce, though at times they suffer some violence. Under the British Indian despot, the man is at peace, there is no violence, his substance is drained away, unseen, peaceably and subtly, he starves in peace, and peaceably perishes in peace, with law and order. Dadabhai Naoroji. Effect of the railways was to enable foreign goods to outsell indigenous products. Further, the benefits from impetus to steel, machinery and capital investment in railways accrued to the British. G.V. Joshi remarked, expenditure on railways should be seen as an Indian subsidy to British industries. One-way free trade and tariff policy. The nationalists claimed that one-way free trade was ruining Indian handicrafts industry, exposing it to premature, unequal and unfair competition, while tariff policy was guided by British capitalist interests. On the finance front, taxes were levied to overburden the poor, sparing British capitalists and the bureaucrats. They demanded reduction of land revenue, abolition of salt tax, imposition of income tax and excise duties on consumer goods consumed by the rich middle classes. The government expenditure, it was argued, was meant to serve colonial needs only, while development and welfare were ignored. Effect of economic drain. The drain theory incorporated all threads of the nationalist critique that it denuded India of its productive capital. According to nationalist estimates, the economic drain at that time was filled circle more than the total land revenue, or views. There can be no denial that there was a substantial outflow which lasted for 190 years. If these funds had been invested in India, they could have made a significant contribution to raising income levels. Angus Madison. Taxation raised by the king, says the Indian poet, is like the moisture sucked up by the sun, to be returned to the earth as fertilizing rain, but the moisture raised from the Indian soil now descends as fertilizing rain largely on other lands, not on India. R.C. The trade cannot thrive without efficient administration, while the latter is not worth attending to in the absence of profits of the former. So, always with the assent and often to the dictates of the Chamber of Commerce, the government of India is carried on, and this is the white man's burden. Sachidanand Sinha. Filled circle half the total government revenue, or filled circle 1/3 of the total savings. In today's terms, it amounted to 8% of the national product. The concept of drain, one country taking away wealth from another country, was easily grasped by a nation of peasants for whom exploitation was a matter of daily experience. Economic issue a stimulant to national unrest. The nationalist agitation on economic issues served to undermine the ideological hegemony of alien rulers over Indian minds that the foreign rule was in the interest of Indians, thus exposing the myth of its moral foundations. It was also shown clearly that India was poor because it was being ruled for British interests. This agitation was one of the stimulants for intellectual unrest and spread of national consciousness during the moderate phase of freedom struggle 1875-1905, the seed time of national movement. Till the end of the 19th century, the nationalists had been demanding some share in political power and control over the purse. During the first decade of the 20th century, they started demanding self-rule, like United Kingdom or the colonies, and prominent among such nationalists was Dadabhai Naoroji. Stages of colonialism in India. The fundamental character of British rule in India did not remain the same through its long history of nearly 2 centuries. The changing pattern of Britain's position in the world economy led to changes in the nature of British colonialism. Marxist historians, especially Rajni Palmdutt, identified 3 overlapping stages in the history of imperialist rule in India. He points out that each stage developed out of the conditions of the previous stage and the different modes of colonial exploitation overlapped. Old forms of colonial exploitation never entirely ceased but got integrated into new patterns of exploitation. These stages are, however, marked by distinct dominant features, i.e., qualitative changes from one stage to another. First stage. The period of merchant capital mercantilism, often described as the period of monopoly trade and direct appropriation, or the period of East India Company's domination, 1757-1813, was based on 2 basic objectives, to acquire a monopoly of trade with India, against other English or European merchants or trading companies as well as against the Indian merchants, to directly appropriate or take over governmental revenues through control over state power. During this period, no basic changes were introduced in administration, judicial system, transport and communication, methods of agricultural or industrial production, forms of business management or economic organization. Nor were any major changes made in education or intellectual field, culture or social organization. In fact, the traditional Indian civilization, religions, laws, caste system, family structure, etc., were not seen as obstacles in the colonial exploitation. The only changes made were in military organization and technology, which native rulers were also introducing in their armed forces, and in administration at the top of the structure of revenue collection so that it could become more efficient and smooth. In this phase, there was large-scale drain of wealth from India, which constituted 2 to 3% of Britain's national income at the time. It was this wealth that played an important role in financing Britain's industrial revolution. In this stage, there was no large-scale import of British manufactures into India, rather the reverse occurred. There was an increase in export of Indian textiles, etc. The weavers were, however, ruined at this stage by the company's monopoly and exploitation. They were forced to produce for the company under an economic compulsions. Second stage. Owing to its mode of exploitation being trade, this stage is also termed as colonialism of free trade. It started with the Charter Act of 1813 and continued till 1860s. Soon after the East India Company became the ruler over most parts of India, there was a debate in Britain as to whose interests the newly acquired colony would serve. The newly emerging industrial capitalists began to criticize the East India Company and its exploitation of India. They demanded that colonial administration and policy in India should now serve British capitalist interests, which were very different from those of the East India Company. Now India was to serve as a market for the ever-increasing output of British manufactured goods, especially textiles. At the same time, the new capitalists in England needed from India exports of raw materials, especially cotton, and food grains. Moreover, India could buy more British goods only if it earned foreign exchange by enhancing its exports. The export of raw materials was increased sharply to meet the dividends of the company and profits of British merchants. Besides, there was a need of money to pay for pensions of British officials who would go to Britain after retirement. In this phase, the following dominant features were visible. India's colonial economy was integrated with the British and world capitalist economy. This was made possible with the introduction of free trade. All import duties in India were either totally removed or drastically reduced to nominal rates. Free entry was also granted to the British capitalists to develop tea, coffee and indigo plantations, trade, transport, mining and modern industries in India. The British Indian government gave active state help to such capitalists. The permanent settlement and the Ryotwari system in agriculture were introduced to transform traditional agrarian structure into a capitalist one. Administration was made more comprehensive and included villages and outlying areas of the country. These changes were brought about to make British goods reach, and agricultural products drawn from, interior villages and remotest parts. Weak personal law was largely left untouched since it did not affect colonial transformation of the economy. However, the changes related to criminal law, law of contract and legal procedures were overhauled to promote capitalist commercial relations and maintain law and order. Weak modern education was introduced to provide cheap manpower to the vastly expanded administration. However, it was also aimed at transforming India's society and culture for two reasons: A. Create an overall atmosphere of change and development, and B. Give birth to a culture of loyalty to the rulers. The taxation and the burden on peasant rose sharply due to economic transformation and costly administration, civil as well as military. India absorbed 10 to 12% of British exports and nearly 20% of Britain's textile exports. After 1850, engine coaches, rail lines and other railway stores were imported into India at large scale. Indian Army was used for British expansion of colonialism in Asia and Africa. Third stage. The third stage is often described as the era of foreign investments and international competition for colonies. It began around the 1860s in India owing to several changes in the world economy. These changes were as follows. Britain's industrial supremacy was challenged by several countries of Europe, the United States and Japan. As a result of the application of scientific knowledge to industry, the pace of industrialization increased sharply. Use of petroleum as fuel for the internal combustion engine and the use of electricity for industrial purposes were significant innovations. The world market became more unified due to revolution in the means of international transport. During this stage, Britain made strenuous efforts to consolidate its control over India. Liberal imperialist policies got replaced with reactionary imperialist policies which were reflected in the viceroyalties of Lytton, Dufferin, Lansdowne and Curzon. The strengthening of colonial rule over India was meant to keep out the rivals as well as to attract British capital to India and provide its security. As a result, a very large amount of British capital got invested in railways, loans to the Government of India, trade and, to a lesser extent, in plantations, coal mining, jute mills, shipping and banking in India. The notion of training the Indian people for self-government vanished, revived only after 1918 because of pressure exerted by the Indian national movement. Now, the aim of British rule was declared as permanent trusteeship over the Indians. The Indians were declared to be permanently immature, a child people needing British control and trusteeship. Geography, climate, race, history, religion, culture and social organization were all cited as factors in making the Indians unfit for self-government or democracy. The British thus tried to justify their rule over Indians for centuries to come, all in the name of civilizing a barbaric people, the white man's burden. Summary. Filled circle economic impact of British rule: deindustrialization, ruin of artisans and handicraftsmen. Impoverishment of peasantry, ruralization of India. Emergence of new land relations, ruin of old zamindars. Stagnation and deterioration of agriculture. Commercialization of Indian agriculture. Development of modern industry. Rise of Indian national bourgeoisie. Economic drain. Famine and poverty. Filled circle nationalist critique. India getting poorer due to colonial exploitation. Problem of poverty, a national problem of raising productive capacities and energy. Development equated with industrialization, which should take place through Indian, not foreign capital. British policies on trade, finance, infrastructure development, expenditure designed to serve imperialist interests. Need for complete severance of India's economic subservience to Britain and development of an independent economy. The end. Thank you for listening. Please like, share, comment and subscribe. Hello friends. Welcome to Study Time. Chapter 29. Development of Indian Press. James Augustus Hickey in 1780 started the Bengal Gazette or Calcutta General Advertiser, the first newspaper in India, which was seized in 1872 because of its outspoken criticism of the government. Later more newspapers, journals came up: the Bengal Journal, the Calcutta Chronicle, the Madras Courier, the Bombay Herald. The company's officers were worried that these newspapers might reach London and expose their misdeeds. Thus they saw the need for curbs on the press. Early regulations. Censorship of Press Act, 1799. Lord Wellesley enacted this, anticipating French invasion of India. It imposed almost wartime press restrictions, including pre-censorship. These restrictions were relaxed under Lord Hastings, who had progressive views, and in 1818, pre-censorship was dispensed with. Licensing Regulations, 1823. The acting Governor-General, John Adams, who had reactionary views, enacted these. According to these regulations, starting or using a press without license was a penal offense. Later on, the act was extended to cover journals, pamphlets, and books. These restrictions were directed chiefly against Indian language newspapers or those edited by Indians. Ram Mohan Roy, S. Miratul Akbar had to stop publication. 557. Press Act of 1835 or Metcalfe Act. Metcalfe, Governor-General, 1835-36, repealed the obnoxious 1823 ordinance and earned the epithet, Liberator of the Indian Press. The new Press Act, 1835, required a printer-publisher to give a precise account of premises of a publication and cease functioning, if required by a similar declaration. The result of a liberal press policy was a rapid growth of newspapers. Licensing Act, 1857. Due to the emergency caused by the 1857 revolt, this act imposed licensing restrictions in addition to the already existing registration procedure laid down by Metcalfe Act, and the government reserved the right to stop publication and circulation of any book, newspaper or printed matter. Registration Act, 1867. This replaced Metcalfe's Act of 1835 and was of a regulatory, not restrictive, nature. As per the Act, every book newspaper was required to print the name of the printer and the publisher in the place of the publication, and a copy was to be submitted to the local government within 1 month of the publication of a book. Struggle by early nationalists to secure press freedom. Right from the early 19th century, defense of civil liberties, including the freedom of the press, had been high on nationalist agenda. As early as 1824, Raja Ram Mohan Roy had protested against a resolution restricting the freedom of the press. The early phase of nationalist movement from around 1870 to 1918 focused more on political propaganda and education, formation and propagation of nationalist ideology, and arousing, training, mobilization and consolidation of public opinion, than on mass agitation or active mobilization of masses through open meetings. For this purpose, the press proved a crucial tool in the hands of the nationalists. The Indian National Congress in its early days relied solely on the press to propagate its resolutions and proceedings. Many newspapers emerged during these years under distinguished and fearless journalists. These included the Hindu and Swadesamitran under G. Subramania Iyer, the Bengali under Surendranath Banerjee, Voice of India under Dadabhai Nauroji, Amrita Bazar Patrika under Shishir Kumar Ghosh and Motilal Ghosh, Indian Mirror under N. Sen, Kesari in Marathi, and Maharata in English under Balgangadhar Tilak, Sudharak under Gopal Ganesh Agarkar, and Hindustan and Advocate under G. P. Verma. Other main newspapers included Tribune and Akhbar Ayam in Punjab, Gujarati, Indu Prakash, Dhyan Prakash and Kal in Bombay, and Som Prakash, Banganivasi and Sadharani in Bengal. These newspapers were not established as profit-making business ventures but were seen as rendering national and public service. In fact, these newspapers had a wide reach and they stimulated a library movement. Their impact was not limited to cities and towns. These newspapers reached the remote villages, where each news item and editorial would be read and discussed thoroughly in the local libraries, which would gather around a single newspaper. In this way, these libraries served the purpose of not only political education but also of political participation. In these newspapers, government acts and policies were put to critical scrutiny. They acted as an institution of opposition to the government. The government on its part had enacted many strident laws, such as Section 124A of the Indian Penal Code, which provided that anyone trying to cause disaffection against the British government in India was to be transported for life or for any term or imprisoned up to 3 years. But the nationalist-minded journalists had evolved many clever stratagems to subvert these legal hurdles. For instance, writings hostile to the government used to be prefaced with sentiments of loyalty to the government, or critical writings of socialists or Irish nationalists from newspapers in England used to be quoted. This was a difficult task which required an intelligent mix of simplicity with subtlety. The national movement, from its very beginning, stood for the freedom of press. The Indian newspapers became highly critical of Lord Lytton, administration, especially regarding its inhuman treatment to victims of the famine of 1876-77. The government struck back with the Vernacular Press Act, 1878. Vernacular Press Act, 1878. A bitter legacy of the 1857 revolt was the racial bitterness between the ruler and the ruled. After 1858, the European press always rallied behind the government in political controversies, while the vernacular press was critical of the government. There was a strong public opinion against the imperialistic policies of Lytton, compounded by terrible famine 1876-77, on the one hand, and lavish expenditure on the imperial Delhi Darbar, on the other. The Vernacular Press Act VP8 was designed to better control the vernacular press and effectively punish and repress seditious writing. The provisions of the Act included the following. 1. The district magistrate was empowered to call upon the printer and publisher of any vernacular newspaper to enter into a bond with the government, undertaking not to cause disaffection against the government or antipathy between persons of different religions, caste, race through published material. The printer and publisher could also be required to deposit security which could be forfeited if the regulation were contravened, and press equipment could be seized if the offense reoccurred. 2. The magistrate's action was final and no appeal could be made in a court of law. 3. A vernacular newspaper could get exemption from the operation of the Act by submitting proofs to a government censor. The Act came to be nicknamed the Gagging Act. The worst features of this Act were I. Discrimination between English and vernacular press, no right of appeal. Under VPA, proceedings were instituted against Som Prakash, Bharat Mihir Dakcha Prakash and Samachar. Incidentally, the Amrita Bazar Patrika turned overnight into an English newspaper to escape the VPA. Later, the pre-censorship clause was repealed, and a press commissioner was appointed to supply authentic and accurate news to the press. There was strong opposition to the Act and finally Ripon repealed it in 1882. In 1883, Surendranath Banerjee became the first Indian journalist to be imprisoned. In an angry editorial in the Bengali, Banerjee had criticized a judge of Calcutta High Court for being insensitive to the religious sentiments of Bengalis in one of his judgments. Bal Gangadhar Tilak is most frequently associated with the nationalist fight for the freedom of press. Tilak had been building up anti-imperialist sentiments among the public through Ganapati festivals started in 1893, Shivaji festivals started in 1896, and through his newspapers Kesari and Maharatta. He was among the first to advocate bringing the lower middle classes, the peasants, artisans and workers into the Congress fold. In 1896, he organized an all-Maharashtra campaign for boycott of foreign cloth in opposition to imposition of excise duty on cotton. In 1896-97, he initiated a no-tax campaign in Maharashtra, urging farmers to withhold the payment of revenue if their crop had failed. In 1897, plague occurred in Pune. Although Tilak supported government measures to check plague, there was larger-scale popular resentment against heartless and harsh methods such as segregation and house searches. The popular unrest resulted in murder of the chairman of the plague committee in Pune by the Chhapkar brothers. The government policies on tariff, currency and famine were also behind this popular resentment. The government had been looking for an opportunity to check this militant trend and hostility in the press. They decided to make Tilak a victim to set an example to the public. Tilak was arrested after the murder of Rand on the basis of the publication of a poem, Shivaji's Utterances, in Kesari, and a speech which Tilak had delivered at the Shivaji festival, justifying Afzal Khan's murder by Shivaji. Tilak's defense of Shivaji's killing of Afzal Khan was portrayed by the prosecution as an incitement to kill British officials. Tilak was held guilty and awarded rigorous imprisonment of 18 months. Simultaneously, several other editors in Bombay Presidency were tried and given similar harsh sentences. There were widespread protests against these measures. Overnight, Tilak became a national hero and was given the title of Lokmanya, respected and honored by the people, a new leader who preached with his deeds. In 1898, the government amended Section 124A and added another Section 153A which made it a criminal offense for anyone to bring into contempt the government of India or to create hatred among different classes, that is, vis-a-vis the English in India. This also led to nationwide protests. During Swadeshi and boycott movements and due to rise of militant nationalist trends, several repressive laws were passed. Views. The government has converted the entire nation into a prison and we are all prisoners. Going to prison only means that from a big cell one is confined to a smaller one. Bal Gangadhar Tilak. Newspaper Incitement to Offences Act 1908 aimed against extremist nationalist activity. The act empowered the magistrates to confiscate press property which published objectionable material likely to cause incitement to murder, acts of violence. Tilak, as the leader of militant nationalists, was tried on charges of sedition and transported to Mandalay, Burma, for 6 years. This led to countrywide protests. In Bombay, textile workers and railway workshop workers took on the army in streets and went on strike for days. Lenin hailed this as the entrance of the Indian working class on the political stage. Indian Press Act 1910. This act revived the worst features of the BPA. Local government was empowered to demand a security at registration from the printer, publisher and forfeit deregister if it was an offending newspaper, and the printer of a newspaper was required to submit 2 copies of each issue to local government free of charge. During and after the First World War, Defense of India rules were imposed for repression of political agitation and free public criticism during the First World War. In 1921, on the recommendations of a press committee chaired by Tej Bahadur Sapru, the Press Acts of 1908 and 1910 were repealed. Indian Press Emergency Powers Act 1931. This act gave sweeping powers to provincial governments to suppress propaganda for civil disobedience movement. It was further amplified in 1932 to include all activities calculated to undermine government authority. During the Second World War, under the Defense of India rules, pre-censorship was imposed and amendments made in Press Emergency Act and Official Secrets Act. At one time, publication of all news related to Congress activity was declared illegal. The end. Thank you for listening. Please like, share, comment and subscribe. Hello friends. Welcome to Study Time. Chapter 30. Development of Education. Under Company Rule. For the first 60 years of its dominion in India, the East India Company, a trading and profit-making concern, took no interest in the promotion of education. Some minor exceptions were efforts by individuals. Phil Circle. The Calcutta Madrasa was established by Warren Hastings in 1781 for the study of Muslim law and related subjects. Phil Circle. The Sanskrit College was established by Jonathan Duncan, the resident, at Benares in 1791 for study of Hindu law and philosophy. Phil Circle. Fort William College was set up by Wellesley in 1800 for training of civil servants of the company in languages and customs of Indians. Closed in 1802. The Calcutta Madrasa and the Sanskrit College were designed to provide a regular supply of qualified Indians to help the administration of law in the company. Court, and the knowledge of classical languages and vernaculars was useful in correspondence with Indian states. Enlightened Indians and missionaries started exerting pressure on the government to promote modern, secular, Western education, as they thought that Western education was the remedy for social, economic and political ills of the country. Missionaries thought that modern education would destroy the faith of Indians in their own religions and they would take to Christianity. Serampore missionaries were, in particular, very enthusiastic about spread of education. A humble beginning by Charter Act of 1813. The Charter Act of 1813 incorporated the principle of encouraging learned Indians and promoting knowledge of modern sciences in the country. The Act directed the company to sanction 1 lakh rupees annually for this purpose. However, even this petty amount was not made available till 1823, mainly because of the controversy raged on the question of the direction that this expenditure should take. Meanwhile, efforts of enlightened Indians such as Raja Ram Mohan Roy bore fruit and a grant was sanctioned for Calcutta College set up in 1817 by educated Bengalis, imparting English education in Western humanities and sciences. The government also set up 3 Sanskrit colleges at Calcutta, Delhi and Agra. Orientalist Anglicist controversy. Within the General Committee on Public Instruction, the Anglicists argued that the government spending on education should be exclusively for modern studies. The Orientalists said while Western sciences and literature should be taught to prepare students to take up jobs, emphasis should be placed on expansion of traditional Indian learning. Even the Anglicists were divided over the question of medium of instruction. One faction was for English language as the medium, while the other faction was for Indian languages vernaculars for the purpose. Unfortunately, there was a great deal of confusion over English and vernacular languages as media of instruction and as objects of study. Lord Macaulay's Minute, 1835. The famous Lord Macaulay's minute settled the row in favor of Anglicists. The limited government resources were to be devoted to teaching of Western sciences and literature through the medium of English language alone. Lord Macaulay held the view that Indian learning was inferior to European learning, which was true as far as physical and social sciences in the contemporary stage were concerned. The government soon made English as the medium of instruction in its schools and colleges and opened a few English schools and colleges instead of a large number of elementary schools, thus neglecting mass education. The British planned to educate a small section of upper and middle classes, thus creating a class, Indian in blood and color but English in tastes, in opinions, in morals and in intellect, who would act as interpreters between the government and masses and would enrich the vernaculars by which knowledge of Western sciences and literature would reach the masses. This was called the downward filtration theory. Modern ideas, if not education, did filter down to the masses, though not in a form desired by the rulers, but through political parties, press, pamphlets, public platforms, etc. Modern education only helped this process by making available the basic literature on physical and social sciences to nationalists, thus stimulating their capacity to make social analysis. Otherwise, the content, structure, and curricular of modern education served colonial interests. Efforts of Thomson. James Thomson, Lieutenant Governor of NW Provinces, 1843-53, developed a comprehensive scheme of village education through the medium of vernacular languages. In these village schools, useful subjects such as mensuration and agriculture sciences were taught. The purpose was to train personnel for the newly set up Revenue and Public Works Department. Wood's Dispatch, 1854. In 1854, Charles Wood prepared a dispatch on an educational system for India. Considered the Magna Carta of English education in India, this document was the first comprehensive plan for the spread of education in India. 1. It asked the Government of India to assume responsibility for education of the masses, thus repudiating the downward filtration theory, at least on paper. 2. It systematized the hierarchy from vernacular primary schools in villages at bottom, followed by Anglo-vernacular high schools and an affiliated college at the district level, and affiliating universities in the presidency towns of Calcutta, Bombay and Madras. 3. It recommended English as the medium of instruction for higher studies and vernaculars at school level. 4. It laid stress on female and vocational education, and on teachers' training. 5. It laid down that the education imparted in government institutions should be secular. 6. It recommended a system of grants in aid to encourage private enterprise. Developments. In 1857, universities at Calcutta, Bombay and Madras were set up and later, departments of education were set up in all provinces. The Bethune School founded by J.E.D. Bethune at Calcutta, 1849, was the first fruit of a powerful movement for education of women which arose in 1840s and 1850s. Bethune was the president of the Council of Education. Mostly due to Bethune's efforts, girls' schools were set up on a sound footing and brought under government's grants in aid and inspection system. An agriculture institute at Pusa, Bihar, and an engineering institute at Roorkee were started. The ideas and methods of Wood's dispatch dominated the field for 5 decades, which saw rapid westernization of education system in India, with educational institutions run by European headmasters and principals. Missionary enterprises played their own part. Gradually, private Indian effort appeared in the field. After the Crown took over. Hunter Education Commission 1882-83. Earlier schemes had neglected primary and secondary education. When education was shifted to provinces in 1870, primary and secondary education further suffered because the provinces already had limited resources at their disposal. In 1882, the government appointed a commission under the chairmanship of W. W. Hunter to review the progress of education in the country since the dispatch of 1854. The Hunter Commission mostly confined its recommendations to primary and secondary education. The Commission emphasized that state special care is required for extension and improvement of primary education, and that primary education should be imparted through vernacular. It recommended transfer of control of primary education to newly set up district and municipal boards. It recommended that secondary, high school education should have 2 divisions. Field Circle Literary, leading up to university. Field Circle Vocational for commercial careers. IV drew attention to inadequate facilities for female education, especially outside presidency towns, and made recommendations for its spread. The next 2 decades saw rapid growth and expansion of secondary and collegiate education with the participation of Indians. Also, more teaching-cum-examining universities were set up, like the Punjab University 1882 and the Allahabad University 1887. Indian Universities Act 1904. The dawn of 20th century saw political unrest. The official view was that under private management the quality of education had deteriorated and educational institutions acted as factories producing political revolutionaries. Nationalists accepted the decline in quality but accused the government of not doing anything to eradicate illiteracy. In 1902, Raleigh Commission was set up to go into conditions and prospects of universities in India and to suggest measures for improvement in their constitution and working. The commission precluded from reporting on primary or secondary education. Based on its recommendations, the Indian Universities Act was passed in 1904. As per the Act, universities were to give more attention to study and research. The number of fellows of a university in their period in office were reduced and most fellows were to be nominated by the government. Government was to have powers to veto universities, Senate regulations and could amend these regulations or pass regulations on its own. Conditions were to be made stricter for affiliation of private colleges, and 5 lakh rupees were to be sanctioned per annum for 5 years for improvement of higher education and universities. Curzon justified greater control over universities in the name of quality and efficiency, but actually sought to restrict education and to discipline the educated towards loyalty to the government. The nationalists saw in it an attempt to strengthen imperialism and to sabotage nationalist feelings. Gokhale called it a retrograde measure. Government Resolution on Education Policy 1913. In 1906, the progressive state of Baroda introduced compulsory primary education throughout its territories. National leaders urged the government to do so for British India. Gokhale made a powerful advocacy for it in the Legislative Assembly. In its 1913 resolution on education policy, the government refused to take up the responsibility of compulsory education, but accepted the policy of removal of illiteracy and urged provincial governments to take early steps to provide free elementary education to the poorer and more backward sections. Private efforts were to be encouraged for this and the quality of secondary schools was to be improved. A university, it was decided, was to be established in each province and teaching activities of universities were to be encouraged. Sadler University Commission 1917-19. The commission was set up to study and report on problems of Calcutta University, but its recommendations were applicable more or less to other universities also. It reviewed the entire field from school education to university education. It held the view that, for the improvement of university education, improvement of secondary education was a necessary precondition. Its observations were as follows. 1. School course should cover 12 years. Students should enter university after an intermediate stage, rather than matric, for a 3-year degree course in university. This was done to A. Prepare students for university stage, B. Relieve universities of a large number of below university standard students, and C. Provide collegiate education to those not planning to go through university stage. A separate board of secondary and intermediate education should be set up for administration and control of secondary and intermediate education. 2. There should be less rigidity in framing university regulations. 3. A university should function as centralized, unitary residential teaching autonomous body, rather than as scattered, affiliated colleges. 4. Female education, applied scientific and technological education, teachers training including those for professional and vocational colleges should be extended. In the period from 1916 to 1921, 7 new universities came up at Mysore, Patna, Benares, Aligarh, Dakcha, Lucknow and Osmania. In 1920, the government recommended Sadler report to the provincial governments. Education under Dyaki. Under Montagu Chelmsford reforms, education was shifted to provincial ministries and the government stopped taking direct interest in educational matters, while government grants, liberally sanctioned since 1902, were now stopped. Financial difficulties prevented any substantial expansion, but still education grew, especially under philanthropic efforts. Hatton Committee 1929. An increase in number of schools and colleges had led to deterioration of education standards. The Hartog Committee was set up to report on development of education. Its main recommendations were as follows. 1. Emphasis should be given to primary education, but there need be no hasty expansion or compulsion in education. 2. Only deserving students should go in for high school and intermediate stage, while average students should be diverted to vocational courses after 8th standard. 3. For improvements in standards of university education, admissions should be restricted. Sargent Plan of Education. The Sargent Plan, Sargent was the educational advisor to the government, was worked out by the Central Advisory Board of Education in 1944. It recommended 1. Pre-primary education for 3 to 6 years age group free. Wardha Scheme of Basic Education, 1937. The Congress had organized a national conference on education in October 1937 in Wardha. In the light of the resolutions passed there, Zakir Hussain Committee formulated a detailed national scheme for basic education. The main principle behind the scheme was learning through activity. It was based on Gandhi's ideas published in a series of articles in the weekly Harijan. Gandhi thought that Western education had created a gulf between the educated few and the masses and had also made the educated elite ineffective. The scheme had the following provisions. Inclusion of a basic handicraft in the syllabus. First 7 years of schooling to be an integral part of a free and compulsory nationwide education system through mother tongue. Teaching to be in Hindi from class 2 to 7 and in English only after class 8. Ways to be devised to establish contact with the community around schools through service. A suitable technique to be devised with a view to implementing the main idea of basic education, educating the child through the medium of productive activity of a suitable handicraft. The system, rather than being a methodology for education, was an expression of an idea for a new life and a new society. The basic premise was that only through such a scheme could India be an independent and non-violent society. This scheme was child-centered and cooperative. There was not much development of this idea, because of the start of the Second World War and the resignation of the Congress ministries, October 1939. Universal and compulsory elementary education for 6 to 11 years age group, high school education for 11 to 17 years age group for selected children, and a university course of 3 years after higher secondary, high schools to be of two types, academic and technical and vocational. 2. Adequate technical, commercial and arts education. 3. Abolition of intermediate course. 4. Liquidation of adult illiteracy in 20 years. 5. Stress on teachers' training, physical education, education for the physically and mentally handicapped. The objective was to create within 40 years, the same level of educational attainment as prevailed in England. Although a bold and comprehensive scheme, it proposed no methodology for implementation. Also, the ideal of England's achievements may not have suited Indian conditions. Development of vernacular education. During the early 19th century, vernacular education was in a sorry state of affairs. It was mostly dependent on contributions from wealthy zamindars. 1835, 1836, 1838, William Adams' reports on vernacular education in Bengal and Bihar pointed out defects in the system of vernacular education. 1843-53, James Jonathan's experiments in Northwest provinces, as the lieutenant governor there, included opening one government school as model school in each tahsildari and a normal school for teachers, training for vernacular schools. 1853, in a famous minute, Lord Dalhousie expressed strong opinion in favor of vernacular education. 1854, Wood's dispatch made the following provisions for vernacular education. 1. Improvement of standards. 2. Supervision by government agency. 3. Normal schools to train teachers. These gave impetus to the cause of vernacular education. 1854-71, the government paid some attention to secondary and vernacular education. The number of vernacular schools increased by more than fivefold. 1882, the Hunter Commission held that states should make special efforts for extension and improvement of vernacular education. Mass education was to be seen as instructing masses through vernaculars. 1904, education policy put special emphasis on vernacular education and increased grants for it. 1929, Hattok Committee presented a gloomy picture of primary education. 1937, these schools received encouragement from Congress ministries. Development of technical education. The Engineering College at Roorkee was set up in 1847. The Calcutta College of Engineering came up in 1856. In 1858, Overseers School at Pune was raised to the status of Pune College of Engineering and affiliated to Bombay University. Guindy College of Engineering was affiliated to Madras University. Medical training started with establishment of a medical college in Calcutta in 1835. Lord Curzon did much to broaden the whole basis of professional courses: medicine, agriculture, engineering, veterinary sciences, etc. He established an agriculture college at Pusa, which acted as a parent institution of similar institutions in other provinces. Evaluation of British policy on education. 1. Even the inadequate measures the government took for the expansion of modern education were guided by concerns other than philanthropic. The government measures for promotion of education were influenced by Field Circle agitation in favor of modern education by enlightened Indians, Christian missionaries and humanitarian officials. Field Circle, the need to ensure a cheap supply of educated Indians to man an increasing number of subordinate posts in administration and in British business concerns. Thus there was an emphasis on English medium as the language of administration and of education. Field Circle, the hope that educated Indians would help expand market for British manufactures in India. Field Circle, an expectation that Western education would reconcile Indians to British rule, particularly as it glorified British conquerors and their administration. The British thus wanted to use modern education to strengthen the foundations of their political authority in India. 2. Traditional system of Indian learning gradually declined for want of support, and especially after 1844, when it was declared that applicants for government employment should possess knowledge of English. 3. Mass education was neglected, leading to widespread illiteracy. 1911, 84%, and in 1921, 92%, which created a wide linguistic and cultural gulf between the educated few and the masses. 4. Since education was to be paid for, it became a monopoly of upper and richer classes and city dwellers. 5. There was an almost total neglect of women's education because the government did not want to arouse wrath of orthodox sections, and it had no immediate utility for the colonial rule. 6. Scientific and technical education was by and large neglected. By 1857 there were only 3 medical colleges at Calcutta, Bombay and Madras, and only one good engineering college at Roorkee, which was open only to Europeans and Eurasians. The end. Thank you for listening. Please like, share, comment and subscribe. Hello friends. Welcome to Study Time. Chapter 31. Peasant Movements 1857-1947. Peasantry under colonialism. The impoverishment of the Indian peasantry was a direct result of the transformation of the agrarian structure due to Field Circle colonial economic policies. Field Circle ruin of the handicrafts leading to overcrowding of land. Field Circle the new land revenue system. Field Circle colonial administrative and judicial system. The peasants suffered from high rents, illegal levies, arbitrary evictions and unpaid labor in zamindari areas. In Rayotwari areas, the government itself levied heavy land revenue. The overburdened farmer, fearing loss of his only source of livelihood, often approached the local moneylender who made full use of the farmer's difficulties by extracting high rates of interests on the money lent. Often, the farmer had to mortgage his land and cattle. Sometimes, the money lender seized the mortgaged belongings. Gradually, over large areas, the actual cultivators were reduced to the status of tenants at will, sharecroppers and landless laborers. The peasants often resisted the exploitation, and soon they realized that their real enemy was the colonial state. Sometimes, the desperate peasants took to crime to come out of intolerable conditions. These crimes included robbery, dacoity and what has been called social banditry. A survey of early peasant movements. Indigo Revolt 1859-60. In Bengal, the indigo planters, nearly all Europeans, exploited the local peasants by forcing them to grow indigo on their lands instead of the more paying crops like rice. The planters forced the peasants to take advance sums and enter into fraudulent contracts which were then used against the peasants. The planters intimidated the peasants through kidnappings, illegal confinements, flogging, attacks on women and children, seizure of cattle, burning and demolition of houses and destruction of crops. The anger of the peasants exploded in 1859 when, led by Digambar Bishwas and Bishnu Bishwas of Nadir district, they decided not to grow indigo under duress and resisted the physical pressure of the planters and their Lathials retainers, backed by police and the courts. They also organized a counter-force against the planters' attacks. The planters also tried methods like evictions and enhanced rents. The riots replied by going on a rent strike, by refusing to pay the enhanced rents, and by physically resisting the attempts to evict them. Gradually, they learned to use the legal machinery and initiated legal action supported by fund collection. The Bengali intelligentsia played a significant role by supporting the peasants' cause through newspaper campaigns, organization of mass meetings, preparing memoranda on peasants' grievances, and supporting them in legal battles. The government appointed an indigo commission to inquire into the problem of indigo cultivation. Based on its recommendations, the government issued a notification in November 1860 that the ryots could not be compelled to grow indigo and that it would ensure that all disputes were settled by legal means. But, the planters were already closing down factories and indigo cultivation was virtually wiped out from Bengal by the end of 1860. Pabna Agrarian Leagues. During the 1870s and 1880s, large parts of eastern Bengal witnessed agrarian unrest caused by oppressive practices of the Zamindars. The Zamindars resorted to enhanced rents beyond legal limits and prevented the tenants from acquiring occupancy rights under Act 10 of 1859. To achieve their ends, the Zamindars resorted to forcible evictions, seizure of cattle and crops, and prolonged, costly litigation in courts where the poor peasant found himself at a disadvantage. Having had enough of the oppressive regime, the peasants of Yusuf Shahi Pargana in Patna district formed an agrarian league or combination to resist the demands of the Zamindars. The league organized a rent strike. The ryots refused to pay the enhanced rents, challenging the Zamindars in the courts. Funds were raised by ryots to fight the court cases. The struggle spread throughout Patna and to other districts of East Bengal. The main form of struggle was that of legal resistance. There was very little violence. Though the peasant discontent continued to linger until 1885, most of the cases had been solved, partially through official persuasion and partially because of Zamindars' fears. Many peasants were able to acquire occupancy rights and resist enhanced rents. The government also promised to undertake legislation to protect the tenants from the worst aspects of zamindari oppression. In 1885, the Bengal Tenancy Act was passed. Again, a number of young Indian intellectuals supported the peasants' cause. These included Bankim Chandra Chatterjee, R.C. Dutt, and the Indian Association under Surendranath Banerjee. Deccan Riots. The ryots of Deccan region of western India suffered heavy taxation under the Ryotwari system. Here again the peasants found themselves trapped in a vicious network with the moneylender as the exploiter and the main beneficiary. These moneylenders were mostly outsiders, Marwaris or Gujaratis. The conditions had worsened due to a crash in cotton prices after the end of the American Civil War in 1864, the government's decision to raise the land revenue by 50% in 1867, and a succession of bad harvests. In 1874, the growing tension between the moneylenders and the peasants resulted in a social boycott movement organized by the ryots against the outsider moneylenders. The ryots refused to buy from their shops. No peasant would cultivate their fields. The barbers, washermen, shoemakers would not serve them. This social boycott spread rapidly to the villages of Pune, Ahmednagar, Solapur and Satara. Soon the social boycott was transformed into agrarian riots with systematic attacks on the moneylenders, houses and shops. The debt bonds and deeds were seized and publicly burnt. The government succeeded in repressing the movement. As a conciliatory measure, the Deccan Agriculturists' Relief Act was passed in 1879. This time also, the modern nationalist intelligentsia of Maharashtra supported the peasants' cause. Changed nature of peasant movements after 1857. Field circle peasants emerged as the main force in agrarian movements, fighting directly for their own demands. Field circle the demands were centered almost wholly on economic issues. Field circle the movements were directed against the immediate enemies of the peasant, foreign planters and indigenous zamindars and moneylenders. Field circle the struggles were directed towards specific and limited objectives and redressal of particular grievances. Filled circle colonialism was not the target of these movements. Filled circle it was not the objective of these movements to end the system of subordination or exploitation of the peasants. Filled circle territorial reach was limited. Filled circle there was no continuity of struggle or long-term organization. Filled circle the peasants developed a strong awareness of their legal rights and asserted them in and outside the courts. Weaknesses. Filled circle there was a lack of an adequate understanding of colonialism. Filled circle the 19th century peasants did not possess a new ideology and a new social, economic and political program. Filled circle these struggles, however militant, occurred within the framework of the old societal order lacking a positive conception of an alternative society. Later movements. The peasant movements of the 20th century were deeply influenced by and had a marked impact on the national freedom struggle. Refer to the chapters on freedom movement for Champaran and Kheda Satyagraha. The Kisan Sabha movement. After the 1857 revolt, the Awadh talukdars had got back their lands. This strengthened the hold of the talukdars or big landlords over the agrarian society of the province. The majority of the cultivators were subjected to high rents, summary evictions, bedakhali, illegal levies, renewal fees or nazrana. The First World War had hiked the prices of food and other necessities. This worsened the conditions of the peasants. Mainly due to the efforts of the Home Rule activists, Kisan Sabhas were organized in UP. The United Provinces Kisan Sabha was set up in February 1918 by Gauri Shankar Mishra and Indra Narayan Dwivedi. Madan Mohan Malaviya supported their efforts. By June 1919, the UP Kisan Sabha had 450 branches. Other prominent leaders included Jinguri Singh, Durgapal Singh and Baba Ramchandra. In June 1920, Baba Ramchandra urged Nehru to visit these villages. During these visits, Nehru developed close contacts with the villagers. In October 1920, the Awadh Kisan Sabha came into existence because of differences in nationalist ranks. The Awadh Kisan Sabha asked the Kisans to refuse to till bedakhali land, not to offer hari and beggar forms of unpaid labor, to boycott those who did not accept these conditions and to solve their disputes through panchayats. From the earlier forms of mass meetings and mobilization, the patterns of activity changed rapidly in January 1921 to the looting of bazaars, houses, granaries and clashes with the police. The centers of activity were primarily the districts of Rai Bareli, Faizabad and Sultanpur. The movement declined soon, partly due to government repression and partly because of the passing of the Awadh Rent Amendment Act. Ekka movement. Towards the end of 1921, peasant discontent resurfaced in some northern districts of the United Provinces, Hardoi, Baraich, Sitapur. The issues involved were high rents, 50% higher than the recorded rates, oppression of tikadars in charge of revenue collection, and practice of share rents. The meetings of the Ekka or the Unity movement involved a symbolic religious ritual in which the assembled peasants vowed that they would filled circle pay only the recorded rent but would pay it on time. Filled circle not leave when evicted. Filled circle refuse to do forced labor. Filled circle give no help to criminals. Filled circle abide by panchayat decisions. The grassroots leadership of the Ekka movement came from Madari Pasi and other low-caste leaders, and many small zamindars. By March 1922, severe repression by authorities brought the movement to an end. Mappila Revolt. The Mappilas were the Muslim tenants inhabiting the Malabar region where most of the landlords were Hindus. The Mappilas had expressed their resentment against the oppression of the landlords during the 19th century also. Their grievances centered around lack of security of tenure, high rents, renewal fees and other oppressive exactions. The Mappila tenants were particularly encouraged by the demand of the local Congress body for a government legislation regulating tenant-landlord relations. Soon, the Mappila movement merged with the ongoing Khilafat agitation. The leaders of the Khilafat non-cooperation movement like Gandhi, Shaukat Ali and Maulana Azad addressed Mappila meetings. After the arrest of national leaders, the leadership passed into the hands of local Mappila leaders. Things took a turn for the worse in August 1921 when the arrest of a respected priest leader, Ali Musalia, sparked off large-scale riots. Initially, the symbols of British authority courts, police stations, treasuries and officers, and unpopular landlords, Jainis who were mostly Hindus were the targets. But once the British declared martial law and repression began in earnest, the character of the rebellion underwent a definite change. Many Hindus were seen by the Mappilas to be helping the authorities. What began as an anti-government and anti-landlord affair acquired communal overtones. The communalization of the rebellion completed the isolation of the Mappilas from the Khilaf non-cooperation movement. By December 1921, all resistance had come to a stop. Bardoli Satyagraha. The Bardoli Taluka in Surat district had witnessed intense politicization after the coming of Gandhi on the national political scene. The movement sparked off in January 1926 when the authorities decided to increase the land revenue by 30%. The Congress leaders were quick to protest and a Bardoli inquiry committee was set up to go into the issue. The committee found the revenue hike to be unjustified. In February 1926, Vallabhbhai Patel was called to lead the movement. The women of Bardoli gave him the title of Sardar. Under Patel, the Bardoli peasants resolved to refuse payments of the revised assessment until the government appointed an independent tribunal or accepted the current amount as full payment. To organize the movement, Patel set up 13 chavanas or workers' camps in the taluka. Bardoli Satyagraha Patrika was brought out to mobilize public opinion. An intelligence wing was set up to make sure all the tenants followed the movement's resolutions. Those who opposed the movement faced a social boycott. Special emphasis was placed on the mobilization of women. K.M. Munshi and Lalji Naranji resigned from the Bombay Legislative Council in support of the movement. By August 1928, massive tension had built up in the area. There were prospects of a railway strike in Bombay. Gandhi reached Bardoli to stand by in case of any emergency. The government was looking for a graceful withdrawal now. It set the condition that first the enhanced rent be paid by all the occupants, not actually done. Then, a committee went into the whole affair and found the revenue hike to be unjustified and recommended a rise of 6.03% only. During the 1930s, the peasant awakening was influenced by the Great Depression in the industrialized countries and the civil disobedience movement, which took the form of no rent, no revenue movement in many areas. Also, after the decline of the active phase movement 1932, many new entrants to active politics started looking for suitable outlets for release of their energies and took to organization of peasants. The All India Kisan Congress Sabha. This Sabha was founded in Lucknow in April 1936 with Swami Sajanand Saraswati as the president and N.G. Ranga as the general secretary. A Kisan manifesto was issued and a periodical under Indulal Yagnik started. The AIKS and the Congress held their sessions in Faspa in 1936. The Congress manifesto, especially the agrarian policy for the 1937 provincial elections, was strongly influenced by the AIKS agenda. Under Congress ministries. The period 1937-39 was the high watermark of the peasant movements and activity under the Congress provincial rule. The chief form of mobilization was through holding Kisan conferences and meetings where demands were aired and resolutions were passed. Mobilization campaigns were carried out in the villages. Peasant activity in provinces. Kerala. In the Malabar region, the peasants were mobilized mainly by the Congress Socialist Party activists. Many Karshak Sanghams peasants organizations came into existence. The most popular method was the marching of jats or peasants groups to the landlords to get their demands accepted. One significant campaign by the peasants was in 1938 for the amendment of the Malabar Tenancy Act 1929. Andhra. This region had already witnessed a decline in the prestige of Zamindars after their defeat by congressmen in elections. Anti-Zamindar movements were going on in some places. Many provincial riot associations were active. N.G. Ranga had set up, in 1933, the India Peasants' Institute. After 1936, the Congress Socialists started organizing the peasants. At many places, the summer schools of economics and politics were held and addressed by leaders like P.C. Joshi, Ajoy Ghosh and R.D. Bhardwaj. Bihar. Here, Sajanand Saraswati was joined by Karyanand Sharma, Yadunandan Sharma, Rahul Sankritayan, Panchanand Sharma, Jamun Karjiti, etc. In 1935, the Provincial Kisan Conference adopted the anti-Zamindari slogan. The Provincial Kisan Sabha developed a rift with the Congress over the Bakasht land issue because of an unfavorable government resolution which was not acceptable to the Sabha. The movement died out by August 1939. Punjab. The earlier peasant mobilization here had been organized by the Punjab Naujawan Bharat Sabha, the Kirti Kisan Party, the Congress, and the Akalis. A new direction to the movement was given by the Punjab Kisan Committee in 1937. The main targets of the movement were the landlords of western Punjab who dominated the unionist ministry. The immediate issues taken up were resettlement of land revenue in Amritsar and Lahore, and increase in water rates in canal colonies of Multan and Montgomery, where feudal levies were being demanded by the private contractors. Here the peasants went on a strike and were finally able to win concessions. The peasant activity in Punjab was mainly concentrated in Jalandhar, Amritsar, Hoshiarpur, Lyalpur, and Sheikhupura. The Muslim tenants at will of West Punjab and the Hindu peasants of southeastern Punjab, today, Haryana, remained largely unaffected. Peasant activity was also organized in Bengal, Burdwan, and 24 Parganas, Assam, Surma Valley, Orissa, Central Provinces, and NWFP. During the war, because of a pro-war line adopted by the communists, the AIKS was split on communist and non-communist lines, and many veteran leaders like Sajanand, Indulal Yagnik, and N.G. Ranga left the Sabha. But the Kisan Sabha continued to work among the people. It did notable work during the famine of 1943. Post-war phase Tebhaga movement. In September 1946, the Bengal Provincial Kisan Sabha gave a call to implement, through mass struggle, the Flood Commission recommendations of Tebhaga, 2/3 share, to the Bargardas, the sharecroppers also known as Bachhasi or Adhyar, instead of the 1/2 share. The Bargardas worked on lands rented from the Jotedars. The communist cadres, including many urban student militias, went to the countryside to organize the Bargardas. The central slogan was, Nich Hamare Dhan Tolo, i.e., sharecroppers taking the paddy to their own threshing floor and not to the Jotedar's house, as before, so as to enforce Tebhaga. The storm center of the movement was North Bengal, principally among Rajbanshas, a low caste of tribal origin. Muslims also participated in large numbers. The movement dissipated soon, because of the League Ministry's stop of the Bargardari Bill, and intensified repression, the popularization of the Hindu Mahasabha's agitation for a separate Bengal, and renewed riots in Calcutta, which ended the prospects of sympathetic support from the urban sections. Telangana movement. This was the biggest peasant guerrilla war of modern Indian history, affecting 3,000 villages and 3 million population. The princely state of Hyderabad under Rasajahi Nizams was marked by a combination of religious linguistic domination, by a Maul Urdu-speaking Muslim elite ruling over predominantly Hindu Telugu, Marathi, Kannada-speaking groups, total lack of political and civil liberties, grossest forms of forced exploitation by Deshmukhs, Jagirdars, Dauras, landlords, in forms of forced labor, Vethi, and illegal exactions. During the war, the communist-led guerrillas had built a strong base in Telangana villages through Andhra Mahasabha and had been leading local struggles on issues such as wartime exactions, abuse of rationing, excessive rent, and Vethi. The uprising began in July 1946 when a Deshmukh thug murdered a village militant in Jangaon taluk of Nalgonda. Soon, the uprising spread to Warangal and Khammam. The peasants organized themselves into village sanghams, and attacked using lathis, stone slings, and chili powder. They had to face brutal repression. The movement was at its greatest intensity between August 1947 and September 1948. The peasants brought about a rout of the Razakars, the Nizam's stormtroopers. Once the Indian security forces took over Hyderabad, the movement fizzled out. The Telangana movement had many positive achievements to its credit. Filled circle in the villages controlled by guerrillas, Vethi and forced labor disappeared. Filled circle agricultural wages were raised. Filled circle illegally seized lands were restored. Filled circle steps were taken to fix ceilings and redistribute lands. Filled circle measures were taken to improve irrigation and fight cholera. Filled circle an improvement in the condition of women was witnessed. Filled circle the autocratic feudal regime of India's biggest princely state was shaken up, clearing the way for the formation of Andhra Pradesh on linguistic lines and realizing another aim of the national movement in this region. Balance sheet of peasant movements. These movements created an atmosphere for post-independence agrarian reforms, for instance, abolition of zamindari. They eroded the power of the landed class, thus adding to the transformation of the agrarian structure. These movements were based on the ideology of nationalism. The nature of these movements was similar in diverse areas. The end. Thank you for listening. Please like, share, comment, and subscribe. Hello, friends. Welcome to Study Time, Chapter 32. The Movement of the Working Class. The beginning of the second half of the 19th century heralded the entry of modern industry into India. The thousands of hands employed in construction of railways were harbingers of the modern Indian working class. Further industrialization came with the development of ancillary industries along with the railways. The coal industry developed fast and employed a large working force. Then came the cotton and the jute industries. The Indian working class suffered from the same kind of exploitation witnessed during the industrialization of Europe and the rest of the West, such as low wages, long working hours, unhygienic and hazardous working conditions, employment of child labor, and the absence of basic amenities. The presence of colonialism in India gave a distinctive touch to the Indian working class movement. The Indian working class had to face two basic antagonistic forces, an imperialist political rule and economic exploitation at the hands of both foreign and native capitalist classes. Under the circumstances, inevitably, the Indian working class movement became intertwined with the political struggle for national emancipation. Early efforts. The early nationalists, especially the moderates, filled circle were indifferent to the labor's cause. Filled Circle differentiated between the labor in the Indian-owned factories and those in the British-owned factories. Filled Circle believed that labor legislations would affect the competitive edge enjoyed by the Indian-owned industries. Filled Circle did not want a division in the movement on the basis of classes. Filled Circle did not support the Factory Acts of 1881 and 1891. For these reasons. Thus, earlier attempts to improve the economic conditions of the workers were in the nature of the philanthropic efforts which were isolated, sporadic and aimed at specific local grievances. 1870 Sasipada Banerjee started a workingmen's club and newspaper Bharat Shramjeevi. 1878 Sorabji Shapurji Bengali tried to get a bill, providing better working conditions to labor, passed in the Bombay Legislative Council. 1880 Narain Meghaji Lokhande started the newspaper Deenbandhu and set up the Bombay Mill and Mill Hands Association. 1899 The first strike by the Great Indian Peninsular Railways took place, and it got widespread support. Tilak's Kesari and Maharatha had been campaigning for the strike for months. There were many prominent nationalist leaders like Bipin Chandra Pal and G. Subramanya Iyer who demanded better conditions for workers and other pro-labor reforms. During Swadeshi upsurge, workers participated in wider political issues. Strikes were organized by Ashwani Kumar Banerjee, Prabhat Kumar Roy Chowdhury, Premtosh Bose and Apurba Kumar Ghosh. These strikes were organized in government press, railways and the jute industry. There were attempts to form trade unions but these were not very successful. Subramania Siva and Chidambaram Pillai led strikes in Tuticorin and Tirunelveli and were arrested. The biggest strike of the period was organized after Tilak's arrest and trial. During the First World War and after. The war and its aftermath brought a rise in exports, soaring prices, massive profiteering opportunities for the industrialists but very low wages for the workers. This led to discontent among workers. The emergence of Gandhi led to a broad-based national movement and the emphasis was placed on the mobilization of the workers and peasants for the national cause. A need was felt for the organization of the workers in trade unions. International events like the establishment of a socialist republic in the Soviet Union, formation of the Comintern and setting up of International Labour Organization (ILO) lent a new dimension to the movement of the working class in India. The ATEC. The All India Trade Union Congress was founded on October 31, 1920. The Indian National Congress president for the year, Lala Lajpat Rai, was elected as the first president of ATEC and Dewan Chaman Lal as the first general secretary. Lajpat Rai was the first to link capitalism with imperialism. Imperialism and militarism are the twin children of capitalism. The prominent Congress and Swarajist leader C.R. Das presided over the third and the fourth sessions of the ATEC. The Gaya session of the Congress 1922 welcomed the formation of the ATEC and a committee was formed to assist it. C.R. Das advocated that the Congress should take up the workers' and peasants' cause and incorporate them in the struggle for Swaraj or else they would get isolated from the movement. Other leaders who kept close contacts with the ATEC included Nehru, Subhas Bose, C.F. Andrews, J.M. Sengupta, Satyamurthy, B.V. Giri and Sarojini Naidu. In the beginning, the ATEC was influenced by social democratic ideas of the British Labour Party. The Gandhian philosophy of non-violence, trusteeship and class collaboration had great influence on the movement. Gandhi helped organize the Ahmedabad Textile Labour Association 1918 and through a protest secured a 27.5% wage hike. Later, the Arbitrators Award ensured a 35% raise. The Trade Union Act 1926. The Trade Union Act 1926. Field Circle recognized trade unions as legal associations. Field Circle laid down conditions for registration and regulation of trade union activities. Field Circle secured immunity, both civil and criminal, for trade unions from prosecution for legitimate activities, but put some restrictions on their political activities. Late 1920s. A strong communist influence on the movement lent a militant and revolutionary content to it. In 1928 there was a 6-month-long strike in Bombay textile mills led by the Girni Kamgar Union. The whole of 1928 witnessed unprecedented industrial unrest. This period also saw the crystallization of various communist groups, with leaders like S.A. Dange, Muzaffar Ahmad, P.C. Joshi, Sohan Singh Joshi etc. Alarmed at the increasing strength of the trade union movement under extremist influence, the government resorted to legislative restrictions. It passed the Public Safety Ordinance 1929 and the Trade Disputes Act TDA 1929. The TDA 1929 Field Circle made compulsory the appointment of courts of inquiry and consultation boards for settling industrial disputes. Field Circle made illegal the strikes in public utility services like posts, railways, water and electricity, unless each individual worker planning to go on strike gave an advance notice of 1 month to the administration. Field Circle forbade trade union activity of coercive or purely political nature and even sympathetic strikes. Meerut Conspiracy Case 1929. In March 1929, the government arrested 31 labor leaders, and the 3.5-year trial resulted in the conviction of Muzaffar Ahmad, S.A. Dange, Joglekar, Philip Spratt, Ben Bradley, Shaukat Usmani and others. The trial got worldwide publicity but weakened the working class movement. The workers participated during 1930 in the civil disobedience movement, but after 1931 there was a dip in the working class movement because of a split in 1931 in which the corporatist trend led by N.M. Joshi broke away from the ATEC to set up the All India Trade Union Federation. In 1935, the communists rejoined the ATEC. Now, the left front consisted of the communists, Congress socialists and the leftist nationalists like Nehru and Subhas. Under Congress ministries. During the 1937 elections, the ATEC had supported the Congress candidates. The Congress governments in provinces gave a fillip to the trade union activity. The Congress ministries were generally sympathetic to the workers' demands. Many legislations favorable to the workers were passed. During and after the Second World War. Initially, the workers opposed the war, but after 1941 when Russia joined the war on behalf of the Allies, the communists described the war as a people's war and supported it. The communists dissociated themselves from the Quit India movement. A policy of industrial peace was advocated by the communists. In the period 1945 to 1947, workers participated actively in the post-war national upsurges. In 1945, the dock workers of Bombay and Calcutta refused to load ships taking supplies to the warring troops in Indonesia. During 1946, the workers went on a strike in support of the naval ratings. During the last year of foreign rule, there were strikes by workers of posts, railways and many other establishments. After independence, the working class movement got polarized on the basis of political ideologies. The end. Thank you for listening. Please like, share, comment and subscribe. Hello friends. Welcome to Study Time. Chapter 33. Challenges before the newborn nation. First day of independent India. August 15, 1947 started an epoch that ended India's colonial subjugation and looked forward to a new India, India as an independent country. The Constituent Assembly of India met at 11 p.m. on August 14, 1947. Rajendra Prasad presided over the session. In a ceremony held in the Constituent Assembly in Parliament House at midnight of August 14 to 15, 1947, Jawaharlal Nehru, speaking as the first Prime Minister of independent India, gave his historic speech. Nehru said, "Long years ago we made a tryst with destiny, and now the time comes when we shall redeem our pledge, not wholly in full measure, but very substantially. At the stroke of midnight hour, when the world sleeps, India will wake to life and freedom." On August 15, 1947, Jawaharlal Nehru, as Prime Minister of India, hoisted the Indian national flag above the Lahori Gate of Red Fort in Delhi. First government after independence. The Governor General and the ministers were sworn in. Jawaharlal Nehru took charge as the first Prime Minister of India on August 15, 1947, and was assisted by 15 other members. Sardar Patel served as the Deputy Prime Minister till his death in December 1950. Lord Mountbatten, and later C. Rajagopalachari served as Governor General till January 26, 1950, when India became a republic and elected Rajendra Prasad as its first president. The first Council of Ministers of Independent India was as follows. 1. Jawaharlal Nehru, Prime Minister, Minister of External Affairs and Commonwealth Relations, Minister of Scientific Research. 2. Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Home Affairs and States, Minister of Information and Broadcasting. 3. Maulana Abul Kalam Azad, Minister of Education. 4. John Mathai, Minister of Railways and Transport. 5. Sardar Baldev Singh, Minister of Defense. 6. Jairamdas Daulatram, Minister of Food and Agriculture. 7. Jagjeevan Ram, Minister of Labor. 8. C. H. Babha, Minister of Commerce. 9. Amrit Kaur, Minister of Health. 10. Rafi Ahmad Kidwai, Minister of Communications. 11. Narhar Vishnu Gadgil, Minister of Works, Mines and Power. 12. R. K. Shanmukham Chetty, Minister of Finance. 13. K. Siniyogi, Minister of Relief and Rehabilitation. 14. B. R. Ambedkar, Minister of Law, belonged to the Scheduled Castes Federation, resigned in 1951. 15. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee, Minister of Industries and Supplies, Hindu Mahasabha, first to resign from the cabinet in April 1950. 16. Narasimha Gopalaswamy Iyengar, Minister without portfolio, assigned the task to act as a link between the Union government and the cabinet of East Punjab government. 17. Mohanlal Saxena, Minister without portfolio. Challenges. Independent India, however, had to face several challenges. Immediate challenges: territorial and administrative integration of princely states, communal riots, rehabilitation of nearly 60 lakh refugees migrated from Pakistan, protection of Muslims living in India as well as those going to Pakistan from communal gangs, need to avoid war with Pakistan, communist insurgency, etc. Medium-term challenges: framing of the Constitution for India, building of a representative, democratic and civil libertarian political order, elections, and abolition of feudal setup in agriculture, etc. Long-term challenges: national integration, economic development, poverty alleviation, etc. India, as well as Pakistan, faced the consequences of partition. The Independence Act had laid the procedure for the resolution of three major problems: I. The settlement of boundaries between the two nations. E. The division of apparatus and personnel of Indian civil services and some other services. And E. Division of military assets and formations. Radcliffe's boundary award and the communal riots. In accordance with the partition plan, the respective legislative assemblies of Punjab and Bengal met in two sections, one representing the Muslim majority districts and other of the rest of the province, and decided by simple majority in favor of the partition of the two provinces. West Punjab, which went to Pakistan, received 62,000 square miles of territory and 15.7 million people, census 1941, of whom 11.85 million were Muslims. East Punjab, India's share, received 37,000 square miles of land area, with a population of 12.6 million, of whom 4.37 million were Muslims. Likewise, West Bengal became part of India with a territory of 28,000 square miles, and a population of 21.2 million, of whom 5.3 million were Muslims. East Bengal, which constituted East Pakistan, got 49,400 square miles of territory and 39.10 million people, 27.7 million Muslims and the rest non-Muslims. Thus, on both sides of the Radcliffe line, sizable sections of populations became minority, religion-wise 20 million non-Muslims in Pakistan and 42 million, later reduced to 35 million, Muslims in India. Challenges before the Boundary Commission. In absurd hurry, the British government appointed the Boundary Commission under the chairmanship of Sir Cyril Radcliffe. The Boundary Commission consisted of 2 Muslims and 2 non-Muslim judges in each case, and worked under serious constraints. Radcliffe, with very limited knowledge of India, and with the use of out-of-date maps and census materials, was required to draw the boundaries and decide disputed points within a period of 6 weeks. Although the religious demography was the deciding factor, other factors, such as rivers as natural boundaries, administrative units, economic viability, railway and roadway connectivity and other infrastructural facilities, such as the canal system, were also to be taken into consideration. The Sikhs, as a third party, Hindus and Muslims being 2 parties, were demographically scattered throughout Punjab. Their demand that all Sikh holy shrines be included in East Punjab part of India further complicated the situation. In face of such legal intricacies, a rational approach gave way to political considerations. The census of 1941, the basis of decisions, was also faulty. So the resultant boundary lines were bound to create several problems and leave many people unhappy. The report of the Boundary Commission was ready by August 12, but Lord Mountbatten intentionally made it public after August 15, so that the responsibility of the consequences, communal riots and its repercussions, would not fall on the British. The way in which the British government decided to demarcate the boundary and leave the country amidst unrest was a most callous way to behave. Regions most affected by riots. The communal riots had started in August 1946 itself. But with the announcement of partition and independence, the situation became more inflamed. The regions through which the Radcliffe line was drawn became most violent and maximum number of murders, rapes and abduction of women and children took place. Armed bands of Sikhs and Hindus and Muslims roamed the cities and countryside of Punjab, committing unbelievable crimes. A war of extermination was launched on both sides of the border, when refugee trains are reported to have arrived, sometimes carrying only dead bodies. According to an estimate, around 180,000 were killed, 60,000 from the west and 120,000 from the east. The regions of Bengal, due to the presence of Gandhi and his efforts through fasts, experienced less violence in comparison to Punjab. Riots began in Delhi, with a massacre of Muslims in revenge for Punjab. Gandhian fasts had a temporary impact. In Bihar, prior to partition, in October 1946, Hindu peasants, allegedly instigated by Hindu landlords to divert attention from agrarian problems, killed Muslims. This was followed by violence in Gadmukteshwar in the United Province, where Hindu pilgrims killed 1,000 Muslims. But after partition, due to Gandhi's initiatives, no massacres took place in these regions. Why so many casualties? The Governor-General anticipated the danger of riots and assembled a boundary force of 50,000 men. But Nehru's decision to not allow British troops into the matter proved devastating. The boundary force themselves got divided along communal affiliations. Further, the European officers were busy preparing to leave India. According to Lockhart, the commander-in-chief of the views, the systematic failure of British governments to contemplate or prepare for any planned transfer of power to India is epitomized by the fact that a man of Radcliffe's background and lack of experience, he had never been east of Gibraltar before he came to India, should have been asked to embark on such a fundamental task so very late in the day. Walter Reed, keeping the jewel in the crown with limitations of time, knowledge and understanding, it was virtually impossible to deal adequately with the often vital accessories of a boundary line, such as the location of the canal headwaters in relation to the canals themselves, communications by road and rail, the fate of mixed or isolated populations, and such invisible problems as the location of pasture lands in relation to villages, flocks and herds. Percival Spear. Radcliffe tried to take account of irrigation canals and water supplies so that there was enough water in the central Punjab, but on the scale with which he was dealing, he was bound to make mistakes. If villages weren't bisected by the boundary, they were separated from the villages' fields, railway stations from the towns they served, and communities from the resources on which they relied. Walter Reed, keeping the jewel in the crown, they had absolutely no conception. They asked me to come in and do the sticky job for them, and when I had done it, they hated it. But what could they expect in the circumstances? Surely, they must have realized what was coming to them once they had decided on partition. But they had made absolutely no plans for coping with the situation. Radcliffe, quoted by Leonard Mosley, The Last Days of the British Raj. Indian Army, August 15 to December 31, 1947. The widespread disorder would have been under control if all the personnel from civil and armed services had been placed in their respective new countries. Challenges associated with division of resources. The partition of India was accompanied by division of resources of the civil government as well as division of the military forces and equipment. Division of civil government. To resolve the division of civil government amicably, a partition council presided over by the Governor General and consisting of 2 representatives each of India and Pakistan, was set up. The council was helped by a steering committee, consisting of H.M. Patel and Muhammad Ali, at operational level. All civil servants were offered to give their option about the dominion they wanted to serve. Around 160,000 employees opted for transfer from India to Pakistan or from Pakistan to India. For the personnel of the Indian civil services, a distinction was made between the Europeans and the Indians. The Indian members were to continue in service in their country of choice, India or Pakistan, on the existing scale of service. The European officers could continue in service on their existing pay, leave, pension rights, etc., but if they wished to retire, they were entitled to special compensation and early retirement. Division of finances. The division of cash balances as well as allocation of public debt created tensions between the two countries. Pakistan wanted a 1/4 share of the total cash balances, but India had to point out that only a small portion of the cash balances represented the real cash needs of the undivided India and the rest was maintained only as an anti-inflationary mechanism. Ramachandra Goa writes in his India After Gandhi that the Indian government had withheld Pakistan's share of the sterling balance, which the British owed jointly to the two dominions, a debt incurred on account of Indian contributions to the Second World War. The amount was some 550 million rupees. The Indian government was not keen to release the money due to Pakistan as it was angry with Pakistan for having attempted to seize Kashmir by force. Gandhi saw this as being unnecessarily spiteful. He went on a fast and made the ending of the fast conditional on the transfer of the money owed to Pakistan. He succeeded in pressurizing the Congress leadership to decide to give more cash resources to Pakistan. According to some scholars, this became one of the reasons for the assassination of Gandhi by a Hindu fanatic. Division of defense personnel and equipment. For a smooth division of the armed forces and their plants, machinery, equipment and stores, a joint defense council, headed by Affleck as its supreme commander, was set up. The council decided that Muslim majority units should be transferred to Pakistan and non-Muslim units to India, but due to serious differences between the two parties, the post of Supreme Commander was abolished. Amidst serious chaos, the British troops started to leave India from August 17, 1947, and the process was completed by February 1948. Assassination of Gandhi. On the evening of January 30, 1948, as he carried on his usual prayer meeting at Birla Mansion, New Delhi, Mahatma Gandhi was shot dead by Nathuram Godse. The event sent shock waves through the nation in making. Communalism and misinterpretation of nationalism were two fundamental factors under whose influence Godse killed Gandhi. In an address to the nation on the All India Radio, Nehru summed up the mood and spirit of the time: "The light has gone out of our lives and there is darkness everywhere. The best prayer we can offer him and his memory is to dedicate ourselves to truth and to the cause for which the great countryman of ours lived and for which he died." Sardar Patel appealed to the people not to seek revenge but to follow Gandhi's message of love and non-violence. He said, "It is a shame for us that the greatest man of the world has had to pay with his life for the sins which we have committed. We did not follow him when he was alive. Let us at least follow his steps now he is dead." Nathuram Godse was tried and sentenced to death. At his trial he declared that he had acted as he had because of Gandhi's consistent pandering to the Muslims, culminating in his last pro-Muslim fast, which at last goaded me to the conclusion that the existence of Gandhi should be brought to an end immediately. On February 4, 1948, the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh (RSS) was banned by the government. It was felt by the government that the right-wing extremism which the RSS was seen to represent would be very harmful for the unity of the nation. Though not directly involved in the assassination of Gandhi, the organization was seen to have a hand in the Punjab violence. It also attracted the support of many of the refugees. It was also rumored that the members of the RSS had celebrated the death of Gandhi. Nehru considered that groups such as the RSS had the blood of Mahatma Gandhi on their hands even though they dissociated themselves from his killing. The ban was lifted in July 1949, when the RSS accepted the conditions laid down by the government. These conditions were that the Sangh would restrict itself to cultural activities and not meddle with politics, renounce its agenda of violence and secrecy, profess publicly loyalty to the Indian constitution and flag tricolor, and organize itself on democratic principles. Rehabilitation and resettlement of refugees. The people displaced by partition were refugees in the sense that they had not left their homes voluntarily. The two new governments did not organize an orderly exchange of population. Refugee resettlement became the immediate challenge for both governments, India and Pakistan. The Indian government established an emergency committee of the cabinet to deal with the crisis in Delhi, and a Ministry of Relief and Rehabilitation to look after the refugees. In view of large-scale influx of displaced people, the notion of evacuee property, to be protected by government, for any future return of those who had left for Pakistan, became an empty rhetoric because it was almost impossible to force the refugees who settled in the empty houses of Muslims. This, at a later time, made the return of the refugees impossible. East Punjab. Some refugees were accommodated temporarily in refugee camps, which were run till 1949. For urban refugees, the government started industrial and vocational training schemes, and even grants were given to start small businesses or industries. The rural refugees were given land, agricultural loans, and housing subsidies. Although the state government and the central government mobilized massive resources, it was still not adequate, and a general trend of differentiated entitlements to such benefits was observed. For example, refugees with social and cultural capital, class and caste status and political connections, often got the better deal, while the depressed classes were given little or no consideration. Bengal. The problem was much more prolonged and complicated in Bengal. By 1948, only a small group of high caste, landed or middle-class Hindus migrated to West Bengal by arranging exchange of property or jobs on individual levels. But during December 1949 and January 1950, due to a fresh outbreak of violence in Khulna, a large number of peasants started to leave East Pakistan. In revenge, anti-Muslim riots started in February 1950 and forced about 1 million Muslims to leave West Bengal. This further aggravated anti-Hindu violence in East Pakistan, and by 1951, about 15 lakh Hindu refugees arrived in West Bengal. But the Indian government didn't recognize these migrants as refugees and Nehru tried to send them back. Delhi Pact on Minorities. To resolve the problems of refugees and restore communal peace in the two countries, especially in Bengal, East Pakistan as well as West Bengal, the Indian Prime Minister, Jawaharlal Nehru, and the Pakistani Prime Minister, Liaquat Ali Khan, signed an agreement on April 8, 1950. The agreement, known as the Delhi Pact on Minorities or Liaquat-Nehru Pact, envisaged the appointment of ministers from minority communities in both Pakistan and India at both central and provincial levels. Under the pact, minority commissions were to be set up, together with the commissions of inquiry to look into the probable causes behind the communal riots on both sides of border, in Bengal, and to recommend steps to prevent recurrence of such incidents. Under the pact, India and Pakistan also agreed to include representatives of the minority community in the cabinets of East Pakistan and West Bengal, and decided to depute two central ministers, one from each government, to remain in the affected regions for such period as might be necessary. The pact provided for the creation of an agency entrusted with the task of recovering and rehabilitating abducted women. The idea was criticized by many scholars. The idea to encourage refugees to return to their original homes failed, because the two governments failed to restore confidence among the refugees. Further, the properties of the refugees were declared as enemy property. India brought amendments in the Enemy Property Act, 1968 in 2016 also. The provisions of the Liaquat-Nehru Pact were severely criticized by Hindu nationalists like Shyama Prasad Mukherjee and K.C. Neogi. Mukherjee resigned from the Nehru cabinet in protest, as he believed that the refugee problem could only be solved through a transfer of population and acquisition of certain territories from Pakistan to rehabilitate the people who came into India. Centers of refugee settlements in India. In Delhi, Lajpat Nagar, Rajendra Nagar, Punjabi Bagh, Nizamuddin East and Kingsway Camp were some areas developed into housing complexes to settle the refugees permanently. People who came from West Pakistan settled in states like Punjab, which at the time included the present-day Haryana and Himachal Pradesh. The Sindhi Hindus settled in Gujarat, Maharashtra, Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh. Ulhasnagar, city of joy in Maharashtra, was especially developed to settle refugees from Sindh areas. West Bengal, Assam, Tripura and other northeastern states accommodated the refugees from East Pakistan, present Bangladesh. The government settled some refugees in the Andaman Islands too. At present, Bengalis form the largest linguistic group in some parts of Andaman Islands. Communists and independence. On September 1948, on the pretext of maintaining law and order situation in South India, the Indian Army intervened and took control of Hyderabad without much resistance from the Nizam. But the internal politics of Hyderabad became complicated due to the Telangana movement led by the communists. The alliance between the Congress and the communists had broken before the accession of Hyderabad into India. In December 1947, the Communist Party of India (CPI) had denounced the Indian independence as fake, with the slogan, "Ye Azadi Jhoti Hai," and termed the Congress government led by Nehru as the stooges of Anglo-American imperialism and the feudal forces within the country. In February-March 1948, in its second Congress in Calcutta, the CPI adopted its political thesis, which formally declared that the national government established on August 15, 1947 was indeed the major enemy of the Indian people and hence required to be changed through general revolution. To achieve this goal, the communist leaders decided to follow what popularly came to be known as the BT Ranadive line after the name of CPI's then General Secretary. They declared, the present state will be replaced by a People's Democratic Republic, a republic of workers, peasants, and oppressed middle classes. The communist insurgency spread to other parts of India, especially in West Bengal, which saw the revival of the Tebhaga movement and an urban insurgency in Calcutta. Why communists were skeptical about independence? 1. They believed that a policy of class struggle and armed insurgency against the state run by the Congress, alleged as collaborationist bourgeoisie, was necessary to shift the attention of the masses from the politics of communal hatred that shrouded the country after partition. 2. The late 1940s and the early 1950s witnessed communist successes in Asian countries like China, Malaya, Indonesia, the Philippines and Burma, Myanmar. In September 1947, Russia announced its A. Zhdanov thesis is an answer to the Marshall Plan, encouraging more activism on the part of the international communist parties. The Indian communists thus geared up for an armed insurgency. 3. According to Ramachandra Goa, the CPI leadership, encouraged by the initial successes of the Telangana movement, misconceived the scattered disillusionment with the Congress as revolutionary potential, and thought this is the beginning of Red India. Shift from antagonistic strategy to constitutional democracy. The communist movement remained localized in Hyderabad and West Bengal. The mass support was sporadic and conditional as people were not ready to reject the Congress so soon after independence. The government also decided to take stern action. While in the Hyderabad region the Indian Armed Forces continued its police action, in West Bengal the CPI was banned in March 1948 and in January, a Security Act was passed to imprison the communist leaders without trial. Within the communist leadership, there were divisions on the Chinese line and the Russian line, which became wider after the failure of a proposed railway strike on May 9, 1949. In September 1950, the prominent communist leaders like Ajoy Ghosh, S.A. Dange and S.V. Ghate criticized the organization for its faulty strategies and its failure to take notice of the true picture of independent India. Consequently, in October 1951, at the Third Party Congress of the CPI, held in Calcutta, a significant shift in its policy was endorsed. It decided to withdraw the Telangana movement and forge an inclusive front of the peasants, workers and middle classes. Consequently, the ban was lifted by the government, and the Indian Communists participated in the general election of 1951-52, thus moving from an insurrectionist path to the path of constitutional democracy. The end. Thank you for listening. Please like, share, comment and subscribe. Hello friends. Welcome to Study Time. Chapter 34. The Indian States. The princely states, also called the Indian states, which covered a total area of 12,508 square miles and numbered no fewer than 562, included tiny states such as Bilbari with a population of 27 persons only and some big ones like Hyderabad, as large as Italy, with a population of 14 million. The East India Company acquired, in the process of conquest, important coastal tracts, the valleys of the great navigable rivers and such tracts which were rich in agricultural products and densely populated by prosperous people, while, generally, the Indian states were the inaccessible and less fertile tracts of the Indian peninsula. The making of Indian states was largely governed by the same circumstances which led to the growth of East India Company's power in India. The evolution of relations between the British authority and states can be traced under the following broad stages. I. The company's struggle for equality from a position of subordination, 1740-1765. Starting with Anglo-French rivalry with the coming of Depoli in 1751, the East India Company asserted political identity with capture of Arcot 1751. With the Battle of Plassey in 1757, the East India Company acquired political power next only to the Bengal Nawabs. In 1765, with the acquisition of the Diwani of Bengal, Bihar and Orissa, the East India Company became a significant political power. 2. Policy of ring fence, 1765-1813. This policy was reflected in Warren Hastings' wars against the Marathas and Mysore, and aimed at creating buffer zones to defend the company's frontiers. The main threat was from the Marathas and Afghan invaders. The company undertook to organize Awadh's defense to safeguard Bengal's security. Wellesley's policy of subsidiary alliance was an extension of ring fence, which sought to reduce states to a position of dependence on British government in India. Major powers such as Hyderabad, Awadh and the Marathas accepted subsidiary alliance. Thus, British supremacy was established. 3. Policy of subordinate isolation, 1813-1857. Now, the imperial idea grew and the theory of paramountcy began to develop. Indian states were supposed to act in subordinate cooperation with the British government and acknowledge its supremacy. The states surrendered all forms of external sovereignty but retained sovereignty in internal administration. British residents were transformed from diplomatic agents of a foreign power to executive and controlling officers of a superior government. In 1833, the Charter Act ended the company's commercial functions even as it retained political functions. It adopted the practice of insisting on prior approval sanction for all matters of succession. In 1834, the Board of Directors issued guidelines to annex states wherever and whenever possible. This policy of annexation culminated in usurpation of 8 states by Dalhousie, including some big states such as Satara and Nagpur. IV. Policy of Subordinate Union, 1857-1935. The year 1858 saw the assumption of direct responsibility by the Crown. Because of the states' loyalty during the 1857 revolt and their potential use as breakwaters in political storms of the future, the policy of annexation was abandoned. The new policy was to punish or depose but not to annex. After 1858, the fiction of authority of the Mughal emperor ended. Sanction for all matters of succession was required from the Crown since the Crown stood forth as the unquestioned ruler and the paramount power. Now the ruler inherited the Gaddi not as a matter of right but as a gift from the paramount power, because the fiction of Indian states standing in a status of equality with the Crown as independent, sovereign states ended with the Queen adopting the title of Kaiser-i-Hind, Queen Empress of India. The paramount supremacy of the Crown presupposed and implied the subordination of states. The British government exercised the right to interfere in the internal spheres of states, partly in the interest of the princes, partly in the interest of people's welfare, partly to secure proper conditions for British subjects and foreigners, and partly in the interest of the whole of India. The British government was further helped in this encroachment by modern developments in communication, railways, roads, telegraph, canals, post offices, press and public opinion. The Government of India exercised complete and undisputed control in international affairs. It could declare war, peace or neutrality for states. According to the Butler Commission in 1927, for the purpose of international relations, state territory is in the same position as British territory and state subjects in the same position as British subjects. Curzon's approach. Curzon stretched the interpretation of old treaties to mean that the princes, in their capacity as servants of people, were supposed to work side by side with the Governor-General in the scheme of Indian government. He adopted a policy of patronage and intrusive surveillance. He thought the relations between the states and government were neither feudal nor federal, but a type not based on a treaty but consisting of a series of relationships having grown under different historical conditions that, in the course of time, gradually conformed to a single line. The new trend seemed to reduce all states to a single type, uniformly dependent on the British government and considered as an integral part of Indian political system. Post-1905. A policy of cordial cooperation began to counter progressive and revolutionary developments in face of large-scale political unrests. According to the recommendations of the Montfort Reforms 1921, a Chamber of Princes Narendra Mandal was set up as a consultative and advisory body having no say in the internal affairs of individual states and having no powers to discuss matters concerning existing rights and freedoms. For the purpose of the chamber, the Indian states were divided into three categories. 1. Directly represented, 109. 2. Represented through representatives, 127. 3. Recognized as feudal holdings or jagirs. Butler Committee. The question of extent of sovereignty and paramountcy was still undefined. The Butler Committee, 1927, was set up to examine the nature of relationship between the princely states and government. It gave the following recommendations. 1. Paramountcy must remain supreme and must fulfill its obligations, adopting and defining itself according to the shifting necessities of time and progressive development of states. 2. States should not be handed over to an Indian government in British India, responsible to an Indian legislature, without the consent of states. Thus, paramountcy was left undefined and this hydra-headed creature was left to feed on usage, crown, as prerogative and the prince's implied consent. Policy of Equal Federation, 1935-1947, a non-starter. The Government of India Act, 1935 proposed a federal assembly with 125 out of 375 seats for the princes and the Council of States with 104 out of 160 seats for the princes, under its scheme of an all-India federation, which was subject to ratification by states representing more than half of the population and entitled to more than half of the seats in the Council of States. This scheme never came into existence and after the outbreak of World War II, September 1939, it was dropped altogether. Integration and merger. After World War II began and a position of non-cooperation was adopted by the Congress, the British government tried to break the deadlock through the Cripps Mission, 1942, Wavell Plan, 1945, Cabinet Mission, 1946, and Attlee's Statement, February 1947. Cripps held that the British government did not contemplate transferring paramountcy of crown to any other party in India. The states tried various schemes to forge a union of their own, envisaging themselves as sovereign in status or as a third force in the Indian political scene. The June 3 Plan and Attlee's Statement made it clear that the states were free to join either of the two dominions, and Mountbatten refused to give a sovereign status to the states. Sardar Patel, who was in charge of the States Ministry in the interim cabinet, helped by V.P. Menon, the secretary in the ministry, appealed to the patriotic feeling of rulers to join the Indian Dominion in matters of defense, communication and external affairs, the three areas which had been part of the paramountcy of the crown and over which the states had anyway no control. By August 15, 1947, 136 states had joined the Indian Union but others remained precariously outside. Plebiscite and army action. 1. Junagadh, the Muslim Nawab, wanted to join Pakistan but a Hindu majority population wanted to join the Indian Union. In the face of repressive attitude of the Nawab, there was a plebiscite which decided in favor of India. 2. Hyderabad wanted a sovereign status. It signed a standstill agreement with India in November 1947. Indian troops withdrew and the Nizam's police and stormtroopers Razakkas took over. The Nizam wanted an outlet to the Sikh Goa. The violence and supply of foreign arms prompted Indian troops to move in again in 1948, described as a police action to restore law and order. Hyderabad acceded in November 1949. 3. Kashmir. The state of Jammu and Kashmir had a Hindu prince and a Muslim majority population. The prince envisaged a sovereign status for the state and was reluctant to accede to either of the dominions. As he procrastinated, the newly established state of Pakistan sent its forces behind a front of tribal militia and moved menacingly towards Srinagar. It was now that the prince was forced to sign an instrument of accession, October 1947, with the Indian Union, endorsed by the popular leader Sheikh Abdullah. Indian troops were dispatched to defend the state against the raiders from Pakistan. India's complaints to the UN Security Council regarding raids from Pakistan and the Indian offer to settle the status of the state through a plebiscite led to a ceasefire but left 84,000 square km of area under Pakistani occupation. The special status of Jammu and Kashmir was recognized under Article 370 of the Indian Constitution, which implied a limited jurisdiction of the Indian Union over the state as compared to other states. Gradual integration. The problem now was twofold. Of transforming the states into viable administrative units, and of absorbing them into the constitutional units. This was sought to be solved by 1. Incorporating smaller states, 216 such states, into contiguous provinces and listed in Part A. For instance, 39 states of Orissa and Chhattisgarh were incorporated into central provinces, Orissa. Gujarat states were incorporated into Bombay. 2. Making some states as centrally administered for strategic or special reasons, listed in Part C, 61 states. Himachal Pradesh, Vindhya Pradesh, Manipur, Tripura, Bhopal, etc. 3. Creating 5 unions: United States of Kathiawar, United States of Matsya, Patiala and East Punjab States Union, Rajasthan, and United States of Travancore, Kochi, later Kerala. Initially, these states acceded with respect to defense, communication, external affairs. Later, they felt that a closer association was necessary. The 5 unions and Mysore accepted Indian jurisdiction in union, concurrent subjects except taxation and subject to differences is under Article 238 and the supervisory power of union for 10 years. The 7th Amendment 1956 abolished Part B states as a class and formed one class out of Parts A and B. Thus special provisions relating to Part B states were deleted. The Indian states thus became part of one uniform political setup. The end. Thank you for listening. Please like, share, comment and subscribe. Hello friends. Welcome to Study Time. Chapter 35. Making of the Constitution for India. The Indian Constitution, which came into effect on January 26, 1950, has the distinction of being the longest in the world in terms of its length, content and complexity owing to country's size and diversity. At the time of framing of the Constitution, India was deeply divided besides being large and diverse, and hence it was designed in a way to keep the country together. If in one way, it sought to make Indians of different classes, castes and communities come together for a shared vision, in another way it sought to nurture democratic institutions in what had long been a culture of hierarchy and deference. Background. Although the Constitution of India was framed between December 1946 and December 1949, its roots deep lie in the Indian national movement against the colonial rule as well as in the movements for responsible and constitutional government in the princely states. Mridula Mukherjee, in her work, India Since Independence, has rejected the idea that the British initiated modern, responsible and constitutional government in India and that the 1950 Constitution was merely the culmination of the series of constitutional initiatives made by the British in 1861, 1892, 1909, 1919 and 1935. The fact that British concessions, at every stage, fell far short of what nationalists were demanding for. In the modern sense, there appeared the Constitution of India Bill, also known as the Home Rule Bill in 1895, which envisaged basic human rights such as freedom of expression, equality before the law, right to the inviolability of one's home, right to property, etc., for all citizens of India. Although there is no conclusive evidence to prove the authorship of the Home Rule Bill, Annie Besant believed that the bill was inspired by Tilak. In 1922, Mahatma Gandhi, in an article titled Independence, published in Young India, wrote that Swaraj would not be a free gift of the British Parliament but a declaration of India's full self-expression. The Constitution of India would be framed as per the wishes of the Indians. The Commonwealth of India Bill, which was drafted in India and to which Annie Besant, Tej Bahadur Sapru, V.S. Srinivasa Shastri made important contributions, was accepted unanimously by the Executive Committee of the Parliamentary Labour Party. The bill had its first reading in the House of Commons in December 1925. It was defeated, but it proved crucial as it had the support of very wide sections of Indian opinion, and specified in clear words that India shall be placed on an equal footing with the self-governing dominions. After the non-cooperation movement, Motilal Nehru in February 1924 introduced in the Central Legislative Assembly a resolution that gave due regard to minority rights and interests and came to be known as the National Demand. It was passed by a large majority in the Assembly. For the first time, a demand for a constitution and the procedure for its adoption were expounded in clear terms. Britain, in response to the national demand, appointed the all-white Simon Commission in November 1927 to recommend further constitutional changes. In response to Lord Birkenhead's challenge, the Nehru Report, submitted on August 1928, was an outline of a draft constitution for India. Most of its features were later incorporated in the Constitution of Independent India. The report embodied not only the perspective of the contemporary nationalist opinion but also an outline of a draft constitution for India. The latter was based on the principle of dominion status with full responsible government on the parliamentary pattern. It asserted the principle that sovereignty belongs to the Indian people, laid down a set of fundamental rights and provided for a federal system with maximum autonomy granted to the units but residuary powers vesting in the central government and joint electorates for elections to the federal lower house and the provincial legislatures with reservation of seats for minorities in certain cases for a limited period. In the aftermath of the Nehru Report, the Simon Commission was boycotted and in December 1929, the Congress declared complete independence as its ultimate goal. The idea that India's constitution should be framed via a constituent assembly elected for this very purpose and based on widest possible franchise gained support. Although M. N. Roy had made such a suggestion earlier, Jawaharlal Nehru was the first national leader to enunciate the idea in 1933. The Congress took up the demand for a constituent assembly as a part of its official policy in 1934 after refusing the Simon Commission's recommendations of 1933 is not expressive of the will of the people. Jawaharlal Nehru declared that the Congress had proposed, the Constitution of India must be framed, without outside interference, by a constituent assembly elected on the basis of adult franchise, and the Working Committee of the Congress reiterated the stand. At the Lucknow session of the Congress in 1936, it was declared that no constitution imposed by an outside authority and no constitution which curtails the sovereignty of the people would be acceptable to the Congress. In July 1937, after the Congress accepted office in a majority of provinces, Nehru pressed the legislators to introduce resolutions in the assemblies rejecting the present constitution and demanding a constituent assembly. In August, the CWC accepted a draft resolution prepared under Acharya Kripalani. Between August and October 1937, all the Congress-ruled provinces and Sindh passed this resolution and demanded repealment of the Government of India Act, 1935. In September 1937 itself, a resolution recommending the replacement of the 1935 Act by a constitution framed by a constituent assembly was introduced in the Central Legislative Assembly by S. Satyamurthy. The same demand was reiterated in the Haripura session of 1938. The Cripps proposals of 1942, though rejected by the Congress as unacceptable, had one redeeming feature in that it conceded the request of Indians to frame their own constitution through a constituent assembly. In September 1945, the newly elected Labour government in England announced that it planned to create a constituent assembly in India. On March 15, 1946, the Cabinet Mission came to India and, in the course of its stay, recommended the forming of A. the Constituent Assembly, and B. an interim government. Constituent Assembly formation. It was decided that the Constituent Assembly was to be elected indirectly by the provincial assemblies. According to the plan, the provinces of British India were grouped into three categories, A, B and C. Each province was allotted seats on the basis of the population, in the ratio of 1 member for a million. The seats given to a province were decided among three communities on the basis of their number, the three communities being the Muslims, Sikhs and general including Hindus and all others who were not Muslims and Sikhs. They were to be elected by the representatives of each community in their respective legislative assemblies by the method of proportional representation with single transferable vote. The number of members allotted to the Indian states was also to be fixed on the same basis of population as adopted for British India, but the method of their selection was to be settled later by consultation. The strength of the constitution-making body was to be 389. Of these, 296 representatives were to be from British India, 292 representatives drawn from the 11 governors, provinces of British India and a representative each from the 4 chief commissioners provinces of Delhi, Ajmer Merwara, Coorg and British Baluchistan and 93 representatives from the Indian states. The states' representatives were to be nominated by the respective rulers. Elections for the 296 seats assigned to the British Indian provinces were completed by July-August 1946. The Congress won 208 seats including all the general seats except 9 and the Muslim League's 73 seats, that is, all but 5 of the seats allotted to Muslims. The 93 seats meant for the states' representatives remained vacant and the princely states decided not to participate in the Constituent Assembly. However, representatives of some of the states, Baroda, Bikaner, Jaipur, Patiala, Rewa, and Udaipur, entered the assembly by April 1947 and by August 15, 1947 and, soon after, all the states had sent their representatives to the assembly. The assembly was, however, not able to start its work immediately as Jinnah withdrew his acceptance and caused the Muslim League to boycott it. The Congress went ahead with its plan and appointed an expert committee to draft fundamental rights and arrange an early session of the assembly. The party also accepted the Viceroy's invitation to form an interim government, with Jawaharlal Nehru as Prime Minister. The Constituent Assembly opened on December 9, 1946 in the Constitution Hall, now the Central Hall of Parliament House at New Delhi. Jawaharlal Nehru moved the Historic Objectives Resolution on 13 December 1946, after it had been in session for some days. The resolution envisaged a federal polity with the residuary powers vesting in the autonomous units and sovereignty belonging to the people. The resolution gave to the Assembly its guiding principles and the philosophy of constitution making. 2 constituent assemblies, India and Pakistan. By the end of January 1947, it was clear that there was no possibility of the Muslim League's joining the assembly. An uncompromising call for a separate constituent assembly for Pakistan had been given by Jinnah. On June 26, 1947, Lord Mountbatten, the Governor-General, announced the setting up of a separate constituent assembly for Pakistan. The Indian Independence Act, 1947, passed with surprising speed, came into force on July 18, 1947. The Indian Independence Act, 1947 declared the Constituent Assembly of India to be a fully sovereign body and on the midnight of August 14 to 15, 1947, the Assembly assumed full powers of the governance of the country. Section 8 of the Act conferred on the Constituent Assembly full legislative power. Evaluation of the Assembly for India. The Assembly, set up under the Cabinet Mission Plan, was a result of compromises made by the Congress on its ideological and philosophical sphere. The Assembly was not fully sovereign despite the efforts of the Congress, whereas the Congress' demand was for a fully sovereign Assembly. Nor was it elected on the basis of universal adult franchise as the Congress had demanded. The Congress caved in to accept communal representation too, and the grouping plan for the provinces. It also went along with the limits imposed on the powers of the central government. So the Constituent Assembly setup was quite far from what the Congress had demanded in the later years of the freedom struggle. The Constituent Assembly was indirectly elected by the provincial assemblies, which themselves were elected on the basis of a limited franchise established by the Government of India Act of 1935. The 1935 Act imposed qualifications on the basis of tax, property and education. This kept out more than 70% of the adult population from the voting. The Constituent Assembly thus reflected the composition of the provincial assemblies in which the Congress had a comfortable majority, which rose to more than 80% after partition. The composition of the assembly reflected the different ideological views present in the country at the time. There were socialists, the Marxian as well as the democratic variety. Both groups were opposed to private ownership of important means of production and wanted an egalitarian society, while the Marxian variety wanted a revolutionary reconstruction. It was the more moderate group, of which Nehru was a member, preferring peaceful parliamentary methods that held sway. Sardar Patel may be considered a leader of the rightist views supporting private enterprise. The rightist point of view was also represented by Purushottam Das Tandon and S.P. Mukherjee. There were also the Gandhians proposing decentralized village government through panchayats. All these viewpoints influenced the constitution, to an extent, but the dominant influence was that of the liberals and the democratic socialists. After independence. With the independence of India on August 15, 1947, the Constituent Assembly became a sovereign body responsible for framing the constitution as well as making ordinary laws. Now the work of Constituent Assembly was organized into 5 stages. First, committees were required to present reports on basic issues. Second, Benegal Narsingh Rao, a judge of the Calcutta High Court and also the constitutional advisor of the Constituent Assembly, prepared an initial draft on the basis of the reports of these committees and on his own research into the constitutions of other countries. Third, the drafting committee, under the chairmanship of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, presented a detailed draft constitution which was published for public discussion and comments. Criticisms and counter-criticisms in the press in turn molded the nature of the consensus that was ultimately reached on specific issues. Fourth, the draft constitution was debated and amendments proposed. Fifth, the Constitution of India was adopted. Drafting Committee 1. Dr. R. Ambedkar Chairman 2. G.B. Pant 3. K.M. Munshi 4. Alladi Krishnaswamy Iyer 5. N. Gopalaswamy Iyengar 6. B.L. Mitra, later replaced with Madhav Rao 7. Saeed Muhammad Sadullah 7. D.P. Khaitan died in 1948 and hence T.T. Krishnamachari was appointed. Work, Committees and Consensus. When the Constituent Assembly first met on December 9, 1946, J.B. Kripalani, the then Congress President, proposed the name of Dr. Sachidanand Sinha, the oldest member of the Assembly, for the post of the Provisional President. Later, on December 11, Dr. Rajendra Prasad was elected as the President of the Constituent Assembly. The Constituent Assembly appointed several committees for framing the Constitution. These committees submitted their reports between April and August 1947 and on the basis of these reports, Dr. B. N. Rao, the constitutional advisor, submitted a draft of the constitution by the end of October 1947. This draft contained 240 clauses and 13 schedules. In order to consider this draft constitution, a drafting committee under the chairmanship of Dr. B. R. Ambedkar, the law minister at the time, was set up. The other members were Alladi Krishnaswamy Iyer, N. Gopalaswamy Iyengar, K. M. Munshi, Syed Muhammad Sadullah, Sir B. L. Mitter and D. P. Khaitan. After the first meeting, Sir B. L. Mitter resigned and in his place N. Madhava Rao was nominated, and T. T. Krishnamachari took the place of D. P. Khaitan on the latter's death in 1948. The drafting committee prepared the first draft of the constitution. This was then circulated for the comments of jurists, lawyers, judges and other publicemen. In the light of their comments and criticism, the drafting committee prepared a second draft which consisted of 315 articles and 9 schedules. This second draft was placed before the Constituent Assembly on February 21, 1948. The draft was then considered clause by clause by the Assembly. The third reading commenced on November 14 and was finished on November 26, 1949. The preamble was adopted last. It had taken 2 years, 11 months and 18 days to complete the task. As many as 7,000 odd amendments had been proposed and nearly 2,500 were actually discussed before the draft constitution was accepted. Dr. Ambedkar then moved a motion that the constitution as settled by the Constituent Assembly be passed. On November 26, 1949, the people of India in the Constituent Assembly adopted, enacted and gave to themselves the Constitution of the Sovereign Democratic Republic of India. Dr. Rajendra Prasad as President of the Assembly signed the document. The members of the Constituent Assembly appended. View. Apni claim for the sharing of power by the minority is called communalism, while the monopolizing of the whole power by the majority is called nationalism. B.R. Ambedkar. Their signatures to it on January 24, 1950, the last day of the Assembly. In all, 284 members actually signed the Constitution. The Constituent Assembly, besides drafting the Constitution of India, adopted the national flag on July 22, 1947, and adopted the national anthem and national song on January 24, 1950, the last day of its session. The Constituent Assembly elected Dr. Rajendra Prasad as the first President of India on January 24, 1950. Late in the evening of August 14, 1947, the Assembly met in the Constitution Hall and at the stroke of midnight, took over as the Legislative Assembly of an independent India. The Assembly continued as the Provisional Parliament of India from January 26, 1950 till the new Parliament was installed after the first general elections. It must, however, be noted that while the formal centers of the work of drafting the Constitution were, no doubt, the Constituent Assembly and the Drafting Committee, the Congress leaders held the important powers of decision-making. In a way, the Congress Working Committee was the real architect of the Constitution in that most of the important decisions were arrived at on the basis of what the Congress leaders suggested. Granville Austin points out that four men, Jawaharlal Nehru, Sardar Patel, Rajendra Prasad and Abul Kalam Azad, constituted a virtual oligarchy in the assembly and dominated the proceedings by virtue of the prestige and power they enjoyed both in the Congress and in the government. The manner in which the Constituent Assembly arrived at decisions was that of consensus, defined by Granville Austin as the manner of making decisions by unanimity or near unanimity. An effort was made to smoothen differences and arrive at compromises and agreement. The objective was to overcome the biases and an element of overruling dissent ingrained in decision by majority. The end. Thank you for listening. Please like, share, comment and subscribe. Hello friends. Welcome to Study Time, Chapter 36. The Evolution of Nationalist Foreign Policy. One of the factors that facilitated India's ready interaction with the world outside, immediately on independence, was the already well-established diplomatic engagement even under colonial rule. At independence, India was a member of 51 international organizations and a signatory to 600-odd treaties. India had signed the Versailles Treaty after the First World War, largely as a result of having contributed more than 1 million soldiers to that war. In the 1920s, it was a founding member of the League of Nations, the International Labour Organization, and the International Court of Justice. It participated in the Washington Conference on Naval Armaments in 1921-22. From 1920 there was an Indian High Commissioner in London. Even before the First World War, Indian nationals were staffing a few diplomatic posts. It was no accident that Indians formed the largest and most influential non-Western contingent in the United Nations and allied agencies very soon after independence. The basic framework of India's foreign policy was structured much before 1947. A significant and inevitable fallout of the Western influence on the nationalist intelligentsia was a growing interest in and contact with the dominant international currents and events. Gradually, the nationalist thinkers came to realize that colonialism and imperialism had an international character and much wider implications. With the development and crystallization of an anti-imperialist nationalist ideology, there emerged a nationalist foreign policy perspective. The evolution of this policy perspective can be traced under these broad phases. 1880 to First World War, anti-imperialism and pan-Asian feeling. After 1878, the British undertook a number of expansionist expeditions which were opposed by the nationalists. These expeditions included Field Circle, the Second Afghan War 1878-80. Field Circle, the dispatch of troops by England in 1882, to suppress the nationalist uprising by Col. Arabi in Egypt. Field Circle, annexation of Burma in 1885. Field Circle, invasion of Tibet under Curzon in 1903, and Field Circle, a number of annexations during the 1890s in the northwest to stop the Russian advance. The nationalists supported the tribal resistance to these adventures by the British. In place of an aggressive imperialism, the nationalists advocated a policy of peace. C. Sankaran Nair, the Congress president in 1897, said, "Our true policy is a peaceful policy." So, the emerging themes during 1880-1914 were 1. Solidarity with other colonies fighting for freedom, such as Russia, Ireland, Egypt, Turkey, Ethiopia, Sudan, Burma and Afghanistan. 2. Pan-Asian feeling reflected in Field Circle, condemnation of annexation of Burma in 1885. Field Circle, inspiration from Japan as an example of industrial Field Circle development. Condemnation of the participation of Japan in the international suppression of the Ai-Ho-Tuan uprising 1895. Condemnation of the imperialist efforts to divide China. Filled circle defeat of the Tsarist Russia by Japan, which exploded the myth of European superiority. Filled circle Congress support for Burma's freedom. World War I. The nationalists supported the British Indian government in the belief that Britain would apply the same principles of democracy for which they were supposed to be fighting. After the conclusion of the war, the Congress insisted on being represented at the peace conference. In 1920, the Congress urged the people not to join the army to fight in the West. In 1925, the Congress condemned the dispatch of Indian army to suppress the Chinese nationalist army under Sun Yat-sen. 1920s and 1930s identifying with socialists. In 1926 and 1927, Nehru was in Europe where he came in contact with the socialists and other leftist leaders. Earlier, Dadabhai Naoroji attended the Hague session of the International Socialist Congress. He was a close friend of H. M. Hindman, the famous socialist. Lajpat Rai also made contacts with the American socialists during his visit to the USA from 1914 to 1918. Gandhi had close relations with Tolstoy and Roland Romain. In 1927, Nehru attended the Congress of Oppressed Nationalists at Brussels on behalf of the Indian National Congress. The conference was organized by political exiles and revolutionaries from Asia, Africa and Latin America, suffering from political and economic imperialism. Nehru was one of the honorary presidents along with Einstein, Madame Sun Yat-sen, Roland Romain and George Lansbury. Nehru came to understand the international character of US imperialism during his European experience. Nehru was also nominated to the Executive Council of the League Against Imperialism. The Congress also decided to open a foreign department to be in touch with the other people's movements. In 1927, Nehru also visited the Soviet Union and was very impressed by the achievements of the infant socialist state. He saw Russia as a bulwark against imperialism. After 1936, anti-fascism. The 1930s saw the rise of fascism in Europe and the struggle against it. The nationalists saw imperialism and fascism as organs of capitalism. They lent support to the struggle against fascism in other parts of the world in Ethiopia, Spain, China, Czechoslovakia. In 1939, at the Tripuri session, the Congress dissociated itself from the British policy which supported fascism in Europe. In 1939, the Japanese attack on China was condemned by the nationalists. The Congress also sent a medical mission under Dr. Atal to China. On the Palestine issue, the Congress lent support to the Palestinians. It expressed sympathy with the Jews, but urged that the Palestinians not be displaced and that the issue be settled by direct dealing between the Jews and the Arabs without Western intervention. It also opposed the partition of Palestine. After independence, Nehru is often called the architect of independent India's foreign policy. He realized the importance of the need to have direct contact with other nations and to cooperate with them in enhancing world peace and freedom. He also understood the importance of maintaining an identity as a free nation and not become a satellite of any other nation, however mighty. In his address to the Constituent Assembly on December 4, 1947, Nehru laid the foundations of India's foreign policy. The art of conducting the foreign affairs of a country lies in finding out what is most advantageous to the country. We may talk about peace and freedom and earnestly mean what we say. But in the ultimate analysis, a government functions for the good of the country it governs, and no government dare do anything which in the short or long run is manifestly to the disadvantage of the country. The main challenge to Nehru was to evolve a policy that could help India compete on the world arena with the modern states, and for that, he realized, a drastic socio-economic and technological transformation of the country was required. His objective was to transform India without becoming dependent on any particular country or group of countries to the extent of losing independence of thought or policy. What India needed was peaceful relations with all nations so that it could concentrate on its developmental efforts, and relations good enough for it to get the necessary help in that direction without compromising its freedom. In the circumstances, non-alignment seemed to be the right policy. Panchsheel and non-alignment. Panchsheel and non-alignment are the foundations of India's foreign policy. Panchsheel. It was on April 29, 1954, that Panchsheel, or the Five Principles of Peaceful Coexistence, were first formally enunciated in the Agreement on Trade and Intercourse between the Tibet region of China and India. It was stated in the preamble to this agreement that the two governments had resolved to enter into the agreement on the basis of five principles, namely, I. Mutual respect for each other, S. Territorial integrity and sovereignty, E. Mutual non-aggression, E. Mutual non-interference, IV. Equality and mutual benefit, V. Peaceful coexistence. In June 1954, when the Chinese Premier, Zhou Enlai visited India, he and his Indian counterpart, Jawaharlal Nehru, in a joint statement elaborated their vision of Panchsheel as the framework for the relations between the two countries as well as the basis on which relations with other countries should be maintained. The two leaders expressed the hope that Panchsheel will also help in creating an area of peace which, as circumstances permit, can be enlarged, thus lessening the chances of war and strengthening the cause of peace all over the world. Historical perspective on Panchsheel. In the classical language, the word sheel doesn't mean principle but character. The term is taken from the Indonesian usage of the word, and Indonesians may have been influenced by Buddhist use of the word sheel. Most Indians think Panchsheel was Jawaharlal Nehru's valuable contribution to the world, as it first received world attention when he and Zhou Enlai issued a joint statement in Delhi on June 18, 1954. In fact, the credit for formulating these principles should go to Zhou. While receiving the Indian delegation to the Tibetan trade talks on December 31, 1953, he enunciated them as 5 principles governing China's relations with foreign countries. T.N. Kaul, a joint secretary in the External Affairs Ministry at the time or Director General for Asian Affairs in Delhi, was impressed and conveyed his appreciation and the significance of these principles to Nehru, with whom he enjoyed a close rapport. Nehru agreed and Kaul took the initiative to mention them at the very outset of his draft text of agreement. That was in January 1954. However, the response from the Chinese Foreign Office was in the negative. At the time, Zhou warned T in China. When Zhou returned to Peking, he, with his native genius for compromise, found a via media. He suggested that the 5 principles may not be included in the main text prominently, but could appear in the preamble. India accepted the compromise. But 2 months later, when Zhou visited Delhi, Nehru and Kaul emphasized these principles in the joint statement issued on June 18, 1954. China's hesitant formulation caught worldwide attention because of Indian sponsorship. Zhou propounded the principles but Kaul picked them up and Nehru propagated them. Nehru enjoyed high regard in the NAM and soon other Asian countries like Burma and Indonesia followed suit. Nehru and Zhou were leaders who strove hard to forge close ties between India and China and usher in a better world order through Panchsheel. Their efforts, however, were undermined and undone by the machinations of self-seeking or vindictive colleagues and they died disenchanted men. Source: an article by V. Paranjpe, formerly Chinese language expert to the Government of India, in the Hindustan Times of June 2004. As per the documents of the Ministry of External Affairs, Panchsheel was incorporated into the 10 Principles of International Peace and Cooperation put forward in the declaration issued by the April 1955 Bandung Conference of 29 Afro-Asian countries. The universal relevance of Panchsheel was emphasized when its tenets were incorporated in a resolution on peaceful coexistence presented by India, Yugoslavia and Sweden, and unanimously adopted on December 11, 1957, by the United Nations General Assembly. And in 1961, the Conference of Non-Aligned Nations in Belgrade accepted Panchsheel as the basic principles at the center of the non-aligned movement. Non-alignment. The global environment that India faced after independence was very different from what existed before the Second World War. The major players on the world stage before the war, namely, the United Kingdom, France, Germany and Japan, lay subdued, their vast empire shrunken or shrinking fast. The United States, which had followed an isolationist policy, keeping aloof from active international involvement, became dramatically active. The Soviet Union had acquired unprecedented influence in Eastern Europe besides gaining recognition as a powerful state for crushing the German might on the Eastern Front where most of the German military casualties had occurred. If the US demonstrated its nuclear weapon capability in 1945, the USSR followed suit with its own nuclear test in 1949. The Cold War that began in the wake of the Second World War had no precedent in history. Almost the entire developed world was divided into 2 opposing nuclear-armed blocs, with the US and the USSR leading as superpowers. The balance of power diplomacy of the pre-war years thus disappeared from the industrialized countries. The Third World became a surrogate field for superpower competition. Meanwhile, decolonization was proceeding apace, and more independent countries were emerging, mostly in Asia and Africa. China was aligned with the Soviet Union till the mid-50s. India found itself the largest country with the ability to maneuver between the two blocs. At this point of time, the Soviet Union did not possess the economic or military support capability to influence the countries emerging from the colonial yoke. It was the West which tried to incorporate the newly independent countries into its strategic grouping. Alignment with the West was economically attractive, but it would have created a dependent relationship, which was seen by most of the newly independent countries as obstructive to a self-reliant development. The idea of aligning with the communist bloc was not possible for India. In spite of its socialist leanings, it could not visualize a Chinese-type restructuring of the society and economy, being basically attuned to a liberal democratic political vision. Political non-alignment was, therefore, prudent as well as pragmatic. The principles of non-interference in the domestic affairs of other countries and maintenance of one's own sovereignty, which are the basic postulates of India's foreign policy, evolved into the crystallization of the concept of non-alignment. The term non-alignment got currency in the post-Bandung Conference 1955. Non-alignment implies 5 criteria of non-alignment. The preparatory committee of the first non-aligned conference laid down the following 5 criteria of non-alignment. A country should follow an independent policy based on peaceful coexistence and non-alignment. It should have consistently supported national freedom movements in other countries. It should not be a member of multilateral military alliances concluded in the context of superpower conflicts. If it has conceded military bases, these concessions should not have been made in the context of superpower conflicts. If it is a member of a bilateral or regional defense arrangements, this should not be in the context of superpower politics. 5 pioneering leaders of the NAM. President Tito, original name Josip Broz of Yugoslavia. President Jamal Abdel Nasser of Egypt. President Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana. President Sukarno of Indonesia. Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru of India. The active refusal of a state to align itself with either party in a dispute between two power blocs. In the Conference of Non-Aligned Powers, the first non-aligned movement or NAM summit, held in Belgrade in 1961 and attended by 36 Mediterranean and Afro-Asian powers, Jawaharlal Nehru explained the essence of non-alignment. We call ourselves the Conference of Non-Aligned Countries. Now the word non-aligned may be differently interpreted, but basically it was used and coined almost with the meaning non-aligned with greater power blocs of the world. Non-aligned has a negative meaning, but if you give it a positive connotation, it means nations which object to this lining up for war purpose, military blocs, military alliances and the like. Therefore, we keep away from this and we want to throw our weight, such as it is, in favor of peace. Non-alignment is the characteristic feature of India's foreign policy. India was one of the founder members of NAM. In the Cold War era, India refused to favor any superpower and remained non-aligned. Non-alignment, however, is not to be confused with neutrality. A neutral state remains inactive or passive during hostilities between two blocs. Neutrality is maintained basically in times of war, whereas non-alignment has relevance both in times of war and peace. Neutrality is equivalent to passivity. A neutral country has no opinions, positive or negative, on issues at all. However, adherence to non-alignment is to have positive and constructive opinions on international issues. India has firmly and convincingly asserted its non-aligned and not neutral stand on various issues. Non-alignment is one of the principles of India's foreign policy attempts to promote international peace, disarmament and territorial independence. It aims at democratization of international relations by putting an end to imperialism and hegemony and establishing a just and equal world order. The end. Thank you for listening. Please like, share, comment and subscribe.